Good morning. Give it a few for everybody to come in. Happy St. Patty's Day. Yeah, we're going to need a bunch of coffee today if we're trying to get through all this. Let me know if the sound is okay, because I turned off the echo thing last night, so I don't know. Morning, who knows? I can listen to it on the phone, too. I forgot about that. Let's see. Okay, here we go. No, she's not on stand yet. Now let me try something else with the audio and see how this sounds. I don't know if I like that. It's a little better. Let's see something else. Stereo audio. This is often used by musicians with a stereo audio input mic. Is that right? I don't believe you. We'll just do those things. I'm just talking to myself here. Good morning, everybody. Oh, see, no, I don't like that either. You can hear my fish tank in the back. Not that I'm going to be on. I didn't even barely move. Did you hear how loud that was? I don't like that. Turn it down a little bit. Jeez Louise. Hope everybody is good this morning. Good morning, Mia. All right, we're going to get started because this is going to be a long day. Why is it so big, though? I don't like that. Headlines. They're putting all kinds of new stuff in the back of StreamYards here. Yeah, this is going to be good. Lots of coffee. Good morning, sweetheart. I did. I slept well. Good morning, Marshmallow. All right, here we go.
It's like I'm back in law school. I like highlight. Then you guys got to talk to those. Circles everything. Like, maybe I'll finish her. He's just watching you.
Hey, everybody, have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back. As you know, first question right off the bat, any issues with the admonitions that need to come to my attention?
Nope.
Excellent. So happy to hear that. All right, we are going to resume the state's case in chief. We do have a witness that the parties have agreed to allow the state to call out of order. It is another position, I believe, and because of scheduling, we will finish up the testimony of Detective Turner subsequent to us presenting this next witness. So I don't want you to get too confused with all that. Miss, are you doing this?
Yes.
All right, who's next witness?
Dr. Kathy McElroy. Just stand right there and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, thank you.
Seat, please. And what you say. Thanks.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Couple things. First of all, I just need to give you a general reminder, try to keep your voice as loud as possible for the jury. Second of all, you'll notice we do have media folks here. Do you have any objection to your likeness potentially being used on media?
Is it possible that it will not be used on media?
No, absolutely. If you object, any footage would only reflect from the stand now.
Okay,
Okay.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, very good.
Thank
Ms.
you, Your
Partin,
Honor.
You may proceed when you are ready.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Kathy Makaroff.
And would you spell your last name?
It's Makoroff.
You are a doctor
I am.
and hold a medical license.
I do, yes.
Where do you hold a medical license?
For the state of Ohio,
And how long have you held that medical license?
since 1997.
And what do you have to do to obtain, or what did you do to obtain your medical license? Maybe that's the better way to put it.
Sure. So to obtain a medical license, it's required to go and complete medical school. And then your medical license has to be applied for every 2 years in the state of Ohio. I believe it is 2 or 3 years. And you have to be a physician in good standing without sort of any complications. And then you have to complete continuing medical education. In the state of Ohio, it's 41 credits every 2 years.
And what was your educational background to become a doctor and obtain that license?
I did my undergraduate work at the University of Pennsylvania. I went to medical school at the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine. Following medical school, I did a pediatric residency at Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Following that, I did a one-year child abuse fellowship, research fellowship, and that was at Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
And since then, it appears you've obtained an additional degree as well?
Yes, I also have my master's in medical education from the University of Cincinnati.
And how does that master's of, I think you said medical education, how does that assist in your profession?
Along with my clinical duties, I also perform research and I engage in teaching. That is just something that I wanted to basically be a better teacher. And so I did coursework through joint program through Cincinnati Children's and the University of Cincinnati to get a master's in education.
Do you hold any board certifications?
I'm board certified by the American Board of Pediatrics in the subboard of child abuse pediatrics.
What do you have to do to obtain that board certification?
The first subboard in child abuse pediatrics, we are the newest subspecialty in pediatrics. So the first subboard was offered in 2009. I was among the first group of physicians to obtain that certification. Then at that point, you had to have practiced in the field for more than 10 years. You had to do child abuse work at least 50% of your time, and you needed to show scholarly work. So whether that was research or teaching, quality improvement projects, lecturing, you had to show that you had scholarly activity. And then finally, you had to pass a board examination that was a written examination that had to be passed. Since to maintain your certification in a subboard, then every so many years they've now moved it. They sort of moved around the number of years, but you have to show that you do maintenance of certification. So that includes some scholarly work, that includes keeping abreast of the field, that involves quality improvement projects, and that involves, again, sort of taking a test to make sure that your knowledge is stays up to date.
Do you have a separate board certification, or is it all combined regarding pediatrics in general?
I used to be board certified in pediatrics. That was my first certification in 1997, and then again I reboarded. I think it was 2007 and maybe 2004. I reboarded. Since then, I didn't reboard in general pediatrics. I just reboarded in child abuse pediatrics, just because for the work that I do, there was no reason to hold both.
And you talked about scholarly articles. What do you mean by a scholarly article?
Well, when I'm using that term scholarly articles, that could take, when I use that term in terms of what the American Board of Pediatrics wants you to show that you're being involved with, that or scholarly work, I should say, that could involve book chapters, that could involve peer-reviewed articles in journals, that could involve review articles, that can really, be anything.
All right, and along that line, have you done any scholarly articles specific to child abuse and abusive head trauma?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many?
I think I have around total articles, 20-something articles.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at Cincinnati Children's Hospital
And how long have you been employed there?
since 1997.
And do you have a specific title at Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
Yes, I am, well, my academic title is actually given through the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine, and I'm currently associate professor of pediatrics.
And are you assigned to any specific portion or division of Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
Yes, I am in the Mayerson Center for Safe and Healthy Children, which is a division within Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
And how long have you been with the Mayerson Center?
I have been with the Mayerson Center since it became a division, and that was in 2001.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the Mayerson Center for Safe and Healthy Children is?
Sure. So the Mayerson Center serves as the Children's Advocacy Center for Hamilton County, and that's just sort of an official term given. This is a designation from the National Children's Alliance to be a child advocacy center. And so that means we work with professionals from Hamilton County Children's Services or Jobs and Family Services and law enforcement jurisdictions within Hamilton County and the Hamilton County Prosecutor's Office to work cases of child abuse. But the Mayerson Center is also a medical division within Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and sort of with that hat on, we are what's sort of called the child abuse team within the hospital. And so that means any child with suspected physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, we will see as a medical consult. So just like any other consultative service within the hospital, pulmonology, cardiology, infectious diseases, we would see a child for a medical consult. In that realm, we also have an outpatient clinic. So if a patient needs to come to us, not admitted to the hospital, but just as an outpatient visit, we do that same type of consultative service as an outpatient. And so we see children from any county, any state will come to us, not just Hamilton County.
What type of medical professionals from within Cincinnati Children's are involved in this abuse team, as you described it?
Well, the Mayerson Center only. Did you say medical professionals?
Yes.
Right. So the physicians involved in the Mayerson Center are only child abuse pediatricians or fellows in child abuse pediatrics, meaning that they're doing additional training. They're pediatricians doing 3 years of additional training to then become a child abuse pediatrician. But other other sort of professionals, I mean, I would include our forensic nurses and social workers as well within the Mayerson Center.
All right, and during the course of your duties with the Mayerson Center, do you actually see patients, come into contact with patients?
Yes.
And what are the different reasons for seeing patients?
Like I had just testified to, anyone can refer a patient to us. So it doesn't have to be another physician. It can be sort of any professional can refer, or family can refer a patient to us for suspected child abuse. So for some patients, we make the diagnosis of child abuse. For some patients, we don't make the diagnosis of child abuse. We make the diagnosis of an accidental injury or an infectious process, or something else that might be mimicking child abuse, or just a normal finding. And so we can. So really, sort of any type of patient, I guess, could be referred to us when there is a concern for child abuse.
Approximately how many patients does the Mayerson Center receive, I guess maybe not receive, I don't know if that's the right word, or see each year?
We see, I believe the number is about 1,500 to 2,000 patients. Now, not every patient who comes to the Mayerson Center gets a medical evaluation. Some receive just a forensic interview. So that number is all encompassing. But I would say for medical evaluation, we see maybe on average 4 to 6 patients every day. And then inpatient consults, we see boy, I've never added it up, but in the hundreds, I would say, every year. We see, 200, 300 patients probably every year as an inpatient consult.
Doctor, have you previously testified in a courtroom?
I have, yes.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of child abuse pediatrics?
I have, yes.
And in what courts has that occurred?
I have testified really in the tri-state area around Hamilton counties, of course, Hamilton County, Butler County, Warren County, Claremont County, Brown County, Adams County, Clinton County, and then some of the more eastern counties in Indiana, and some of the more northern counties, Boone County, Kenton County, Campbell County, Gallatin County, and Kentucky.
All right. And prior to coming to court, did you provide the state with an updated curriculum vitae?
I did, yes.
And if I may approach the witness to State's Exhibit 69. Doctor, are you able to recognize that?
Yes, this looks to be is a fair and accurate representation of my curriculum vitae.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 69.
That's,
No objection.
State's Exhibit 69 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, it's the state's request that Dr. Makaroff be qualified as an expert in the area of child abuse pediatrics.
Defense wish to hear?
No.
She will be qualified as an expert in child abuse pediatrics. You may proceed.
Doctor, I'd like for you to describe for the jury how, when you get a referral for, and specifically a physical abuse patient, how do you go about an evaluation?
When I receive an inpatient consultation, I think you were asking, for suspected physical abuse, the first thing that I will do is review any medical records that are available at that time. So we have an electronic medical record at Cincinnati Children's, which sometimes will also pull records from other hospitals if they are on the same system. And so I will review any medical records at that time. If the child has had any x-rays, CAT scans, MRIs, I will review those as well. On my computer, take a look, and then I will go down and review those images with our radiology physicians. And then at that point, I will go and evaluate the child. If there are caregivers with the child, if they're a guardian and I can allowed to speak with them, then I will obtain any history from them. If the child is old enough and can speak, history may also be obtained from the child. And then I will do a physical exam of the child, talk to any of the medical staff that it's appropriate to talk with. So, for example, if the child had surgery or if the child had a procedure, I will talk to those individuals. If whatever service that the child is on, so whatever group of physicians are taking care of the child, the primary team while the child's in the hospital, I will touch base with them. And then I will write up a consultation note, which goes into the electronic medical record.
And doctor, did you do so in the case of Hannah Wesche, date of birth 1/11/2015?
I did, yes.
And so I believe you testified that you not only review medical records, but in addition to the records, you actually look at images and things along those lines. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And doctor, you talked about creating a note. Did you do so in this case?
I did, yes.
And did you also at some point prepare a follow-up report?
I'm sorry.
Did you at one point prepare a follow-up report specifically, I think dated December 14th of 2018?
Yeah, in the electronic medical record?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Provided to the prosecutors.
Yes, so a letter. So I would call that a letter. I did author a letter, that is correct.
And in preparation for, in addition to the note that you prepared within the medical records, when you saw the patient, and preparing that follow-up letter as you described it, and also in preparation for your testimony today, did you review all of the medical records involved in this case?
I did, yes.
If I may approach. Let's start with Exhibit 4, it's already been admitted.
Just make sure that it's the same stuff.
5 is also attached to that. State's Exhibit 8. And Exhibit 91,
Sir, notes.
pediatric records. State's Exhibit 39.
Sir, notes.
These are for notes.
We've not.
We have not done that. There is a stipulation.
Oh, yes, you, I'm assuming yes.
Okay. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 39 and 40. And then also 8 and 4, Your Honor, for the record, those have previously been admitted.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 91.
May I give 69 back to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To keep things straight.
What's your CD?
Okay. And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 91 specifically, I believe there is a written stipulation regarding that, which is the pediatric records.
From the pediatrician?
Yes.
Yes, we've stipulated as to the admissibility of this prior trial.
All right, exhibit 90 won't be admitted. We'll deal with the rest of everyone's here.
Doctor, State's Exhibit 39, do you recognize what that is? And did I hand it to you within the sleeve? You're welcome to pull it out of that plastic sleeve if you'd like to look at it.
Great, thank you. State's Exhibit 39 is a fair and accurate representation of the note, the consultation note that I authored on March 8th of 2018. Just to be clear, the way it prints out from the electronic medical record, it also has a progress note from a pediatric intensive care unit social worker on top of it.
And that's not part of your
But
record.
that is not part of my record, correct?
State's Exhibit 40, what is that?
State's Exhibit 40 looks to be a clear and accurate representation of the, what I would call the letter that I authored to you on December 14th of 2018.
And if you'd like to remove that from the sleeve as well, that's up to you if you need to. And State's Exhibit 4. And 5. Do you recognize those records?
So State's Exhibit 5, to start there, is a disc. And State's Exhibit 4 looked to be a fair and accurate representation of the emergency department visit from Kettering Health or Fort Hamilton Hughes Hospital on Hannah, dated March 8th, 2018.
And State's Exhibit 8.
State's Exhibit 8 is, I believe, the entire medical record, perhaps on disc, from Cincinnati. Or these are actually, I see, these are the photos and radiology records from Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
And there's 3 discs there, correct?
There are 3 discs. The radiology, I don't know what the middle one is, but, and then photos.
And Doctor, within Cincinnati Children's Hospital, how are the records maintained? Are they maintained in disc form or in another way?
They are maintained, medical records are maintained within our electronic medical record. When they are exported to an external party, I believe they are maintained then on disc form.
And holding a position within Cincinnati Children's Hospital, when you go to review medical records from Cincinnati Children's Hospital, how do you do that?
I would do it on the computer through our electronic medical record. So that's why my notes in the electronic medical record would stand alone. The way it's printed out from the disc, it's continuous. So that is why there is another note sort of on top of the first page where my note is.
All right. And so, Doctor, you stated that you came into contact with Hannah Wesche on March 8th of 2018.
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us what time you came into contact with Hannah, if you're able to?
I don't recall, but I, based on, I know the time of her, based on the time of sort of medical evaluation, it would have been in the afternoon of March 8th.
And Doctor, could you walk us through the process of your evaluation, specifically as it went to Hannah Wesche?
Right. So I got the consultation on Hannah, and before I went to see her, I did have time to review her medical record, and that included her radiology record as well on my computer, and then I was able to go down and review her radiology films directly with the radiologist. At that point, then I went up to evaluate Hannah. One thing that was also available to me for Hannah were photographs that were taken of Hannah. So I also reviewed photographs that are also kept within the electronic medical record. And then I examined Hannah. There was no buddy available to talk with me about Hannah. So after reviewing with other physicians who were also caring for Hannah, I wrote my consultation note.
All right. And what was the time of your writing that consultation note?
It says the creation time was 23:37. And so that must be what time the note was started. And then the note was filed the following day at 13:17, so at 1:17 p.m., which means that is when I actually signed the note.
All right. And the times are logged in military time, is
Yes.
that correct? So 23:37 would be 11:37 p.m.
Correct.
And doctor, you made direct contact with Hannah Wesche.
That is correct.
And when you made contact with her, did you observe the injuries that were shown in the photographs that were part of the medical records?
I did, yes.
If I may approach the witness, the state's exhibits 41, 44, 46, and 50, which have already been admitted. And then 42, 43, 45, 47, 48, 49, 51, 52, 53, 54, and I don't think I have any out of here, so 55 then through 68.
All right, hold on just a second. 48, 49, 57, 51.
Essentially, it should be 41 through 68. Ultimately, some of them had been admitted. Yeah, so 41, 44, 46, and 50 have already been admitted.
All right, neighbor.
You can actually put them in order, I'm sorry. Doctor, I believe you testified, and I'm sorry, this is 41 through 68. I believe you testified that these are also part of the medical record?
Yes, they are.
All right, if you could go ahead and take a look at those exhibits. Doctor, are those true and accurate depictions of your observations of Hannah Wesche, as well as the true and accurate copies of the photographs that were made part of the Cincinnati Children's Record?
Yes.
At this time, the state moves to admit state's exhibit. I think we have, again, 41 through 68, although a few of them have already been admitted.
Vince?
We don't have an objection.
All right, so 41 through 68 would be admitted. I do note some of those have previously been admitted. So 44, 50, 46. I think that's all one more showing that previously been decided.
Thank you.
But all of them inclusive will be admitted and made public in the village.
All right. Doctor, in addition to there being photo documentation, do you further log your observations of Hannah?
I do, yes.
And you did so in this case?
I did so in this case, yes.
And where is that log of your observations?
Within the examination portion of my consultation note.
All right. Ms. Wilson, do you know, are there multiple HDMI connections?
There should.
I'm going to give it another shot here. Let's see if it will take the VGA input. There you go. Okay. I'm not sure either. Okay. All right. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 41. Doctor, could you go ahead and describe your observations, and if you're you can actually touch that screen and circle portions that you're talking about. And as you note the observations, if you could also explain their significance to you and your findings.
Okay, yes, I'd be happy to. And then hit the clear, where it says clear at the bottom.
Yes, and if it won't work for you, if you just let me know I can also do that.
Sure, sure. So there will be some closer photographs taken, but this photograph is showing Hannah's face and her upper part of her torso. So what you see going into her mouth is a breathing tube for her. She was unable to maintain her airway and breathe on her own, so that tube was actually placed at Fort Hamilton Hughes. In the back of her neck, you see that that is part of what we call a C-collar or cervical collar. That is the back of it. The front of it was removed for the photographs only, and there is somebody at the head of the bed who is holding her head still while that collar is being removed. So a couple of things that you can see on this photo that we'll see better is there is bruising to Hannah's left upper and lower. Sorry, I guess I have to push harder. Eyelid. We'll see that she has some bruising under her chin on both sides, and then bruising to her anterior top of her chest.
State's Exhibit 42.
And then this is just a close-up showing under Hannah's chin. We're really just seeing sort of the right side here, but there is bruising, and then this area here is an abrasion.
State's Exhibit 43.
This isn't a very good photograph, but we like to always put a measuring device in, also when we're taking photographs, and so this measuring device is just placed into that same photograph.
Doctor, are you able to say, is that measuring device, is that measured in, looks like millimeters?
Yeah, well, it's centimeters. So each
It's
little
centimeters,
line
okay.
is a millimeter, and then each bigger line, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 centimeters.
All right, thank you. State's Exhibit 44.
So you can see a little better close-up of both sides of under her chin and neck. You see bruising, again, the abrasion on her right side, no abrasion but bruising on her left side. So bruising on both sides and an abrasion on the right side.
State's Exhibit 45.
And then just a close-up of that left side.
State's Exhibit 46.
A close-up photo, it's a little bit out of focus, but showing, you can see a little bit more clearly the bruising on Hannah's upper eyelid and under her lower, under her eye as well. And then there is an abrasion to her left temple area.
47.
47 also shows that abrasion to her left temple area, but also showing her left ear. And bruising can be seen on the sort of top here or the pinna of her ear, also within sort of the sort of big flap of the ear, and then also going into sort of going into her ear canal within here. There's bruising there as well.
State's Exhibit 48.
And this is hard to see what this is, but I know that this is the back of her ear, and it's just showing, I'm actually not going to call that bruising to the back of her ear. I think that's just some discoloration.
State's Exhibit 49.
This is showing the top or really the left side of Hannah's forehead, and showing that there is a bruise on the left side here, and you can sort of appreciate that that bruise is also associated with some swelling.
State's Exhibit 50.
So showing Hannah's chest, so she has round bruises at the top of her chest and also on the right side of her chest as well.
And State's Exhibit 51.
And again, just the same picture, just with a measuring device.
State's Exhibit 52.
This is Hannah's flank. So this is the left side of her flank. You can see her belly button up here, and this tube is going into her bladder. So this is her flank or her left side, showing bruising there.
53.
Same picture with a measuring device. Or I should say same view. It's not actually the same picture, but the same view with a
Thank
measuring
you.
device.
Correct. State's Exhibit 54.
Hannah's left lower leg, it shows at least one bruise in the middle of her shin, and then an abrasion on her foot.
State's Exhibit 55.
This is the knee and the top of Hannah's left leg, showing two bruises to the inside of her knee area. So one here and one here.
State's Exhibit 56.
And the same view again, just with the top bruise that I pointed out with the measuring device.
State's Exhibit 57.
Just a close-up of that abrasion on Hannah's left foot.
State's Exhibit 58.
And this is Hannah's right knee, showing on the lateral or outside surface of her knee an abrasion and also a couple of bruises.
State's Exhibit 59.
Same view of that leg with a measuring device in, covering up part of that abrasion.
State's Exhibit 60.
And this is the other side of Hannah's flank, so the right side, and showing a single bruise, which is a little bit hard to see right there.
State's Exhibit 61.
This is the top. This is the top of Hannah's right arm, showing a bruise at the top by the shoulder.
State's Exhibit 62.
And this is showing more of her arm, and I don't see any injury in that photo.
State's Exhibit 63.
And then this is sort of the lateral or outside and sort of the bottom of Hannah's left forearm or lower part of the arm, showing some bruising. You can see that some of the bruising is obscured by this tape, which is holding her IV in place, so it wasn't removed to get more of that, to get more of the bruising into the photo.
Doctor, into relation, well, actually, if you could circle where the IV would be going into her arm.
The IV would be going in. It's interesting. She has two. So the IV is not going in down there. The IV is either going in up here because you see this. This is sort of sticky tape to keep the IV down. But I see that she also has sticky tape down here in her hand. It's doubtful that she has two IVs in the same area, although she could. But these are the two places where you would either put an IV in a child because that's where veins are. So either in the top of the hand or in the inside of the elbow. So the IV is going one of two places there, not in the area where the bruise is.
State's Exhibit 64.
This is the top of Hannah's left shoulder. Now I do want to point out this sort of patch right here. Whoops. Let me clear that.
You want me to clear it up?
Yeah. Okay. So this patch right here goes up like that. That I'm outlining is probably a patch from a sticker that was put on her as part of medical intervention. So I'm ignoring that, and I'm going to clear that. But this area right here is bruising.
State's Exhibit 65.
So Hannah's now being rolled over. This is her backside, and there are a few bruises here. So there's a bruise on her buttock right here. And there is an area of bruising up here as well. And then she has a bruise right here in her lower back area. And these two areas probably on either side probably represent dimples.
State's Exhibit 66.
Same view with a measuring device.
State's Exhibit 67.
So this is a view further up on Hannah's back, and you see this bruise again right here. This also, we see it a little bit better here, may also represent a bruise, and then in this view you can see up here on her back another bruise.
State's Exhibit 68.
Again, same view with a measuring device.
All right, doctor. You said you prepared a report and with your findings.
I did, yes.
Most significant to your findings, what photographs or exhibits there are most significant in your findings?
Right, so when these photographs were taken, Hannah was 3 years old, and a 3-year-old child can certainly have bruises in certain areas. So for example, the area on her left forehead would be an area that would be typical for a 3-year-old to have bruises. The shin bruising is another very typical area for toddlers such as Hannah to have bruising. The bruising around her knees is not as likely in those areas because one is sort of on the inside, one is on the outside. Those are usually more protected areas. But some children, depending on their activities, can get bruising sort of on the inside or outside. So those are bruises that I would say are very typical of a toddler child. The bruises that are very concerning to me are the bruises in areas where you do not expect children to have bruising from sort of normal play, normal daily activities. And I will point out also in a child who is medically healthy, and Hannah was medically healthy at this point, and also with no evidence of a bleeding disorder or a reason that she would bleed more easily or bruise more easily. So those were both true with Hannah. So the bruises that are concerning would be the bruising around her upper and lower eyelid, the bruising under her chin bilaterally, the bruising of her left ear, the bruising on her anterior chest, the bruising on her flanks, the bruising on her bilateral upper arms, the bruising on her buttock, and I don't think I said yet, the bruising on her flanks. Those would all be bruises that would be in a child like Hannah, to me, are very concerning for child abuse.
And doctor, specifically, I want to go through those ones that were the most concerning, and if you could explain the significance. So tell me what exhibit you're looking at.
Well, we could start with exhibit 41.
It doesn't like me, I think. It thinks I moved too fast. Okay.
So
Exhibit 41.
Now that we've gone through these, and I think that everybody's had a chance to sort of see some of the bruises in more detail, I think this is a good place to see some of the bruises that I'm referencing. So, for example, you can see how Hannah's, like any typical child's, forehead sticks out. And so when a child falls, into something or off of something, their forehead's going to go first. So this is why the forehead is often bruised in a child Hannah's age, because with a typical fall or trip, they're going to injure their forehead. But you can see in this photograph how the eye is recessed in, and so yes, the eye can be injured accidentally, especially if the child falls into something that is sort of the shape, or size of sort of the eye socket, that the eye could be directly impacted. But if not, then the forehead is going to hit first, and the eye being recessed into the head is not. And the same is true. With under the chin, and so that is a very sort of protected area in a child falling, may injure the chin, but certainly wouldn't injure underneath the chin. And the same is true for the chest. So a child falling, the head sticks out more, and so the head is going to impact first, and the chest is going to be relatively spared, unless, of course, there's a history that the child does fall chest first into an object. Then that, in theory, could, in somebody Hannah's age, cause chest bruising. I think we can skip to State's Exhibit 47. And so this is her ear bruising. And yes, it is possible for a child of Hannah's age to fall on an object sort of sideways and impact the ear, because it does, it is sort of right there on the head. And when we do see this, we often see sort of a single small injury around the pinna of the ear up here. But I want to point out that yes, Hannah has an ear bruising, and yes, I just said that can be accidental, but we see such extensive bruising in Hannah's ear, so within this area, and also within this area, which is not expected from an accidental injury.
Doctor, and before we move on, you said that's not expected from an accidental injury. Can you explain that?
Well, just if a child were to sort of impact something with the ear, you would expect, and we see that the outer part of the ear would impact first, and not the inner part, and certainly not the most inner part of the ear.
Thank you.
I think we can skip to State's Exhibit 53. And I don't know if we have to go over both sides, but both would be, so it would be State's Exhibit 53, and then towards the end, and then State's Exhibit I don't know, there's another one that shows the other side. But again, flank bruising also very concerning for inflicted trauma or child abuse, just because it is a very protected area. And I do want to point out that Hannah has bruising on multiple planes of her body. So she has it on the front, she has it on one side, on the other side, on the back. And so one impact certainly couldn't cause all of that bruising on multiple planes of her body. It would have to be multiple impacts. And then finally, I think we can look at State's Exhibit 65, I believe is. Again, buttock bruising, yes, can happen if a child falls hard onto some object. We see a couple areas of buttock bruising, and especially this one seems to have some pattern to it, which would be unusual just for a fall onto something to cause a pattern like that. And then State's Exhibit 64. I'll just point out this one side. Again, sort of bruising to the upper arm would be hard for the child to sustain that bruise herself by falling on something or some other accidental mechanism.
Now, doctor, you talked about actually prior to having contact with Hannah, you reviewed her medical records from Children's Hospital and anything else that would have been in your system at that point in time.
That's correct.
So
Yes.
if you could explain to the jury what were the most significant findings or what you found significant in the records for your determination?
Well, I was able to review Hannah's pediatrician records, and really the most significant part of that is there was no significance. Hannah, there was nothing in her medical record that indicated that Hannah wasn't developing normally, that Hannah had any illness or Hannah had any exposure that would have predisposed her to having any injury or any finding that I was seeing on March 8th.
And so then the actual treatment records from both Fort Hamilton and Cincinnati Children's, was there anything in those records that was significant to you?
Yes, and I don't know how you want to sort of approach this, but so first of all, there was a CAT scan obtained at Fort Hamilton Hughes, and then we were able to put that CAT scan into our system so we could actually see the images of their CAT scan. So there was significance of the CAT scan, which I can discuss, and there was also significance between the records at Fort Hamilton Hughes and also the EMS, or Emergency Medical Services records. So Hannah was first brought to Fort Hamilton Hughes by squad, and I was able to review those records. I think they were standalone as well as within Fort Hamilton Hughes records, which would be standard for an emergency department to incorporate the EMS records within their own as well.
And doctor, you indicated that significant to you were the differences in the records, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you could explain what you mean by that, or what change in the records.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I said that, I didn't mean to say that. I'm just saying, so I can testify about those things about those two entities, so both the EMS records and also the CAT scan. I'm happy to
So
proceed.
those were part of what you reviewed, is what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
And thank you for clarifying that. So was there anything of note that you noted among those records?
Yes.
And what was that?
So if you'd like, I can talk about her CAT scan.
Yes.
So Hannah received a CAT scan at Fort Hamilton Hughes, and like I said, I was able to actually view those images directly. And there were a couple of very significant findings. So Hannah, on CAT scan, had a large subdural hematoma or bleed. So what a subdural hematoma or bleed, or called a subdural bleed, is bleeding that is within the fibrous layers that surround the brain. So when I say subdural bleeding, it's not actually bleeding within the brain itself, but it's between two of the fibrous layers that kind of protect and surround the brain. So Hannah had a large bleed on the right side of her head, and the bleed was actually large enough that it was pushing part of her right side of her brain into the left side So you could note that on CAT scan. There was no fracture to her skull. I did note that, but she did have some swelling between the skull and sort of the skin. So swelling not in the inside of the skull, but on the outside of the skull. And then the coloration of her brain was not completely the way it should be in a 3-year-old. So when I say coloration, that is how it looks on CAT scan. And so if anybody's ever seen a CAT scan, it's variations of gray and black and white. And we know that portions of the brain are supposed to look like sort of a normal gray or a normal darker gray or a normal lighter gray in color. And when that color is off, that can sort of be clues to what's going on in the brain. So those were the most important findings that I found from her CAT scan.
And doctor, you talked about there being, I believe you described it as subdural hemorrhage.
Yes.
Was there any other hemorrhage in the brain that was noted?
There were, like I said, possibly some subarachnoid hemorrhages as well that are seen in sort of a different layer. And then I don't even know if it's on this CAT scan or another CAT scan, that there were actually bleeds within her brain that were noted as well.
Would it help you to review your notes? Would that help you to refresh your recollection regarding that?
Not my notes, but I would actually have, yes, actually I could review my notes because I do have the CAT scan in here.
And this is your medical record, your report with, from within the medical records, correct? State's
Yes.
exhibit, what's that number, so we're clear?
Oh, it is State's Exhibit 39.
All right.
Yes, I mean, there may have been more bleed in there, but my recollection was that there was the right subdural, some subarachnoid hemorrhage. Right, and then the swelling on the outside and no fracture.
And doctor, specifically, which CT time are you talking about?
I am talking about the one that was at Fort Hamilton Hughes. It is in the children's medical record at 9:55 a.m. on 3/8, but it was obtained a little bit earlier than that time at Fort Hamilton.
Because you described what subdural hemorrhage is and where that's located. What is subarachnoid and where is that?
Right, so you have 3 layers that surround the brain: the dura, the arachnoid, and the pia mater. The pia mater is adherent to the brain. The dura is closest to the skull. The arachnoid is in the middle. So subdural under the dura, between the dura and the arachnoid. Subarachnoid under the arachnoid, between that and the pia mater. And the way that you can tell the difference of these is that the subarachnoid will sort of follow the contours of the brain. I think most people are familiar how a brain, it has sort of valleys and mountains to it. So a subarachnoid can sort of follow those a little bit more, and that's how you can, because these are millimeter, like sub-millimeter in width layers, and so you can imagine it would be hard to tell on CAT scan, but that's how you can tell the difference.
Were there other things within Hannah's medical records when you reviewed them on March 8th that were significant to you for your findings?
Yes, and so the other thing that was significant to me is in reviewing her presentation when the squad arrived to Hannah and their documentation throughout her squad ride, and then when she got to Fort Hamilton Hughes. And so one of the things that I noticed was her vital signs, so our heart rate, our breathing, our blood pressure, and you saw a pretty rapid decline in her vital signs. And so, for example, her heart rate dropped the first time they measured it, and the second time they measured it, about 14 minutes difference. Her heart rate went from the 100 and I think it was like 120s, which is a little bit high for a child, but okay, down into I think the 70s the next time, and then when she got to Fort Hamilton Hughes, even into the 50s or 60s, which is a child's heart rate should be 100, 120, so very low. So we saw sort of a rapid sort of progression in that decline. And then the other thing noted by the squad was just sort of her sort of how they described Hannah. And so at first they sort of described her as making some sounds. She had been crying. they note that she had tears on her face, so presumably crying. And then in transport to Fort Hamilton Hughes, she was no longer doing some of these things. And then finally, one of the things we always check is pupils. And so the reactivity of the pupils, or the black part of the eyes that get bigger and smaller. And the reason we check pupil size and reactivity is that can be sort of a sign of what the brain, how the brain is doing. And she went from sort of a sluggish reaction, which is not normal, but then to no reaction of one of her pupils. And the pupil size was sort of no longer normal as well, or normally reacting as well. And we do know that that goes along with what was seen on CAT scan, that the subdural blood pushing part of her brain to the other side and sort of impeding on the other half of the brain. That goes along with what her pupils were doing. And so what was important to me was, yes, of course, those findings, but also the progression from when the squad got there to within the squad and when they got to Fort Hamilton Hughes.
Doctor, in your review of the records, did you determine whether or not Hannah had undergone any procedures while at Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
Yes, so before I saw Hannah, she did go to the operating room at Cincinnati Children's, and she had a procedure to remove the bleeding that was on her head since it was pushing on her brain to the other side. And so in that procedure, the part of the skull is taken off, the blood is evacuated out of the brain, and then usually the skull is not put back on at that time, but the skin is closed over top. And the skull is preserved. And so Hannah underwent that emergently when she got to Cincinnati Children's. Once she was in the intensive care unit and stabilized, I was able to see her.
And State's Exhibit 41, if I can get that back up here. State's Exhibit 41, would that have been an image following the procedure that you described?
Yes.
And where would that procedure?
Well, I know, actually, I don't think so. I think this is probably in the emergency department and before. This happened because her head is not wrapped up.
All right.
I guess we can't guess, so to the extent that it's not probable, we'd ask that the answer be certain.
Can you clarify the answer with the follow-ups, please?
I'll just move on to another question.
Very good.
Doctor, are you able to see, or do you know whether or not this was following the procedure? And I think your answer was?
Yes, yes, my wording was unfortunate. Yes, clearly there is no bandage that would have been present after a procedure. I do not see that bandage, so this would have been taken in the emergency department.
Doctor, before we move on to your findings related to Hannah Wesche that you initially noted in your report on March 8th, is there anything else of note that was specific or important to those findings?
Yes, so after I saw Hannah, she did receive an ophthalmology examination, and the ophthalmology examination was to look at the back of her eyes, at her retina, and specifically looking for blood or injury. Hannah was found to have retinal hemorrhages in both eyes, and what was significant to me was the degree of retinal hemorrhages that she had. So she had not a few, but she had many. She had hemorrhages in the 3 layers that we can see hemorrhages in, and she had hemorrhages that went from the back of the eye sort of all the way out to, if you can sort of think of the back of the eye all the way out to the part of the eye that we can actually see on the outside, or the ora serrata is the Latin term for it, but it's basically all the way to sort of the edge of the retina.
And Doctor, I just want to go back and clarify. I specifically want to talk about your findings that you made on March 8th of 2018, and if you would like to refresh your recollection
Sure.
with that report. I believe the page number at the bottom for you would be 154 through 155. Doctor, at that point in time, had I don't know if I can say this, ophthalmological exam?
Mhm,
The
that's correct.
ophthalmology exam, had that
Easier.
occurred on that point at March 8th?
It had not, no. But I will just say it did at the time of my letter to you, but it not at the time of the authoring of my consult report.
Despite not having those results at that point in time, on March 8th of 2018, what were your findings?
So my findings, so based on my examination of Hannah, the review of the photographs, which were exactly in keeping with my examination, and reviewing the history that was provided to me and reviewing her, at that point, CAT scans, 2 CAT scans, and reviewing her operative report as well, I did make a finding.
I may have just a moment for it. Doctor, you mentioned the history before we get to the finding. You mentioned the history. Where did that come from?
The history came from the medical record to me. And so, and the history also came from Cincinnati Children's Hospital social worker.
Doctor, is that a normal procedure for medical history to be obtained by a Cincinnati Children's Hospital social worker?
It is, yes.
And is that history something on which you and other medical professionals within Cincinnati Children's rely?
We do, yes.
And that history, anything within that history, write down, that history, did it describe who the history was obtained from?
It was obtained by her father. It was obtained from her father.
And was there anything that in that history that impacted your ultimate findings on March 8th of 2018?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, it was Dad's, so one piece was Dad's description of how Hannah was acting the night before, so on March 7th, in the morning of March 8th. I mean, right, that's probably the crux of it.
All right. And so, Doctor, on March 8th of 2018, you made a specific finding, and what was that on March 8th, 2018?
My finding was, and I will actually read it if I can directly from my consultation note, and that is States Exhibit 39. The diagnosis is definite child physical abuse, including abusive head injury.
All right. Doctor, you talked about you later had written a letter from December of 2018, and at that point in time, I think you had indicated you'd also reviewed the ophthalmology records.
Yes.
So in between that March 8th of 2018 date and that December 2018 date, was there additional information that you obtained and reviewed related to Hannah Wesche?
Yes. So 2 of the pieces that are included there would be an ophthalmology examination as well as the coroner's report. Hannah passed away on March 18th, 2018, and had an autopsy at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
And Doctor, I apologize because I was focused on bringing you back. Did you previously testify to what the significant findings were with the ophthalmology exam?
I did, yes.
All right, thank you. And Doctor, based on further review of the records that you received, based on your education, training, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the types of injuries and what caused Hannah's death was accidental or non-accidental?
Yes, I do, and the answer would be a non-accidental injury.
And specifically within the pediatric world, is there a diagnosis that goes along with that non-accidental, or a term that is used?
Non-accidental trauma, yes, there is a diagnosis of child physical abuse that is given.
And Doctor, are you familiar with the term abusive head trauma?
Yes.
And would abusive head trauma be involved in that?
Yes, so I also give the diagnosis, as I noted in my report, of abusive head trauma.
And that is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Would you explain what abusive head trauma is?
Abusive head trauma, I'd like to sort of go back and historically, although it's still used today, people will call it shaken baby syndrome. In 2009, I think the report from the American Academy of Pediatrics pointed out that abusive head trauma is just a better term to use. Shaking denotes a mechanism, and that mechanism does not always have to be shaking. Babies do, it's not, this diagnosis is not only given to babies, and it's not in the true definition of a syndrome at all. So that was just a term that was never a very good term, and so the American Academy of Pediatrics in a report suggested that abusive head trauma be a better term to give. And it is trauma to the brain that is abusive in nature. And so another way of thinking of it is it's not trauma that comes from an accident. It's not trauma that comes from an infectious process or some other medical process.
And so, doctor, with abusive head trauma, what types of injuries would constitute, or what type of mechanism would constitute abusive head trauma?
So that's kind of two different questions.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start with what types of injuries would constitute abusive head trauma.
Right, so there always has to be injury so to sort of give a strict definition of abusive head trauma, there has to be, I would say, injury to the brain, or I guess one could say injury to the head, so including the skull as well. And that's it. And sometimes in abusive head trauma, we only see injury to the brain. So that can take the form of subdural bleeding. That can take the form of actually injury to the brain matter itself. That can be subarachnoid bleeding. Less than likely, we see something called an epidural bleed, which is instead of subdural under the dura, it's on top of the dura. Sometimes skull fracture is associated. It doesn't have to be. Sometimes retinal hemorrhages are seen. Usually in about 80% of cases, retinal hemorrhages are seen. So another way of thinking of it is 20% of cases of abusive head trauma don't have retinal hemorrhages. And children can have fractures to different parts of their bodies. They can have bruises or lacerations to their body. They can have oral injury, but some kids have nothing. None of those. Some kids just have injury to the brain, and the diagnosis is abusive head trauma.
So, doctor, what type of mechanisms are known to cause abusive head trauma?
Well, like the earlier term, shaken baby syndrome, shaking of a child certainly can cause it, but it can also be an impact to the head, or the head impacting something can cause these types of injuries as well. But it's severe enough impact or severe enough shaking is needed to cause these types of injuries.
So, doctor, I know you indicated shaking baby, but then you later said you can shake a child. So can you actually shake a 3-year-old significantly enough to cause abusive head trauma?
Yes.
Doctor, does shaking explain all the injuries that you saw in Hannah?
Shaking a...
Object.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to instruct you to disregard the last specific question was highlighted. You may continue going to our sidewalk.
Doctor, that was a poorly worded question, so I want to, I think, address some additional information. Can you tell us whether or not the injuries that you saw could be a result of a simple fall or multiple falls that you would expect from a child?
So are we talking all of the injuries on Hannah that were known? Or at the time of my diagnosis on March 8th?
at the with everything known?
With everything known. And so now that I asked that question, I think your question was whether it was a simple fall or multiple falls.
Yes, whether the injuries that you saw, and I know you've already expressed that all of the external injuries that you saw couldn't be from one event. But in talking about the totality of the injuries that based your findings on which you based your findings of non-accidental trauma and would have resulted in Hannah's death, could those be the result of a single fall, a simple fall, multiple falls of a child?
No, and even taking that in part, no to a simple fall and no to multiple falls.
Doctor, are you able to say what type of force is required to cause that type of injury?
No, I can't say the type of force that's required to cause this type of injury. I think a question like that would deserve a very sort of scientific answer. And I think for obvious reasons, we can't do the research to give us that answer. I also don't think in the complexity of a human that we can rely on mathematical models, on other types of physical models, or even on animal models. But I can, and I do in my everyday practice, rely on what we see. And so I do see children with certain types of falls, children who fall down steps, children who fall off of changing tables, children who fall in the arms of caregivers, and the types of injuries that they have. Hannah's injuries are so far greater and numerous than the types of injuries that we see from those types of falls, that I described, down steps, out of shopping carts, with caregivers. So that's how I can answer that question.
And doctor, taking out the external injuries that you noted within your initial March 8th report, would a single impact to the back of the head be expected to produce all the injuries that you see and those that would have resulted in Hannah's death?
No.
And can you explain?
A household fall, or in a simple fall that you're talking about when you talk about single impact.
And if I wasn't clear, then yes, that is what I mean.
And no, just the degree of head injury, the degree of retinal hemorrhages that Hannah had, and the degree of head injury resulting in death, we would not see from a single impact to the back of a single impact from that type of fall to the back of her head. I think you told me to exclude bruising that we saw on her skin, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And you talked about that couldn't be from like you said, simple household fall. What type of fall? Is there a type of fall that could explain the injuries that resulted in Hannah's death that could be a single fall?
Well, I mean, the type of massive head injury and retinal hemorrhages that we would see certainly could come from a fall of a great height. And again, in my experience, when I do see children with falls out of even second-story windows, they do have head injury, but they don't have head injury even to this degree. Many of them do just very well. But again, with Hannah, when we talk about sort of a single impact, again, I will point out that there were not any skull fractures noted. So a significant fall, such as what I just described, you would expect to have, if not one, then multiple skull fractures.
Doctor, could shaking a child, and that alone, could that cause the types of injuries that you saw that ultimately resulted in Hannah's death?
Right, and again, not talking about the
Not
bruising,
talking about the external bruising.
but the head injury, yes, shaking alone could.
Doctor, based upon your education, training, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, would Hannah have been acting normally, walking, talking, asking for donuts after having received those injuries?
No, I would expect with the degree of injury that we saw that we see in Hannah, and that the progression of how she was when she got to the squad and by the time she got to Fort Hamilton Hospital, that Hannah would start showing symptoms very soon after receiving that type of head injury, so I would not expect her to do those things that you described. I don't know if I remember all of them, but walking, talking, and asking for donuts, I believe, after receiving a head injury resulting in what was seen with Hannah.
If I may have just a moment.
Take time.
I have nothing further at this time.
I do.
Unless you're going to suggest what I'm about to do.
I was.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going at it for approximately an hour and a half. I do expect Mr. Pagan to be thorough, and therefore I figured now would probably be a decent time for a 10-minute restroom break. We'll call this 2:30, be back outside about 2:40-ish. We'll start looking for you, and we'll proceed at that time across the examination. Doctor, you figure we'll run about as well, but remember you are under oath, and you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please don't forget your admonition, okay?
Thank you.
Get back. It's going to strike in the bottom of the
We'll break out my inner Kentucky here. You all about ready to roll this thing?
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Wilson, why don't you go find our jury, please?
Would you like the record on first?
Yeah, go ahead. Craig, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Chris Pagan. I represent the defendant, and I don't think we've ever met.
I don't think so.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you State 40, which is the opinion memo.
Okay.
And I'll be asking you some questions about that, so I have a copy so you can hang on to that. And then the next question is this. State 39 are your notes.
Yes.
Okay. And you've testified from them.
Yes.
Okay. And they begin at 1:51 and end at 1:55, correct?
I mean, yes, that means nothing to me because of the way they're printed out, but yes, I think that is correct. Yes.
So there are 4 pages here.
Right.
You said you reviewed all the children's hospital medical records in the case.
Yes.
And we can agree there's somewhere between 4,500 and 5,000 pages.
Probably at least, yes. And again, the way you get it is different than how I see it. So every vital sign, every short note is probably a page. So that sounds about right. Yes.
Well, you reviewed it, so you know.
But the way
You look at it differently.
I look at it differently, yes, right.
But in any event, I have these 4 pages that you brought.
Yes.
Okay. And last night, I went through those 5,000 pages, and the only notation that I could find would be these 4 pages.
Of mine.
Of yours?
Yes, correct.
So of the 5,000 pages, 4,500 to 5,000 pages, this is what you got.
Yes, and again, just to point out, the way that medical records are going to print out for you is every vital sign could be on a separate page. So it doesn't mean that there are 5,000 pages of notes like mine, but I'm sure there are many notes in there. But every single page of the way it prints out, it could be, a little notation. Could be a medication given, could be a blood pressure.
But you didn't see my documents.
You mean the way it prints out by?
Correct.
Yes,
So you're
correct.
guessing about the way it looked to me, because you look at it differently.
I have seen the printout. I have seen what the printout looks like in other patients, and I've noted that sometimes it's just sort of, one thing on one page, turn the page, there's sort of another number on another page.
So your experience with other patients in other cases leads you to suspect and make a guess that what I saw is what you described.
Yes.
But you haven't seen the 4,500 to 5,000 pages of documents in this particular case because you looked at the electronic medical records at work.
Yes, I'd be happy to, though, if you'd like me to.
What's that?
I said I'd be happy to look at those if you'd like me to,
For the
the 5,000 pages.
No, I just wanted, I mean, there's 4 pages here, there's 5,000 pages in the record, and there's no other, it took me a long time, as you can imagine, to go through 5,000 pages. And this is what I found with your name on it, which is
Yes.
the 4 pages you brought to court.
Correct.
There's nothing else out there.
Right.
Okay. And it depicted a visit and an exam that occurred on March the 8th.
Correct.
All right, and she was at the hospital for longer than March the 8th.
She was there for about 10 days, yes.
And so you had one singular visit on March the 8th.
Correct, yes.
Okay. States 91 is the, you don't need to look at it, I'm just going to flash it to you. Forest Hills Pediatrics records, correct?
Yes.
Forest Hills provided the general pediatric care to Hannah during her life.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But those records aren't part of the electronic medical records that are connected to Children's Hospital.
No, I don't think they are. Some are. I don't think Forest Hills are. I can't remember when I reviewed what was printed by me and what was printed and given to me, but I'm pretty sure Forest Hills Pediatrics does not.
All right, if I submit to you that not one of these records contained in State 91, again, which is Forest Hills Pediatrics, is contained or duplicated in State's Exhibit 8, which is the Children's Hospital medical records, you're not going to push back on it.
Correct.
And I gave you a copy of your report.
Yes.
And you have it in front of you.
Yes.
Please tell me what State Exhibit number it is.
40.
Okay. Nowhere in State Exhibit 40, which again is your letter to the prosecutor on December the 14th, 2018, is there a mention of the Forest Hills Pediatric records?
No, there is not.
All right. And it's not part of your note, if you want to look.
Yes, I know it's not part of my note.
Okay.
Correct.
It's not part of your note. In fact, from the letter, or the emails, or the Children's Hospital records, the Fort Hamilton records, or the EMS records, there's no documentation at any point when the Forest Hills records were reviewed by anyone, including you.
Yes, I mean, I can say that for me. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So, you just got this?
I got them at some point, yes.
Okay. Well, it must have been pretty recently, because we were emailing right around the turn of the year, and there's no mention of this stuff.
Oh, it's definitely been since the turn of the year, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to ask you when.
I don't remember exactly when, whether it was sometime in February or March that I got those.
Okay.
Probably sometime in March
March of 2019.
of 2019,
Okay,
yes.
we're here on April the what? It's in a long trial, I don't know the date. April the 4th? 5th?
5th.
I can look at my watch. It's the 5th?
Yes.
So recently?
Yes,
All right. So you must have had a call with the prosecutor in the case,
yes,
okay? And then you discussed these medical records?
yes.
And it hadn't been part of any of the notations, records, opinion letters, emails, none of that before?
Not directly the records, but her past medical history, yes.
Okay. And why did you have this conversation
About the medical records?
about these new medical records?
I don't know, I'm not sure what you're asking.
What did you talk about?
Just that they existed.
Okay. And did the prosecutor suggest to you a reason why she wanted you to look at these?
Just because it's part of her medical record.
All right. Any other reason offered?
Just to review, to be complete.
Okay. I'm looking at State 91, and I see some initials down at the bottom. D something D, right?
Yes.
Do you know Dorothy Dean, the pathologist in the case?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. You recognize her initials in writing?
I wouldn't recognize her writing, but
Okay.
if you tell me it is, then
I don't
those are her
know.
initials.
Okay.
I don't know.
It says March the 14th, 2019.
Okay.
Okay. Did you do that? Were you asked to identify States 91, Forest Hills Pediatrics by putting your initials on the records?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Well, after you looked at this, the Forest Hills Pediatric records, did you call the prosecutor or anybody from the state to talk about it
We talked about it in preparation for the case, yes.
in the last couple of weeks?
Probably, yes.
Okay. But it didn't result in any amended opinion letter from you?
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes I come here to ask questions, and I hope it's not an
Oh, not
Are
at
we
all.
good?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. So there was nothing in States 91 that you saw that required you to change your opinion letter
Correct.
that you have right in front of you?
Yes, that's correct.
You see these records as providing a clean bill of health?
Well, I wouldn't say a clean bill of health, but I would say that there was nothing in those records that certainly changed any of my opinions or any of my diagnoses.
And we'll get to that a little later. I just wanted to clear up how this came to be. So maybe the best way to manage this would be to go through your opinion letter that you have.
Sure.
And I've already forgotten what state.
Oh, 40.
State Exhibit 4. So we'll just outline it for the jury, and then we'll delve into it.
Okay.
All right? Okay. And if I ask an unclear question, just please let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distinct paragraphs. Maybe
6,
Please
I would say.
contact me, I didn't call.
Yes, I still think there's 6. 1, 2, 3. No, you're right, 4, because, right, it goes on to the next page. So yes, 5 distinct paragraphs, yes.
Okay. And the first paragraph deals with your statement about the March 8th, 2018 visit and examination that you personally had with Hannah.
Correct.
The second paragraph deals with the history provided to you.
Yes.
And if you need time to look at it, it's not a gotcha game. I want you to take some.
Yes, no, no, this is a fine pace, yes.
Okay. And the third paragraph dealt with the exam itself and your findings from the exam.
Yes, I would just add there are also findings, not of my exam, but quoted from the electronic medical record of
Right.
retinal hemorrhages and
Yes.
also of the CAT scan findings,
Right.
yes.
I mean, we'll get into that, but yes, we agree with that. The fourth paragraph deals with the history about the fall off the toy train and your opinion with respect to timing.
I'm just going to read through this.
Take your time.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then what I would call the fifth paragraph is your diagnosis.
Correct.
And then please contact me if you want, and your signature.
And then just to add with the diagnosis, all of the above findings within a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Right, the
Yes,
standard that you have to have.
great.
And that's how you organize this opinion letter.
Yes,
Okay. And it was dated on December 14th, 2018.
yes,
The first paragraph, the first visit, is pretty much depicted in State 39, which is your note.
I'm sorry, the first paragraph
The
you
first
said?
paragraph is, I saw this girl on March the 8th, 2018.
Yes.
And you have a note that further elaborates on that.
Yes,
Okay. We'll get into that in a second. The second is the history, right?
yes,
Okay. And you said some things about history, but I want to make certain that the jury understands. So a history are statements from people that are in the know about the patient's condition. Yes?
yes, I mean, I think that could, I mean, you could certainly expand what a history is, but that is one example, sure.
And that's an important part of the evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment protocol.
Absolutely,
And that's why you indicated that you reviewed it and you and fellow physicians rely upon it in reaching conclusions, determining, making findings, diagnosis, prognosis, all that stuff.
yes,
And you did that in this particular case.
correct,
And you did it by evaluating the history that was provided in the children's medical records.
yes, to a social worker,
And I
correct,
think you even said that the history that was supplied in this particular case was collected by a social worker.
I don't think I put it in this letter, but I do put it in my note.
I think you testified about it.
I did, correct, yes,
And I think the notes do indicate that it came from a particular social worker on March the 8th.
yes,
Correct.
correct.
And you said that wasn't unusual?
That is correct, that is not unusual.
Not troubling, not concerning, that's just the course of business.
Yeah, yes,
And to an extent, perhaps you rely on the social worker to be a good historian and scrivener, but that's the way you do it.
yes, that is one way to do it, certainly.
No, and it's the way y'all do it.
I'm sorry?
It's the way you do it at Children's Hospital.
Yes,
Okay. I am going to hand you a history that was pulled from, it was pulled from the Children's Hospital records, and we're going to go over that.
okay,
And so the record's clear, I think it's same date.
I'm not correct.
Yeah. So what I'm supplying to the witness is Defense Exhibit K, which is just a copy of one of the 5,000 pages from Stacy's. All right. We're going to go slow over this. But I'll have the witness identified, and then I'm going to seek to publish it because it's part of the children's medical records. All right. Let's authenticate this. So you see at the very top left, it says what?
you mean top up
Yeah,
here?
right there.
So the Cincinnati Children's emblem,
Okay. And in this grayed out area, it indicates it's a history.
yes,
Okay. And I think it even indicates the social worker who took the history.
That's up here, yes. Reagan Kitchener?
Do you know Reagan?
Yes.
Okay. With the credentials of MSW, LSW, which stands for Masters of Social Work and something of Social Work.
Licensed social worker.
License, thank you. And it was taken on March the 8th, 2018 at 12:31.
Well, I mean, that's when she put her note in. That doesn't mean that's when she took the history,
Understood.
but that's when the note was entered.
So, if not 12:31, sometime prior to 12:31.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put this on the screen so we can go over it. And again, there's no dispute that this is what you read and relied upon in reaching some of the findings and opinion that you supplied to the jury today.
Correct.
So why don't we first talk about, and before I even do this, I think you even said that you understood that Dad was the primary historian. Hannah's father was the primary historian in this document.
Correct.
We will zoom back. It's blurry to me. I'm gonna try to keep focus, Jamie. You got it wrong?
I'm trying to zoom in too, like,
Let's get back.
sometimes it just takes a second.
All right. Is it clear? No. I want to.
Is that better?
That's good.
That's what I was wanting to do, nice job.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and do you remember, or can we agree that Dad gave a pretty substantial history of the bruises?
Yes.
Okay, let's go over this. And I'm going to point to where I think it roughly starts. It'll be right here.
Okay.
First sentence was, Dad reports this week has been a hard week of falls for patient while in sitters. Dad reports a few days ago, Lindsay told him patient got a chin, chest bruising from catching her cowboy boot with a small heel on something on the gravel driveway, and patient fell while running. Dad reports that patient told her she fell in the driveway but didn't say she was running. Stop there. So can we agree that Dad is describing one of the bruises and giving an explanation for it?
Yes, we can agree that Dad is giving an explanation for a bruise, yes.
Okay. And in fact, even Hannah is vocalizing what happened with respect to that particular incident.
Well, I mean, I would say according to Dad, that Dad reports patient told her she fell on the driveway, but didn't say she was running. It doesn't specifically say it doesn't specifically say that Hannah also told Dad that that's how she got the bruise.
I'm sorry, say that last part again so I can hear you clearly.
The way it is written, that Dad reports that Hannah told Dad that she fell on the driveway but didn't say she was running. It doesn't specifically say that Hannah told Dad that that's how she got the bruise.
No, she's just, it's a fair reading of this history that both Dad and Hannah are confirming a fall in cowboy boots on the gravel driveway.
Well, I don't read it that way. So if you go above, Lindsay told him patient got chin bruising from catching her cowboy boot with a small heel on something on the gravel driveway, and patient fell while running. Dad reports patient told her she fell on the driveway but didn't say she was running. We would have to infer, because it doesn't state explicitly, that the child and Dad were having the conversation about the bruise, but we can conclude that Lindsay and Dad were having a conversation about the bruise.
And we can conclude that Dad and Hannah had a conversation about it, and Hannah confirmed the fall.
I could not conclude by that statement that they were having a conversation about the bruise. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying the way this is written, I would not conclude that.
Dad reports patient told her she fell on the driveway.
But didn't say anything. Another way of stating what you are inferring is Dad reports that Hannah told him she got the bruise running on the driveway, falling on the driveway, but she wasn't running. In nowhere there does it say that Hannah told Dad about the bruise. You are inferring that, and I'm not saying that you are wrong. I am just saying that you are inferring that the way it is written, which is all we have.
My question to you because it's clear in this history, which, by the way, is received and controlled by a children's hospital social worker, correct?
Correct.
Who I assume is trained to take these histories in an appropriate way for physicians to rely on. I mean, it's controlled by children's hospital staff, right?
But it doesn't mean that what is written there is what you are inferring.
Right, and all I asked you to confirm was that Hannah is vocalizing something that happened to her, right?
And I will agree with you that according to how this is written, Hannah vocalized to Dad that she fell on the driveway,
Right.
but didn't say she was running.
Right.
But I can't make the leap to the bruise.
In that sentence, neither from Dad or from Hannah, there is a discussion of non-accidental injury in that sentence, correct?
Correct.
All right, we'll move to the next sentence. Dad reports seeing a linear bruise to her bottom 2 nights ago when he was giving her a bath and asked patient if she got whooped. Patient said she fell on a step. Yes?
Yes,
Okay, so that's another incident.
yes,
The history is being provided by Dad.
correct.
Okay, Dad's indicating he saw a bruise on her bottom. Yes?
Yes,
All right, you've identified photographs where there's a bruise on Hannah's bottom.
yes,
Okay, you told the jury that based on your training, education, and experience, you believe that to be a suspicious bruise.
yes,
And Hannah has vocalized that she was not whooped, assaulted, traumatized, but that she fell on step.
yes, so patient said she fell on a step.
Let's move to the next statement. Dad reports yesterday he picked patient up from Lindsay at 7 o'clock. Lindsay reported to Dad that at 4 p.m., patient was standing on a ride on train. And Lindsay told her to get down. And patient fell striking her left eye on the handlebar. Correct? So
Yes, can I just ask you to slide your finger down a little bit because you're covering up part of that? I know you're not reading from it.
I'm worried I'm going to lose my spot.
Sure,
so,
sure.
yeah. Do you need to do that again?
No, that's totally fine.
I'll take my finger
Yes.
off and we can go from there.
Okay,
So,
sure.
again, there's another incident that's described. Yes?
Yeah, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm just going to read that one more time.
Anytime.
Just- Yes.
I could use a sip of water. while you're doing
Okay, good.
it. So we're describing another event.
Yes,
The story is Dad.
yes,
Dad refers to this incident about the toy train and falling from it,
yes,
correct?
yes,
And there's an indication that Lindsay had told Dad about. That was the source of information.
yes, correct.
And when Dad goes on to describe the injuries from that fall, that's part of history as well, correct?
Yes,
Which I think starts there.
yes,
Dad reports patient's eye had a cut and a bruise under the eye and the lid.
correct,
Dad reports no other bruising was noticed on her head other than under her chin from the other day.
correct,
So Dad, again, is articulating a history, correct?
yes,
A history to the social worker.
correct,
The social worker's been trained to receive these accurate reports that doctors rely on.
yes,
Yes?
yes,
And Dad has observed and been made aware of Hannah's injury to her eye and had a cut and a bruise under the eye and the lid.
correct.
So we have 2 or 3 incidents where Dad is explaining that he knew about some injuries to Hannah, and then he was articulating them to his story.
Correct.
Dad goes on to provide his history that's been relied upon by doctors. Here, Dad reports no concerns with Lindsay and states she used to be a preschool teacher. Dad states patient has never made any comments about Lindsay hurting her when he has asked about her injuries that have happened at her house. That's part of the history.
Correct,
It came from Dad,
yes.
and not only from Dad, but from Lindsay herself.
Well,
Sorry,
Dad,
From Hannah herself.
okay, okay.
Correct.
It doesn't come from Hannah herself, but it comes from Dad reporting what Hannah told her,
Right.
told him, yes.
So in a way, it's Hannah vocalizing through her father.
Well, especially, right, I don't necessarily say it that way. I am always clear who the historian is and where the history is coming from, so I wouldn't go that far. I would say, as reported by Dad, the history told to him. If I got the history directly from a person, then I would say that is the history from that person.
And you had all of this history at the time you wrote your report
Correct.
and did your findings?
Yes.
Okay. Yet Dad's explanation of non-accidental bruising is not at all mentioned in your report.
I'm sorry, Dad's,
Dad and Hannah's explanation of bruising and injuries to her body are not even mentioned in your report that you have there in the letter, right?
correct.
Okay. And it's not in your note.
I'd have to look at my note.
You can look at your note.
I think you have my note.
I will give you that. State Exhibit 39.
Thank you. And so if I can, I would say that in the big picture, sort of what I am presenting here.
Before you explain
Yes.
my question to you was, that is not in your note.
Yes, but we can definitely agree to that. Yes,
And that's where I'm going.
yes.
Okay. Let's move on to another topic about the history. That is, histories are about self-reporting, correct?
A history from a person,
Yes.
if you're saying it that way, would be self-reporting,
Right.
yes. A history taken from an individual, yes,
Right. And the history here was taken from Dad,
yes,
and he was self-reporting, providing information from him
correct,
about injuries and bruises and Hannah's condition.
yes.
Okay. And the problem with that is, as you mentioned in your opinion letter, you've never had contact with Dad.
Yes.
You don't know if he's credible or not credible.
Well, I would say even if I had contact with him, I don't know that I would be in a position to say whether he's credible or not credible.
You cannot tell this jury that, because you've never met him, you can't offer a basis to know whether or not his reporting is credible or not.
Right, and I would just say, but even if I had, I don't think that I could make the judgment that he is a credible person or he is not a credible person just by taking a history from him.
You don't know whether or not he provided accurate information or not,
That is correct, yes. And again, the same would be true even if he gave it directly to me.
because you weren't there.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So if Dad gave me the history that he gives me, I wouldn't be able to stand here and tell you, I could tell you these are the words that came out of his mouth. But when anybody gives me a history, I record that history. And of course, histories are relied upon, but that's not the same as saying, well, I can tell that this person is credible, or I can tell that this person is not credible,
Right.
whether you meet them or not.
Yeah. You can't, and whether you meet him or not, you can't say whether or not he's credible, he provides accurate information, or that he knows all the information.
Correct.
Yes. But at the same time, it's the tool you have, and it's the tool medicine uses, these histories.
To a degree, yes, to a degree.
We can agree that there's, that nowhere in the history that was provided there did Dad discuss the 3 weeks of unexplained headaches that he had had. Want to look at it?
I don't think that is in there. Yes, correct.
And in fact, it's nowhere in the Children's Hospital medical records at all. Is it?
Not that I remember.
Is it in the EMS records?
Yes, I think it's either, I would say EMS or Fort Hamilton. But if you say it's in the EMS records, then yes, probably.
No, I was asking you.
Right.
About your recollection.
Right. One of the two. It's in one of the two.
Was there anything in the Forest Hills pediatrics records that, any medical conditions or the like, that are contained in her pediatric file that was not represented in history?
In other words, let me just clarify, are you asking, is there a diagnosis or a medical condition in there that Dad did not provide?
It wasn't provided at all?
By Dad or?
A dad or any other relative or anybody who supplied the history to the social worker?
Well, to be fair, I'm not sure exactly how much Ms. Kitzmiller asked those questions. Like, for example, asking, tell me about any past medical history or being more specific. So I don't know that Dad would have known to answer a question that wasn't asked that way.
Okay. I'm going to read you a sentence and you tell me if you agree with it. A medical evaluation for any suspected child abuse victim includes a complete medical history, review of systems, family history, physical examination, and appropriate studies to exclude other medical conditions.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree with that? Do you know that you wrote that sentence?
Thank
Sound-
you. It sounds good. I didn't know I wrote that, yeah.
All right. So,
You made my day.
well, I think I made your day because I bought a book that you wrote a chapter in and like your royalties. So,
No royalties.
No royalties?
No royalties. Yes, I got actually a copy of the book. That was my royalty.
okay, well, I did too.
I could have saved you the cost.
I should have. All right. But I guess the point then is that a medical history is different than a family history, right?
Well, yes, I mean, when we say medical history, that usually encompasses the HPI or history of present illness, past medical history, which usually is just that person, family history, which are family people, medications, allergies, things like that, yes.
So when you were saying, well, to be fair to the social worker, they might not have known to ask,
Correct.
you're saying that in these abuse cases, they need to ask about medical histories.
Yes, and to be fair, that book is not written for social workers per se. It's geared towards doctors who, when I talked about the history of present illness, past medical history, family history, that is for a medical personnel. So doctor, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant asking those
Right.
questions.
The problem with making excuses for the social worker is that you said you and other physicians have received and relied on this history that might have been done improperly by the social worker.
Well, I can clarify that because when we say history, we're talking about sort of history of the event or history of present illness. I wouldn't rely on a non-medical person to take a family history or to take a past medical history because she doesn't have that training. And so when encompassing history so broadly can make it confusing.
I'm going to talk to you about the accuracy of this history. And then we'll move on to the next paragraph, which is the exam. So let's start here. Report from outside hospital was that patient fell yesterday and hit her eye on the handlebar of a ride on toys. Stop. Do you know whether or not that's be accurate or not?
The fact that it was reported from the outside hospital or the fact that the fall?
The fact that it happened.
I mean, it is reported from the outside hospital, and then Ms. Kitzmiller reports it again via dad that she fell yesterday.
And were you aware of the fact that Hannah not only fell and hit her eye on a toy, but also impacted her head on a concrete floor?
I had heard that history as well, yes. I was aware of that.
That is not in this history. The concrete floor one.
No, it is not.
Okay. How about dad? Let's stay on the toy. Dad reports the toy is only about 15 inches high. Do you know that to be true or not?
I know that that is what's written there. Of course, without doing a scene investigation, I wouldn't be able to say that that is true or not.
I think I'm going to characterize this right. If there was evidence that a detective actually measured the toy and it was 8 inches, 8 inches tall, the information in the history would be incorrect.
Yes, I mean, Dad obviously was giving that number, and it was written down. So yes, 15 would certainly be greater than 8.
Dad reports he and patient went to Walmart and then home. You gave the context that would be March 7th, day before
Correct.
injuries.
Correct.
Do you know that to be true?
Again, I know that is what Dad is reporting to Ms. Kitzmiller.
Okay, and this is the stuff that the physicians rely upon.
Yes.
And if there, I'll submit to you that if a detective went out to Walmart, looked at the video, and Dad hadn't gone to Walmart, what's in that report would be incorrect.
Well, that part of it, yes.
Okay. Dad states less than 3 minutes later, Lindsay called him to say that the patient collapsed. Now we're talking about March 8th in the morning.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that 3-minute span is correct or incorrect?
I don't know.
Okay. In the course of your work on this case, were you supplied with hard records like cell phone records, texts, phone logs to evaluate Dad's assertion in this history about the less than 3 minute period?
I was not.
So you don't know if that's true or not?
Correct.
When the statement here says, when Dad arrived, the patient was on a couch in the heated garage. Do you know that to be true or not?
I don't. Again, just that is what Dad is reporting.
If there was evidence that Dad actually came into the home and then carried Hannah into the garage and put her on the couch, that would be different than that history, correct?
Yes.
I'm trying to organize this around your opinion. So let's move from the second paragraph and go to the exam now. I'm gonna summarize what I believe you identify in your global exam, and I know it includes other doctors besides you, and I might say it wrong, and feel free to correct me, but you identify the bruises that you've talked about here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. You talk about the finding of moderate to severe retinal hemorrhages
Yes.
in both eyes.
Correct.
Okay. You talk about the subdural hematoma that resulted in mass effect that caused the brain shift and then herniation. Yes?
Yes.
And brain swelling.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you about the bruises real quick. I understood your direct testimony to include opinion testimony about the location and pattern of bruises on Hannah's body, and based on your training, education, experience, that those locations and the pattern allowed you to say, or to conclude or find non-accidental trauma with respect to those injuries. Is that correct?
And I would say for some of, I testified
You did.
to that for some of the bruises, but not all of the bruises, yes.
Correct. In fact, you were very specific.
Yes.
Left forehead, shin, and the knees, less worrisome or not worrisome. Chin, left ear, interior chest, flanks, upper arms, and buttock concern.
Yes, and I think I clarified that the buttock bruise or buttock bruises in general can come from a child sort of falling on something, and I testified that the eye bruise, although the eye is a sort of recessed part of the eye, would not be injured from a fall, with the exception of if the child fell on an object that was around the shape or size of the eye socket. And so the history of falling onto a handlebar, for example, could explain that eye bruising. So that's sort of a perfect example of what I was testifying to in general about an eye.
And that's what you're saying, you believe you said on direct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a substantial elaboration, correct?
No, what I'm saying
You're
is,
elaborating on the bruises, and you're elaborating based, these are your findings, and I'm elaborating on that.
are you saying I'm elaborating on my testimony, my direct testimony?
No, I'm just saying that you looked at these bruises and then elaborated on them, and that constituted your finding that you just discussed.
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying, and
There's
yes.
a reason I'm asking like that, and I'm not trying to confuse you, but it was very detailed.
Yeah, so my direct testimony about the bruises, I would say yes, was very detailed.
Now take a look at your opinion letter. Nowhere in your, I submit to you, take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
The question is going to be, nowhere in that opinion letter do you offer opinion about patterns and locations of bruises being concerning for probable non-accidental injuries.
Well, and as I was starting to testify to before, sort of in a global sense of talking about everything, without making a letter like this, which I easily could, 5 or 6 pages, but encompassing all of those things, which I suspect when I write a letter like this, that I will be given the opportunity to testify what's within this letter in more detail within a court proceeding.
Thank you for that. And I think what you're saying is, yes, you agree with me that nowhere in your opinion letter does it express any commentary at all about the location and pattern of bruising being probable non-accidental trauma. It's not in there.
Well, and again, because
Is it in there or not?
The globally, what I testified to on direct about those specific things is encompassed within my letter. It's just in a very big encompassing term, which I can find in the letter and point that out to you if you would
Where do you
like.
discuss patterns of bruises in your letter?
That's what I'm saying. That is the elaboration part, which I assume I am going to be given the opportunity to elaborate on in court. So I don't have to go through every single bruise and sort of every single indication. But when I say for...
Let's, I mean, I'm focusing on a specific issue. It's a legal issue. So I just want you to be direct with me.
Sure.
Do you mention pattern of bruises in your letter? Is there one sentence?
So yes, if we're going to get that specific, no, there is no indication of the word pattern.
Is there any indication in your opinion letter about the location of bruises as a constellation being concerned? It's not in there.
It's not in there, correct?
It wasn't, pattern and location aren't in your notes, in your medical records, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So and thank you for your honest testimony. What you're saying is that you were under the belief that you could come to court and testify about those things, and you didn't have to put in your letter or your note to give the other side notice about what your opinions were.
Well, but boy, we could be here all month if we got down to specific words like pattern and location, because to me, the encompassing sentence about, and I do want to read a sentence because I want to make sure that certainly, that I get it right. The fact that I'm making the diagnosis of physical abuse is encompassing it in that the history, the presentation is not consistent with the I'm so sorry. I am in States Exhibit 39 on the bottom in my impression, so it's the bottom of page 154.
Yes, no, yeah, right.
So the presentation is not consistent with the history of a fall yesterday or even with the history of multiple falls this week. So if I started getting into every specific term and indication, the notes would be way too long. And my understanding, since you brought up the term sort of legal in here, is that in writing an opinion letter like this, that I do not have to say everything that I am going to say in court. So if I'm asked a question, I may answer it in a way, but it is still encompassed within my report.
Well, thank you for that. We can agree that your opinions about what you need to do and what the law's requirements are might be something different. You don't know what the law is about notice and scope of opinion letters.
Well,
Do you? Are you a lawyer?
I don't know the law, but I know what I'm told by lawyers about
All right.
what my product should look like. So I will say it that way. I know what I've been told by lawyers.
And you would agree with me that based on the 3 or 4 pages of notes that were in the 5,000 pages of medical records, and based on your opinion letter that you provided to me, where none of them say pattern of bruises is problematic for non-accidental trauma, and location of bruises is problematic for probable non-accidental trauma, no lawyer like me would not notice that that was an opinion that you would bring to court today.
The opinion,
Since those words weren't even present.
sure, the opinion is still the.
Objection, Your Honor, maybe approach on this.
I think we talked about your opinion letter and going down paragraph by paragraph so we have organized. So let's move to the 1 to 3rd paragraph, which is the exam. You there?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes.
And I want to make sure that you feel comfortable with talking about it, so let me know. You list bruises on the face, ear, head, chest, bilateral flanks, buttock, and upper extremities, and bilateral lower extremities, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what you saw. You saw in the photographs. You said you saw those bruises in the photographs. Yes, ma'am.
And on my examination, yes.
That's the second question.
Okay, sorry,
So,
yes,
that's okay.
yes, and on my examination. So yes, in that first sentence or sentences, sentence, I guess, I am just listing what I saw, yes.
All right. And it's fair to say that you did not list a large bruise to the back of Hannah's head, correct?
I did not, yes, I did not list that, that is correct.
And did you have contact with Dr. Dean, the pathologist in this case?
Yes, I'm sure we had contact. I certainly reviewed her report.
Okay.
Whether we had contact after that or not, unfortunately, we talk about many cases, so.
Yes, ma'am. Can we agree that Dr. Dean, upon her autopsy examination, uncovered a really large bruise to the back of Hannah's head?
Yes, and I would like to point out on that autopsy examination, that was discovered after shaving the hair.
Okay, all right. And this is State Exhibit 76. This would be the particular bruise we're talking about right here, correct?
Yes,
All right.
correct.
And not the, you missed that bruise.
Well, it would have been missed unless we shaved her hair, like was done in the autopsy.
And she was in care at Children's Hospital from March 8th until her death on the 18th.
Correct, yes.
It wasn't seen by any physician at all, no nurse, no staff, no nobody.
Well, and again, I would say the only way we would have noted that would be by shaving her hair.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
And you wouldn't characterize State Exhibit 76 as an insignificant injury?
That was a double negative. Let me think about that.
Okay, no, I'll ask a better question.
Yes,
How's that?
sure.
We can agree that the bruise that I just showed you is a significant injury in a subdural hematoma, brain swelling, brain herniation case.
So if you were saying significant in the terms of like medically significant,
Yeah, how
then
about
I,
that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
then I would say, no, that is not a medically significant finding. So the bruise on the back of her head would be similar to the bruise on her forehead, which would be similar to a bruise on any child's forehead, which is rarely a medically significant, medically concerning, life-threatening type of injury. So no, I would say any bruise on a child, I note, and certainly a bruise on the back of the head is not one that I would expect, unless there was a specific history to account for it, as opposed to like a bruise on the front of the head, because
Okay.
kids are constantly bonking them. But if you're asking if that is a medically significant finding, then no, I would say the answer is no.
All right. Were you aware that Dr. Dean found that the bruise in the back of the head actually went through the scalp and into the lower tissue?
So that then is a more significant finding, and she has the ability, obviously, to retract back the scalp and look deeper. So that finding now is significant. So if that is related to the bruise on the head, now that's a different question, and then I would say yes, then that is more significant of a finding medically, because the bruise is not only on the surface, like they often are, but clearly goes deeper.
And are you aware of the fact that the bruise on the front of the head didn't have a similar finding underneath the skin?
Yeah, I am aware of that, and of course, we wouldn't know that. And your first question was, is this finding on the back of the head significant? You and I wouldn't know that unless we had the ability to retract the scalp the way that the deputy coroner did.
Your findings from the third paragraph of your opinion letter do not include any findings with respect to internal brain hemorrhaging?
Well, they do. We're still talking about the third paragraph?
That's where you have your exam findings.
Yes. Internal brain hemorrhaging, I do talk about that in the CAT scan results, which would be the only way that I would know that there would be internal hemorrhaging inside of the brain.
Okay. Well, you talk about cerebral swelling.
Yes,
That's brain swelling.
yes,
You talk about cerebral herniation.
yes,
Okay. That's the brain herniating into space that it's not supposed to be in.
correct, yes,
Okay. You talk about hypoxia.
yes,
That's lack of oxygen to the brain.
yes.
And then you talk about, and I can't say that word, you'll have to say that word.
Ischemia,
Thank you.
Mhm.
And that's lack of blood flow to the brain.
correct,
All
yes.
right. But there's not a mention of internal hemorrhaging within the brain, is there?
So the very first part of the CT, so maybe we weren't understanding each other, talks about large subdural hematoma or bleed. So that is a bleed that people would say is within the brain, but not within the brain matter itself, which is more of sort of an internal hemorrhage. So
All right,
yes,
well-
that's correct.
When you gave your description of anatomy, you talked about 3 layers.
Yes,
All right. And the first layer is
the dura,
the dura.
Yes.
And then the arachnoid.
yes.
And then there's another layer.
The pia mater,
Okay. And so when you talk about subdural hematoma, you're talking about blood beneath the hematoma.
you mean beneath the dura?
I meant, yeah, it's been a long day.
Yes.
Beneath the dura.
Correct,
Right.
yes,
Above the arachnoid membrane.
correct.
And above another membrane.
The pia, correct.
And outside the brain tissue itself.
Correct, yes. But some people would say that's within the brain, but just not within the brain tissue, which I know sounds like a minor
It's
point.
within the skull, but not within the brain tissue.
Yes, but people would, yes, and I'm agreeing with you, I'm just saying people often call that a brain bleed, even though that's why semantics are very important if you're
Right.
talking about a brain bleed or a brain matter bleed.
Right.
But sometimes people leave that off and just call that a brain bleed.
But under no circumstances is the dura or the subdural space within the brain matter itself.
It's not within the brain matter itself, correct, but it is part of the brain.
It's part, or some people might say part of the skull.
Well, it's not part of the skull, but some people would say it's part of the brain. And again, we could go round and round. I'm just telling you how these terms are sort of used in the medical field.
How about this? There's no hemorrhaging in the brain matter. I think we've established that.
We have established that.
And
correct.
and also your report note indicates no injury to the brainstem itself.
That is correct,
And
yes.
there's no injury to the cervical spine or the tissue surrounding the cervical spine.
Yeah, I did not put that in my report. That's correct, yes.
Let's move on to the next paragraph.
Okay,
And in that paragraph, you talk about the falling off the train. You assess whether or not the injuries that Hannah presented with to the EMS and to the Fort Hamilton Hughes and to the Children's Hospital, whether or not they could potentially relate back to the train incident. The conclusion is no.
and again,
Is that, just answer my, yes?
well, the answer is yes, but I want to make sure that it's not so much the train, but it's also, yes, it's the train and it's also the timing, yes.
We'll get to the timing in a
So
second.
train incident.
And I agree you make a train
Yes,
opinion and a timing opinion.
correct,
But I'm
yes.
just talking about the train.
Okay, yes,
All right. And you understand from the history that the train incident happened the day before at 4 o'clock,
Yes.
according to the history.
according to the history, correct.
And the focus And because that incident had been reported, you're focusing on that to see whether or not it could potentially be the cause of her fatal injuries.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
But it doesn't address any potential physical trauma that occurred on the night of the 7th or into the 8th or in the morning of the 8th, the early morning, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And since you brought up timing, we'll get into timing. In providing an opinion about, I'm going to close my eyes and try to think of the way to say this right. In that paragraph, that fourth paragraph, that's where you offer the opinion about timing, correct?
Yes, fourth
Okay.
paragraph, yes. Mhm.
All right, and I'm going to try and characterize your opinion. And it is that the time from her injury, say again, the time from the injury to the onset of symptoms would be a short period of time.
Yes, shortly after the injury, so yes, a short period of time,
Right.
yes.
And again, short period of time is not a measurement of time.
It is not, that is correct.
Okay. And the reason it's not a measurement of time is because medical science cannot impose actual time values.
Well, yeah, I thought you were going to go someplace else. I was going to say, similar to how I testified to another question, is that in order to really answer that accurately, you would have to do the research, which we would never fathom doing that type of research.
So because of that, units of time cannot be used in testimony or in literature or in medical science.
In a case like this, you could certainly, I don't want to make that a global statement about all of medical science, but in a case like this where you can't do, you know, for example, in research done in the time from a person who has a stroke to when they get therapy, they have said that, you know, there's a golden hour that, you know, you want to get to therapy within an hour. And so clearly from research on actual patients who are having a stroke, they noted that people who got that therapy within an hour did better than others. You know, this is not the type of prospective research that you would want to do by causing injury in children in a research setting and sort of seeing when they get symptoms. So in this area, we don't give a time.
All right. So
But
you wouldn't agree with a look-back period of 24 hours?
I'm sorry, can
A
you say
look
that?
from onset of symptoms to injury, would you disagree with a look-back period of 24 hours?
Yeah, I would say 24 hours is not shortly.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
How about hours?
When I say shortly, I am also not indicating hours.
How about relatively immediately?
Relatively immediately probably kind of sounds like shortly, I guess. It sounds a little bit
Would you agree with that, sir?
relatively immediately, certainly could encompass shortly.
Right.
I would say immediately and shortly are different, but I would say, you know, shortly can go probably all the way to immediately, maybe even encompass immediately.
Okay.
But I think shortly, I would say, when I give the term shortly, I can tell you what I mean is I'm being conservative. So I can't rule out immediately, but I feel that I also can't be that specific to say immediately, that I'm more conservative in my wording using shortly.
And we have established, and I don't mean to tread over things, but I want to make certain we have, and that is that you have not been supplied with hard timeframe evidence in this case for you to take your opinion and match it to the timeframes presented in the evidence in this case.
I mean, one thing I do have are EMS records, but are you talking like cell phone data and
Yeah.
other things like that? Correct. I do have EMS records, so I know the timing of Hannah's progression of her vital signs, so that I do have, and that forms, you know, and that is important in my testimony. But you are correct, I don't have anybody's cell phone data or any other types of records.
And you do talk about progression in your opinion letter, correct?
Yes,
But you do not talk about vital signs in your opinion letter.
correct.
And you do not talk about vital signs in your note.
In my medical record note?
Yes.
Correct.
Or any other document that I would have the access to see.
Correct.
Okay. Can I approach?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you States 91. I have the records up here, so I can move away.
Okay.
And these are the Forest Hills records, correct?
They are, yes.
All right. And you don't know when you reviewed them, but it was certainly recently.
Yes.
And you said that you made no findings of medical significance.
Yes, related to why we're here today,
Okay.
correct.
She did have hepatitis C.
She was exposed to hepatitis C. I don't know if there was ever testing done, but if you provide me with that, I would say that would be consistent with being exposed to
Well,
hepatitis C.
we'll go to the record that I think suggests the diagnosis, and we'll talk about the test in a second.
Sure.
Okay? All right, so, and it might be, the note from 1/12/18, do you have that?
Well, yes.
Or it might be easier for me to find it for you.
That's fine. I have one, yes, I have 1/12/18, yes, it happens to be the first one.
And you see how the physician's records are bold-faced?
Yes.
It says problem list.
Yes, and I do see that it says hepatitis C infection, and the onset date is 9/23/15, which would be, Hannah would have been about 9 months of age. So yes, I did not see a test of hepatitis C, but again, I would say that if it is there, if you say it is there, then I would believe that to be true.
Well, it does also say that her hepatitis C infection was a chronic one, correct?
I'm sorry, was chronic?
Right. In that note that you were just looking at.
No, it actually doesn't say,
It does.
I mean, it says chronic up here, but that's within the
I
list,
see.
and then there's nothing written underneath it.
All right. So whether or not it was chronic or acute,
I
we don't
think
know, but the
exact-
onset date is listed in the note as beginning on 9/23/15.
Correct, yes.
And what we know about hepatitis C is that it can be transmitted from mother to child.
Correct.
All right. And further in that note on 1/12/2018, it indicates that the mother was a carrier of hepatitis C.
Yes.
Okay. And I can proffer to you that the testing was ordered.
Okay.
And at Children's Hospital.
Okay.
And they don't do that. You would expect that the results of that test would be in those medical records.
Yes.
And you did not see them.
I don't remember seeing them. It doesn't mean that I didn't come across it at some point, and I just don't remember them. But I would certainly agree with you if she was hepatitis C positive, even just knowing the fact that mom is a carrier.
Okay. The hepatitis C information was not supplied by the father or anybody in the medical history.
No, apparently not.
Okay. And the word hepatitis doesn't appear once in the 4,500 or 5,000 pages of Children's Hospital.
Probably not.
Okay. And do you understand hepatitis C to be a blood infection
It is infection that is transmitted from the blood, but it is a liver infection.
that infects the liver?
It's transmitted through blood, but then it infects the liver, correct?
Right.
So it's not, we wouldn't categorize that as a blood infection.
And it's a difficult illness to diagnose?
You mean from testing or just?
No, not from testing, from just a person walking around the streets knowing that they are infected with hepatitis C.
Yes, there are many people infected who do not know it, that's correct.
And one of the primary ways a person learns that they have hepatitis C is from bruising, unexplained, easy bruising.
Yeah, that is true, but I need to say something about that, though.
In your we made mention of the book report, book chapter that you wrote. It was the chapter of the book was called, and I have a copy if you want to take a look at it, would it help?
Sure.
Okay.
Since I didn't remember that I wrote that sentence, I had better
You
take a
said you
look.
wrote like 20, right?
That's something, yeah, 20, yeah, something like that.
I'm going to label it L.
L.
I have a copy, Kelly, for you. Just told you I have a copy for you. You're welcome. Can I give you a copy? I have it right here.
Thank you.
And it's not very long, and I'm not going to ask you too many questions about it, but the book chapter is called Skin Conditions Confused with Child Abuse, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's your name below as the co-author.
Yes, it is.
All right. And when I read to you the sentence about whether or not you agreed with it, it was the second sentence from that book chapter that you wrote. The medical evaluation for any suspected child abuse victim includes a complete medical history, review of systems, family history, physical examination, and appropriate studies to exclude other medical conditions.
Yes.
All right. And you were concerned in this book with medical conditions that would allow for bruising that was identified as child abuse, but with some innocent medical condition that the patient had.
Correct, yes.
All right. And can we agree that you list out the categories of conditions that in the literature and your experience should be evaluated by the child abuse investigator to rule out accidental bruising?
And I'm sorry, I missed the word. You said the categories, is that what you said?
Well, I mean, the way I've read this is you talk about, like on the first page, you have a whole piece on congenital conditions that need to be evaluated.
Oh, I'm saying, so the child abuse pediatrician must consider all of these categories. Yes, I see what you're saying.
Before they diagnose
Yes.
bruising as abuse.
That is correct, yes.
Dermatological conditions on the next page.
Yes.
Hypersensitivity syndromes on the next page.
Yes.
If I go too fast, tell me.
Nope.
Vasculitic disorders.
Yes.
Okay. Connective tissue disorders.
Yes,
Hematological conditions.
yes.
And cultural practices on maybe page 280.
Yes,
Okay.
and oncologic conditions to
All right.
be missed.
And hepatitis C is fair to put in the hematological condition list. Did I say
You did, well, it's
hematologic condition list?
And so,
You have to answer my question first. It's fair to put it in that list.
not necessarily, no.
Conditionally, yes.
No,
Okay?
no, because you're asking a medical question and you need the whole medical picture for me to answer it accurately.
Okay. How about this? In that same column about hematological conditions,
Yes,
last sentence on the page 278, you say some medications and viral infections can cause platelet disorders and should be explored in the history. Yes? You say that?
yes, I say that, but the key word there is platelet disorders, which was evaluated in Hannah.
Right. Is hepatitis C a viral infection?
Hepatitis C is a viral infection, yes.
Is when somebody with hepatitis C can suffer from diminished platelets? Yes?
No. You're lumping a lot of things together. Yes, platelet disorders is one. The thing about hepatitis C is it affects the liver. What is made in the liver are clotting factors. So
Right.
we test those with two tests, PT, PTT, prothrombin and whatever they're called, PT and PTT. Hannah's values were not elevated to the point where it would cause bruising. So whether she had hepatitis or not doesn't make a difference when we're talking about bruising unless those values were abnormal.
You're talking about the platelet values.
I'm not talking about platelets. That is different. Platelets are what is in your blood, that when you get a cut or you get a bleed somewhere, the platelets come and,
Right.
for lack of a better sort of term, they kind of like stop the bleeding. They're sticky little things.
They clot.
They help to clot. Also involved in that clotting are factors that, they're factors, they're just called factors, and there are numbers to them, that also are involved in stopping bleeding. And those are made, or the liver is involved in sort of making these factors. So a person with significant liver disease, jaundice, stools are white, the eyes are white, their clotting factors will go down and they will bruise more easily. But if those numbers are normal, it doesn't matter if you've had hepatitis C for 9 months or 90 years. If your values are normal, you're not going to bruise more easily. So you can't say hepatitis, everybody with hepatitis bruises. So you are right that a symptom of hepatitis C can be easy bruising, but you're missing the middle step
Right.
of your factors will be decreased. And Hannah's factors were checked at Fort Hamilton and at Cincinnati Children's, and they were not reduced to the level that would cause bruising. So I did evaluate that part of it without even caring or knowing if she had hepatitis C, because it was irrelevant at that point.
You didn't know it until right here.
Well, no, like I said, I presumed that she could have had it. I don't see a positive test for hepatitis C. I see that the physician put it in her notes, but again, it is irrelevant to the bruising question. Obviously, it's important for Hannah and her caregivers to know if she has hepatitis C because it needs to be evaluated, but in the question that you're asking about bruising, it doesn't matter.
The pediatric records from Forest Hills indicate an onset date. Yes?
I'm not saying that it's wrong. All I'm saying is I never saw the test, and I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm just saying that I never saw it. So we can say that she has hepatitis C. I would expect that that test would be positive. It did not cause the bruising because the middle part, the sort of medical piece that is very important to your line of questioning, those were not reduced to the point where they would have caused bruising.
You do not offer an opinion in your testimony regarding the perpetrator of fatal and non-fatal injuries.
Meaning the perpetrator, the person.
Perpetrator.
That is correct, yes.
Did you supply information to the detectives for their interviews in this case?
I'm sorry, did I supply? I forgot
The
the
detectives who worked on this case with information about Hannah's condition and your opinions?
Yes, I would have told them exactly what is in my note.
Did you
Yes.
tell them that on March the 8th, 2018?
Maybe on that date, maybe soon after that date. I couldn't tell you when.
You don't know.
Well, it wouldn't have been yesterday, but it certainly would have been, soon after March 8th, if not on March 8th.
But you don't have a specific recollection of on March 8th or March 9th, a specific recollection of supplying medical opinions to them, do you?
I do not. No.
And it's not in your note of March
Well,
8th?
it wouldn't be because my note is a medical consultation. It wouldn't include the detectives or children's services or anybody
My
else.
point, not in your opinion letter, not in the note, not in any records, does it indicate that you supplied the detectives with information at all, let alone on March 8th, March 9th?
It's correct, yes.
Okay. But you were present on the March 13th child abuse team evaluation of this case?
I most likely was, yes. But the only reason I wouldn't be would be if I was out of town or if I was testifying.
Okay. I'm thinking I'm done, but I just want to make sure that I'm not.
Okay, no.
That's nice. I'm done.
Let's first real quick before we get to redirect. Doctor, thank you very much. You are free to go. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
You are, is she subject to recall potentially?
Yes.
So you may still be bound by the subpoena if somebody calls you at a later date. Do not discuss your testimony or any other potential witnesses, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Please watch your step. Okay, thanks.
No, you guys understand, it's like burning up in here under this thing. I mean, it's just, I don't know how you guys are. It's hard. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:21. I'm not gonna keep past 5:30. I know that we got a substantial portion of this video left to go. I do want to plug us away till 5:30 to get as much of that accomplished as possible. But we're not gonna sit here till 8 or 9 o'clock to get through the entire witness. I'm sure you guys probably appreciate that. I'm gonna give you a quick 10 minutes, use the restroom one last time, then we'll come back, we'll resume that video from the Detective Turner was to accommodate scheduling issues with Dr. Maxwell.
Absolutely. Be straight out here, right? Anything else?
Yeah, how long does it take? I don't understand it.
Give us a half hour. You're gonna be back in a half hour, please.
No, I have a question about that.
They'll go ahead and risk paperwork in and talk to you with it.
Okay, what does bonding mean? Can I get out tonight, or?
If you post a bond, we'll give like a cash or surety bond, whatever the judge puts on it.
Okay.
I mean, it can be anywhere from a $5,000 bond up to a $100,000 bond, everything we do is.
Would that be done today?
Sure.
Will I have your phone call?
Here shortly, yes.
All weekend, no discussing the case with anybody, no researching, no reading media reports, so forth. Monday scheduling is going to be a little different because I do have Monday morning criminal docket that I have to take care of. So I do need you back here. Let's call it 12:45. Parties be here 12:45. We'll try to get started as close to 1 o'clock on the dot, if not a little bit before if we can. Okay? So with your lanyards, notepads, pens, etc. I guess that's all I got for you guys. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much for the week that you're putting in. Take it easy.
Thank you. I'll go again.
You too.
Just here.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, have a good time this weekend.
All right, everybody have a seat while we're still on the record. What do you guys like to talk about in regards to the deposition tomorrow?
Your Honor, I think there's several issues that need to be addressed. Number one, we're going to have to figure out how to get exhibits, or if we need to reprint some of them. I don't know how the court wants to handle that because there may be some things that we need to use with Dr. Spitz. So I don't know if you want to address that first, and then I'll go to the next thing.
Yeah, let's address that first. I assume up to this point, we have been keeping the exhibits. Ms. Wilson,
Your Honor.
whatever exhibits are deemed to be necessary by the parties, I assume we can put those in an evidence envelope and have one of the attorneys sign it out in our chain of custody. That's my proposal.
I'll take the chain of custody, Your Honor.
Very good. Any issue for the state on that?
I have no issue because realistically, I think that's the safest way.
You don't want the chain of custody, is what you're saying?
Well, I don't want the chain of custody, but ultimately, if there were an issue, if it's the defense issue, it doesn't really create an appellate. So if that makes sense.
Will the box be easy?
Well, we can deal with that after we deal with the other. She can get working on doing all that, but let's hash out some other issues while she's doing that.
And the other issue I wanted to bring up is, unfortunately, we're in a situation because you will not be there. So I recognize that we can make objections on the record, but there are a few things I want to preemptively make a motion for, and ultimately it will be up to you if you're willing to grant them now, or if we're going to have to address it once we get into the deposition.
Well, let me know what you're talking about, and we'll see where we go.
So first of all, I know that there has been cross-examination of a state's witness regarding hepatitis C. It's been brought up twice. There is nothing within the report of Dr. Spitz that indicates that that had any impact whatsoever within any of his findings. So I would object to any mention of that based on Criminal Rule 16K.
All right, anything else you'd like to preemptively address?
He does mention in that letter a line that states, subdural bleeding, retinal hemorrhages, brain swelling, so-called triad of injuries was once considered to be specific for child abuse. This is no longer the case, and here's where I have the objection. In fact, cases where this triad occurred in the past and diagnosed as child abuse were retried in some jurisdictions in this country and Canada. So I would object to any mention or discussion of other cases, injecting other facts into the case, and the results of that case or any overturning into his testimony.
I'll get into that.
All right, and I think that's fair. So unless we have to address it specifically, then the court's understanding is that that will not be an issue. The first issue, here's what I plan on doing, since we're doing this by video. We do have at least the luxury, and again, I'm requesting that the parties try to get this on some type of a disc format, come back with a VHS. I'm sure we can somehow accommodate it, but it's not going to be nearly as easy.
I have one more issue if you do.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I didn't want you to get into it without hearing the final issue. The other issue is I think from Mr. Pagan at some point that Mr. Spitz has a skull he wants to use, and I think you said a 3-year-old skull. Is that correct?
We talked about it. I don't know.
My only issue is I've not seen the skull. I've not gone over it with any experts. I don't know if it would be accurately a 3-year-old, especially if he's portraying it that way. And unfortunately, what we may end up with is a video with a whole bunch of the skull on there, even despite the state's objection. And I just don't know. It's one thing to just use it to show like the planes, but if he's saying this is a 3-year-old skull and this is how it would work and all of that, that makes things really complicated for the state, because I believe the state should have the opportunity to go over that with its own pathologist to say that is a 3-year-old skull, or that is an average skull, or approximately what this is.
Well, I was there, so he had a skull in his office. He had lots of stuff in his office. He called a friend to see if he could obtain a 3-year-old skull. I haven't talked to him since about it. I think he'd like to use a skull demonstratively, in the same way that the state has used PowerPoints and things from books about eye anatomy. The same way, I think, to show where he believes the problems occurred and supports his opinion about flat surfaces and all that. And I don't might call the state across on that, but I think he's going to, we can take it out of the picture after he's done. All that's fine.
And then my objection,
Well, it's not exactly the same issue because, and the reason why I say this is because I actually had this exact same issue in one firefighter trial, Billy Tucker's trial, that actually just came out a couple of weeks ago, and one of the appellate issues was a demonstration with a lock and a hasp and all this other stuff and whatever. And there's actually a specific standard by which the court has to measure demonstrative evidence. So maybe you might want to review that. But until I see exactly what is going to be potentially proffered and how it's potentially used, I really can't entertain those arguments at this point. But I do appreciate that the court is being put on notice of the potential issue. Now, here's the one luxury that we do have, and here's what I'm going to ask you guys to do. Much is the same as with a civil deposition, which Criminal Rule 15 says this pretty much has to be just like a civil deposition. As you guys are going through this recording, you're making your objections. Obviously, you're not arguing them back and forth on the video to each other, but make notations, approximated time frame, state objects at 45 minutes, 20 seconds, whatever the situation is. That will allow me to review it on the record and entertain your arguments as I'm able to watch them. Now, I'm not all that concerned about any redactings or anything like that because we do have the capability here while we are playing the video that if we come to a portion that I know I've sustained some kind of an objection to, I do have an override and earphones where I just black it out. They don't see it, they don't hear it. I keep going until we're past that part and then it gets republished. So the system is set up that we can easily address these types of issues without any type of cutting and pasting and what have you. So anyway. Any further comments on these issues?
I didn't plan on getting into hepatitis C with the doctor, unless, there's expert medical evidence brought in rebuttal on the point. But I think that if I don't put on evidence in my case, there's not the opportunity for rebuttal. So
I have no intention of presenting anything or asking anything about that issue.
All right. Then I think I'm going to leave it alone, and I'm not going to bring it up, and Dr. Spitz and I have not talked about it, and so I think it's done for the trial.
All right.
I mean, I think
Hepatitis C issue should not be an issue.
I won't bring up the
Prior cases.
sure.
Yeah, the one bit about the decisions being
I
overturned.
won't bring up that.
And we'll deal with the skull issue if and when it becomes an issue.
Okay, so that's good. And then we're some no talking objections. We'll object, and then we can.
We can do the proffers and put everything on the record in person when we.
Sounds great.
Do you want us here, when can you put the video? Will we have it Monday?
He said Monday, but I don't know the time. I mean, I think right away. And I will get it. I'll get it to everybody expeditiously.
So I was wondering if we couldn't save time by maybe, because I know this last Monday the court was done around 10.
We have a longer docket.
You do, okay. Because I was going to suggest maybe we could get those objection things out of the way on
But no,
Monday before the jury gets
you
here.
guys can feel free to check with the court and see where we are progress-wise. I mean, I'm not thinking that, I will end the docket in some manner by 12:30, even if I could just start continuing cases, okay? Because I would get something room. And I don't realistically expect we'll actually be in a position to play Spitz's video Monday, most likely.
I agree.
Since we're, no further along in Turner's. So I will make it work. I think we'll be able to handle it.
Okay.
Okay? Made and we and that if there are going to be some edits made, it's a not a process that should delay us a whole lot, but there's some time involved. So I do want to review this. We'll first thing before we bring the jury in tomorrow, we'll go through, let everybody make their objections, I'll make my rulings, and then we can proceed on getting those edits, if any apply, made, and we can go from there. So anything else we need to address while we bring the jury in and get this thing rolling?
I will tell you, I told you in chambers, and I'll say it on the record, and that is that Dr. Spitz did discuss in his testimony other cases and reversals in other jurisdictions on shaken babies, similar science. And we agreed prior to the deposition that we wouldn't get into that. I didn't get into it, but it kind of fell in a transcript sideways. We can see that would be error. We have no objection to that being ourselves. We asked the court to consider the rest of the objections with open mind.
All right. Will do. I know that was one of the things that we did talk about at the conclusion of Friday. I will be on the watch for that. We'll get that taken care of. As we know, sometimes with experts, things happen, so we'll take care of it. Also, another issue that was raised Friday, I think about the potential use of the skull, turned out to be a non-issue, Ms. Eiley.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Excellent. And finally, I guess I might as well go ahead and address it now. In terms of the admissibility of this deposition, obviously Criminal Rule 15 does subject admissibility to the unavailability of a witness pursuant to the hearsay rules. If I recall our conversations correctly, Ms. Eiley was in agreement to allow the defense to proffer the facts of unavailability and not contest them for the purposes of the court's ruling. Is that accurate?
That was, Your Honor. I do want to bring to the court's attention, I think you're reviewing the transcript. I expect that at least a consideration there as well, is apparently it was financially more feasible or cheaper to do that deposition than it was to have him travel here, but based on our conversation before, the state doesn't have any objection to the court finding him to be unavailable.
Okay. Ms. Pegg, is there anything that you wish to further present on the record, given that last statement that they're not challenging the invisibility?
Only that the first time that I heard about a differential scale about traveling and not traveling, it was at the deposition. I didn't know about it, and I certainly didn't make decisions predicated upon it. In fact, we weren't alerted to the fact that there was going to be a fee for trial testimony until this last week. I thought we'd already paid it, and was surprised that there was an additional fee for testimony. So it's not something that I knew about, and so the question was asked.
And that's fine. Again, I understand the state's position at this point to not challenge the availability issue, given the fact that deposition's already taken place, and we're going to deal with all that. So with the stipulations and agreements of both the parties, the court will make the finding that he would have been unavailable for testimony pursuant to the rules of evidence, and therefore once we get the finalized version of the testimony, that will be permitted to be played and admitted as a deposition. All the evidence that went up this weekend with you folks, it's been resituated, everybody's in a position there ready to use it if need be and so forth.
I believe so, Your Honor, it should be over. So, we had it out, and I was kind of putting it back in order as best I could, so I believe it's all here. It appears to be here.
All right, very good. If anything does pop up, trust me, I'll give you guys plenty of time to figure things out and whatever. So we'll address it. Very good. Nelson, where'd she go? What? Yeah, yeah, they will handle it. I just want. We're ready to get through. We love that morning. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Don't know.
I know. Hard to have it. Good afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Please have a seat and put your lanyards on. Thank you for helping accommodate my morning docket time. Ms. Wilson, you get a chance to leave that television back there. So while she is doing that, and before we get started, I do have to question you about your admonitions, since we did have a weekend break. Of course, the admonitions up to this point have been not discussing the case amongst yourselves, not discussing anything about the case with family members, neighbors, co-workers, friends, church folks, anything like that, and not reading anything about the media, not researching it, and so forth. Anyone have any issues regarding those admonitions that need to be reported to the court? Very good. Appreciate that cooperation so much. That helps this process go so much smoother. So with that, Sarah, how are you ready to proceed from where we left off, right?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, very good. You may do so when you're ready.
For the record, I believe we stopped at 3:01:39. We're set up at 3:01:35.
Defense concur with that approximation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Shannon Solid deposits. Were you guys having issues with your monitor?
Yes.
The jury's monitor continued to function all the way through, so I know they were seeing everything. I just wanted to make sure that you got it, but apparently for some reason it's back now. If we continue to have issues with our individual monitors, I'll try to get our tech guy down here, okay?
You can judge.
All right, Machine, go ahead. Sir. I was just saying. You guys' monitor's working now?
Just came back on, but it hadn't been.
Okay. We're trying to locate the tech guys, so Ms. Wilson, if you hear from me, please have him come down here. Every time something's happening on ours, I am keeping an eye on the jury. The jury is not malfunctioning. Okay? But when we're able to get a hold of our tech person, we'll have them come down and look at what's going on with ours.
Sounds good.
Now we're going to try to kind of switch it over and reset it back up on the HDMI and see if that fixes our issue.
Can give it a shot. Well, I can lose.
It's kind of like those hard resets, right?
We're just worried about the jury safety. So.
Well, I'm keeping an eye, I'm making sure that they have not lost the feed until Kelly just turned it off there, but theirs have been continually going.
Thank you.
Would you like me to go with Mr. Gilbertson?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Is it up on?
It hasn't
It's
been
up
on this
online.
screen. It's on ours. It
Yeah,
really
seems to
hasn't
be
been.
back up on everybody's, let's see how that works.
her by chance? Okay. Do you know her address where she lives? I think it's like 5757 John Ray Road. Yeah, River Road. Okay. I did not need to do this. What's the baby's name? Christina's? The Kaylin. Kaelynn. Lynne. And she has the same last name? Yeah. Okay. Shouldn't be too much longer, okay? Okay. You good with your drink? No, I'm not doing anything right now. Okay. All right, well, we'll be back in a little bit, okay? I have to hold on to that. Okay. We're going to let it turn on and then... I have everything. Yeah. Not right at this moment, but you will be able to do it. Okay? Christina, let's look next year. I'm not sure what all he knows. I don't know if they're going to tell him. I think that's something that you know what I mean? Okay, so I'm going to turn this off, okay? Yeah. Do I just hold that bit up on the side? Yes, I just. Okay. Does that just do it? Okay, cool. All right, thanks, Bobby. All right,
So the deal won't take this.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and just show that. So I'll let you know.
Okay.
Take it back if they explain everything to you.
No, we don't know what's happening.
We're going to take it back and book you into the jail for actually years. Felonious assault and endangering children. Okay. They book you in. You'll get at least a phone call after that.
Do you know how much I have to pay to get out?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just come back there.
Okay. Am I going to be embarrassed for a bunch of people back there?
Everybody back there's been there, so it's not like they're all kid. All right, ready?
No.
This way.
Oh my God.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, during that interview with the defendant, at some point in that interview, the defendant demonstrated what she defined or you defined as an uppercut.
Yes.
Can you please demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how her hand was positioned when that happened?
This motion with her fingers folded in.
And then what motion did she do from there?
The judge, the video speaks for itself. It's the best evidence in the case, not the detective's.
I'll sustain.
Did you file charges in this case?
Yes.
When did you file those charges?
The 9th.
Is that the same day as your interview?
Correct.
When you did your sworn statement for those charges, what did you base that sworn statement on?
The defendant's statement.
At that point, did you base your sworn statement on any statement by a doctor regarding mechanism of injury?
No.
And sir, ultimately, what happened to those charges?
They were dismissed in Area 1 because we went direct to grand jury.
So does that mean that new charges were presented to grand jury? Is
Correct,
that...
yes.
And sir, are you aware that Hannah had an autopsy done?
I was.
Okay. Were you present for that autopsy?
I was.
Did you see the body that was there at autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And whose body did you recognize that as?
It appeared to be Hannah Weschi's body.
One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into a be seated, please. We're back on the record. State Ohio versus Lindsay Partin. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any issues with the admonitions that I need to know about? Very good. Ms. Howard, are you ready to proceed then to cross?
I am, Your Honor.
You may whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
While we've sat next to each other for a week, we have not been introduced, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective Turner, you indicated on your direct examination that you became lead detective on March 9th of 2018, is that correct?
Correct.
In this particular case, is that correct?
Yes.
And what time did you get that designation?
First thing in the morning?
Okay. So first thing in the morning, had you already...
Correction. Can I correct that? I didn't
Certainly.
get the designation of lead detective on the 9th necessarily.
When did you...
I was told I was going to be involved in the interview on the 9th.
Okay. So on the 9th of March, when you arrived for work that day, is that
Yes,
fair to say?
yes.
About what time did you arrive that day?
I get in fairly early, about 7:20.
Okay. And had you worked the day before on March 8th?
I did.
And you hadn't been involved in the case at all that particular day?
No.
But you're aware that the day before Detective Hensley had been involved in the case, correct?
I don't know. I
You've
didn't know
prepared
that
a-
day.
You've prepared a report of investigation as well as an updated report of investigation, have you not, sir?
I have.
And as part of that report of investigation, you would agree with me that contained within it are notes from Detective Hensley indicating his involvement on March 8th.
Correct.
You're aware he went to court and got a search warrant on that day, correct?
Yes.
So you're not unaware of that?
Correct.
Thank you. So in terms of the detectives who have touched that case before you get that case on the 9th, you'd agree with me that there's a multitude of detectives, correct?
Correct.
And that would include Detective Ventry,
Yes.
Detective Dethridge,
Yes.
Detective Morris,
Yes.
Detective Steele,
Yes.
Sergeant Whitlock,
Yes.
Detective Lambert,
Yes.
Detective Sprague,
Sprague. Yes.
Sprague. One day I'm going to get it right. Did I leave out any other detectives?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you were aware that Detective Ventry was actually on the 8th of March down at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the 8th of March, was that your off day?
No.
No. But, so you
I
were
was aware
aware?
of the case. I was just working my other caseload primarily.
So what time did you get assigned as the lead detective in this case?
That's not something I would document. I don't know.
It was certainly after you finished the interview with Lindsay Partin.
Correct.
Would you
Yes.
agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. You were aware that Detective Ventry was down at Cincinnati Children's Hospital and spoke with the doctor, the neurosurgeon, correct?
Yes.
And that neurosurgeon's name was what?
Stevenson?
Stevenson? Judge Stevens, not Judge Stevens,
Right.
but Dr.
Yes.
Stevenson, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And do you see any notes contained in your report of investigation relative to Detective Ventry's contact with Dr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit, sorry, it's over here, H, as in Harry or Howard. I'm sorry, I have that stuff. Let the record reflect, I'm handing the witness Defendant's Exhibit H previously identified when Detective Lambert was testifying. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And in terms of that document, you do see an entry in regards to Detective Ventry and speaking with Dr. Stevenson.
New pages, I must have stuck together. You're referring to the 8th?
I'm sorry?
You're referring to the 8th?
Yes,
Showing Detective Deathridge and Ventry?
correct.
Yes.
Do you see the notations that Detective Ventry spoke with Dr. Stevenson, the neurosurgeon?
Yes.
Approximately page 11?
Mine aren't numbered, but I'm aware that that's in here, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that Detective Ventry obtained a search warrant on March 12th, 2018 to extract Lindsay Partin's phone, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that as lead detective, you're fully aware of what's contained within that affidavit for search warrant, are you not?
I'm not fully aware. That's something that he would do primarily. He's our phone dump guy, so he's way more versed on that. I'm a lot like you. I'm not very handy when it comes to tech stuff.
Then we have something in common. In terms of that particular search warrant, you've had an opportunity to review it, have you not?
I have.
And you see what he indicates Dr. Stevenson advised him, correct?
You would have to refresh my memory.
Certainly. I'm going to hand the detective what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit V as in Ventry.
I'm sorry, you said V?
V, it's V as in Ventry. Thank you. Handing you Defendant's Exhibit V as in Ventry.
Okay.
Do you recognize on the front page, the section at the very bottom, to wit?
Yes.
And the paragraph immediately preceding that indicates that the affiant on that particular search warrant is Detective Joe Ventry, badge number 1179 of the Butler County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
And he indicates he's been a police officer for 20 years.
Objection. Approach.
Okay.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit V again,
Yes.
do you agree that Detective Ventry was a police officer for 20 years? Do you have knowledge of that?
That's about right, yeah. Sounds
Okay.
right.
And he's assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
He is.
Okay. And you're aware of what he wrote in the to wit section?
Yes.
And to wit is the statement of facts a police officer would be presenting to a judge in order to obtain a search warrant. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you're aware that this particular detective advised the judge that he was seeing on that day about a particular statement
Yes.
from Dr. Stevenson?
I'm sorry, say again?
That Detective Ventry was advising a judge in an affidavit for a search warrant
Yes.
about a particular statement from Dr. Stevenson?
Yes.
And that statement was that Detective...
Objection.
Approach. In stereo.
Which is good. We appreciate it. Ms. Howard, you may proceed according to the rulings of the sidewalk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what is also marked as Defendant's Exhibit T1, T2. And U as in uniform. Thank you. Showing the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit T1. Do you recognize Detective Hensley's signature on that document?
I do not.
Page 2?
Oh,
It's got more.
that's it, that one. Yes.
And that he signed it on or about the 8th of March, at
Correct.
approximately 1:40, I think 3 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And showing you Defense Exhibit T2, also directing your attention to page 2 of that particular document. Do you recognize Detective Hensley's signature on or about March 8th at approximately 1:45 p.m.?
That's correct.
And showing you Defendant's Exhibit U as in unicorn. Do you recognize on page 2 Detective Morris's signature
Yes.
for that affidavit also?
Yes.
And in terms of that, sorry, one moment. Detective Morris signed that in front of, appears to be Judge Powers. Is that correct?
I can't tell.
Okay. At 1:10 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you see that on that particular line below Detective Morris's signature, it says it was March 8th?
Yes.
Directing your attention back to page 1 of that particular affidavit and search warrant, do you see the date instead of March 9th
I do.
above the judge's signature?
Yes.
You have information and knowledge as the lead detective in this case that Detective Morris's search warrant for 4050 Shank was actually served on the 9th of March, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that based upon V as in Victor, T1, T2, and U, that at the time that you were assigned the lead detective position in this particular case, that you were aware that the Butler County Sheriff's Department had information consistent with a 24-hour look-back period?
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed on, the last question that you heard was a question involving potential information that may have been had in terms of timeframes and whatever. I do want to caution you that that is not proffered by way of an expert opinion, and it is not to be considered as a substantive piece of evidence in terms of any medical testimony or medical issue that might be on the table. This is strictly an impeachment type of a situation in terms of the reports and how things were relayed and information conveyed and so forth, and that is all that you are to consider that information for. All right? So with that, Ms. Howard, if you would re-ask the question, we'll get the answer.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Turner, is it fair to say that when you were designated as the lead investigator sometime after Ms. Partin's March 9th statement, that you were aware that the Butler County Sheriff's Department had received, prior to that date, information that the injuries were within a 24-hour time period?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And
Within 24 hours, yes.
within 24 hours. You're aware of that, the words within 24 hours?
On the 8th or the 9th?
On the 8th.
I mean, I am because I'm reading this, yes.
You're the lead detective in the case. You've had that designation for at least a year now, correct?
Correct.
Are you telling this jury that this is the first day you've ever seen those search warrants
No,
on
ma'am.
place before you?
No, it's not what I'm telling the jury.
So not only were you aware of within the 24-hour period on March 9th when you became a lead detective after interviewing Ms. Partin, correct?
Correct.
But you were also aware of it every day after. The 10th of March, the 11th of March, all of 2018, and all of 2019, correct? Up until today.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that on March 9th, 2018, when you were questioning Lindsay Partin, you lied to her when you told her the brain injury that she sustained was absolutely not 24 hours prior to, or even an hour prior, correct?
No, that was not a lie.
That's a lie, correct?
Not as far as I understood it, no.
You just told me that you understood it, that the Butler County Sheriff's Department had information that it was within a 24-hour period, correct?
What I know is we were receiving information all the time from doctors.
Detective Ventry went on the 12th of March using that same time period, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that the 12th of March is after March 9th, would you not?
Yes.
I mean, you wouldn't want to not agree with that statement, would you?
No, and I don't.
And you would agree with me that when you told Lindsay Partin that it absolutely was not within 24 hours or even an hour prior, that is a lie to her, correct?
Within 24 hours, sure. Yeah, that was a lie.
Okay. So when you told her that the injury was immediately before the symptoms, that was a lie, correct?
No.
You just said
Within
that
24
was-
hours is a big span.
Correct.
That's what I'm talking about, within that
Absolutely.
24 hours.
You would agree with me that 24 hours is a large span of time.
I'm not sure I'm understanding if we're on the same page.
I'll break it down for you.
Please do.
You would agree with me that within 24 hours does not equate to the word immediately, correct?
It could. It's within 24 hours. Immediately is within 24 hours, the way I see it.
They're not the same thing, right?
They're not the same thing, but 24 hours is here and immediate is here. They're all in the 24 hours. That's
Okay.
the way I'm seeing it.
So-
I'm not sure if that's the way you're,
In addition to the word immediately, the truth, as you see it, would also include 24 hours before the word immediately, correct?
I don't follow.
You don't follow?
No.
Do you understand the concept of time?
I do.
Okay, so if the word immediately in your mind means within 24 hours, wouldn't you agree that there's a whole bunch of other words that equate to all the other minutes and seconds in that 24-hour period, correct?
There could be, sure.
You
That's
agree-
not what was
You
used.
agree the word 24 hours means 24 hours.
Within 24 hours.
So like
It was not 24 hours. It didn't say 24 hours ago. It said within 24 hours
24
ago.
hours.
Yes,
So,
that's what I'm referring
The
to.
court clock says it's 2:54 and 10 seconds, and it keeps going. So within 24 hours would have been Sunday, 2:54 yesterday,
To
correct?
right now.
Yes.
Correct.
So,
So 2 minutes ago would have been within 24 hours.
okay, and so at 4 minutes, and so at 5 minutes, and so at 2 hours, and so at 3 hours, and so at 4 hours, and on and on and on, correct?
All the way up to 24 hours. Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And you would agree with me that in terms of the look back of 24 hours, you would agree with me that before 7 o'clock in the morning on the 8th of March of 2018, you have 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 4, 3, 2, 1, midnight, 11 on the 7th, 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
10 p.m. on the 7th,
It's 24 hours.
9, okay, all of
Yes,
those times.
yes, all of those. Including 6:55 to 7:01.
Asked to strike non-responsive. Thank you. You told Lindsay, whatever happened did not happen prior to her getting to your house. Do you remember that?
Yes,
24 hours is before she gets to her house, correct?
it is.
And Lindsay's response to you was, okay, I don't know what that means, right?
I mean, I'd have to read the transcript, but
You then tell her, it wasn't Thursday and it wasn't Wednesday, for sure. Do you recall telling her that?
yes,
That's not true. There's within 24 hours, right?
yes,
And Lindsay says, I don't know what to say. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you continue on, and you tell Lindsay, we've got these world-renowned neurologists, neurosurgeons, and they say this didn't happen Thursday, and it surely didn't happen Wednesday. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
But we've got this within 24 hours. You'd agree that Wednesday and Thursday also are within 24 hours,
correct.
correct?
I agree that the 24 hours was written down on the paper, yes.
Okay. And Lindsay's response to you was, that's crazy. Do you recall that?
I don't necessarily know.
And you continue on and say, this happened immediately. This injury happened and she went down. Do you recall telling her that?
Yes,
And Lindsay tells you she literally walked in the door and that was it, correct?
which time?
Right after your statement to her.
Okay, yes,
And then you tell her, these people obviously know. They're the doctors. Do you remember telling her that?
I do.
And Lindsay agrees with you. Doctors know. Do you remember her agreeing with you on that?
She agreed a lot, yes.
And you tell Lindsay, everything we know from yesterday, we're telling the doctors, and this is what we're being told. And the doctor says no. You're not telling her that you were told within 24 hours, are you?
No,
You're telling her immediate, and you're skipping all the other minutes and all the other hours, 24 hours from that period of time, correct?
within 24 hours, yes.
Okay, but you're skipping all those. You'd agree with me, correct?
That's what was in the documentation, but we were getting far more information from doctors than just what this one little word, one little line that was in the documentation.
You're aware of Detective Ventry's search warrant,
Yes.
executed,
Yes,
sworn to in front of a judge, correct?
yes,
You're aware that he signed that on March 12th, correct?
yes,
Did you know that before you showed up today?
yes, I did.
Okay. And I apologize if I appear to be putting words in your mouth. Sometimes it's Detective Hensley telling Lindsay things, correct?
Yes,
So sometimes it's you, sometimes it's him, or sometimes it's both of you. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And Detective Hensley says, doctor says it's a hit, and she went down. Do you remember that statement by Detective Hensley?
yes.
And Lindsay says, I wouldn't hit a kid. Do you remember that
I
statement?
do remember that, yes.
And you remember, you're telling Lindsay, someone in that house, after dad dropped her off, injured this kid to the point where she's unconscious, a dramatic fall or something. Do you remember telling her that?
I do,
You introduced fall into the case. Do you remember that? The word
I did,
fall
yes.
is said by you,
yes,
correct?
yep,
And then you and Hensley tell her, it must be some sort of accident. Do you remember telling her that?
I do,
And Lindsay says, I believe you, but that didn't happen Thursday morning. Do you remember that statement?
at first, yes.
I'm going right down the line. Do you
Okay,
not remember
okay.
that statement?
No, I do. I just was making sure we were in chronological order.
And then you introduce accidental drop in the case. Do you remember that?
Yes,
You tell Lindsay, something absolutely happened. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
In fact, the word something happened, would you agree with me, about 23 or more times? Have you counted it? Did you
no,
count it while you
no, I've
listened?
not counted that, no.
So you didn't count that?
How many times?
You said
I said a
something
specific
happened.
word? No, that's not something I would do.
And Lindsay tells you that did not happen Thursday, and you respond with, it did.
Yes,
And that's not within the 24 hours, except for the word immediately, correct?
it's within 24 hours.
Okay. And you tell her again, no doubt, from when you walked in the door to the time she fell, that's when it happened. Do you remember telling her that?
I do,
And it absolutely happened during this time. Do you remember telling her that?
I sure do.
And the only ones there were you and a couple of kids. Do you remember telling her that?
That's what she told us, yes.
You're aware that the day before that they kept trying to insert TJ into the house that morning. Do you recall that?
Trying to rule him out, yes.
And then you suggest an accident again as the reason for this injury. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And she tells you, I really don't know what happened. Do you remember that?
I do.
You tell her whether it was an accident or not. You're asking her about accident again. Do you remember that?
Yes,
You remember you tell her something happened under your care in about a 5-minute time frame. Do you remember that?
yes,
And Lindsay says, I don't know what else to say. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you tell her, something happened, okay, something happened. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you tell her again. Something happened, so we're beyond, nothing happened. The only person who knows what happened is you. Do you remember telling her that?
Yes,
And she said, I'm telling you that I don't know. Do you remember that?
yes,
And you tell her to stop talking about Wednesday. You remember telling her that?
I do.
No point in talking about Wednesday, we're beyond that. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes,
Because this happened in a 5-minute span in your custody. Do you remember that?
yes,
And you and Hensley tell her it happened when she was in your care, correct?
yes,
And Lindsay says, I don't know what else to say. Do you remember that?
yes,
And then you and Hensley again talk about an accident. Do you remember that?
yes,
You ask, has she fallen? Has she been dropped or something? Do you remember that?
yes,
And Lindsay says, I did not do anything to her. Do you remember that?
yes,
Lindsay tells you he'd barely walk out the door. Do you remember that?
not specifically.
You know that
Referring
she,
to who?
Lindsay, that he
Who
isn't
barely-
Jason.
Okay,
That father had barely walked out the door.
okay,
And you tell her, as soon as you guys walk into the house, something happened. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
No doubt something happened. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
You tell her something absolutely happened. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
And then you tell her, we're not going back to Wednesday. Do you remember that?
yes,
We're not going back to the morning that Dad had her. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
We're beyond that. Do you remember telling her that?
correct.
And you tell her it's narrowed down by brain surgeons that it happened right when she hit the ground. Do you remember telling her that?
Yes,
Right when she hit the ground, if you use your words, is 1 millisecond within 24 hours, correct?
I would say so, yes,
And Lindsay says, I don't know. She just collapsed in front of me. Do you remember her telling you that?
yes,
And you tell Lindsay, there's no doubt in our minds that this was an accident. Do you remember telling her that about an accident?
yes,
That it was a horrible, horrible accident. Do you remember telling her that?
yes,
And Lindsay says, she didn't fall Thursday morning. Do you remember she told you that, correct?
yes.
I'm going sequentially.
Okay, yeah,
And you and Hensley keep on her. This is a horrible accident. You have to tell us exactly what this accident was. You remember saying that to her?
yes,
You tell her Lindsay's still being treated. You remember telling her that?
I do. Hannah was still being treated.
Correct. I
Yes.
apologize. Thank you. You tell her it was a hit, a drop, she fell, she hit her head, she had whiplash. You say those words several times, correct?
Yes,
You and Detective Hensley, correct?
correct.
You tell her it's an accident that caused it, and you need to know what happened because Hannah's still being treated. Do you remember saying that?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that you suggested it was an accident at least 10 times?
at least, yes,
And would you agree with me that you suggested, or Detective Hensley suggested, that the child fell at least 4 times?
at least, yes.
And that you suggested that she'd been dropped 3 times?
Oh, yes,
And that you suggested whiplash, correct?
yes,
And that she'd been hit, correct?
yes,
And after you've suggested all these things, you'd agree with me that that's when Lindsay says she fell and hit the concrete step. Do you agree with that?
yes,
That that's what that interview is up until that point in time?
yes,
So after almost 10 minutes of you and Detective Hensley saying, it's you, only you and 2 kids, and something happened. It's an accident, it was a hit, it was a fall, she was dropped, that's when Lindsay says she fell and hit the concrete. You'd agree with
it
that,
was
correct?
after all that, yes.
You know that Lindsay's brother is a Kentucky police officer, correct?
She told me that, yes.
And you knew that from the day before, correct?
I don't know. when I
Were you
found
told that information when you went into the interview room with Lindsay?
And that would have not been something pertinent to the interview, no.
It wouldn't be pertinent to the interview to know that this girl right here trusted police?
No.
It wouldn't be?
Most people trust police, so no, that wouldn't be a pertinent.
And you'd agree with me that the day before, maybe you didn't know this, did you know that Sergeant Whitlock had told her that Hannah was dead on March 8th?
I did.
That was a lie, correct?
That was a lie, yes.
Did you know that Lindsay Partin had close family friends in addition to her brother who was a law enforcement officer and she trusted all of the police?
I didn't know that, no.
You saw she'd never had any interrogation by a police officer before, hadn't you?
I would assume that judging by her record, yes.
She didn't have a record, correct?
Correct. That's why I would assume that.
You talked to her about touch DNA. You know that's false, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that you saw the essential oils on the counter at Lindsay Partin's house?
In person?
Sure, let's go there.
No.
Did you ever go to 4050 Shank Road?
I did very briefly, yes.
Did you ever go to 4004 Shank Road?
No,
Never.
never.
I'm going to show you what was previously identified and admitted as State's Exhibit 107.
Okay.
Having handed you 107, do you recognize that particular photograph at all?
Yes,
You'd agree that it's part of the case file in this matter?
yes.
And in regards to that, do you see the essential oils on the particular counter? I apologize, let me put it up on the screen.
Not at a glance, I don't know.
Let me put it up on the screen,
Okay.
because this has been admitted. Do you see State's Exhibit 107 up on your computer screen?
I do, ma'am.
Do you see these items here?
Yes.
Any idea what those are?
I would assume they are essential oils.
You lied to Lindsay Partin in that interview when you tell her that Jason Weschi said the babysitter did it, don't you? That's a lie. You're interviewing her on March 9th, and
Yeah,
that's
I
a
don't
lie.
believe I spoke to, well, I know I didn't speak to Jason, so, yeah, that could have been.
It could have been.
I'll go with yes, but I don't know exactly what I knew.
Had you had
Jason
an
Weschi
opportunity
said.
to review the notes of the other police officer who spoke with Jason Weschi at Fort Hamilton Hospital on the morning of the 8th?
I wouldn't have reviewed the notes, but I would have I would have received an update of whatever his statement was before I would have went in. I don't
And-
specifically remember
So you made that
that
up?
briefing.
You made that up when you're interviewing Lindsay Partin, correct?
Repeat it again?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You lie to Lindsay Partin
Uh-huh.
when you tell her Jason Weschi says, Hannah keeps saying the babysitter did all of these. Isn't that a lie?
But, well, that was a mistake. I believe that was from,
That's a
Another-
lie. On March
another
9th,
witness.
that's a lie.
okay, yeah, that's a lie, yes.
When you and Detective Hensley are going through the photos of the bruising, those are from photographs from the Children's Hospital, is that correct?
Yes,
And Lindsay tells you she thought the bruises were from the gravel, that she saw new bruises the morning of Wednesday on the chin and chest. Do you remember that?
yes,
And you tell her the bruises on her chin, neck, chest, and torso were absolutely, didn't happen on a fall on a flat driveway. Do you recall that?
yes,
And she says, I do not know. I thought it was the gravel in the fall. Do you remember that?
yes,
And she says, I don't know about those. And you tell her she does. Do you remember that?
yes,
Lindsay tells you for over 5 minutes she doesn't know how she got all those bruises, correct?
yes,
You asked her about a bath, correct?
I did.
During your investigation, did you have an opportunity to open up State's Exhibit 124 and scroll through her phone at all?
I did not do that, no.
You never opened up this phone?
Is that the same question?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, no, I did not go through that phone.
You're the lead investigator in this case, and you're aware that simply turning on the phone with the code that she gave you on March 8th would let you look and see all information, correct?
I already had that information on a whiteboard in our room. Yes, I didn't need to go through that phone.
What do you mean you already had that information on a whiteboard?
You're speaking of the 9th? You're referring to the 9th?
Sure.
Okay. Her phone was, the 5 major times that we needed were obtained on the 8th.
Okay. But you've never opened up her phone and
No,
looked at it?
ma'am, I would-
This is an iPhone. Are you familiar with iPhones at all?
I'm not actually, no.
Okay. So when you previously identified 124 as her phone, how did you identify that?
I obtained the phone. I saw the phone. I was aware of the phone, but I never went through the phone. That was the question.
Okay, so you've never gone through this.
For the 3rd time, correct.
I'm going to hand you the envelope this was in. Go back an envelope. Can you show me your markings on that particular envelope indicating that you obtained or you possessed or you opened that at any point in time?
I'm sorry, the last part of the question?
Any markings of your own identifying that you touched that, you opened it, you possessed it?
I wouldn't have opened this. I didn't open it until Friday. Once it's sealed, I did not open it. It doesn't appear that anyone had opened it. But all this sloppy handwriting is mine.
Okay. Do you see any handwriting that you identify as Detective Ventry's?
I wouldn't suspect. This appears to be there's some handwriting on it that's not mine. I'm not sure if that was where it was sealed and previously opened again. It could be Joe Ventry initials, yes.
Okay, badge number 1179.
It doesn't say.
Is it normal that you guys would put your badge number on and a piece of evidence that you've touched, handled, opened, looked at?
That's requested, yes.
Is it a policy and procedure of the Butler County Sheriff's Department?
That I'm not sure. I typically do it.
Lindsay tells you that she didn't give a bath to Hannah on the Monday before the 8th. Do you recall that?
Don't specifically recall that.
Did you check to see if there were any notes contained within the phone about baths?
I did not know. Once again, I did not go through the phone.
Madam Prosecutor asked you, after watching the video this morning, about the word uppercut. Do you recall that question by Ms. Sheehan?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that it's you who said uppercut, correct?
To describe what she did, yes.
In fact, to describe what she did, she had an open hand, and you said it's an uppercut,
She
didn't
didn't
you?
have an open hand, ma'am. No, no. She absolutely did not have an open hand. Looks like it on the video, but she did not. She had her hand just
I'm
like
sorry,
this.
the video looks like it was an open hand.
That-
You're telling this jury that you saw a closed fist.
Ma'am, no,
Is that what
no,
you're saying?
no, I did not say a closed
That's
fist.
what I heard. Thank you.
Is this a closed fist or open hand? I don't know, but this is what she did.
You're the one who said open, closed fist, didn't you?
I consider that a closed fist. That's a
She
martial
didn't say that.
This is a martial arts closed fist.
Do you have any information to suggest that Lindsay Partin knows anything about martial arts?
No, but her terminology, your terminology, and my terminology could be different on what a closed fist is and what a closed fist is not. That's why I'm describing you for what I thought was a closed fist.
You
This
thought.
is what she did. That's, yes, and she agreed. She didn't deny that she
Because
did
you
it
told
with
her it
open
was an
hand.
uppercut. Do you remember that? You remember saying to her,
No.
don't tell me once, don't tell me once. So she says twice. Do you remember that?
Yes, it was obvious that there was more than one. That's why I said that.
It was obvious that the information that the Sheriff's Department had on March 9th was within a 24-hour period, correct?
Within a 24-hour period, yes.
And it was obvious, at least on March 10th, or some date after, that you knew Jason Weschi had lied about the milk in his fridge, remember?
It was probably on the 10th where we discovered a discrepancy, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit AA 1 through 22. Before I hand you these, I believe I just heard you tell this jury that it was sometime after March 10th that you understood the discrepancy existed about the milk,
I didn't
correct?
say sometime after. I said around the 10th.
Is that like within 24 hours? Is that like the same phrase?
Everything is always within 24 hours, depending on the point.
Okay. Handing you Defendant's Exhibit AA 1 through 22 that appear to be photographs. Do you recognize those at all as the lead detective in this case?
I do.
Okay. You recognize them as the kitchen of 4004 Shank Road, correct?
I do.
You agree with me that those were taken on March 8th, correct?
Yes.
They were taken pursuant to Detective Hensley's search warrant on March 8th, correct?
Correct.
And let me know when you finished.
Okay.
Permission to publish.
Objection.
Approach, please. On the basis of the last question that we sustained, ladies and gentlemen, disregarded, Ms. Howard, you may proceed to rephrasing your question accordingly.
Detective Detective Turner, you had before you Exhibit AA 1 through 22, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've had an opportunity to view those photos?
I did.
Is today the first time you've ever seen those photographs?
No.
When did you first see those photographs?
Shortly after they were taken.
Okay. Do you have any reason to disagree that they're at 4004 Shank Road?
No.
That they were taken on March 8th of 2018 by Detective either Steele, Morris, or Hensley?
Correct.
Okay. And they were within your case file?
Yes.
And they appear to be a true and accurate, they've been relayed to you to be a true and accurate depiction of what they took photographs of, correct?
Correct.
Do you recognize that to be the refrigerator in 4004?
Yes.
Specifically, Exhibit AA 21 and 22?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that that's not the I'll wait till you get to it.
Sorry.
They're the last two, if that would help at all.
Okay, yes, good. Okay.
Do you have any reason to believe that they're not a
No.
true and accurate depiction of 4004 Shank Road?
No.
And that is in Butler County, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have to publish.
Steve?
No objection, Your Honor. Which specific one?
Yeah, that's my next question.
I'm going to start with 21 and 22, and I'll work my way through it.
As to 21 and 22, the refrigerator, the state has no objection.
I think it's really all the question is covered at this point.
Up.
So 21 and 22, I'm sorry, double A, 21 and 22.
Sorry. I used letters, and there's some other exhibits that I'd already pre-marked. That's why
Right.
this one's double A.
No, I have to make sure that it separates since the state uses numbers. Double A, 21 and 22, you may, that'll be admitted, you may.
Thank you. Before I get to that, Detective, could you look through double A 1 through 20 also, please?
Sure.
Take your time.
Okay. I think I may have got them out of order.
I can put that in, that's fine.
Sorry. Okay.
Would you agree, Detective Turner, that double A 1 through 20 also appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what 4004 Shank Road was when those detectives took those photographs?
That's my understanding.
And that's within your case file?
Yes.
Asked to publish all 22, Your Honor.
Same objection, Your Honor.
That's approved. Agree to the admission and publication of 21 through 22. I don't know if you want to go that route first.
I will.
You may continue, go ahead.
They're all out of order.
That's all right, I'm just going to joining what's marked as double A 21. Sorry, my eyes are not that great. Okay, so this is the inside of the fridge at 4004. The doors are open, is that correct?
Yes.
And you identified that that was a photograph of the fridge at that residence that other detectives had taken on March 8th?
Yes.
And you would agree with me when I say March 8th, it was at least sometime after Detective Hensley signed his search warrant at 1:41 p.m. on March 8th?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time it was done?
I don't. Not off the top of my head, no.
You see any milk in the door?
No.
Sorry, I touched it. Let me move it. Okay. Showing you what's marked as double A 22. That appear to be the inside, also demonstrating the freezer door and refrigerator door are both opened.
Yes.
You don't see any milk in there, is that correct?
That's correct.
You'd agree with me, Detective, that whether father went to Walmart and got milk the night before within that 24-hour period is important, correct?
Important? How so?
Because he lied.
It was determined that he did not lie.
You got a video of him at Walmart getting milk on March 7th?
No,
Are you
about-
telling me that?
No, it was determined that
Are
he...
you telling me that you have a video of him at Walmart, just like he told you that he went and got milk on the 7th? Is that what you're saying?
It was determined that he did not lie about that. He did not go to Walmart, correct?
Okay, do you have a video of him going to get milk?
No, there's no video of him getting milk.
And there's no milk in the fridge, correct?
No, he did not go get milk.
And he told the
He
police.
told us that, but it was determined that that was not a lie.
Because there was milk in the fridge? I didn't see it. Can I put that back up? Can you point
No,
to me?
a lie
Can you point
means-
to me the milk?
There's no milk in there.
There's no milk
I've
in
already
there.
testified to that, yes.
He didn't go to Walmart, correct?
He did not go get milk, yes. But it was determined that that was not a lie.
What was it?
I don't know what it would have been, but he did not purposely tell us that he went to go get milk and not go get milk.
He
It was
didn't just
determined
tell-
that that was not a lie.
He didn't just tell you, I'm sorry, he didn't just tell Detective Ventry or Detective Sprague that he went and got milk, correct?
Correct.
So he said on March 8th at Fort Hamilton Hospital, when asked what he did the night before, he said he and Hannah went and got milk. He said that at Fort
Yes,
Hamilton,
he did
correct?
say that, yes.
He said at Children's Hospital to Detective Ventry that he went and got milk, correct?
Yes, he did say that, yes.
And Butler County Sheriff's Department detectives or officers went to Walmart to try to obtain the video of Jason Weschi and Hannah Wesche at Walmart sometime in the evening hours of March 7th, correct?
Correct.
And there was no video,
He
correct?
did not go, correct.
He's not in any video, correct?
Correct.
Did he go to some other store?
I don't know. He did not go to Walmart.
Do you see any milk in this fridge?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
There is no milk in the refrigerator.
Next question.
Oh, sorry.
Detective, you wrote a updated report of investigation that you've already identified as H as in Harry, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there is not an entry anywhere in that in regards to milk, correct?
Correct.
You don't say the word milk in those 11 pages whatsoever, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
Is it fair to say that it's only later, sometime in November, that you write a statement about the milk?
Yes.
Do you remember when you wrote that particular statement, sir?
November, I don't know the exact date of 2018.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit S as in Stephen. Do you recognize Defendant's Exhibit S?
Yes.
That appears to be a statement made by you.
Yes.
1 second, let me get to it. Do you remember when you had this conversation with Mr. Weschi about the Walmart discrepancy?
It was on or about the 10th of, it was 3/10 of 2018.
Actually, it was on or about 3/10.
On or about, yes.
2018, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you wrote this statement in November of 2018, correct?
Yes.
So if we went back to your computer, like you did for Detective Lambert, that would show a computer entry in November 2018, correct?
Correct.
And you'd never written it before,
No.
and you indicate in this part of your report that Jason now says he was mistaken.
Yes.
Is that why it's not a lie?
No, that's not why it's not a lie.
Did you see milk in the fridge? The picture's still up.
No, there's no milk in the fridge for the 5th time.
Yes, that's just a-
There's no cereal in the house either, isn't that correct?
At the time the pictures were taken, no.
No milk, no cereal?
At the time the pictures were taken, no.
The pictures were taken on March 8th, the afternoon of March 8th, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any information to believe that Jason Weschi, when he left 4050 Shank Road, following the EMT, that he came back before your detectives got there to take photographs?
No, that's not what I'm referring to.
Did you look for other stores' videos to see if Mr. Weschi had been telling the truth when he said he went to go get milk the night before?
No, he told us he did not go after I called him back.
After your telephone call with him?
Correct.
But he told that to the hospital, correct?
I'm not sure what he...
You're not sure that he told the hospital
The
that she was
hospital.
acting normal, that she'd had milk and cereal that
Objection.
morning?
Commissioner Approach.
Yeah, approach. All right, objection was withdrawn. Ms. Howard, you may proceed.
Detective Turner. My question was, as lead detective, you're not aware that that's what Jason Weschi was telling the hospital?
Yeah, yes.
You're aware of that?
I know it was said at the hospital. I don't know if he told hospital personnel per se. That was told to a detective.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's Defendant's Exhibit P and Q. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit P as in Paul, Q as in quarter. Do you recognize?
Yes.
You recognize your signature on those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And, 1 second. Is it fair to say that on the approximately 4-hour interview that we were just watching for the last couple days, it's Friday and today, that while Lindsay is sitting in that room after you and Hensley leave, that you go to Area 1 and sign these complaints?
Yes.
And that P, as in Paul, I think that's what I called it. I know it's P. I might have called it Peter. Is your complaint charging in Area 1 court Lindsay Partin with the offense of felonious assault?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that on that complaint that's signed by you, that you indicated that the to wit, we discussed the word to wit, right?
Yes.
To wit, on 3/8/2018, Lindsay.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. In line with the conversation, Ms. Howard, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. On to Defendant's Exhibit P as in Paul,
Yes.
the to wit. You would agree with me that you swore this to be true, correct?
Yes.
And the to wit says, on 3/8/2018, Lindsay Partin did knowingly cause a serious physical harm to a child by shaking her, correct?
Yes,
That's what you charged her with, correct?
correct.
And that was constituting the offense of felonious assault, correct?
Yes,
And you swore that when you went up to Area 1, correct?
Yes.
That's part of that lapse of time
yes,
that Lindsay's sitting in that room, because you'd agree with me, Area
Yes.
1's in Oxford,
it is,
so you got to drive up there.
correct.
And on to Exhibit Q, Defendant's Exhibit Q. You recognize that to be your signature,
Yes,
as well as your badge number 1805 behind your name?
yes, ma'am.
And you swore this to be true in front of a deputy clerk of some sort on March 9th, is that correct?
Yes,
And in that particular charge on Q, that's the complaint for child endangering, correct?
yes,
And on that day, your to wit for that was on 3/8/2018, Lindsay Partin did knowingly cause a serious physical harm to a child by shaking her, thereby constituting the offense of child endangering. You agree with that's what
yes,
you wrote?
yes.
And you typed this up, or did Detective Hensley type this up?
No, a lot of times we'll type it up, but when we get there, they'll retype it, the clerk will. So I don't know whether I specifically typed this or the clerk did.
And you would agree with me that those two particular documents, you then hand to Lindsay at the end of the video when you and Hensley come back from Area 1 and you say, these are yours, before
Yes.
you're exiting the room, correct?
Right.
It's those two complaints, correct?
Yes,
And within your complaints, both of them identical, indicate that this complaint is based upon Detective Turner's investigation and Lindsay Partin's admission, correct?
yes,
And would you agree with me that up until the point in time that you go to Area 1 to sign these complaints, that your investigation consists solely of talking to Lindsay Partin, correct? Your investigation, correct?
yeah, yes.
You hadn't talked to other witnesses, correct?
Right, yes.
How long have you been a detective, sir?
3 years, ma'am.
And what's your swearing-in date as a detective?
June 27th, I believe,
Of which year?
of 2016.
And so in March of 2018, you've been a detective for less than 2 years, correct?
Yes,
And when you were assigned as lead investigator, lead detective on this particular case, sometime around March 9th, after you talked with Lindsay Partin, filed these charges, had you previously been assigned as a lead detective in any murder case before?
no, ma'am.
Had you previously been assigned as the lead detective in any child endangering case?
No, ma'am.
Do you still have H in front of you, sir?
Is that a document?
Yes, it's your updated report of investigation.
It's here someplace.
It's a little
Yes,
thicker.
yeah.
Okay. You've had a chance to look through H.
Yes,
I'm going to ask that you count those pages.
$17.
And if you took H with your milk note, which is S as in Stevens, you have S up there still?
Yes,
If you took H and S, is that all of the notes contained within the Butler County Sheriff's Department computer system about the investigation on Hannah Wesche?
yes.
You didn't leave out any other detectives' statements or narratives that they supplied to you?
No,
And you indicated when you first began testifying on Friday that the narrative that I asked Detective Lambert about, which was Exhibit I as in Ingrid, I wasn't contained in your updated report of investigation?
no, ma'am.
I was not contained within your Exhibit S, which is your updated about the milk on or about the 10th of March, correct?
No,
Have you had a chance to go back and look through the computer system for all of the detectives that have touched this case to see if there are other notes that you didn't get possession of?
yes, I did.
Did you do that the evening of
Yes,
Detective Lambert's testimony?
correct.
And you didn't find any more other than
No,
that
no,
one?
no.
So, other than her entry on March 25th of 2019, the entry before that would have been November of 2018 when you made the Exhibit S into the computer system, correct?
Yes,
And the one before that would be your updated report of investigation inclusive of the date of April 18th of
Correct.
2018, correct?
yes.
So let's go through H if we could, please. It begins, you'd agree with me, with the narrative from the report by Deputy Mayor, is that correct?
Yes,
And then you include the notes from Detective Sprague,
Sprague.
and Detective Lambert on 3/8 of 2018.
Yes, ma'am?
And then it is inclusive of a note by Detective Lambert on March 8th, 2018 in regards to her telephone call with Christina Lewis. Is that correct?
Yes?
And you'd agree with me that after watching that video just shortly ago, that Detective Lambert did not, in fact, know Christina Lewis's phone number, name, or address on March 9th? You'd agree with me, correct?
On the 9th? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she had asked for it.
She's
Is that what you're
seen in
referring
that
to?
video, correct?
Yes.
She's the female detective that comes in at the end.
Right.
And has.
Ask for the information?
It has a
Yes.
phone, correct?
Yes.
And then comes back again with the phone and has it turned on and asks Lindsay to locate Christina Lewis's information.
Yes.
Phone number, address, or contact info, correct?
Yes.
And so you'd agree with me that within your updated report of investigation, it's inaccurate that she had this telephone call with Miss Lewis on the 8th of March, correct?
I'm misunderstanding your question.
That's simple. On March 9th in this video, you saw the video, right?
Yeah, I saw the video,
Today
yes.
wasn't the first time you've ever seen this video, correct?
Yes.
How many times have you seen this video before today?
Multiple.
Multiple times.
I don't like to watch it.
Multiple times.
Yes.
And you see that on March 9th, Detective Lambert comes
Yes.
into the room in the last, I'm going to say 20 minutes total of the video, correct? And
Yes.
she specifically comes in twice, correct?
I think I know what you're talking, yes, yes.
That happens on March 9th, correct?
Correct, yes.
So she didn't call Christina Lewis on March 8th, correct?
I can't say that. I don't know.
Well, you
Can't
put
speak
it in
for
your.
what she did. I don't write these. If they've got their names by them, that detective wrote it.
Okay.
So I can't speak for that.
So you're not going to testify to the veracity of Detective Lambert's notes? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I can't speak for her. If she says that it was the 8th, then it's the 8th. That was something you would have to ask her. I don't
Just
know.
like she said that she did Exhibit I, way back in March of 2018?
I believe you asked her about that, so.
And then you confirmed by your computer systems that she had not done that until 2019, correct?
Correct.
Moving on, the next page has an entry by Detective Hensley on March 8th, correct?
Yes.
He was getting the search warrants, correct?
Yes.
The ones that I've had you identify as Defendant's Exhibit T1 and T2, is that correct?
Yes.
The next entry is Detective Hensley and Detective Lambert. Do you see that?
Yes.
On March 9th?
Yes.
It appears to have been written by Detective Hensley, is that correct?
Yes.
Because the statement is Detective Lambert and I.
Correct.
The next page continues on with March 9th, is your interview with Detective Hensley of Miss Partin, is that correct?
Yes.
The next entry is March 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
You and Detective Hensley went to the Mayerson Center for the team meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what doctors were at that team meeting on March 13th?
It was Dr. Dean?
Was Dr. Makaroff there?
No.
The next entry is March 13th also by Detective Hensley, is that correct?
Yes.
The next entry goes back to March 8th, is that correct?
Correct.
It's a note by Detective Deathridge and Detective Ventry down at Children's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Appears to have been written by by Detective Deathridge, correct?
Yes. Yes.
The entry after that at approximately page 14 appears to be March 9th of 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
It uses the word I. Do you know who wrote this?
That would have also been Detective Deathridge.
The next entry lists March 7th of 2018. Would you agree that's probably not true?
That's not accurate. Correct.
That's an entry by Detective Morris, is that correct?
Correct.
Speaks of the search warrants at 4004 and 4050.
Yes.
The next entry appears also to be from Detective Morris, listing now the date of March 8th. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's probably got that date wrong also?
Correct.
So that would be actually his March 9th search
Yes.
warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Previously identified by you as Exhibit U.
Yes.
And then there's an entry by you on March 16th, is that correct?
Yes.
Identifying both yourself and Detective Hensley, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know who wrote that?
Me?
Okay. The entry after that is March 20th of 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's when you, I'm assuming you wrote March 20th,
I did.
correct?
Correct.
You and Detective Hensley went and observed the autopsy, is that correct?
Correct.
The next entry after March 20th is March 22nd, is that correct?
Yes.
In regards to a telephone call, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the final entry is April 18th of 2018 by
Yes.
you also, is that correct?
Yes.
About a telephone call, correct?
Correct.
So you're advising that the entirety of the report of investigations is contained within H, which is your updated report of investigations,
And S.
and S.
And there is one more.
There's another supplement that we haven't received yet.
There's an email, yes.
Can we approach, please? Speak of, you'd agree, was an email in September 2018?
Yes.
So in terms of what you did as a lead investigation in this case, you'd agree with me that there's nothing in April after April 18th of 2018, correct?
Yes,
May of 18, nothing?
right.
June, July, August, September, then you have a telephone call?
Yes,
So you'd agree with me, Detective Turner, that the sum and substance of your investigation in this case consists of the interview of Lindsay Partin, correct? Number
yes,
one?
yep, yes,
And then I believe you identified from there the autopsy, the Mayerson Clinic team meeting, 3 telephone calls and an email. Is that accurate?
that's what's in the report, yes.
Okay.
The notes, sorry.
Do you have some other report that I'm not aware of?
No, I call them notes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were thorough on that particular point. Thank you. In addition to Detective Lambert speaking with Christina Lewis, you also spoke with her, is that correct?
I did,
And Christina Lewis is the mother of the other child that Lindsay Partin babysits?
Yes.
And have you seen a photograph of her?
I don't recall if I have or not.
I'm going to show you exhibit, I'm sorry, I'll just put it up on the screen, 107. Do you see this child right here?
I do,
Sorry. Do you see the child here?
yes,
That's Lindsay Partin standing there, correct?
yes,
Do you see the child there?
I do,
Do you know that to be Miss Lewis's child?
I don't,
You don't know what the children that were being babysat there looked like?
not, I mean, they were all similar looking.
You'd agree with me that you talked with Miss Lewis, correct?
I did,
And no charges were filed?
on Miss Lewis?
Correct.
Correct,
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. On Lindsay Partin about the Lewis child?
Correct,
I
yes.
just didn't want to say her name again, I apologize.
right.
How many times have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
2 or 3 probably.
You went over the video, is that correct?
Which video, ma'am?
The 3/9/18 video that we just spent 4 hours looking at?
Yes,
When did you discuss with the prosecutors Detective Lambert's purported 3/8/18 narrative, which was Exhibit I?
which narrative was that? Do I have
The
it?
lie? The one that was actually created in the week before trial?
What's the question?
Aye. When did you talk to the detectives about, I'm sorry, when did you talk to the prosecutors about that?
That night?
How many search warrants have you been in affiant on?
I have no idea, ma'am.
More than one?
Yes,
Are you familiar with how it's important as the affiant in an affidavit when you're presenting it to a judge to be true,
yes,
to be correct?
correct.
You're seeking a search warrant of some sort on the words that you've said to this particular judge, correct?
Yes,
You don't want to lie to that judge, do you?
no, ma'am.
Prior to Detective Lambert's testimony, had you seen Exhibit J1 through 13,
What is that, ma'am?
the photographs of Hannah Wesche's bedroom at 4004?
Yes,
It was part of the case file, correct?
correct.
You'd seen that?
I had, yes.
Just like you saw the photographs from the kitchen area, correct?
Yes,
And you're reason to believe that J1 through J13 aren't a true and accurate depiction of what Hannah Wesche's bedroom looked like at the residence of 4004?
no, ma'am.
No reason to believe differently about the kitchen photos either.
Correct.
Have you been out to the Shank Road residence at all?
Yes. Which one?
Either one?
Yes, I've already testified to that, yes.
When did you go out to 4050 Shank Road?
Sometime on the 9th. After the interview,
After the interview?
correct.
When the 3D photographs were being taken?
Yes,
Pursuant to Detective Morris' search warrant?
yes.
I have no further questions for Detective Turner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Trying to clean up on my notes. Sorry.
Is she in any redirect?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Detective, we've heard some testimony regarding the interview that you had with Ms. Partin on March 9th, 2018, is that right?
Yes,
There was also some testimony on cross-examination that you told her that this was an accident. Is that right?
yes,
Then you also told her that this was a fall or a drop.
correct.
Why do you do that?
It's part of what's called the Reed technique, which is the technique that the Butler County Sheriff's Office uses for interviews like this. It's called offering them a theme. It's basically used to get someone to open up. You offer them a lesser degree, try to get them to admit to that. Once they admit to that, then you build upon that.
And did you do this theme technique with your interview with Ms. Partin?
Yes,
There was some questions on cross-examination regarding defendant maybe not answering your question and then you re-asking the question a couple times. Why is that? Why do you re-ask a question that she's maybe already given you an answer to?
I'm having difficulties remembering exactly what that was in reference to.
And I'm trying to think of the exact question as well.
So ask the question again,
Sure.
and maybe it'll come back.
When you asked the defendant a question in her interview and she gave you an answer, I don't know what to say, for instance, why would you re-ask the question again?
Because that's obviously not the truth.
You're aware that Sergeant Whitlock told the defendant that Hannah was dead.
Yes.
Are you aware of why he did that?
Objection, outside his knowledge? He said he wasn't even there on March 8th.
Calls for speculation, I must sustain.
Detective, you've testified that you have been in a fine on search warrants before,
Yes.
and you've filled out a search warrant affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
When you fill out a search warrant affidavit, do you give every single piece of information that you have in your investigation?
No, we do not.
And why not?
It's not required, and we just, there's certain things we don't want out there until we're ready for it to be out there, such as a trial.
Again, I have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure, take your time.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right.
Follow-up.
Ms. Howard, you may proceed to recross the
Detective Turner, where did you learn the Reed technique?
At a school taught by a Reed.
I'm sorry?
At a school taught by one of the members from the Reed family.
And prior to June 27th of 2016, is that when you taken that class?
Yes.
And you're also familiar that that type of questioning can lead to mental manipulation, correct?
No.
You're also aware that that type of technique can lead to false confession, correct?
No.
Objection, calls for speculation.
approach. Howard, if you'd like to read the question.
I will, Your Honor. You're aware, Detective Turner, that these techniques can result in false confession?
No.
You're aware that these techniques can result in an internalized confession,
Internalized?
correct?
I don't know what that is.
Well, you told her what happened. You told her what you wanted to hear from her, that it was an accident, something happened, that a fall happened. You told her all that, right?
A theme, yes.
You told her all that.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Detective, you may step down. Please watch your step. I got council up here for a second, please, so I'm trying to get an idea of scheduling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, when you're talking about scheduling and trying to pinpoint how long certain aspects of this is going to go, it is not an exact science. We're trying to be mindful of when we're going to wrap up this week, while also not keeping you guys here till 7 or 8 o'clock at night on any time either. After consulting the attorneys, I have a rough idea of how many witnesses of both sides are intending to call from this point forward. I think what I'm going to do is I think one of the jurors had indicated that they had an issue of staying past 5:30. I don't know that I have a witness that I can promise will be done at that point. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to call it a wrap a little early tonight. But if we do need to use a certain night to go a little longer than usual, tomorrow night is going to be that night, if you guys want to take that into consideration and plan accordingly. I think if we press on tomorrow night, we should be able to get all the evidence to you by the end of tomorrow, okay? Does that sound fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. That's how I feel about it, so. All right, so with that, we'll break for the night. Please leave your notepads, please leave your lanyards, please remember your admonitions. We should be getting just one more step closer to closing arguments and then you guys being able to do what you're going to ultimately do. So we're closer to the end than we are to the beginning. So have a good night, leave all your stuff, admonitions, no talking, no researching, and so forth. We are, we've got a full day tomorrow, so please try to be here. If you guys are here at, say, 8:45 I do know we got some issues we need to address about 8:30ish or a little before 8:30ish. So we'll take care of our business. We'll try to get started just as soon as you guys are here and everybody's ready, okay? All right, very good. Thank you. He says I have to look for it. It says here on page 389, this is where he starts referencing lucid interval. Lucid interval is the time it takes between injury and clinical. You objected at that point. See, if we were doing this in real time, I don't know that I would have had enough of the answer to rule on that objection at that point. Because as we saw with some of the state's experts, all of this really is based on how each expert defines certain terminology. So but anyway. So you objected, non-responsive. The doctor finishes up. He continues on 63. It says here the likelihood of having a lucid interval depends primarily on the amount of shear injury to the brain. Goes through some other factors, et cetera, et cetera. So there are different situations which govern how long the lucid interval is. Then he says, lucid interval, we get to 64. You start to object again. Mr. Pagan interjects. We eventually get back to the answer. A lucid interval is another way of saying a period during which there is no brain swelling that's measurable, that's clinically measurable. Which, as I recall, the testimony of the one state's expert that actually was questioned about lucid interval, I detected a difference in how the two experts were using the terminology.
I agree.
Well,
And I think there is and I guess maybe that's the difficulty. In all of the literature regarding lucid interval, it's an onset of symptoms, not an onset of brain swelling.
well, I understand that, but my point being is I don't necessarily think it's an evidentiary objection, that might be an issue of how you're arguing credibilities or how these different experts are viewing their case. But the actual evidentiary objection was that his answer was non-responsive to the topic you were talking about. And again, I know because in real time, this probably would have played out a little differently. He does eventually there on the top of 64, lines 5 through 7, he does paint himself into a definition of lucid interval where it is responsive to the question that you had posed. Do you wish to be heard further on what you anticipate my rulings would be, based on what I just said?
No further argument.
Defense wish to be heard? No. All right, so for the reasons I've proffered on the record, then the court is going to overrule that objection. Again, this is just one of those nuances of how a deposition plays out. But again, the rationale of the ruling is that the witness does pigeonhole himself into a definition of a term that is in fact ultimately responsive to what the question was. Any other objections that you wish to address, Ms. Hiley?
I think I only saw one more.
That's what I'm showing as well. I just want to make sure it's the same.
And I think that last one was actually Mr. Pagan's.
Actually, that is right. That was on page 68, where Mr. Pagan, you had raised an objection to characterization when Ms. Hiley was doing some cross-examination on the heart rate and blood pressure from the EMT records.
I'll withdraw.
Anything else?
Well, just so our record is clear then, let me summarize what I intend on excising from the playback. Page 15, phraseology, because there were several episodes here, I'll excise that. Page 54, going on to 55, starting at line 14, where the doctor starts, other than I need to tell you, to approximately on page 55, 1 minute 31 seconds, 1 hour 31 minutes 27 seconds after Mr. Pagan says, go ahead, okay. Next exercise, page 63, lines 1 through 9. Actually, probably cleaner for the jury that we get rid of all that in terms of the back and forth between counsel in terms of the board. Now, what I'm going to do at lunchtime, because I'm assuming this is not going to be played at lunch, is that I will take this into my office. I will find specifically the timestamps that match these, so I know exactly where to hit and so on. When we do the playback, as long as the cursor is kept on the right spot on video, it'll keep the time stamp up for the entirety. So as long as I'm able to see that, then this will work very smoothly. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else we need to address then before we bring our jury in?
Out of video.
Got anything else in judge?
Not that I know of.
Ms. Hiley?
No.
Ms. Hiley, you get that back at your copy available. And Ms. Wilson, if you'd like to check for our jury, if everybody's here, just bring on in.
Bring it in, now here.
All right, everyone, have a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Please place your lanyards on. As always, I have to begin our day by asking about your admonitions, any issues that need to come to the court's attention. Wonderful. We are still in the midst of the state's case, and Chief, let's stay ready to call this next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Jason Weschi.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, watch your step.
All right, good morning, sir. I do need to advise you, as you can see, we have media folks here. They might be recording portions of this. Do you object to them using your facial image on the news?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Ms. Hiley, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to need you to keep your voice up just a little louder. I'm having trouble hearing you back here.
Good morning.
Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Jason Weschi,
Could you spell your last name?
Wesche.
Jason, do you know Hannah Wesche?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know her?
She was my daughter.
What was her date of birth?
1/11/15.
And I want to come back to that in just a minute, but the first thing I want to address with you is you have a 2008 conviction for unauthorized use of property, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a misdemeanor conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Hannah born?
In Louisville, Kentucky.
Did she have any difficulty at her birth?
She was addicted to drugs at birth.
And tell me about that process at birth of how long she was in the hospital and what happened from there.
She was in, Cozaire Children's Hospital in Louisville for 92 days. She was weaned off of methadone by morphine.
Where did she stay while she was in the hospital there?
In the NICU, the intensive care unit.
And with that, can you describe what type of care she needed?
She had different kind of tubes. She just had to have medicine to come down and wean her from the medicine that she was on to keep her from heroin. Her mother was addicted to heroin. So when her mother got arrested, the jail put her on methadone to keep the baby alive instead of withdrawing instantly from heroin. So in the hospital, they wean them off the heroin, and it takes quite some time.
What was your contact with Hannah while she was in the hospital?
I would drive to Cozaire's hospital in Louisville and see her 3 or 4 times a week.
Did you then take custody of Hannah upon her release from the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was she then?
She was 3 months old.
What was Hannah's mom's name?
Adrienne Latham.
Hannah's released from the hospital, did her mom have contact with her?
Very seldom. She was in a drug rehabilitation center in Kentucky. I would take her over there once a week and she would see her.
Was there a point where Hannah really didn't have contact with her mother anymore?
After May of 2017, she didn't have any contact with her again. It was off and on up until then.
Who had custody of Hannah throughout that time?
I did.
I'm going to ask you to just keep your voice up. It's starting to drop a little bit, okay?
I had custody of Hannah.
Did Hannah have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, she has 2 sisters, which are my other 2 daughters, and she has a stepbrother in Dayton. I've never met him.
So you said she has 2 sisters that are your other 2 daughters?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their names?
Caitlin Weschi and Rachel Weschi.
And how old is Caitlin?
Caitlin's 18.
And how old is Rachel?
Rachel's 12.
Do they have the same mom as Hannah?
No, they don't.
How often would Hannah have contact with her sisters?
Every weekend
And where would that contact happen?
at my house.
You said she also has a stepbrother that you've never met?
Yes, Adrian has a son. I believe the grandmother has custody of her other son.
Do you know if Hannah had ever met him?
No, Hannah's never met him either.
As of March 8th, 2018, where were you living?
At 4004 Shank Road in Hamilton.
It's a City of Hamilton address.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of whether or not that's in Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it is.
If I may approach the witness with States Exhibits 86 and 87, which have previously been admitted.
You may.
If you want to go ahead and take a look at those. I'm going to go ahead and put them up on the screen there next to you. If you could circle your address that you said was is your address shown in States Exhibit 87?
Yes, it is.
And if you could go ahead and circle that. You have to push pretty hard. Oh, there it is. It's working. Okay, great.
Yeah, it showed on here on my
Okay.
screen.
And that's the 4004 Shank Road address?
Yes, ma'am.
There is another house that is seen in that picture. Whose house is that?
That is Lindsay and TJ's home.
Approximately, what is the distance between your home and their home?
300 feet?
When did you move in to the 4004 Shank Road address?
End of July. I believe it was July 28th.
Of what year, if you recall?
I'm sorry, 2017.
And who did you live there with?
Hannah. It was just me and Hannah that lived there on a permanent basis.
All right.
My children were there on the weekends.
And your children being your 2 daughters that you've already described?
Caitlin and Rachel, yes, ma'am.
If I may approach the witness with States Exhibits 132 through 149 after showing them to counsel.
You may.
All right, you've had the opportunity to look through all of those?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they of?
My house.
And are they true and accurate depictions of the way your house looked on March 8th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, permission to admit and publish?
No objection, Your Honor.
132 through 149 will be admitted to be published in the English.
States Exhibit 132, what is that showing?
My house.
And we saw the Exhibit 87. Actually, what's the view from? Where would you be standing to be able to see this?
That is in the front yard. Looks like it's up towards the road. At the front of the house.
Sorry. Let me switch that. I don't know why that's coming up wrong.
I blanked it out before the jury.
Thank you. States Exhibit 87. Where would you, if you can mark on there where you would be standing for that view of the home?
Right about there. Can you see that?
Yes. I keep looking at the wrong screen, so I apologize. Yes, I can see that. Thank you. All right, States Exhibit 133. What is that showing?
That is my living room.
And there's a door there to the left. What is that door?
That is the front door.
On State's Exhibit 132, can you mark which door that would be, if it's on there? $134?
That is my living room as well, and that is my bedroom door on the other side.
If you can mark where you're pointing to. All right. And the other door in that picture?
Is the front door again.
135?
Is my couch in my living room.
136?
It's the hallway that leads to two bedrooms. Or, I'm sorry, one bedroom.
And what else is down that hallway?
One bedroom, a bathroom, and the utility room.
137?
It was a bedroom. Same bedroom.
138?
It is the same bedroom.
139?
That is the closet in that bedroom
140?
or bathroom.
141?
Is the bathroom vanity underneath.
And there's training pants here, at least I believe that's what that says.
Yes.
Who are those for?
Hannah.
142?
That is my kitchen.
This door that we see in this picture, where does that lead to, or what direction does that face?
That is directly behind the house. It's the back door. Goes into the backyard.
143?
Is my kitchen.
And through the archway?
Leads into the living room.
144?
It's my refrigerator.
145?
That is another little bedroom in the house.
And who would sleep in that bedroom?
Caitlin would sleep in there sometimes.
146?
That is my bedroom.
147?
My bedroom.
148?
That is my dresser inside of my bedroom.
149?
Inside of my dresser.
Whose bedroom was this?
It was technically the girls, but they used it more as a playroom. Hannah always slept in my bed, so she never slept in there. Her and Rachel played in it mostly.
Jason, was the house on March 8th, 2018, is that the condition the home was in on that day?
Yes.
I believe you said you moved into that house in July of 2017, is that
Yep.
accurate?
Yes.
And when you moved into that house, what were the arrangements? Either for, had you purchased the house?
I was renting it from my boss,
And who was your boss?
Jay Smith.
And so you were renting the house from Jay Smith, and what were your arrangements? And then, sorry, you said he was your boss.
Yes.
So he was your boss for what?
I worked for his company, Smith Corp.
And what did you do?
I was a pipe fitter. We put new sewer lines in the state of Kentucky, mostly. I worked as a mechanic in the garage as well.
So tell me about, and you said you worked in the state of Kentucky
Yes.
typically.
Yes.
Tell me about a typical day of work for you. Beginning in the morning when you would wake up to when you would come home. And you don't have to go through everything in detail, but where did you go? What did you have to do? How long you were there?
It varied. Usually in the morning, I'd get up, get ready. I would wake Hannah up, get her ready, take her to Lindsay's. I would go to work. Usually I drove a work truck, so I'd get my work truck. We bounced around job to job in Kentucky, depending on what location we were working on that day. Usually I would get off about 5 o'clock, 5:30 sometimes, and then depends on traffic. I'd usually get back home about 6:30, sometimes 7 o'clock.
Was there a specific time you had to be on the job site?
7 o'clock.
You had to be,
Well,
okay.
if I wasn't driving a company truck, I left earlier because I had to be at the job at 7. If I drove the truck, I started at 7 from the shop.
And you said you would drop Hannah off at Lindsay's. Who is Lindsay?
Lindsay was the babysitter. This is Lindsay Partin.
And can you describe what she's wearing? I know you pointed her out.
She is in a dress. I'm not really sure what the designs are. Flowers, maybe?
I asked that the record
Necklace?
reflect, thank you. I asked that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
They reflect.
And how did that arrangement happen?
When I started at Smith Corp, I drove Hannah other places for a babysitter, and it was usually about an hour away. And Lindsay babysat other children and had her children as well. TJ said that he would ask if she could babysit Hannah, and he said it was fine, that she said she would watch Hannah as well. So we came up with arrangements for her to babysit.
And who is TJ?
TJ is Lindsay's husband, or I thought that he was her husband.
Okay, so, and did TJ have any relationship to you with work, or was he just somebody you knew?
He was just, I mean, he was the owner's son. He worked on a different crew. I would see him in the shop, I'd see him around. I mean, he was my neighbor. But other than work, we did not have any interaction.
And you talked about sometimes you would have to get your truck from the shop, I believe you said?
Yes, a work truck.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. And that should be coming up here on the screen shortly. All right, the State's Exhibit 86. Is your house shown on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you go ahead and circle that? And if you could identify and at least put a mark on whatever other house you're talking about as to whose houses and what they are on that Shank Road stretch, heading towards the top of the page.
This house would be Lindsay's house and TJ's house. This house is the owner of the company, Jay Smith's, and that is our shop. And there's a barn on the right side.
And you said you would have to go get your truck, so where would your truck be?
My truck is always parked right there.
What was the babysitting arrangement? Was it every day? Were there specific hours? How was that arranged?
She watched her Monday through Thursday. On Fridays, Hannah went to another babysitter.
And when you say she, are we talking about the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes, Lindsay watched her Monday through Thursday.
And you said on Friday she would go to another babysitter?
My friend Sandy would babysit her on Fridays. Lindsay wanted to keep Fridays open for her and her children.
I want to direct your attention to Friday, March 2nd, which would have been approximately a week prior to the March 8th incident that we're here for. Friday, March 2nd, who watched Hannah that day?
That would have been Sandy.
And at that point in time, Friday, March 2nd, were there any visible injuries on Hannah that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Were you asked to find a photograph of Hannah as close in time as you could to the March 8th date?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may approach the witness after showing the counsel State's Exhibits 130 and 131.
You may.
Were you able to recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
Those are pictures of my daughter, Hannah.
State's Exhibit 130, what is that?
It is a picture of my daughter, Hannah, in a car seat.
And is there a date and time on that?
March 3rd, 2018.
Where did that picture come from?
I believe she took that picture herself. Or no? We were in the car. I'm not sure exactly where I was going or what we were doing, but I know we were driving in the car because she's in her car seat.
Was there was a date and time on that? How does that date and time generate? Was that posted to somewhere? Was that part of the picture? How did that happen?
It was just on my phone. It came off of my Google account. It was saved onto my Google account.
And are those true and accurate depictions of Hannah as of March 3rd of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to admit and publish State's Exhibits 130 and 131. No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted, you may publish.
And that's Hannah in her seat?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 131. Close up of the same picture?
Yes, ma'am.
on to Monday, March 5th of 2018. Did Lindsay watch Hannah on that day?
If it was not raining, she did. When it rains, we didn't work. I honestly don't remember if it rained that week or not.
What was your process in the mornings for when you got up and when you headed over to Lindsay? Would you do anything to let Lindsay know that you were coming, or would you just show up? How did that work?
I would text her before I walked out of the door. When I dropped Hannah off when it was cold, I went around to the back door of the garage. So I would text her before I left so she had time to get up and come and meet me in the garage.
And if you were working on Monday, March 5th, would you have texted her that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your knowledge, what would the content of that text have been?
It's usually, I'm coming over, I'm on my way, be there in a minute. I was just letting her know that I was getting ready to come over.
Between Monday, March 5th and Thursday, March 8th, were you aware of Hannah receiving any injuries?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
Lindsay told me after I picked Hannah up.
Did that happen one day, multiple days? How many times were there conversations about injuries that Hannah had that week?
She fell in the driveway. I'm gonna say 3.
Well, tell me, to your recollection, what injuries do you recall Hannah having in those days leading up to March 8th, and what Lindsay told you about those?
She had little bruises all over her chest and a pretty bad scrape on the chin. When I picked her up, Lindsay said that her and her daughter Vivian were playing in the driveway and Hannah had tripped over the heel of her boot and fell on the rocks. She had a bruise on her chin and a black eye. One day, Lindsay said that she had stepped up on top of a toy on wheels and the toy kicked out from underneath of her and she fell on the handlebar. She fell on a step too, but I can't recollect if she told me that week or not about that.
If I may approach the witness with previously admitted exhibits 41, 42, 44, 45, 46, 48, 51, 52, 65. I think that that's all I need at this point.
Yes, you may.
Okay. Actually, 49 as well, I'm sorry. Go ahead and look through those, and if you could keep them in the numerical order as best as possible, that would help us. All right, are you able to recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those of?
My daughter, Hannah.
Did you have the opportunity to see your daughter in that condition?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you see her in that condition?
At the hospital
Would that have been on March 8th of 2018?
on March 8th, yes, ma'am.
All right, some of the injuries that you described, Lindsay giving you an explanation for, are those shown in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, I'd like to go through them, or through these photographs with the witness.
You may.
All right, State's Exhibit 41, if you could go ahead and mark the injuries that you had previously seen prior to March 8th of 2018 and explain what was told to you by the defendant about what happened.
These are the bruises that she said she got when she fell on the driveway and on her chin right there as well.
Do you recall when you were told about those?
After I picked her up from work.
Do you recall which day that was then?
That would have been, I'm not sure. Monday or Tuesday was in the beginning of the week when I was told about those.
42?
That is an injury on her chin from where she said she fell on the rocks.
Would this be the same, sorry, let me figure out a better way to ask that question. This photo and State's Exhibit 42, does the injury look the same, different than when you first saw it?
It's a lot more bruised than when I first saw it.
Prior to the morning of March 8th of 2018, did you look at that, or early in the morning of March 8th, 2018, did you see that?
Yes.
Did it
Yes.
look that bad on the morning of March 8th prior to you dropping her off?
No.
State's Exhibit 43, I don't think you have it in front of you. State's Exhibit 44. It's also showing something on the left side.
Bruising, yes.
Is that something you had seen prior to you dropping her off on March 8th?
No.
State's Exhibit 45, same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 46.
That is where she said she fell on the toy and hit the handlebar of the train.
You could go ahead and circle what you're talking about when you say that.
I'm sorry.
And is that approximately the way it looked on March 8th, 2018, when you dropped Hannah off?
Yes.
There is a marking on the left side of the cheek. Was that there when you dropped Hannah off?
I don't recall that being there.
47. Did you see her ear that morning on March 8th of 2018 prior to dropping her off?
Yes, it was not bruised like that.
State's Exhibit 49. The mark on the forehead, do you recall seeing that prior to dropping Hannah off on March 8th of 2018?
No.
State's Exhibit 51.
The bruises are from the driveway, is what I was told when she fell.
Let's see. Do you have State's Exhibit 65 there in front of you? Should be towards the back.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 65. Do you recall seeing any of that prior to dropping Hannah
Yes.
off on March 8th? And what do you recall seeing?
The mark on the top
Could you
was,
just go ahead and circle that on the screen? Do you recall when you would have seen that?
I got her out of the bath. Let's see. It was Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure exactly on which day. It was in the beginning of the week.
The other bruise down below, had you seen that one?
I don't recall seeing that bruise.
State's Exhibit 53. Do you recall seeing any of that bruising? There it is. Any of that bruising when you had gotten her out of the bath?
No.
Prior to the morning of March 8th of 2018, when you dropped Hannah off, were you ever aware of a bruise or pain that Hannah expressed to the back of her head?
No, not the back of her head.
I want to direct your attention to Wednesday, March 7th of 2018, which would be the night before or the day before.
Yes, ma'am.
Had Lindsay watched Hannah that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what time you picked Hannah up that day?
It was about 7 o'clock. Excuse me. It was a late night that night. It was about 7 o'clock p.m.
And when you picked Hannah up, were you given any information about any injury that she received that day?
Yes, that's when she told me she fell on the train.
And that would be the black eye that you circled?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do after that?
After that, I ended up I had a friend of mine stay at my house, and I dropped him back off at his apartment that night
And where would that have been?
in Fairfield, Ohio, at Cobblestone Grove.
Where'd you go after that?
I came back home.
You remember telling detectives you went to go get milk?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Did you do that?
No, ma'am.
Why'd you tell them that?
I thought I did. I was just confused. I mean, at the time I was being questioned, I was focused on my daughter. I meant to get milk. I thought I did. I didn't. I ended up going back home after I dropped him off.
When did you realize you'd taken a friend home?
Sunday,
Sunday when?
this past Sunday, I was talking to him on the phone, and we were talking about my daughter, and that was the last time he saw her. So he told me that he saw her. I took him home.
We can't describe what his friend was.
Sustained to the extent that you relate, you're not allowed to say what somebody else would have told you.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Based on what he told you, did that remind you of something?
You have to lead him.
He's explaining the pieces of his understanding before.
Can you try to reword?
What caused you to realize that you had taken your friend home that night? Without giving me any statements directly that somebody made.
When I was talking about my daughter, things are just, let's see. I'm really not sure how to say that without,
Did that conversation help to refresh your memory as anything?
yes, ma'am.
And as to what was that?
Where I went that night, I was confused on where I went. I thought I went to got milk. I knew I left. I thought I got milk. I did not.
So you're saying you took your friend to Fairfield.
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long does that take?
It takes about 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back. Depends on traffic, say an hour, 15 minutes.
What'd you do then? After you took your friend to his
I
apartment?
came back home, and me and Hannah went inside and laid on the couch.
Then what?
Then we went to sleep.
Did you stay on the couch all night or did you go into a bedroom?
We slept on the couch that night.
What did you do the next morning?
I got up, got ready for work. I got Hannah up. She brushed her teeth, got dressed. She liked to dress herself, so she puts her own clothes on. She ate, and then I put her coat on. I texted Lindsay and told her that I was on my way over. I went over and dropped Hannah off, gave her hugs and kisses, and headed down towards my truck. I got out of my truck to start it, and I had a missed phone call from Lindsay. When I got back in my car, she had called me back and told me something was wrong with Hannah, that I had to come back.
All right, so I want to talk to you that morning about that morning. You said she likes to get herself dressed.
Yes,
She brushed her teeth. Do you help her brush her teeth? She does that on her own.
I help her. She likes to do it on her own, but I still help her.
You said she ate.
Yes,
Do you recall what she ate?
would have been cereal.
What happened then? After eating?
Then she got dressed and we were getting ready to proceed to head over to Lindsay's.
And you talked about sending messages at some point to Lindsay.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time you sent that message?
It was right before we left. I was in the middle of putting her coat on when I texted Lindsay.
Do you recall what the specific time on a clock would have been?
Not exactly. Probably around 10 till 7, maybe 5 till 7, somewhere. It was right before 7 o'clock because I get my truck at 7 o'clock.
With looking at phone records regarding a time of a text, would that help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may approach with State's Exhibit 128.
You may.
You may approach, Your Honor.
You can
Ms. Hiley, you may proceed pursuant to our cycle.
You approaching the State's Exhibit 128.
Your Honor, I believe, can we approach?
No, Ms. Hiley, I think do the foundation part first before we do that.
Oh,
I think that's where you're going. Ms.
it was. Can you read mine?
Jason, what was your phone number as of March 8th of 2018?
513-806-8005.
Now, if I may approach the State's Exhibit 128.
Good night.
Are you able to see your phone number within that record? Go ahead and flip through the pages.
Yes, ma'am.
And phone number you just gave us?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you labeled within that?
Jason Weschi, but my last name is spelled incorrectly.
How is it spelled within the records?
It's spelled Welsche. There is no L in my name.
And you see text messages within those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Ones that you would have sent or received?
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize those that are attributed as coming from you to be statements or texts that you sent?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically looking at 7637, that's the page number at the bottom right-hand corner, should be towards the back.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Do
on
you
it.
have that?
Yes, ma'am.
What day is that from?
March 8th, 2018
And does it say what time you sent your message?
at 6:52 a.m.
And who was that to?
Lindsay Partin,
And what was the message?
getting ready to head over.
And did you receive a response?
Yes. She said, okay,
And what time was that?
6:52.
All right. You can go ahead and close that. You said you sent that message as you were getting ready to head out the door. Walk us through that process of leaving.
Right before we leave, I put Hannah's coat and shoes on. They're sitting, we usually sit on that little footstool that's sitting there by the wall. Put her coat and shoes on, I text Lindsay, and we head out.
Where did you go at that point?
To my car and drove over to Lindsay's house.
How do you put her in the car?
Typically, she sits up front, but that morning she laid in the back seat.
And is that always how she rides in your car?
No.
Why does she ride in your car that way?
Why did she? I'm not sure. It was not common for her to. Usually when I go to Lindsay, she wants to sit in my lap because she likes to drive. But that morning she didn't want to get in the front seat. She wanted to lay in the back seat.
And how far is it for you to get there?
About 300 feet.
And is this a main road that you travel to get there?
No, it's a private lane. It's a private gravel lane.
And what do you do once you get to, what did you do that morning once you got to Lindsay's then?
We got out of the car. When I took her in, I give her hugs and kisses. And that morning was a little different because she kept asking for a kiss over and over and over again. And then they went inside and I went down to my shop. And so I started my truck.
Gene, how did you bring Hannah into the home? If you recall specifically that
I
day.
was carrying her. I had a blanket over her.
And where did you take her into?
The back door of the garage.
Where did you leave her?
In the garage.
Who did you leave her there with?
Lindsay Partin.
And how did Lindsay take her from you? Did you hand her over so Lindsay was carrying her? Did you set her down? How did that work? If you recall.
I want to say I set her down, but I could have handed her to Lindsay and she set her down. I know they walked in the house when I walked away. I can't recall if I handed her to Lindsay because she was really wanting to kiss me. I don't know if I handed her to her and then she set her down or if I set her down. But they walked in the house.
Let's show you what's been previously admitted, State's Exhibit 2, You need to see it, Ms. Howard?
No, thank you.
Where did that exchange take place?
Right inside of, where are we at here? Right inside of this door. That is the back door going outside. And that's the door I bring her in. So we were about right there.
Now, did you actually see them go into the house from the garage, or did you just know that they were heading in that direction?
I know they were headed that way. I turned around and headed back to my car.
And once you got in your car, where did you go?
I went down to the shop to warm up my truck.
Going to display State's Exhibit 86. Walk me through what you did from the moment you walked out of that garage door at Lindsay's house.
I got in my car, I parked in this driveway, and then I drove down to the shop, and my truck was over there, and I stopped my car right there. I got out and started my truck. It was cold that day, so I got back in my personal vehicle to let my truck warm up. And that's when I got this phone call from Lindsay.
Once you got the phone call from Lindsay, what did you do?
I raced back up to her house.
Did you take the truck, the car?
I took my car. The truck was still running. I left the truck running. I was already back in my car when she called.
What was the speed that you drove back?
I'm not sure. It was fairly fast. Typically, everybody goes slow down because it's a gravel drive and they ask them to go slow, but I came back pretty quick.
Is that different than the way you went down to go start your truck?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got back?
I walked in, and Hannah was on the floor, not in the garage or in the kitchen. There was a room in between when you first walked in. I leaned down, and I was trying to tell her to breathe because she wasn't really breathing. I ended up picking her up and taking her into the garage and laying her on the couch. Lindsay was kind of walking around asking what she should do. I told her to call 911, and then she called 911.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. It's been previously admitted. Does that picture, State's Exhibit 105, show where you found Hannah?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you go ahead and show us on that screen there in front of you? And you said then you picked her up,
Yes, ma'am.
and I believe you said you moved her to the couch.
In the garage, yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 2, show that couch.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about what happened once you got Hannah to the couch.
She was kind of gasping for air. She wasn't really breathing. I kept telling her to breathe, and when I tell her to breathe, she'd take a breath and then let it out slow, and then she wouldn't take another breath until I yelled at her or I said her name, and then she'd take another breath, and then it would come out slow. And then 911 EMS showed up, or the ambulance came.
And what happened at that point?
They came in and they took over. They ended up getting Hannah on a stretcher, and we left. We went to Fort Hamilton Hospital.
Who's we?
Well, I drove my own car. I followed the ambulance. So the EMS, or the ambulance drivers and the first responders, and then I followed them in my vehicle.
And then what?
We went in to the hospital. They were saying that it looked like she might have blood on the brain. I thought she had an aneurysm. Lindsay showed up a little bit later, and we were in the hall just waiting to hear what was going on. They ended up air carrying her to Children's Hospital from there, and I drove to Children's.
Did you speak to any detectives while you were at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that, then did you go to Children's?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, to your knowledge, what then happened at Children's?
Once I got to Children's, we were just waiting. By the time I got there, they already had Hannah rushed into brain surgery. We were just kind of hanging around waiting to hear from a doctor. The detectives were there. They were talking to me off and on.
Did Hannah ever regain consciousness?
No, ma'am.
When did she die?
On March 18th, 2018.
We've seen some pictures of Hannah following an organ procurement. When was that decision made?
That was around the 7th day she was in the hospital. We were pretty much told that she wasn't going to make it. They had to wait for the drugs that she was on from the hospital to wear off so they could do exams, but she was already brain dead.
Did you have any contact with Lindsay other than at Fort Hamilton Hospital on that day or the following day?
She came down to Children's Hospital to pray with the family that Hannah was going to be okay.
Do you recall when that would have been?
That was Thursday night.
If I may have just a moment.
Take time.
I have no further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've been going at it for about an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes up to this point. I'm going to use this as a 10-minute break, let you guys stretch, use the restroom, whatever, then we'll get into the cross-examination. Please leave your notepads, please remember your admonitions. Ms. Weschi, you are free to stretch, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. Just remember you are under oath and you're not permitted to talk to any of the witnesses.
Yes, sir.
So about 10:30, be back outside there and we'll get rolling and get into the cross-examination. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, have a seat. I can register say, well, I was Lindsay Partin. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any issues that need to be reported? All right, very good. At this point, we are getting ready to begin the cross-examination. Ms. Howard, you may proceed whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never met.
No, ma'am.
Melinda Cook Howard, counsel for
Wesche.
Ms. Partin. Sorry you're here today.
Thank you.
Is it okay if I call you Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
Hannah had hepatitis C, is that correct?
I was not aware of that.
You weren't aware of the pediatrician records indicating she had hepatitis C?
We had her tested at birth, and it came up negative, and she was retested, I want to say around 9 months, 10 months, and no, I was not aware that she had hepatitis C. I know her mother was hepatitis C positive, but I was not aware Hannah was hepatitis C positive. No.
Were you the sole caregiver taking Hannah to and from the pediatrician?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that within those records, if the doctor indicated she had onset of hepatitis C in September of her birth year, that she had hepatitis C?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't tell Lindsay about that, or even TJ Smith, correct?
I was not aware of that. No.
On Tuesday, March 6th, Lindsay told you about the fall in the gravel, is that correct?
She did tell me about the fall in the gravel. Yes, ma'am.
And Hannah confirmed that to you, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Howard, proceed, please.
Jason, I'll ask you the question again. Hannah told you the same thing, that she fell in the gravel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you had given Hannah a bath and saw a bruise on her?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember asking Hannah about that bruise?
I'm not sure what specific bruise you're talking about. If I saw a bruise on Hannah, I did ask Hannah.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives that you saw a bruise on her butt cheek?
Yes.
Okay. And that you asked Hannah what that was from?
Yes, ma'am.
And she said she fell on the step?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you also told the detectives that Hannah never says that Lindsay whoops her or beats her or is rough with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had given Hannah a bath 2 nights before the 8th of March, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you saw the bruise?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall describing the bruise at all to the detectives?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You don't recall specifically advising the detectives that it was a bruise on her butt cheek, and I'm using those words directly, butt cheek.
From the bath, yes, I did talk about the bruise on her butt cheek.
Okay, and today here you've described or pointed out a bruise that you would agree with me is above the butt cheek, is actually on the area above that, correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Weschi, did you see both of those 2 bruises?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, so is it that you saw the bruise on the butt cheek as you described it to the detectives?
The scrape on the bruise that was scraped is what I saw.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what you previously identified as State's Exhibit 66. Do you recognize that to be the same photograph that the prosecutor showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to publish that. Just 1 second. Thank you. I thought I got it right, but I'm sure I didn't. It was previously on the computer, which is why it's. I'm trying to put this up on the screen versus it was going through the computer system. Okay. Would you agree with me, Jason, that this would be her butt cheek
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be a bruise, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were incorrect in your testimony to the prosecutor on direct that you saw this scrape at the top. Is that fair to say?
Where your finger is at right now, that is the bruise I was talking about on top of her butt cheek.
Okay, and that's not how you'd agree with me, that that's not how you described it
Yes, ma'am.
to the detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that the way in which you described it to the detectives was a bruise, not a scrape, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree with me that just a couple minutes ago, or 30 seconds ago, you identified that this was a scrape, not a bruise, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you recall telling both the hospitals, meaning Fort Hamilton, as well as Children's Hospital, and the detectives that you spoke with that Hannah had been complaining of a headache for 3 weeks?
Off and on.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives
I
that?
did tell them that, yes, ma'am.
And telling the hospital that?
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to the left eye injury, do you remember describing that as a little black eye but nothing bad?
I didn't think it was hospital bad. She had a black eye. It did look like a handlebar hit her face.
Okay. So my question is, do you remember telling the detectives this exact phrasing? Gave her a little black eye but nothing bad. Do you remember that phrasing that you used?
I don't recall my exact phrasing, though, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to the detectives at Fort Hamilton Hughes, you'd agree with me that that was being recorded, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew it was being recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I told you that the transcript says, gave her a little black eye but nothing bad, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, if that's what it says, if that's what I said, then I agree with you.
You testified on direct that you believe that the medical condition for Hannah was an aneurysm. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you told Ms. Partin, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I thought it was.
Okay. And did you tell her that both at Fort Hamilton Hospital as well as when she was down there for the evening at Children's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at Children's Hospital, did you advise the Children's Hospital staff that Hannah had been in the ICU at birth for those number of days?
I'm not sure if I did or not. I can't recall.
I apologize, I'm going to go back to the bruise on her butt cheek. Do you recall specifically asking Hannah if she'd got whooped, that that was the result of that particular bruise?
No.
And do you recall giving a history at the hospital and Children's Hospital with those words at all?
About her being whooped? I don't recall that, no, ma'am.
You don't recall telling her, Reagan Kitzmeyer, the social worker that you spoke to that day and gave a history?
No, ma'am, I don't recall that.
So you don't recall saying that when you gave her a bath and saw that bruise, that you asked her if she got whooped, and instead Hannah said she'd fallen on a step?
I don't recall that. It's possible. I was under a lot of stress at that time. I'm not sure.
Understandable. You recall telling the social worker that you had no concerns about Lindsay Partin as a caregiver for your child?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure I said that.
Have you ever met Detective Turner?
Not until this happened, no, ma'am.
Let me rephrase that. As we sit here today on April 9th of 2019, have you ever met Detective Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet him?
On March 8th, 2018.
You met him on March 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet him at?
I'm not sure. It was at one of the hospitals. It was either Fort Hamilton or it was at Children's.
Okay.
I talked to a lot of detectives, so I'm not sure when Mr. Turner came into.
Did you go down to the Hamilton, I'm sorry, it's Hamilton, but it's Butler County Sheriff's Department. Did you have an audio recorded statement with Detective Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you be confused with maybe Detective Tanner or Detective Ventry or Detective Sprague or Detective, any other name?
It's possible. I know I did go to the Butler County Sheriff's Department and have a meeting with Mr. Turner.
Okay. When was the last time you had a meeting with Detective Turner?
I cannot remember off the top of my head. It was quite a while ago.
Would you agree with me that today is the first time you've told Detective Turner in this room that you didn't go get milk the night before, but instead you went to Fairfield?
No, ma'am.
When did you previously tell him that?
When I found out, Monday morning when we were in court.
Monday morning here in court?
Yes, ma'am.
So today being Tuesday the 9th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So Monday, April 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told him that when?
Yesterday. I found out Sunday, this past Sunday, and I told him that yesterday when I was in court.
You told him that like out in the hallway?
Out in the hall, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that in opening arguments, I indicated that your whereabouts for the night of the 7th of March were very important and suspicious. Doesn't have anything to do with that?
No, ma'am.
Zero.
Nope.
And it's not just, all of a sudden, my friend Chris, is it Chris who stayed the night?
Christopher Davis, yes.
Yeah. All of a sudden, my friend Chris stayed the night, and I was driving him home on the 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
So you agree with me that you told the milk story, that you went to Walmart to get milk. You agree with me that you told that to the detectives at Fort Hamilton Hughes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You told, again, that same story, that I went to Walmart to get milk on the evening of the 7th to the detectives at Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told that again to the social worker at Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then all of a sudden, now you know, oh my gosh, my friend Chris was over there. Last night my daughter was alive in my house, and now I remember that I drove him to Fairfield. Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you're telling this jury. Is it because you talked to your daughter, Caitlin, and she told you that she knew Chris stayed there? Is that why you're coming up with Chris now?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have that conversation with Caitlin at all?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit J12 and J13. Ask you first if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
You've had an opportunity, is it fair to say, to look at all of the photographs of 4004 Shank Road taken by the detectives?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree with me that those are a photograph of a suitcase in Hannah's room found by them on March 8th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that that's the suitcase of your friend Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you took him home on the evening of the 7th, why is his suitcase still there?
He forgot it.
And when did you remember that?
That he forgot it?
Yeah.
Well, I knew he forgot it when I saw the suitcase in the pictures.
Okay, so when did you first see the pictures?
On the 25th, I believe, when I met with Miss Hiley
The 25th of which month?
of March.
Of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
So isn't it fair to say that on March 25th of 2018, you knew you had not gone to get milk? You knew Chris had been there overnight, correct?
I knew his suitcase was there. No, ma'am, I did not realize that he stayed there the night before.
But just conveniently now you remember.
I remembered after I had that discussion with him, yes, ma'am.
Did you look through your phone at all to check texts and figure out what you'd done on those last few days?
No, ma'am, I wasn't worried about that. I was worried about my daughter.
You were worried, actually, because you know that the detectives are looking at you or Lindsay Partin. It's one of you, correct?
Correct.
And so you lied to the police about your whereabouts on the last night of Hannah's life, correct?
Correct.
You lied about who was present with Hannah.
Correct.
And so there's a third person. It's not just maybe Lindsay or you. It's maybe Chris, too.
No, ma'am.
What's Chris's last name?
Davis?
And did you tell that to the detective?
No, ma'am.
Did you just call him your friend?
I may have said Chris. I didn't go over any specifics. It was a very brief conversation. We didn't get into detail.
Because you hadn't made up the specifics yet. Is that fair to say?
No, ma'am.
You hadn't been told the specifics yet. Is that fair to say?
No, ma'am.
Is Chris in the courtroom?
No, he is not.
Has he been here at all for any of the trial days?
No, ma'am. He doesn't drive and he lives in Lebanon now.
So where did he live in Fairfield?
The Cobblestone Apartments,
And you estimate that that took you an hour and 15 minutes round trip?
ballpark. It takes 30 minutes from Shank Road to Cobblestone.
And what did you do at Chris's apartment?
I dropped him off.
And you just remember that after you talked to Chris?
Wait, yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with me, Jason, that a person's memory would be better closer in time to the event than a year and 1 month later?
Yes, ma'am.
You were aware that as of Monday, April 1st, in this trial, timing is pretty important, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where Hannah was, who she was with, in the 24 hours immediately preceding the EMTs coming to her, that's a pretty important time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consent to have your phone searched?
I'm not sure if I was asked or not.
Well, my question was, did you consent?
I did not consent. If somebody asked, I would have consented, yes.
Okay, so if they didn't ask, you didn't volunteer it?
No.
And to your knowledge, have they being the detectives, presented you with phone records from search warrants conducted on your phone through your cell phone carrier?
I'm not sure if they had my phone records or not. I know they have phone records from Lindsay. I'm not sure if they have mine or not.
They've shown you the phone records from Lindsay, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first see those?
On the 25th
Of which month?
of March.
March 25th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So, 2 weeks ago?
Yes, ma'am.
The Monday prior to trial starting?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that when you identified Exhibit 128 with the phone records that Ms. Hiley previously showed you?
No, ma'am.
So when had you identified those?
My calls?
Yes.
Just now.
That's the first time you saw that?
I saw the phone records, but we didn't go through the phone records. I didn't sit there and read the phone records.
What
I
does I
saw
saw
the
the phone
pictures.
records, but I didn't go through them mean? What
Because
does that
there was
mean?
a whole folder of evidence. I assume it was evidence. She had the pictures in that folder. There was phone records in that folder. I did identify my phone number on the phone records, but I didn't specifically go through record by record on the phone records.
Would you agree with me that you estimated that it took you 3 minutes to get out the door after you texted Lindsay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if the specific time of the text is 6:52 and 17 seconds, and then Lindsay texts you back at 6:52 and 55 seconds, you would agree with me that it took you about 3 minutes to get out the door?
And over to Lindsay's. Yes, ma'am.
You indicated, Mr. Weschi, that you knew that the police were tape recording your statements, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show counsel first. Defendant's Exhibit QQ, so quarter. So you recall that that interview was tape recorded, both of them,
Yes, ma'am.
and not video recorded, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were at the hospital for both of those, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had one first at Fort Hamilton Hughes,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the second one at Children's Hospital, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. I talked to him quite a bit at Children's Hospital.
Okay. And do you believe that all of your talking to the detectives were recorded, or just one?
I'm not sure. I'd see him in the hallway a lot. I was there for the whole 10 days she was in there, so I was there quite a bit.
I'm going to approach the witness with QQ.
You may.
Direct your attention to page 8. Line 11 through 13. Ask you to read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that you told the detectives, I was getting ready to leave my house and I was still putting my boots on and stuff? So I probably walked out the door at 6:55?
I don't recall that, but I mean, yes, I did say that.
If your friend Chris told you that this is what you said, would you believe that then?
No, ma'am. I'm not saying I didn't say it. It obviously, yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree with me that you told the detectives that Hannah put her own coat on, you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the detectives that prior to putting her coat on, you and she went into the bathroom and brushed her teeth and brushed her hair, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But isn't her hairbrush laying on the dining room table in the front room?
There's quite a few hairbrushes. I have all girls. I'm not sure.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as Exhibit Y as in year, 1 through 5. Ask you to look at Exhibits 1 through 5. Do you recognize the photographs contained 1 through 5?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
They're of my house.
Do they appear to be a true and accurate depiction of your house on March 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
You previously had identified at least one of these photographs when the prosecutor showed you some photographs of the bathroom. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Asked to publish?
State.
No objection.
Have you admitted to make publish?
I'm going to put them on in order. You agree with me, Mr. Weschi, that that is your bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you see a brush in that room?
I do not.
Y2? Do you see a brush underneath the sink?
No, ma'am.
Y3? Sorry, no. Do you see a brush in that photograph?
No, ma'am.
Y4? Do you see a brush in that photograph?
No, ma'am.
Y5? Do you see a brush in that photograph?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as Z as in 0, 1 through 7, after I've shown the prosecutor.
You may approach.
Have you admitted to make publish as well?
I'm sorry, I keep track of my one. Showing you what's marked as zebra 1 through 6. Ask you to look through those 6 photographs, please. Do you recognize those photographs, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Those appear to be your living room as it was left on March 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Jason, is it fair to say that when you picked up, when you picked up Hannah on the 7th, you strapped her right into her car seat when you got her out of the house from Lindsay, correct?
I cannot recall. I'm not sure if I did or not. If I was leaving directly from there, I would have, but if I was just going to my house, no, I would not have.
Okay, well, you just told this jury that you went back to the house and picked up Chris and stayed the night, so which one was it?
I understand I did, but I don't know if I didn't stop at my house. If I didn't stop at my house, then I didn't strap her in.
Where
Or
was Chris at?
at my house.
How would he have gotten in the car?
Well, because I can pull in the driveway and he can come out of the door and get in my car.
But Chris didn't tell you what the memory of that was?
No, I didn't know.
Is it at Z1? Your living room, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Z2? The coffee table in the front room?
Yes, ma'am.
You see the brush in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Z3? You recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
See the brush?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the same brush from the photograph before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Z4, just a farther back photograph, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Z5? Does that appear to be your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your bedroom door?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall telling Lindsay Partin previously that Hannah had locked you out of your bedroom one time?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she was a little mischievous about it?
She was.
And you used that word with her, hadn't you?
Yes, ma'am. She was mischievous.
And you described her various things that she had done before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Z6? Do you recognize that to be the top of the, I guess that's the fireplace?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you what was previously marked as AA 1 through 22. There are 22 photographs here, if you would look through those, please. Have you had the opportunity to review those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your house?
Yes.
Specifically the kitchen area on March 8th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Ask the publisher and then
All right. AA 1 through 22?
yes, Your Honor, thank you. A1? That's your kitchen area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, double A1, thank you for correcting me. I believe this is similar to a photograph that Ms. Hiley had you identify, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Shows the back door of your house, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the refrigerator, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your computer on the table?
Yes, ma'am.
Double A2 appears to be a close-up of the sink area, kitchen sink area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Double A3, another angle opposite of A1, looking the other direction towards the stove, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would be the doorway back to the living room, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The entryway, I guess I'd call it.
Yes.
Okay. Double A4, a computer.
Yes, ma'am.
What is over here to the right?
That
Battery
is, yeah, it's a rechargeable batteries for the Xbox remote controls. Energizer charger. It charges AA batteries and AAA batteries.
Double A5, inside of your oven.
Yes, ma'am.
Double A6, above the stove.
Yes, ma'am.
Double A7. Is that above the stove?
No, I think that's above the sink.
Okay. Double A8,
Yes, ma'am.
is that to the side of the stove? I apologize, side of the sink?
Yes, ma'am. Side of the sink.
You can see that that's the cabinet right there that we just pointed to?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And double A8 is a closer up of the sink and stove area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Double A10, where you keep your food, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any cereal in there, do you?
No, ma'am.
Bottom cabinet with pans, double A11, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Double A12, another bottom cabinet with miscellaneous kitchen appliances.
Yes, ma'am.
Double A13, a drawer
Yes, ma'am.
with paper bags in it, I'm sorry, plastic bags.
Plastic, yeah, with the plastic bags.
Double A14, utensil drawer next to the stove.
Yes, ma'am.
Double A15, just an empty drawer.
Yes, ma'am.
Double A16, spoons and forks and knives drawer.
Yes, ma'am.
Double A16, I'm sorry, double A17, cup cupboard, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Double A18, where you keep your plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the microwave here?
Yes, ma'am.
Cabinet all the way to the left above the washer dryer, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was double A19. Double A20 underneath the sink.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Double A21 inside of your fridge,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? You don't see any milk in that side of the fridge, do you?
No, ma'am.
Double A22, the inside of your fridge, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't see any milk in there either.
No, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with Detective Turner on the telephone on or about March 10th, where he asked you about the milk?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall Detective Turner advising you in that telephone call on or about March 10th that the detectives in the Butler County Sheriff's Department had investigated and looked to see if there were any videos for you at Walmart buying milk the evening of the 7th? Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you told him you must have been mistaken, you didn't buy milk, correct?
No, I didn't know that I didn't buy milk until I had him look at the pictures and open my refrigerator. I didn't realize that I didn't buy milk until I was told.
Okay, so in that conversation, which occurred on or about March 10th, you didn't remember that you'd been to Fairfield on the evening of the 7th?
No, ma'am.
Did he ask where you were instead?
I told him I went back home. If I didn't have milk, I assumed I went back home.
So on March 10th, on or about, you didn't even remember. You drove all the way to Fairfield to drop your friend Chris off, correct?
No, ma'am.
If the witnesses indicate that you were actually not home at 10 o'clock, would you agree with them?
No, ma'am.
You think you were home?
By 10 o'clock, yes, ma'am.
Well, you told the detectives and you told the social worker that you were pretty clear that you went to Walmart for milk, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the detectives and the social worker that you were pretty clear and pretty certain that you guys were home, Hannah went and played in her room, And then you all fell asleep on the couch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So now it's pretty clear, as of at least this week, you know you weren't home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the whole time frame that you gave the detectives, that you were home and asleep on the couch at 8 o'clock, maybe 8:30, that's not true, correct?
No, ma'am. I was
And-
probably on the couch by 8:30.
Move to strike, non-responsive.
Your Honor, I may address that.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, the request strike to be denied, Ms. Howard, may proceed.
Do you find it odd that you didn't remember about Chris until just last week?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what was previously admitted as Exhibit J1. Asked to publish, it's already been admitted.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be that's in J1.
Gotta go through J.
All right, go ahead.
You recognize that as Hannah's room?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the room that you told the detectives and the social worker that Hannah went to play in for 10 minutes after you arrived home at 7 o'clock. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
That was a lie, correct?
We did not go home. I left, so yes, she did not go in and play at 7 o'clock.
And there aren't any toys in there, right?
Not too many.
I see a clown in picture 1, correct?
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
In J2, I see a naked baby doll, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe a Mickey Mouse stuffed animal.
And Minnie Mouse, yes, ma'am.
That'd be the extent of the toys, correct?
There's a few more there than that, but yeah, she didn't have many toys.
I'm going to hand you the rest of the exhibits, J3 through 11. If you could find the other toys that you're speaking about, I'd like you to point them out to me, and then I'll show that photograph.
Well, there's toys in all the photographs except for 2 of them, ma'am.
Could you identify which number you looked at that you see other toys than the 3 toys that we identified in the first 2 photographs?
Yes, ma'am. J8,
Okay, if you can hand that to me. Thank you.
J5, J6, J10. This is pretty much, J11 is pretty much the same photo. Can't see anything in that one.
So you've identified 5 photographs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
J10. Is this the toy you refer to, this yellow and green?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's like a dinosaur. She fits her little shapes through the top. It's a triangle, a square, and a circle, and her little blocks she can put through there.
In the 10 minutes you told the detective she'd been playing in her room that night, was she playing with that toy?
I'm not sure.
I thought you just said she didn't play in her room for 10 minutes.
At 7 o'clock, no, because we weren't there.
So she did play in her room.
She may have went in the room when we got back.
Is that a may or she did?
I'm not 100% sure.
She didn't go back at 8 o'clock, is that true?
No, that's not true.
She wasn't there at 8:30, isn't that true?
No, ma'am, that's not true.
You and Hannah were out pretty late
No.
on the 7th of March.
No, ma'am.
You weren't with Chris?
I dropped Chris off at his apartment, and I came right back home. We were not out late.
Really?
Really?
J11, that same toy that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
J8, the same toy, the shapes?
Well, and you got the fireman doll down here on the right next to
Oh,
the
I called
naked
that a
baby
clown,
doll.
I apologize.
Oh, okay.
So the clown and the naked baby doll that we already identified?
Yes.
That's 3 of the photographs. So we've got an additional toy.
And there's also a stuffed animal under that TV stand as well. It's a pink teddy bear that she used to play with. That's another one.
Underneath where Chris's suitcase is?
Yes, ma'am. Down at the bottom, on the bottom shelf.
Right here?
And there's another toy next to it. I'm not sure exactly which one that is. And it looked like in that picture there was another toy behind that box as well.
Are you telling me that your 3-year-old daughter climbed behind that box?
It's an empty box. Our hot water heater went out, and that was the box that came with a new hot water heater. And she liked to play with the box, so I kept it. She would climb inside and play with it. It was like her little fort.
Did she climb in it the night of the 7th?
Not that I'm aware. It's sitting up. She couldn't climb in it sitting up.
J5 appears to be the closet, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
You point to this toy, is that what you were identifying?
Yes, ma'am.
Back to J4. The You see the mattress laying there,
Yes, ma'am.
covering that up?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Hannah crawl into that closet and play with that tape toy?
Hannah put the mattress, she put the mattress in her closet when she's playing with the box. She lays
Hannah
that
put
box.
the mattress in the closet?
It's not a very heavy mattress. It's only about a 4-foot long mattress.
Your 3-year-old
My three
child
can move that mattress.
moved
Yes,
that
ma'am.
mattress.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she get hurt doing that?
No, ma'am. It's a crib mattress, so it's not a very big mattress.
And I think I showed you J5. That's the same toy that you say that she was playing with.
I'm not saying she was playing with it. I'm saying that was one of her toys.
Did you hear her in there for 10 minutes?
No, ma'am.
Did you stop at the house first and she played in her room for 10 minutes and then you took took Chris home?
I don't believe so, but I cannot recall.
Chris didn't tell you that.
No,
So you don't have a memory of that.
I didn't ask him. It's not about what Chris tells me.
And then the last toy you identified, J6. Would you agree with me that Hannah can't reach that shelf, correct?
Correct?
That's the top shelf in the closet.
Yes, ma'am.
She's not in there by herself playing with that, correct? You told the story of playing in the room by herself to several people, correct?
I'm not sure if I did.
The doctors at Children's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
The detectives at Children's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
The detectives at Fort Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the weather that day, do you recall it being cold on March 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were going to be working outside all day that day, would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the days preceding March 8th having difficulty at work?
I had one accident at work with a trailer. Yes, ma'am.
You recall that occurring on Tuesday, correct?
I want to say it was on Wednesday. I believe that was Wednesday on the 8th.
We'll come back. On the what?
I believe that was Wednesday on the 7th, on March 7th.
You recall the trailer incident being that you failed to secure the trailer and it rolled down a hill in Kentucky on Highway 8, is that correct?
I parked the trailer on the hill, I chalked the wheels, and another one of our employees took the truck and backed into the trailer that went up over the chalks and down the hill. Yes, ma'am.
You recall almost being fired on the night of the trailer incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there was another incident the day after in regards to the Mexican, do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So 2 days in a row you had the possibility of being fired, correct?
No, the incident with the Hispanic gentleman, nobody ever said anything about being fired. We just had some words.
TJ Smith didn't tell you? If it's between you and him, he's keeping the Mexican because he's been his employee for a long period of time? You don't remember that conversation?
He said if he decided to quit, then yes, I would be the one to go.
So you knew 2 nights in a row that you were going to lose your job if you didn't get your stuff together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so on the morning of the 8th of March, you knew you needed to be on time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're supposed to be at your truck ready to go at 7, isn't that correct?
I get to my truck and start at 7 a.m. Yes, ma'am.
That's what Smith Construction expects of you as an employee, that you are ready to go at 7, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you weren't ready to go at 7, correct?
Yes, I was.
You were running late that morning, weren't you?
I may have been a minute late or so. Yes, ma'am.
And if you're a minute late or so, you'd agree with me that you told Detective Lambert. One second. You specifically told Lambert that you weren't at your truck. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't specifically recall telling Detective Lambert that you were driving to the shop located at the end of Shank Road when Lindsay called him to respond back to the house due to Hannah not breathing?
No, ma'am. It was right after I started my truck.
So if you talked to Detective Lambert at Fort Hamilton Hospital, you'd agree with me on that?
I don't recall saying that to her, no.
Do you recall talking to Detective Lambert and
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Sprague at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
I talked to a couple of detectives. I'm not sure which ones they were.
Was one of them a female?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if I told you that the only female detective that you spoke to was Detective Lambert, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
So you don't specifically recall telling Detective Lambert that you were driving to the shop located at the end of Shank Road when you got that call?
No, ma'am. I don't.
If Chris told you that that was your statement, would you agree with him?
No, ma'am. I know exactly what I was doing that morning.
You know
when I got that phone
today,
call.
it's very important about timing, isn't that true?
I know exactly what I was doing when I got that phone call. I was at my truck.
But you told Detective Lambert something different.
I don't recall saying that to her.
So if she came in here and already testified to that, she'd be lying or you would be lying?
If it's in there, maybe I did. Again, I'm not sure. I can't say what my mind was going through. I was more worried about my daughter.
You weren't at your truck yet, correct?
I was at my truck.
There was snow on the ground, correct?
Yes.
That means there was snow on your car when you got out to your car, correct?
If there was snow, yes, there was snow on my car.
And so you get your daughter out of the house, you've got a jacket on her, you've got a blanket on her, she gets in the car. Does she get in the car by herself?
I put her in the front seat and she climbed into the back. She laid in the back seat on the way to Lindsay's house.
Okay, so in addition to getting your boots on, getting the coat on, getting your coat on, and getting her out the door, which you said took about 3 minutes, now you gotta get her blanket and put her in the front seat, correct?
Her blanket I have in my hand. I just toss it over when I pick her up and put her on my shoulder.
Correct? So now we're about 6:56, correct?
No, not correct.
Doesn't take you a minute to get your 3-year-old child into the car?
When I walk up to the car and open the door, I set her in the car. I don't strap her in the car seat when we're going to Lindsay. So no, I didn't take the extra time to strap her in the car seat. I set her right in the car and we went to Lindsay's.
How long does it take you to get out the door?
A second. I mean, when I walk out the door, I just
1
walk out
second.
the door. Maybe 30 seconds?
Okay, so we're at 6:56 and 30 seconds when you get Hannah to the car. You put her in the front seat, is what you're saying, correct?
No, no,
Is that what
ma'am.
you're saying?
No, ma'am.
You didn't put her in the front seat.
That's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying you're timing's wrong. You're trying to twist my words.
I'm not trying to twist your
When
words.
I-
You told us
when I
it was
text Lindsay-
6:55 when you left the house. Do you recall that?
When I text Lindsay at 6:52, I was getting ready to walk out the door. So no, I'm not saying I sat there for another 3 minutes. No, ma'am, that is not correct.
Do you recall me asking you about this exhibit? Exhibit Q, double Q?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, line 11 through 13, page
Yes,
8?
ma'am.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you remember telling the detectives, I probably walked out the door at 6:55, do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am. I don't recall telling them that, but if it is in writing, I'm sure
Well,
I
I'll
did.
show it to you again, do you want to see it?
No, I believe you. I saw it. I read it.
So if you walk out the door at 6:55, 30 seconds to walk from your front door to your car that's parked in the driveway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Open the front passenger side for Hannah?
Driver's side.
So you walk all the way around the car and put her in through the driver's side?
No, I don't walk around the car. When I pull up through my driveway to my front porch, when I walk out, I'm already in front of my car. Usually if I put her in the front, when I get in, she climbs on my seat and she'll climb in between.
You're parked nose in into the drive, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the closest door to your front door of your car is the passenger side, correct?
When I'm carrying Hannah, I walk out.
Listen to me. That's my question. Your car is nose in,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't park in that little garage, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your car's outside, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that the closest door from your front door to the car is the passenger side,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
That was my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So now you're telling the jury that you didn't put her in the passenger seat door, you walked around to the driver's side. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't have to walk around. I walked right in front of my car and we got in the driver's side. Yes, ma'am. I did not come out and go to the passenger side. I walked out, walked in front of my car, opened my driver's door, and we got in the car.
30 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And you've already agreed with me that it was cold that day. You probably had snow on your car, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that your car doesn't immediately warm up, correct?
No, ma'am.
It does?
I said, no, ma'am. It does not immediately warm up.
Okay. And so you'd agree with me that you had to wait a little bit for the car to warm up before you put it in reverse, correct?
No, ma'am.
You didn't?
No, ma'am.
You immediately shoved that thing in reverse and got the heck out of the driveway?
Yeah, when I'm leaving for work, yes, ma'am. I started
Is
my
that when
car.
Hannah fell in the back seat and hit her head?
Hannah never fell in the back seat.
Are you certain?
I'm 100% certain.
Because if she fell in the back seat, climbing over the front seat and hit her head, and it killed her, then you'd be responsible. Isn't that true?
I assume I would, yes, ma'am, but Hannah did not
So
fall
that's
in the
why you're
back
pretty
seat.
certain that that's not what happened.
No, ma'am.
So we're at 6:55, 6:56 and 30 seconds? You gotta pull out of your driveway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That drive's pretty long, isn't it?
No, ma'am.
How far is it?
About from here to the doors, maybe?
Okay, so you're at a dead stop in your car that sat presumably all night long in the cold, and you shoved that thing in reverse. How long does it take you to get out into the main road of shame?
Maybe 5 seconds?
Because you're driving fast?
No, I'm not driving fast, but it doesn't take me very long to back out of my driveway. My driveway wasn't very long.
You'd agree with me that your driveway has a slight curve to it, correct?
A little bit.
It's not a straight shot, correct?
Right at the top, it curves.
Right at the top where you'd have to turn your car, correct?
I would turn my wheel to leave my driveway, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you and put up on the screen for you State's Exhibit 86. Let me orient this. Sorry. You agree with me that this is your house,
Yes, ma'am.
and you agree with me that this is the driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
See how it curves?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not in a straight, just shove it in reverse. You've got to actually turn the wheel and pay attention to what you're doing, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I
Unless,
did.
of course, your daughter's climbing over the seat, correct?
No, ma'am, she was already in the back seat.
And then you reverse it into this spot, correct?
I back up onto Shank Road.
Okay, and you'd agree with me that at that time of day, there are other workers coming to Smith Construction, correct? Because you're all supposed to be there by 7.
Well, most of the workers go
Would you
out.
agree with me?
No, ma'am, I would not.
No other workers were heading down to the barn.
I can't say no other workers there, but the majority of the workers that work for that company, no, ma'am, they did not come to the shop. They worked out in the field, so they met their foremen at the job. Most of them did not come to the shop.
So the workers that are coming to the shop, you got to be careful for them. You don't want to back your car to them as they come around the corner, do you?
No, ma'am.
And so you back up, take that curve, and then you head down to Lindsay's, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is Lindsay's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually parked here in the main driveway, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So she could see you, correct?
That's just where I pull in when I pull in.
That's her front window that looks outside on the main front driveway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't drive to the back of the house, correct?
No, ma'am.
And I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 96. You agree with me that that's the house?
Yes, ma'am.
The 4050 Shank Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you can't see it all, this is concrete underneath that van and it extends.
I'm sorry.
There's a concrete drive here that's seen previously in Exhibit 86?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all concrete in the front of those two garage doors?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the door that you walk into is actually in the back
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
house?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you pull into that driveway, do you pull in front forward like this minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, stop your car,
Yes.
turn it off,
No, I don't usually turn it off.
kept it running
Yes, ma'am.
to try to keep it warm?
I just keep it running. I'm on my way to work. I just kept it running.
Kept it running because it was cold, correct?
That's not why I kept it running. Even when it's warm, I kept it running. I'm going right to the shop. I didn't shut my car off.
So now we're at 6:57, 6:58 to get you to that driveway?
I don't believe it took me that long to get over there. No, ma'am.
Well, we already established 6:55, correct? 30 more seconds to get out to your car, put Hannah in the front seat on your side, correct? Correct?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So 6:55 and 30 seconds, correct?
Yes.
You said that Hannah got into the back seat. How long did it take her to get into the back seat?
She climbed right back there
Then why didn't you just put her in the back seat if she's just gonna climb into the back seat?
because I thought she was going to sit up front with me, and
Did
she
she
climbed in the back
fall when
seat.
you pulled the car quickly in the back?
No, ma'am.
So you'd agree with me that you're maybe at, Lindsay's at 6:56, 6:57?
Maybe.
And you'd agree with me that there's at least a 30-second difference from the time you put Hannah in the car to the time that you back it up? Another 30 seconds?
It doesn't take me 30 seconds to get out of my driveway.
Had to get it started, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had to let it warm up a little bit because of the snow, correct?
I didn't let it warm up.
You didn't at all?
No, when
So
I-
you could actually see out your windshield.
I turned my windshield wipers on.
Could you see through the frost that was on your windows?
I don't know.
So we're at 6:56, 6:57? You get over to Lindsay's house, 6:57, 6:58?
About 6:57, somewhere in there. Yes, ma'am.
Could be 6:58? You weren't looking at
I
your watch,
wasn't
were
looking at
you?
my watch. No, I was not.
You get out of your car, you said you're parked in this driveway?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
walk around the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Putting back Exhibit 86? This is the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You parked in this driveway right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Put a dot on that driveway on your screen, please. Are you parked front in on the driveway?
Front end on the right side of the driveway.
Front in. And so after you dropped off Hannah, you backed up and went down to the shop?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you went here, you got Hannah out of the car. Was she in the back seat, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And which door did you get her out of?
The driver's side.
Did she open her own door or did you open it for her?
I don't remember.
Another 30 seconds, get her out of the car?
No, ma'am. It doesn't take me 30 seconds to get out of the car. She wasn't seatbelted in, so when I opened the door, she got right out of the car. I picked her
So now
up.
you remember opening the door.
Or she opened the door. When the door opened, she got right out of the car. I can't sit here and specifically say if I opened the door or she opened the door. I think it was me. I'm pretty sure, but I don't want to say for a fact because it could have been her inside opening the door. I'm not sure.
And you picked her up?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's got her coat on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She's got her hood up because it's cold?
Yes, ma'am.
And you put the blanket over, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you carry her in, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you walk to the back of the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The door, point where the door is on the back of the house there.
It is right around there.
Okay. So you'd agree with me, another 30 seconds? Getting her out of the car, getting to the door?
Maybe 30 seconds.
How long do you estimate you are inside the garage at the 4050 Shank Road residence?
Less than a minute. A minute or less. I gave her hugs and kisses.
Wait, you said that she gave you lots of kisses.
She did.
So was it a long goodbye?
It was probably about a minute.
Okay.
Usually I give her a hug and kiss and hand her to Lindsay. And this time it was different. She kept asking me one more kiss, one more kiss, one more kiss. So it may have been about a minute,
So 6:58:30 or 6:59:30?
somewhere in that range.
And Lindsay calls you at 7 o'clock and 47 seconds, correct?
Yes, that's the phone call I missed.
And just like you told Detective Lambert, you were on your way to the shop when Lindsay called you, correct?
I was in the middle of starting my truck when I missed that first call.
That's not what you told Lambert.
That's what happened.
Are you telling this jury that it only took you 1 minute and 17 seconds to get down to your truck? Drive around to the barn, get to the truck, get out of your car, and get into the truck and turn it on. That's what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
That it took you less than a minute and 17 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. The shop's not that far from the house. My key's already in my truck. I pulled up my truck, got out, and started.
So 6:59:30 at the house, 7 o'clock and 47 seconds, missed call. Where do you think you were when that missed call came in?
I was starting my truck behind the shop.
Did you have your phone on you?
That was in my car. That's why I missed your call.
Where was your phone?
Sitting in my seat in my car. When I got out to start my truck, my phone was sitting in my car. When I got back in my car from starting the truck, she immediately called me back.
If I told you that the phone records demonstrate that you actually called Lindsay back, would you agree with me or disagree with me?
I'd have to disagree with you. I'm pretty sure she called me back. I may have seen this call back, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure she called me back.
1 second, please. Do you have that particular exhibit, Ms. Hiley?
You gotta find out.
Why don't I put it in my stuff? Wait, I found it. Put it in my stuff. I'm going to show you what the prosecutor previously had to identify as Exhibit 128. Do you recall seeing this particular document?
Yes, ma'am.
Pointing your attention to the page that is identified on the bottom as page number 7637, specifically pointing you to the third entry that's not blacked out. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Put it up on the screen for you.
Just hold on a second.
Yeah, I don't know how to clear that off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Everybody put your.
Right. Mr. Weschi? Thank you, sorry. Jason, you had an opportunity to review 128 for that particular call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that after looking at State's Exhibit 128, that it was in fact you who called Lindsay
Back, yes, ma'am.
at 7:01 and 24 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
So when her call to you at 7:00 and 47 seconds came in, you're telling this jury that your phone was in your car,
I was starting my truck, yes, ma'am.
even though you told Detective Lambert something different?
Yes, ma'am. I don't remember telling her that, but that's what I was doing. I was starting my truck when I got that first
And you have a
phone call.
distinct memory of that, very
Yes.
clear?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you're saying to this jury today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know today how important that timing is, don't you?
That's what happened.
You've been made very aware of how important that timing is, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am. I've known this from the beginning since I was in the hospital about the timing.
And I think your testimony was that you had left the truck running.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
So if other witnesses say nobody ever went and turned your truck off, either the truck ran all day long sitting in the back of Smith Construction's pole barn,
I don't know how to answer it. I'm not sure who shut the truck off or if anybody did shut the truck off because I never went back down to the truck.
so if nobody shut the truck off,
Then it
you
ran all
didn't
day
start your
long.
truck, correct?
Oh, I definitely started my truck. It was running when I was down there.
Why didn't you take your truck then? You
Because-
just got a call that your daughter is unconscious.
Yes.
You're telling me that you have the wherewithal of getting in your car because what if I have to go to the hospital? I'm gonna need my car. You didn't just jump in that truck, you just started it, put that thing in reverse and hightailed up the street. Come on, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. I didn't call her back until I was in my car And that truck's a diesel, so you can't just start it and take off like that. I was in my car when I talked to her again, and I put it in drive, and I went back to her house.
The reason you didn't take the truck is because you didn't have the truck started, correct?
No, ma'am. That's false.
Mr. Weschi, you would agree with me that you lied to the police about milk in Walmart, correct?
I was confused, yes, ma'am.
For a whole year and a month?
Yes, ma'am. It is detrimental to go through what I went through, and yes, ma'am, I can't sit here and say why I didn't remember something. I wish I could. I just can't. At that time, I'm worried about telling my children how I'm going to tell them their sister's not going to wake up and she's going to die. I wasn't really worried about, I'm sorry, I was confused.
You lied to the cops about your daughter having cereal that morning also, isn't that correct? She didn't have any cereal.
I didn't see cereal in the house. Our normal routine in the morning, she does eat cereal.
So what you're saying is you gave a normal routine, not necessarily what happened. Is that what you're saying today?
I thought that she ate cereal.
And after March 8th, had you ever talked to your friend Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did you next talk to him?
It was after I got out of the hospital, after Hannah had passed.
So after the 18th of March?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a good friend of yours?
We're friends, yes, ma'am.
You indicate that you know him and he's moved to Lebanon since then, correct?
He moved in with his sister, yes, ma'am.
How many times have you seen Chris since March 18th of 2018?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're leading us to believe that the first time he tells you that, hey, I was at your house and you drove me home, was the week trial starting? I'm sorry, the Sunday before trial?
That's not exactly how that came out like that. We were talking about Hannah, and we were talking about the last time he saw her, and he said he saw her the day before.
You're pretty vocal on Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you make postings on Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're telling me that your friend Chris never responded back on Facebook, indicating about how he remembered the last night he saw Hannah?
No, ma'am. Chris doesn't have Facebook.
So you lied about the toys playing in the room, correct?
She didn't go in at 7 o'clock, yes, ma'am.
And you're lying about that, correct?
She could have came and went in the room when we got back. We didn't stay. I took Chris home, so yes, ma'am, she did not go right in and play in her bedroom.
You never consented to a search of your computer, correct?
Nobody ever asked.
Prior to living at the 4004 Shank Road, you lived in Somerville, Ohio, is that correct?
For about a week.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall telling Lindsay Partin that you lived in Somerville, Ohio in a house without electricity
Yes, ma'am.
in the summer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That you and Hannah lived in that house without electricity, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You owed rent for your house at 4004 Shank Road at the time of this injury to Hannah, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You hadn't paid the month of March's rent, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you hadn't paid Lindsay for the babysitting, correct?
I'm not sure how far behind I was. I was behind a little bit on Lindsay. I'm not sure exactly how far behind I was, though.
And you were behind in payments on your car that you owed to Jay Smith also for the vehicle, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
You weren't?
I gave Jay $300 a week for my car. Every single week I gave him $300 in cash. Every time I cashed my paycheck. So I gave him $1,200 a month. If it was a 5-week month, I gave him $1,500.
You knew you were on a short leash on the 7th of March from Smith Construction because of the issues with the trailer and the Mexican, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The
That's how you
trailer.
describe it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the trailer, I knew I was on short leash with the trailer.
TJ had made it very clear to you that you were on a short leash, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you couldn't afford to lose your job. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Weschi, would you agree with me that you are a frequent user of the GoFundMe page system, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That when Hannah was in your custody and care and when you had possession of her, that you had put out a GoFundMe page seeking donations to help raise her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when Hannah was in the hospital, you created another GoFundMe page seeking donations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much did you raise in that Hannah Strong campaign?
About $10,000.
And you spent that on yourself, correct?
No, ma'am. I paid for her funeral.
Did you do a 401c3?
A 401c. I have a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Yes, ma'am.
And is that the nonprofit organization that you want to start a camp for abused children?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're seeking donations in the amount of $785,000 to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your education?
High school.
High school education.
Yes, ma'am.
And the house that we looked at, would the camp be similarly situated with the number of toys?
No, ma'am.
Jason, isn't it fair to say that you have come up with a new GoFundMe page? Correct?
After that one, I don't believe so.
You sued Lindsay Partin, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We do have a civil suit. Yes, ma'am.
You filed that lawsuit just on the last day of the statute of limitations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you actually went to see an attorney in the spring of 2018, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
O'Connor, Tony Levy, did you see them on the TV?
I'm not sure where I got the name from. It probably was TV. Yes, ma'am.
You retained them.
Yes, ma'am.
They opened a probate estate for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Just you, correct?
I haven't seen the lawsuit. I'm not really sure what's in it. I know it was opened before the statute ran out. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that all along, that that was your plan to do, correct?
I knew we were going to civilly sue them. Yes, ma'am.
And that's because you think that the Smiths have money, correct?
I know the Smiths have money, but that's not why I'm suing Ms.
That's
Parker.
your new GoFundMe page,
No,
correct?
no, it's not.
You believe that you are qualified to open a summer camp for children?
I believe my directors are. One of my directors for my corporation was a CASA advocate for the courts. So yes, ma'am, I believe that my directors are very well capable of doing that.
You're the president of that company, correct?
I am the president. Yes, ma'am.
What are your qualifications to be the president of a camp for abused children? What are you going to be able to do?
I don't have qualifications personally. It's not something that I plan on running myself.
You had plans on using that money for yourself, isn't that correct?
No, ma'am.
Has Chris been to trial any one of these days?
No, ma'am.
But he's a good friend of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd agree with me that on the 911 call, you're already at the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there when the EMTs arrived, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that the EMT indicated that you were disruptive? Do you recall that?
At the hospital, maybe. Yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't disagree with that?
I don't. No, I wouldn't. I was disruptive at the hospital. At the residence, I don't believe I was disruptive. No.
Do you recall the Smith family also responding to the house before the EMT and the deputy left?
I couldn't tell you who came when they took her out. I got in my car and I left.
You recall seeing TJ Smith at the house?
No.
You don't?
No.
You recall seeing Jay Smith?
No.
You recall seeing Paula Smith?
No.
Mr. Weschi, you don't think that the detectives would have wanted to know that you had an overnight guest at your home and that he had contact with your child within the 24 hours of her injury?
I'm sure they would have. Yes.
And you hid that, correct?
I wasn't trying to hide anything. I have nothing to hide whatsoever.
You or Lindsay or Chris now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Lindsay was panicked in the telephone call to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard the 911, have you heard the 911 call?
I listened to it last year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And last year when you listened to the 911 call, did you listen to any other recordings?
I don't believe so. I mean, as far as court goes, I watched it on the news every time we had a court case, but the 911 tape is all the recordings I listened to, I believe.
What day did you go see O'Connor, Chani, and Levy?
I could not tell you.
If I told you that the coroner's investigative report indicates that they were trying to get the coroner's report in May of 2018, does that sound right?
It may have been May, yes.
Was it April?
No, it was not April.
1 second, please.
Sure.
Mr. Weschi, you'd agree with me that from the time of the EMT leaving the house to the time of March 9th, let's say 1 p.m., you've had multiple calls with Lindsay Partin, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've seen her for hours at Children's Hospital, correct?
I'm not sure how long she was there, but I don't think it was hours. She came towards the evening. Yes, I did see her at Children's
Let's go
Hospital.
back. So you saw her at Fort Hamilton Hospital, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then she came down to the hospital, correct?
She came to Children's later on that evening.
Okay. And if I said that her records indicated that she was there from approximately 6 to 9 p.m., would you agree or disagree with that?
She may have been. I'm not sure. If her records indicate that, then I assume she was, but I'm not sure the time frame on how long she was there and how long she wasn't.
And TJ Smith came down too, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree with me that she was there in the evening hours, correct?
It was an evening. Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is after Hannah's had brain surgery performed by Dr. Stevenson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you've spoken to Dr. Stevenson after the surgery, correct? About her condition?
Yes, ma'am.
And you sat with Lindsay for a period of time at the hospital, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your daughter Caitlin also sat with Lindsay, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You all prayed together, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And is that when you told her about the aneurysm?
Lindsay?
Yes.
No, that was my assumption. Nobody said aneurysm. When the EMTs took her, they told me it looked like she has blood on her brain I assumed that she had an aneurysm. So when I called my father-in-law, my brother, and my daughter, that's what I told them, that she had an aneurysm. That's what I assumed. I didn't know it was abuse until the next day.
That's what you continued to tell Lindsay on the evening of the 8th down at
Yes.
Children's Hospital,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am, that's what I thought.
That it was an aneurysm.
That's what I thought.
That's even though Dr. Stevenson and other doctors are describing abuse instead?
Yes, they were saying.
You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're aware before Lindsay Partin comes down in the evening of the 8th that the doctors are telling you abuse, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're telling Lindsay Partin aneurysm, correct?
That's what I thought. Yes, ma'am.
So you're lying to Lindsay, correct?
I was telling her what I
You're
thought.
covering up the abuse, correct?
No, ma'am.
You're concealing the abuse, correct?
No, ma'am.
You're the one who told Lindsay about the torso bruises, isn't that correct?
No, ma'am.
You needed to cover up the fact that you had caused those, isn't that correct?
No, ma'am.
That your daughter Caitlin had seen one of those bruises over the weekend, isn't that correct?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that she told the detectives that?
That she had bruises?
Yes.
She may have said she had bruises. I'm not sure. Not on a torso, no. I don't believe that she said anything about those bruises because those came from the rocks.
You've had
from what I
multiple
understand.
conversations with your daughter Caitlin about that?
I have conversations with my daughter all the time. Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony here is that you're being told by the doctor's abuse, but you continue to tell Lindsay aneurysm, correct?
I thought it was an aneurysm. Yes, ma'am.
Despite what the doctors are telling you,
Yes,
correct?
yes, because at the time I did not think
No
it was
further
abuse.
questions, thank you.
Counsel, approach, please.
Folks, it is just about noon on the dot. I'm going to go ahead and give you an hour for lunch. Mr. Weschi, you're still under oath, and you're still under the admonition you cannot discuss the case with anybody. Folks, leave your notepads and your pens, keep your lanyards on, remember your admonitions. Congregate outside about 1 o'clock, and we will get started with redirect and finish the witness up in your turn, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back. We are back on the record, State of Ohio versus Lindsay Partin. You folks have any issues with the admonitions that didn't come to my attention? Very good, excellent. When last we left, we were getting ready to begin the redirect by the state. Is the state ready to proceed accordingly?
Yes.
All right, you may do so whenever.
Jason, you were asked about some GoFundMes that you'd set up.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may approach the state's exhibits 152, 153, 154, and 155. Can you approach, please?
Ms. Holly, get this on my record, keeping it clear. We're talking about 152 through 155, right?
That's correct.
All right, you may proceed according to our sidewalk.
If I may approach the witness,
Yeah, you
go ahead and take a look at those. All right, are you able to recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
These are my GoFundMe pages I had.
Are those true and accurate depictions of what you would see when you pull up the GoFundMe page related to those?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those GoFundMe pages that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit and publish?
Yes.
Already heard.
Noting prior objection, I will rule this highly designated and published.
If I may approach the witness to take back the exhibits.
You may.
All right, State Exhibit 152. What is that exhibit and what was that page?
That is Hannah with a GoFundMe. She wasn't hurt. It's when we were living in the house.
All right. And you described under there the reasons why you were looking for assistance with GoFundMe?
It was rough with just me and Hannah. Trying to do it by myself with my other girls, it was rough. So I was trying to get help.
Did you ever get any money from that?
No, ma'am.
State Exhibit 153. And what is that?
That is Hannah when she was in a hospital bed at Children's Hospital in ICU
And tell me why you set up that GoFundMe.
for medical expenses. At this time, we knew that she wasn't going to survive, and funeral expenses.
And it says here, I don't know when this was printed, 7,245 of your goal. I don't know if that's supposed to be 250,000 or 250 million.
I just put it, I didn't set a limit, I think I just put it to the max.
Okay, so did you get more than that 7,245?
Yes, I got right around $10,000.
And what did you do with that fund?
I spent it on funeral costs.
Specifically what?
The services in Kentucky were about $9,000. We had a service in Ohio. Her headstone was about $4,000, a little over $4,000. And that's where it went. I mean, it didn't cover all the expenses, but it covered whatever it covered. I mean, it all went to the medical.
State's Exhibit 154. What is that?
That is a picture of me and some of my directors and my children at a benefit in Fairfield.
And what was that benefit? What was the purpose of that benefit?
That benefit was not ours. That was for Fire and Iron. It was a firehouse that they had a motorcycle group as well, and they rode for children.
Is this, I mean, it has that picture there. Is this also the cover for another GoFundMe page? Looks like it says Hannah Strong.
Hannah Strong is the name of my nonprofit corporation, and that is my main photo of our nonprofit corporation.
All right. And here it says, I think, 1,600 of $100,000 goal raised by 7 people in 6 months.
Yes.
And what was that used towards?
Various different things to the organization. I have all my receipts for everything. It was, I can't say specifically what each dollar was spent for, but it all went on the organization.
Did you have a fundraiser separate from this GoFundMe?
The fundraiser for the camp, but not on GoFundMe, not another fundraiser on GoFundMe.
Okay. So did you have and I guess what I'm asking is, did you have a fundraiser outside of GoFundMe?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It was a bike run in September with some bands. It didn't go real well. Lost quite a bit of money on that.
And when you say lost quite a bit of money, what do you mean?
Because I paid bands and sound guys. We had a bunch of food. I had stuff set up at Houston Woods. We paid for a spot there for the day. And it just got cold. It rained. Nobody showed up. Not very many people showed up.
Did you make any money off of that?
Very little. I think there was 12 motorcycles, maybe 13. It was $25 to ride. And then at the benefit, we didn't really make any money.
Did you make enough money to cover the costs of the event?
No. No.
And State Exhibit 155. All right, I think that should be clear now. And what is that?
That is a GoFundMe for a program that we want to start in our organization called Camp Hannah for children of neglect and abuse for a summer camp type thing.
And it looks like there's a $785,000 goal, and it says no donations yet.
No, there was no donations.
Have you ever had any donations to that?
No.
You were asked about a lawsuit.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you filing the lawsuit?
The medical bills are substantial. I probably have $3 million in medical bills, ballpark, give or take,
And medical bills related to what?
to Hannah from the hospitals.
So you have been billed for the care that Hannah received while in the hospital for those bills?
Yes, ma'am. I got a helicopter bill. It was about $30-something thousand, and then they just trickle in.
Jason, did you cooperate with every request made to you by detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever refuse to do anything that they asked you to do?
No, ma'am.
You were asked about headaches that Hannah had described.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me about those?
She would just point at her head and say it hurts, and she wanted me to kiss it. And after I kissed it, she was fine. She'd always point at herself, say she has a boo-boo. She wanted me to kiss her boo-boos. And she would just point and say my head hurts, and I'd kiss it, and she'd run off and play. She was fine.
And you told detectives about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you tell detectives about that?
I don't know. They may have asked. I don't know exactly how it came up. But I know I did tell them that.
And I know you said Hannah's birth date was 1/11 of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
That would have made her about 3 years and 2 months
Yes, ma'am.
as of March 8th.
Yes.
You were asked about things Hannah said about where she got her injuries. Did Hannah ever tell you that Lindsay hit her?
There was one time she said that she hit her, but it was kind of in between. If she would fall or fall off a chair, she would say, "Sissy hit me," or such and such, because she didn't want to get in trouble for doing something she wasn't supposed to do.
And did she get in trouble that day for telling you that Lindsay hit her?
No, we had our talks about lying and stuff, but she didn't get in trouble.
Did you ever believe that Lindsay would have hurt Hannah?
No.
And you were asked about telling Lindsay that you thought it was an aneurysm.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And that would have been while at Cincinnati Children's Hospital on March 8th in the evening?
Yes, ma'am. I may have said that at the Fort Hamilton Hospital as well, because the EMS told me it looked like she had blood on her brain, and that's the first thing that came to my mind was an aneurysm.
When you told Lindsay that, did she say, "Well, Jason, I've been sitting with the detectives for 4 hours today and they told me she was abused"?
No,
She didn't say that to you?
no.
You spent a lot of time, I believe, on cross-examination trying to guess timeframes.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
about how long it takes you to get somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
You ever taken a stopwatch and timed yourself to do that?
No, ma'am.
Well, how do you determine that time?
I was guessing. I can't say for sure on specific seconds.
Do you have any reason to disagree with what the phone records say regarding timing of text and timing of calls?
No, ma'am.
Do you have Defense Exhibit QQ there in front of you?
No,
Do you have
ma'am.
it?
No, ma'am.
Your exhibit? All right, I'm sorry. It's your exhibit? Yeah. So you don't have that? No, it wasn't admitted. You were using QQ? I mean, I have one I can use, but I just thought it'd be easier if I used yours. I understand. Actually, I think I'm going to use State's Exhibit 155. I mean, mess with your number unless you didn't use this one. Okay. State's Exhibit 155. $156. You were asked about meeting with detectives initially at Fort Hamilton Hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
You recall doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall that that was recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
You recall talking to them about that morning and some of that evening prior?
Yes, ma'am.
As you sit here today, do you have specific recollection about what you told them about where you were when you got the call from Lindsay?
I was at my truck. Is exactly where I was at.
If I may approach the witness with State's Exhibit 156. Objection.
Yeah, let's approach.
Jason, go ahead and look through that. Specifically direct your attention to page 5 of that. And if you can find in there if it says where you were when you got the call from Lindsay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does it say?
I was at my work truck.
Could you go ahead and read that, those actually 4 lines beginning at 7 through 10 about what that says?
I said, and our work is out there, our shop is out there. So I went down to the shop to pick up my truck, and as soon as I started my truck, I got the phone call. So I went right back up to Lindsay's.
Jason, you've been aware you've been under an order from the court not to have contact with anybody about what's going on in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you followed that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's been throughout the entire trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing further?
Thank you, Ms. Hiley. Ms. Howard, you may read across whenever you're ready.
Jason, you'd agree with me that at Children's Hospital, you made an application for Medicaid coverage for me, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall that specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that the transcript that Ms. Hiley just handed you, 156, from your conversation and interview at Fort Hamilton Hospital, is also the same time that you told the detectives that you went to Walmart for milk, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 3.
Yes, ma'am.
And on page 4, it's also the same transcript and conversation you had with the detectives, where you said that Hannah had cereal that morning, a bowl of cereal. She went in and brushed her teeth, she brushed her hair, and then she went into her room and got her coat, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's also the same conversation you had with the detectives at the hospital, where you said Hannah played in her room for 10 minutes. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, ma'am.
Let me direct your attention to page 3. And once you got home, did Hannah say anything to you? You said no. You were asked, what did you do? And your answer was, she played in her room for about 10 minutes, and then she came and laid on the couch with me and watched TV until she fell asleep. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that same page is where the Walmart and a gallon of milk is written, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you all were home from Walmart at 7:30. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's not true, correct?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Hiley asked you, have you cooperated with every request made to you by the detectives, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the fact that you told them about Chris Davis on Monday of this week cooperating with the detectives?
No, ma'am. I did my best to cooperate. I did not tell them about Chris. No, ma'am.
And of the photographs that Ms. Hiley has shown you for your GoFundMe pages, is Chris Davis in any of those photographs?
No, ma'am.
Did Chris Davis make any comments on any of those pages?
No, ma'am. He does not have Facebook. He doesn't use the internet like that.
Those are GoFundMe pages, though. They're not Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He doesn't get on the internet like that.
And I apologize for this. I want to make sure I got the timeline correct. Chris Davis, you told Detective Turner about this Monday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So yesterday,
Yes, ma'am.
April 8th.
April 8th.
If I told you today is April 9th,
Yes,
a
ma'am.
Tuesday,
Yes, ma'am.
it would have been yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know about what time you told him that?
It was in the morning. We didn't really have a conversation about it. I told him that I figured out where I went, and then that was pretty much the end of it. He didn't want to know anything else. He said he talked to Kelly, and then
You didn't want to know anything else?
we went on.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, sir, you may step down. Why don't you step up? And please do not discuss testimony with any other potential witnesses. State, who's next?
Your Honor, I just want to state for the record that Mr. Weschi is subject to recall, so he will be stepping out. Your Honor, this time we call Detective Joe Ventry. We have a sidebar, just briefly.
Sure. Detective, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Before we get started, we do have cameras here. Do you object to them potentially using your face on the news?
No, sir.
Excellent. Machine, will be moving the address.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
I'm just trying to locate the exhibit that
No, take time.
There's one here. That was just looking for.
Is it up there? Is that it?
These two right here. Oh, there's one more.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Detective Joe Ventry.
And what's your current occupation, sir?
I'm a detective with the Butler County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a detective at the sheriff's office?
Been a detective for a little over 4 years.
And what are your current duties?
Criminal Investigations Division.
I want to focus specifically on cell phone analysis. Do you have any experience in training in cell phone analysis?
Yes.
Can you please describe that training that you have for that?
Yes, I received training and certification through Cellbrite. Cellbrite is a company that specializes in cell phone forensics and provides training to law enforcement. The training was mobile forensic fundamentals, certified logical operator, and a certified physical analyst. And this training was through the Cellbrite programs, equipment, and tools.
Okay, so you went through a lot of different mobile fundamentals, things like that. So
Yes.
specifically, just if you could dumb it down a little bit.
Okay.
Explain what that is.
Is basically learning how to do forensic analysis on cell phones through, the lack of a better term, the term they use is a phone dump through their systems.
You completed that training. Do you remember approximately when?
2 of the classes, which was the certified logical operator and certified physical analyst, was September of 2015. The mobile forensic fundamental was December of 16, I believe.
And is that a training that you would have to, for lack of a better term, re-up on or recertify, or is it just you
Yes,
have that
there's a
information?
recertification.
I'm sorry, I was talking over you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a recertification.
And how often is that completed?
I'm not sure. I believe it's every few years.
Can you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process for this cell phone analysis? Is this something that you would use a program for, you manually remove?
Yeah, you use the Cellbrite programs. With that, you would hook the phone up to the computer or one of the other Cellbrite machines, and using their cables that they provide for you, and it does an extraction of the cell phone.
Are you limited on what cell phones you can use? iPhones? I don't know any others, unfortunately, but are you limited in what you can use, or is it capable with all cell phone types?
It's capable with all cell phone types.
When you do this process of this cell phone analysis using the Cellbrite program, while it's downloading, is that program changing any of the information on the phone?
No,
Would it change any dates or messages, content, anything like that?
no,
So is it safe to say that it just downloads it verbatim?
right.
Sir, can this program, this Cellbrite program, can it recover text messages, call history prior to the date that you would download it?
Yes,
Can the program have the capability to recover items that have maybe been deleted?
yes, it does.
Does this generate, once you do this download, does it generate a report from that?
Yes,
Would that phone report indicate which items had been deleted or which items had
Yeah.
attempted to be deleted? Explain that process.
yes. Once the report is written, it would have a column if something was deleted. It has a deleted column, and it will show you if a certain item had been deleted.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with State Exhibit 124. Sir, I'm handing you what's been previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 124. Can you please take a look back? Do you recognize State's Exhibit 124?
Yes,
And how do you recognize that?
being the defendant's cell phone that I used did the extraction.
Is that, strike that, is that cell phone, have you previously viewed that cell phone?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't say for sure how many times during the download process and when we reviewed a couple weeks ago.
On the bag, the brown paper bag that it came on, do your initials appear anywhere or your name appear anywhere on that bag?
Yes,
And when would you have affixed your initials to that brown paper bag?
it was on 3/28.
And why did you review it on 3/28?
We were reviewing the case.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to, I'm sorry, it's already been admitted, State's Exhibit 124, I apologize. You indicate that that cell phone that you have right there, the defendant's cell phone, that's the exact phone that you conducted a forensic analysis on?
Yes,
All right. Were you then able to successfully conduct a cell phone analysis on that phone?
yes,
Were you able to successfully generate a report then from that download?
yes.
So what information is contained in that report?
In the report, it will have device information, contacts, phone calls, text messages, searched items.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness after showing counsel State's Exhibit 125.
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you Western Mark States Exhibit 125. Please take a look at that exhibit. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that exhibit?
This will be the phone load that the report was written and the download was made from the extraction.
And specifically, which phone would this have been a download of?
The defendant's phone that we just reviewed.
Did you review States Exhibit 125?
Yes.
And did you initial, do your initials appear anywhere on that
Yes.
CD? After you reviewed it, can you safely say that that's a true and accurate copy of the report generated from downloading the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
Does the report that you received from this phone, does that give any sort of summary identifying the phone, identifying when you did the download, any identifying information?
Yes.
All right, and did that do so here?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you Western Mark States Exhibit 126.
Yes.
Do you recognize States 126?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a summary device, a summary source of device information from the extraction.
All right, a lot of words. What does that mean?
It gives a summary of what happened, basically. When the report was written from the actual download, it will tell you when the extraction started, when the extraction was over, gives you device information from the phone, phone numbers, any Apple ID that is associated with the phone, just basic information about the device and what occurred.
Have you had an opportunity to review States Exhibit 126 before today?
Yes.
And were you able to verify that that is an excerpt, that summary is an excerpt that was pulled from the full download of defendant's phone?
Yes.
And is that States Exhibit 126 a true and accurate copy of the summary pulled from defendant's phone, which we determined is States Exhibit 125? 124? I'm sorry, from the cell phone download.
Yes.
You indicated that there was an Apple ID associated with that. What is that?
It is a email address.
Is there also a phone number that's associated with that phone download?
There is.
And what is that phone number?
It's 513-884-5354.
And what about the Apple ID email address?
Lindsay_Partin@yahoo.com.
Does that report indicate any sort of time zone?
Yes.
And what is that time zone?
It's UTC, which stands for Coordinated Universal Time.
So it's a UTC, and then is there any number after the UTC? Kind of explain that.
Yes. UTC is basically a timestamp that the program uses because all the different time zones. So UTC would always be UTC +0 if it hasn't been converted. And for Eastern Standard Time, we would have to subtract 5. So it would be UTC -5 to give us the time for the Eastern Standard Time Zone.
And Eastern Standard Time Zone, is that this area's Butler County's time zone?
Yes.
And does that report indicate then what UTC time zone was used?
Yes.
And what is that?
It says UTC -5, which would be our time zone. It says New York, America.
And sir, in 2018, are you aware when daylight savings time would have been?
Yes, it would have been on March 11th.
So fair to say that daylight savings time would have been after March 8th, 2018, the events in question here?
Yes.
Do you know if the phone has the capability to recognize a time change for daylight savings?
Yes, it reads it in UTC -4 because of the time change after the daylight savings time.
And how were you able to verify on the defendant's phone that it recognized the time change after March 11th?
Because after March 11th, the phone received some information, still received information into it, and then it changed it to UTC -4 because of the time change.
So as it stands, the date and time stamps on those phones are accurate to reflect Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
When talking about this cell phone download and the report then it generates, does it also generate a call log of incoming and outgoing calls?
Yes, it does.
And did it do so here?
Yes.
Commissioner, approach the witness.
You may.
Sir, I'm handing this from Mark States Exhibit 127.
Yes.
Can you go ahead and take a look at that? Do you recognize States Exhibit 127?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the call log, part of the call log section from the report that was generated from the download.
Did you have the ability or chance to review States Exhibit 127?
Yes.
And do your initials appear on that document?
Yes, it does.
Specifically, what is the date range that State's Exhibit 127 reflects?
March 6th, 2018 through March 9th of 2018.
And sir, when you placed your initials there, did you verify that this is an excerpt pulled from the full download of defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And is that then a true and accurate copy of the call log pulled from defendant's phone download?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to admit State's Exhibit 126 and 127 and publish. No objection.
All right, 126, 127 be admitted, you may publish. Have a go.
So going back a little, I apologize, it's a little blurry. So this would have been the summary that we talked about, State's Exhibit 126.
Yes.
We have a juror with a hand, yes ma'am.
Thank you. Just in those, if you would be able to margin a little bit, because I had difficulty reading it.
Whoa, it's still going, I'm sorry. Finicky machine. So sir, just briefly, I don't know if there's a way to... Jamie, I'm hitting focus, it's not doing anything. Do you have any suggestions? There we go. All right, thank you. So sir, State's Exhibit 126, the extraction report that you were referencing,
Yes.
and it shows your name,
Yes.
the date that you would have done the extraction?
That is the report date,
Okay.
the date that the report was written.
Oh, I see, yes. The extraction date and time were down here?
Yes.
And then it provides device information,
Yes.
including, I think you indicated an Apple ID and a phone number.
Yes.
And lastly, at the top, the UTC -5 that you referenced.
Yes, that means it already changed it to the Eastern Standard Time.
And sir, State's Exhibit 127. And you indicated this would have been the call log from, I want to make sure I get your words correctly, March 6, 2018 through March 9th of 2018?
Yes.
And then it just shows incoming and outgoing missed calls?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom out just a bit so we can take a look at this document in a little bit more entirety. State's Exhibit 127, but I'm going to move it up. And so we see a few, trying to refocus it again. We see a few columns
Yes.
or rows in this. Can you please help us interpret what we're viewing?
Yes, type would be whether it was a missed call or incoming call or outgoing call. The parties would be who it's from or who it was going to, which direction the phone call was going. Timestamp would have been the date and the time. The duration would be how long the call lasted.
And then the outgoing calls, are those calls that would have been placed by defendant's phone?
Yes.
And so then the incoming calls then are, is that safe to say, calls that are then coming into defendant's phone?
Yes.
So additionally, is that report that we've talked about, that general phone download report, also capable of capturing a phone's search history?
Yes.
And did it do so here?
Yes, it did.
Do you have permission to approach the witness?
Okay.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 129. Can you please take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 129?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a portion of the search history from the defendant's phone from the download.
And you said it's a portion. Specifically, what date range is shown there?
February 28th, 2018 through March 8th of 2018.
And as far as what content is viewable, which dates are we looking at?
It is March 7th, 2018 through March 8th of 2018.
And have you had a chance to see and review that document?
Yes.
All right. Do your initials appear on that document?
Yes.
Were you able to verify that this is an excerpt pulled from the full download on defendant's phone?
Yes.
And would it be a true and accurate copy of the search items pulled from defendant's phone
Yeah.
download?
Yes.
All right. At this time, seek to admit and publish State's Exhibit 129.
Ms. Howard?
No objection.
129 will be admitted.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
State's Exhibit 129, sir.
Yes.
And it appears that there are some columns and rows in this as well. Can you please walk us through what these columns and rows are?
Yes. The timestamp would be the date and time that it was searched. The source would be the search engine that was used. The value would be the item that was typed in to be searched. And then the last, it says deleted. Well, if there's a yes, is telling you that that item was deleted from the search history.
And you indicated that the value is something that would have been a search topic. What does it mean to search something?
To physically type in the whole description, or as it pulled up, partial of it, click on that portion.
So either typing in something, or if it gives you I think when you're saying, or if it pulls up, so when it starts finishing the sentence.
Yes.
And then actually clicking on that.
Yes.
And so are these then searches that would have been coming from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
Because it was from the download of the search history items, it was the items that the defendant searched on that phone.
And what does it mean to delete something, sir?
To physically go into, in this case, the search history or internet history and physically delete the item.
And sir, can a report from the phone download combine all of the phone's contents? So calls, texts, what else? Searches, so it can be viewed together in a chronological date order?
Yes,
Right, and did it do so here?
it did.
Permission to approach the witness
You may.
for State's Exhibit 128. Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 128. Go ahead and take a look at that. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
It is a timeline portion, part of the timeline that was pulled from the download of the phone on the report.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 128?
Yes.
And do your initials appear on that document?
Yes, they do.
What date range are we looking at here in this document?
It looks like March 5th, 2018 through March 8th, 2018.
Can you verify that this is an excerpt pulled from the full download?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the phone timeline that was pulled from defendant's phone download?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, seek to admit and publish State's Exhibit 128.
Ms. Howard?
No objection.
128 will be admitted. You may publish whenever you wish.
Thank you. Permission to approach the witness to retrieve the exhibit. So we're looking at State's Exhibit 128.
Yes.
And it looks like it's kind of a blank page, so we'll just move to the second page too. Actually. We'll do this in tandem. So we see some more columns and rows.
Yes.
Can you please describe what we're seeing here?
So type would be what it was, whether it's like a calendar entry, incoming call, outgoing call, text message. Direction would be incoming or outgoing call. Attachments would be like if something was attached, being sent. Location would be like if there was a GPS coordinates attached to it, or if there was like a location in, like, say, the calendar, to respond to this time for the calendar. The timestamp would be the date and the time that it occurred. And the party, again, would be like whether it was a text message or a phone call or something of that nature. And the description would be kind of the content, what it was.
And what specifically, what type of information can a timeline show?
Basically,
Where's it pulling it from?
it's a chronological, it's pulled excerpt from everything that occurred. It just puts it in a chronological order from the phone download.
On page 2, the titles are missing, but this is the information that you were describing.
Yes.
And can you tell in this timeline whether a call or a text is incoming or outgoing?
Yes.
Right. And does it also indicate the author of that text or call?
Yes, it does.
And we also talked about, on the first page, the deleted column. And what does
Yes.
it mean to delete something in this context?
To physically go into the phone and delete that item.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
And so I just want to draw your attention to state's exhibits, specifically 127, 128, and 129. There are some blacked out portions of these exhibits.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
It would be the content of those searches that were made.
And would that be outside of the time frame that we were discussing as relevant to this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, in addition to state's exhibits 126, 127, 128, and 129, which have admitted, I would also seek to admit state's exhibit 125.
Ms. Howard?
Yes, no objection.
125 be admitted.
Sir, in addition to your role with the cell phone analysis in this case, did you also make yourself available at the hospital at any point?
Yes.
And when would that have been?
On March 8th and also on March 9th.
And on March 8th, would you have talked to the radiologist, Dr. Correa?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the radiologist, Dr. Correa, did you ever talk about timing of the injury?
Yes.
And what did she say?
Yeah.
Approach. Ms. Shady, you may proceed.
If I just may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, take it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Howard, will you be doing the cross?
Yes, sir.
My intention at this point is to go about another 20 minutes and then take a break, so I'm gonna let you go ahead and start the
Okay,
cross.
I'm saying- I'm gonna take
I'm just
another-
warning you that at some point, I'm probably gonna shut
Absolutely.
you down just for a quick break first, okay?
You know, I just keep getting up, so that's,
I understand. You may proceed.
Detective Ventry, I'm going to start where Ms. Sheehan left off. You were stationed at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital on the 8th and the 9th of March. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of that, can you tell me how long you were at Cincinnati Children's on March 8th, or what hours you were there from?
I don't know the exact hours that I was there. I know it was pretty much all day.
Pretty much all day?
Yes, but-
Okay.
yes, I'm sorry.
And I'm a loud talker.
I'm sorry.
You might be a soft talker, so you make sure you keep your
Okay.
voice up. Thank you. And what about on the 9th?
I was there for a significant period of time. I couldn't tell you how long I was there.
Okay. When you were there on the 8th, did you see Lindsay Partin there?
I did not.
You did not.
No.
So do you know what time you left that day?
I do not.
And Detective Ventry, is it fair to say that the extraction that you conducted, right page here, on the 21st of March?
On the 20th.
On the 20th of March, was done multiple days after the phone had been in the custody of the police? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you had done that extraction by simply hooking up the phone by a cord to the program?
Yeah, there is depending on which type of phone, there's a specific cord that will go to that phone, hooks up to the machine and on the program, follow the prompts, and then it does the extraction.
So you don't do anything special other than hit some buttons, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what the training that you took taught you to do?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of that, you had done that well after being down at the hospital, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall, in addition to doing the extraction on the 20th, also doing a search warrant for that particular phone so you could obtain the extraction?
Yes.
And you presented that to, I believe, Judge Powers, is that correct?
I believe so.
I'm going to show you what was previously marked as V as in Victor. Or V as in Ventry, I think is what I call it. Does this appear to be the search warrant affidavit and search warrant that you presented to Judge Powers?
Yes.
And you agree with me that you are the affiant, meaning you swore to the truth of this information?
Yes.
And you did so on the 12th of March, is that correct?
Yes.
And within your affidavit, there's a to wit section on page 1, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you wrote in your affidavit for search warrant that you had received information within the last 24 hours? Sorry, you had received information that the abuse had occurred within the last 24 hours?
Yes, that's in the affidavit.
Okay. And you'd received that from the neurosurgeon?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection has been sustained. Going to strike the last question about what the neurosurgeon, I believe, would have stated. So you are to disregard that. Ms. Howard, you were proceed.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, the answer prior to that was allowed, is that correct?
I just struck the portion of the question about the neurosurgeon.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So that you agree that your to wit section is that you received information that the abuse occurred within 24 hours, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote that in your affidavit for search warrant?
Yes, it was put in.
And you did so on March 12th of 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to make a guess, Detective, that you've had multiple search warrants that you've been the affiant of?
Yes.
And you're familiar with going in front of the judge and swearing to the truth and veracity of the information contained therein?
Yes.
And as it relates to search warrants for cell phones, would it be fair to say, Detective, that you're aware of other ways that you can obtain information about a cell phone, correct?
I don't understand the question.
You can issue a search warrant, if the judge signs it,
Yes.
directly to the cell phone provider, if you know the person's number. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So if I know that Jason Weschi has a certain phone number, I could, if I were a detective, seek, if I had probable cause, a search warrant for his cell phone information through his provider, correct?
Yes.
And if you didn't know his provider, is it fair to say that you could probably find that out, correct?
Yes, you could probably find that out.
And if not, you could ask for a search warrant for multiple providers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, I'm sure I'm not naming them all, but that's fair to say, correct?
Yes.
And as a detective with the Butler County Sheriff's Department, have you ever, in your 4 years as a detective, had such a search warrant?
I don't believe I have written one to a cell phone provider.
Have you seen one done by the Butler County Sheriff's Department?
I don't recall if I've seen someone who's written one and looked over that. No, I don't.
Are you aware that such a search warrant could obtain pings off the towers?
Yes.
And then you might attempt to triangulate where someone was when those calls or texts came through, correct?
I haven't done that. I don't have the training to do that.
You haven't?
I haven't triangulated any pings or anything like that.
Are you aware from your training, experience, and education that that can be done, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's been done in prior criminal cases?
None that I know. I mean, I'm sure it has. I can't testify to the ones that have been, no.
Is this the first extraction that you had ever done?
No.
Okay. And in doing the extraction, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many pages this extraction report generated?
I cannot.
You can't?
I don't know how many it generated. I do not.
Did you look at the extraction report?
I did. I didn't look to see what the total number of pages.
Where do you want it?
I don't know, I'm sure the word.
Do you still have the extraction pages that Ms. Sheehan handed you?
I do not.
I'm going to hand the witness back exhibits 126, 127, 128, and 129. Can you count those pages, please?
$17.
17 total pages. And you're saying that you, as the expert extraction person at the Sheriff's Department, cannot say how many pages there are?
I don't know how many pages are to the instruction. No.
Okay, I'm going to mark I think I'm up to. I think I'm up to.
These boxes in exhibit.
They will be in a second. R. Robert. I'm going to hand you what I've marked as RR. Do you recognize that document?
It's part of the extraction report.
Okay. It's pages 1 through 5 of the extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And there are a total of 33,194 pages, correct?
I don't see where you're saying the amount of pages on here.
Well, you identified this disc, which was 125, and had your initials on it, and you said you reviewed it all, correct?
I reviewed that was a download, yes.
The entirety of the download.
I reviewed it was a download.
And you're telling me that it didn't comprise of 33,174 pages?
I didn't look to see how many pages it.
Did you look at any of them other than the 17 pages that you have there?
Yes, after the initial extraction.
How many of the 33,000 pages did you look at?
I couldn't say for sure.
Did you do that independently, or were you directed to specific pages
During the extraction or during the review?
during the review?
During the review, I was shown specific pages.
And who were you shown specific pages from?
The prosecutors.
So you haven't actually, you just extracted 33,000 pages, you didn't look at it?
Not the whole entire report.
And is it
Actually,
contained, you didn't look at the whole entire report?
After the extraction, we looked at the report for the dates that were in question.
Okay, so are you saying that you reviewed all of the dates contained in those pages on this disc that were for those dates?
I don't understand the question.
Well, look at page 2 of the extraction report. Do you see that?
Yes.
Where it says contents? It's right in the middle of the page. Do you see that?
I'm looking. Contacts?
Contents. CONTENTS. Would it help if I?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking at it in a different spot. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes.
Okay. And it itemizes each of the sections of the extraction report, correct?
Yes.
For instance, it says Bluetooth devices first, correct?
Yes.
It says there are 569 Bluetooth devices included, correct?
Yes.
And that 14 have been deleted, correct?
Yes.
Calendar. It says there were 926 entries on that, correct?
Yes.
42 were deleted, correct?
Yes.
Call log. 4,813 call logs with 40 deleted, correct?
Yes.
Chats. 705 with 119 deleted, correct?
Yes.
iMessage 7 with 2 deleted, correct?
Yes.
iMessage 1 with 2 deleted.
Yes.
iMessage plus 151381, 1 deleted.
Yes.
Do you believe that page 2 is a true and accurate depiction of the extraction report? I will mark this as double.
Or what specifically is double S?
This particular box, I'm going to go SS1. I'll put it in order in just a second. Just for identification purposes, I took out 5 pages from that. I'll mark for identification as SS1A. They're not stapled together. Can you compare SS1A with double R that I handed you? Those appear to be the same.
Yes.
And what were the other pages you had from the state's exhibits? I'll take SS1A back because it's not clipped together. Thank you. Placing SS1A back in box 1, which I marked as SS1.
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
The other pages that the prosecutor has marked as state's exhibits, so they're going to be the red stickers off to your right, so I'll take this off your hand just so it's not confusing to you. She's given you page 1, correct?
Yes.
And she marked that as States Exhibit 126, correct?
Yes,
No doubt that page 1 is identical to page 1 on RR, correct?
I would.
Sure.
I would like to compare them before I say it.
Absolutely.
Yes,
And your next one was 127. It appears that 127 begins on page 94, correct?
correct.
And it goes 94 to page 98, correct? Is that correct, sir?
I'm looking. Yes,
I'm going to number this SS1B. Taken from box SS1. Can I leave that up here with you? Or did I take it?
did you read which one?
Page 94 to,
Yes.
and that's exhibit 127?
Yes,
Okay. Handing you SS1B. Does that appear to be the same as 127?
yes,
And I'm going to approach you with what I've marked as exhibit BB as in boy. Detective Ventry, does BB as in boy appear to match what the prosecutor previously marked as 127? That you have identified also as identical to SS1B?
what was your question?
Does BB appear to be identical to 127, which you said was identical to SS1B?
There's additional pages.
There's additional pages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if I handed you what has numbers on the bottom of it is 99 to 105, would that make it complete?
Would make which one complete?
They'd be sequentially continuing on in the phone dump.
On the one that was given to me by the
Correct.
prosecutor's office, yes.
So you have looked past and looked continued on, correct? Have you not?
What's your question?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why we got 17 pages when your extraction, this disc, contains 33,100 and I think 74 pages. Correct?
I still don't know the question.
You didn't look at every page, did you?
Every page of the 3,300
Absolutely.
extraction, I scroll through, I can't tell you about every single page now.
But-
And the page numbers and everything on the bottom of it, what's on the computer, I don't print out copies of it. I couldn't tell you what the page number is on the bottom of every page either, no.
But you'd agree with me that the entirety of the phone extraction dump is 33,174 pages, correct?
That's what you're
I
telling
mean,
me.
you're not trying to play coy, are you?
That's what you're telling me, I haven't seen that, yes.
Okay. So you haven't looked all the way to the end of the disc?
No.
I don't have a disc attachment to my computer. I'd love to put it in. Sure.
128 was admitted, yes.
Is that what we're discussing?
Okay. this be a good time for a break? If not,
Yeah, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:36. I was going to let you go to about 2:45, and while we're working on getting all this stuff, let's go ahead and take our break now. 15 minutes, so be back out in the lobby about 10 till 3, and we'll resume the cross at that point. Please leave your notepads. Please remember your admonitions, and we'll see you. Thank you.
off the record.
Have a seat, everybody. Back on the record, this is Civil Officer Lindsay Partin, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Any issues that need to be reported to the court? Ms. Howard, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ventry, this should show up on your screen, the disc, which is 125, containing the extraction report.
Yes.
You see in the bottom right corner?
Sorry, I apologize. Do you want that up there?
No, not yet. I want him to identify it first. Do you see that number there?
I see a number on the bottom of the page, yeah.
And you indicated, when asked by the prosecutor, that you reviewed all of 125, and you identified it as the extraction report from the iPhone, correct?
I said it was a portion of the report from the extraction, yes.
I'm sorry?
It was a portion of the report from the extraction, yes.
I'm sorry, you identified the disc.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about one of the other ones. Yes, I identified the disc as being the download.
The entirety of the download.
Yes.
And you see the last number of the pages.
I do on the bottom of the screen.
Yes. And they are?
33,194.
And are you telling this jury that today is the first time you noticed that this extraction has 33,194 pages?
Yes, I did not look at numbers on pages.
You just identified that you'd seen this whole disc, and the disc isn't in there anymore, it's just a little piece of paper.
Right.
So you didn't look at this?
I didn't look at the numbers on the bottom of the page.
How much time have you spent with this report?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I have no idea.
5 minutes?
Are you talking from the time it was extracted and the report was written,
I'll be
or
more
with the?
specific. You didn't write the report, the computer program did so, correct?
Yes, I have to click buttons to get it to write the report, yes.
So then it generated this disc.
Yes.
How much time did you spend looking at the items on the disc?
I honestly don't know.
5 minutes?
I can't answer that. I have no idea.
10 minutes?
I have no idea.
Did you keep notes on it?
On the extraction?
I'm gonna specify. I already know you hooked up a computer and got the information off from the phone. So I'm not asking about the time you spent waiting for the computer program to do its work. I'm asking you, when did you do your work, which was to review the extraction report, to go through the pages, whether you scrolled through them on a computer screen or you printed them off, 1 to 33,194 and looked at them. That's what I'm asking you.
The question again was?
How much time did you, detective, spend looking at the report?
I can't give you a time.
Can you guesstimate?
No.
Sustain, looking for guesses.
Did you spend any time looking at the report, other than the pages that the assistant prosecutors handed you?
Yes, after the report was written.
Okay, and again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. After the report was written means the computer generates the report, correct?
Yes.
You didn't write another report after that, like that you typed up yourself?
No.
Okay, so you got this on March 20th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
From today's date?
Well, can I clarify?
Certainly.
I did the extraction on March 20th.
Okay.
The report was written on March 21st.
Thank you. After March 21st, when was the next time that you opened it up?
I have no idea.
Have you ever opened it up?
Yes.
Did you do that on one occasion?
Several occasions.
And several means what to you?
I couldn't give you an exact number.
Is several more than 2, which is a
Yes,
couple?
probably more than 2.
Okay. Is several more than 5?
Probably around that. I don't know.
Okay, so 5 times. And in the approximate 5 times that you looked at this, how many of the 33,194 pages did you look at?
I couldn't give you a number.
Other than the 17 you've identified here, correct?
I couldn't give you a number on that.
Did you look at any other pages other than the ones that we've identified here as exhibits?
After the extraction, I looked through the extraction.
Okay, so I'm going to put up on your screen page 4585. Do you recognize that?
It's a part from the report.
Okay, and it actually is part of Exhibit 129 that Ms. Sheehan handed you. Do you recall that?
The only part I see that was part of that is the searched items at the very bottom. The other part is passwords. Yes?
Just a second, I'm trying to figure out how to clear the blue mark you made. There we go. Okay.
You didn't actually make it.
Oh, I saw one.
That's all right.
Okay. Okay, so you see the page 4585, correct? and you have in front of you a paper copy, which was Exhibit 120, sorry, 129.
Yes.
Do you still have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you've got a singular page in Exhibit 129, correct?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to have you toggle back and forth between a couple things. So you see at the top of the search items that 702 items were searched. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you know how many pages that entirety of search contained?
I do not.
So I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit, sorry, DD as in dog. Does page 1 of DD appear to be the same page that is up on the screen for yourself, which is 4585?
Yes, it does.
And the last page number of Exhibit DD is what?
The last page number?
Correct.
4607.
Keep that page in front of you. Do you see what appears to be 4607 on the screen?
I'm sorry, I can't. Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that in terms of the searched items, the extraction determined that there had been 702 searches,
Yes.
and that is listed on page 2 of the report also, is that correct?
I'm sorry. What are you referring to?
Yes. I previously handed you an exhibit. I'll locate it in a second. It's in front of you. RR. Do you remember seeing RR?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see page 2 of RR?
Yes.
And I asked you about the content section, about 3/4 of the way down?
Yes.
And you see how it's itemized, each section of this extraction report, and there is a searched item section?
Yes.
And you see that it listed there were 702 searched items?
Yes.
And of the 702 searched items on page 2 of that report, how many of the searched items does it say had been deleted?
101.
So 101 searched items have been deleted on that phone.
Yes.
And the exhibit that the prosecutor presented to you with a singular page of the searched items listed 2 deleted items, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that if you look through the entirety of the searched items, the exhibit that you have in front of you, listing all 702 searched items, that there's many searched items that were deleted that don't appear nefarious, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means.
Okay, don't appear to be problematic.
Yes.
In fact, in the second page of the searched items that you have in front of you, DD, you recognize that item 22 within this 702 items is a search for USPS tracking. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The search was conducted on February 28th, 2018 at 8:53:08 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's been deleted, correct?
Yes, it has.
Okay. The next page, which is 4587, and I'd ask to publish as I go to each page.
Yes, you publish?
Yes, this is an exhibit that's been admitted.
So you want to publish now?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
So you see, as you described with Ms. Sheehan, the column with the, all the way to the right, where it has a red yes, you see that?
Yes.
And that's indicating that that search was deleted, correct?
Yes.
And 4587, you see 2 deletions on that page, is that correct? Sorry, I'm going to put all the numbers in.
Yes.
A deletion on February 25th, 2018 for AYSR,
Yes.
and a deletion on February 23rd, 2018 for USPS tracking, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that the deleted searches go on and on because there are 102 deleted searches, correct?
101?
I'm sorry, thank you. 101 deleted searches, correct?
Yes.
Including a lot more for USPS tracking, correct? Contained on 4593, correct?
Do you want me to look at it in the
Certainly, yes.
the
Yeah, in the
booklet
paper.
or on the
In the paper.
on our computer? What page again?
4593,
4593. Yes, there's another one for USPS tracking.
okay? And the next page, 4594, on January 16th, 2018, there was a deletion of a search for Madison Reed hair color.
Yes.
And on 4595, on January 5th of 2018, there was a deletion of a search for Angelo's Millville, Ohio.
Yes.
And on page 4596, on January 1, there was a deletion for AMC Westchester.
Yes, there was.
And on page 4597, there's a deletion on December 28th, 2017 for Houston Woods Cabins.
Yes, there is.
And that continues to go on and on. You would agree with that, correct? Deletions on various pages at various dates,
Yes.
including all the way at the end for pages 4604, 4605, 4606, 4607,
I'm trying to catch up with you. Hold on a
Sorry.
second. Can you repeat those pages?
beginning on 4604.
Yes, there's more deleted items.
Deletions for Festival of Lights, Shop 24/7, Lowe's, Word on iPhone.
Yes.
And I'm going to take you back to page 1, which would be 4585, the very first part of searched items.
Okay.
You do see 2 searches on 3/7/2018 at approximately 2:56 and 30 seconds and 2:56:51 seconds, correct?
Yes, I do.
You'd agree that those searches were not deleted, correct?
No, they were not.
And those particular searches, the one at 2:56:30 is for what essential oil is good for bruises, is that correct?
Yes.
And the one after that at 2:56:51, search number 3 in this report, the search is vapor rub good for bruises, correct?
Yes.
And that's not been deleted, correct?
That was the value, not the source. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
You said in the source, it's in the value section.
Okay,
But yes, it says it's vapor. Yes, I see that. It was not deleted, though.
okay. And I was a little confused, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this. When Ms. Sheehan was asking you questions about the timestamp and the change of time and daylight savings time, you're not saying that the times listed in this report are inaccurate, are you?
No, they're not inaccurate, no.
Okay. So if something happened on, let's say, March 8th,
Okay?
this extraction would show what time it was on March 8th,
Yes.
correct? Not what it would be when daylight savings time occurs 3 days later, correct? Okay, I just want to make sure I was clear on that. I was slightly confused.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to a couple more pages. 45, 80, how do I take it from their screen? I don't know. I'm going to show you what's been marked as a defendant's exhibit CC, as in cat. You don't have it for you yet.
Like, I'm just trying to
Okay.
keep all
I'm
of them
gonna take some
separate.
of
I got a
those
lot of papers going on up here.
away
Do
from you.
you want all these? Or?
Let's put those over here. Do you recognize documents, defendant's exhibit CC, cat?
Yes.
And what is the page number on the bottom of CC?
4,583.
And do you see that appearing on your screen?
Yes.
And that contains the notes contained on the extraction report, is that correct?
Yes, it says notes, yes.
There were a total of 7 notes according to that? Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, the number 7 is right next to the word notes on the front?
Yes, yes it is.
And did you view these at all?
I did not.
Those are contained in the report, correct?
Yes.
Did I hand you BB?
No. You have several up here. I don't know if it's one of these. Yes, attorney.
I think I did when I was going through S1 and S2. So handing you back BB as in boy. What page does that begin on, sir?
94.
94. And what is the last page in that particular exhibit?
105.
Okay. I've pulled up page 94. If you look at the front page, does that appear to be 94? Listing the call log with 4,813 calls.
Yes.
And the last page of that particular document is page 105, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I put in too many numbers. Does that appear to be page 105, containing the call logs of 196 to 213?
Yes.
And in terms of that, that would contain Ms. Partin's call log from back on February 26th, up and through 3/9 of 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you review all those call logs?
I did not go through all the way to there. I scrolled through them. I looked at the most recent dates.
So I'm going to direct your attention to page 94, so the very first page of that exhibit, BB,
Okay.
and it should be up on your screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
And specifically, line 7 through 11, do you see that?
7 through 11?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Well, it's probably not mine. Is that called a line? It's got a number next to it.
Yeah, that's
It's in the number column?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ask to publish. Page 94. Do you see the call log, line 7 through 11?
Yes.
An outgoing call to Jason Weschi on the 9th of March at 8:45:41,
Yes.
and the telephone call was 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yes.
Line 8, outgoing call to Caitlin,
Yes.
March 9th, 8:43:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Time of call, 33 seconds.
Yes.
Line 10, outgoing call to Jason Weschi,
Yes.
3/9/2018 at 7:21:41 a.m.
Yes.
Has a 0 for a reference for connection, correct?
Yes.
Line 11, outgoing Jason Weschi, 7:02:27 with also a 0 time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going to the next page. Line 12, outgoing call to Caitlin at on 3/9/2018 at 3:38:07 with a call time of 36 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you specifically look through this call log at all to identify specific calls to or from Jason Weschi or to and from Caitlin?
Through Jason, I didn't look for Caitlin.
Okay.
I didn't look, I looked at just on the 8th.
Just on the 8th, but not on dates previously?
No.
You would agree with me that if you had an extraction for the phone of Jason Weschi, you would also be able to determine who he called on March 8th or March 7th or March 6th, correct?
If I had one of his phone?
Correct.
Yes.
And likewise, if you had an extraction of Jason Weschi's phone, you would be able to see who he texted on March 8th and 7th and 6th and so on, correct?
Yes.
Were you given such an extraction project to do through the Butler County Sheriff's Department?
No, it was not.
I'm going to show you what I'll mark as Defendant's Exhibit EE, so Edward. What page does that begin on?
4608.
Is that the SMS messages?
Yes, it is.
And in terms of those SMS messages, there appears to be 3,377?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, there does.
And referencing you back to, sorry, I have to approach, you forgot the number on that one. The 5-page extraction, first 5 pages of the extraction report. Do you see how many total SMS messages there are with total deletion contained on page 2?
Yes,
Page 2 of your report?
Yes, I do.
You'd agree with me that it indicates there were 3,377 SMS messages, correct?
Yes.
Of which 276 were deleted?
Yes.
And in fact, on page 2, you'd agree with me, sir, that there are multiple, it's down to the content section, deletions,
Yes.
all throughout all the sections.
Yes.
Did you bring all those in the exhibits that the prosecutor had you identify? I mean, did you print off those pages with deletions?
No.
You see 14 deleted in Bluetooth devices, 42 deleted in the calendar, 40 deleted in the call log, 119 deleted in the chats. You see all those?
Yes, I do.
12 cookies deleted, 168 locations deleted,
Yes.
and onward, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit FF.
Objection, may reapproach.
So Detective Ventry, if I propose to you that these 6 large boxes and 2 smaller boxes contain the 33,194 pages of the extraction report, do you have any disagreement with me? Would you like to open up a particular box?
No.
And you at least looked at the 17 pages that Ms. Sheehan provided to you, correct?
Yes, I did.
But can't give me an estimation of how many of the other pages you looked at?
No, I cannot.
And just for the record, I've marked the boxes SS1, SS2, SS3, SS4, SS5, SS6, SS7, and SS8 in sequential order. I have no further questions for Detective Ventry. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes, and everybody, please just be careful getting back to the other side.
Thank you, appreciate the time.
All right, so, Ms. Sheehan, are you?
Yes, can I just have one moment to
Yeah.
orient myself to this?
Okay. And Ms. Sheehan, if we're dealing with things already admitted that you want published, just let me know so I can
Yes, Your Honor.
turn the little screen back on and off, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I will just need just a few moments.
All right, take time.
I'm going to take, if I may approach the witness and take some of these exhibits from him, if that's okay?
You may.
Let's see what you got here. All right, Detective, I showed you a disc earlier, and now it's, for all intents and purposes, it's inside of this reader, is that correct?
Correct.
And that disc, I believe that was State's Exhibit 125, contained the entire download
Yes.
of Lindsay Partin's phone.
Yes.
So everything located in these boxes was on that tiny disc that we identified as State's Exhibit 125, is that
Yes.
right? I'm going to take a look at this box. So Detective, I'm just going to hand you what's been marked Defense Exhibit SS1A.
I didn't put them together.
Okay. You looked at that exhibit before with defense counsel?
Yes.
Tell me, Detective Ventry, are those pages printed on the front or front and back, or how do those appear?
Just on the front.
Just on the front. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
So safe to say that if those were printed front and back, we would have half as much boxes?
Yes.
That wouldn't be a show you.
Object to comment. That's appropriate. Might ask-
Right, I'll-
Argument is, that's right.
What I showed you in State's Exhibits 126, 127, 128, 129. And I don't have 126 in front. Permission to approach.
You may.
We talked about excerpts pulled from those 17 pages. I haven't counted them, but what defense counsel represents as 17 pages?
Yes.
And what dates are those excerpts, approximately?
Do you want me to go through each one of the dates? The call logs were.
Sure. What are the dates that we're looking at?
Call logs were from 3/6/2018 through 3/9/2018. The timeline was from 3/5/2018 through 3/8/2018. And these searched items were from February 28th, 2018 to March 8th, 2018.
And on that search item list, for content only, what were those relevant dates?
Was from 3/7/2018 through 3/8/2018.
So Detective, are those the dates in question that we're looking at here?
Yes.
Drawing your attention to page 4585, and Your Honor, I'd ask permission to publish.
All right.
This is the search items that the state showed you?
Yes.
This is an unredacted version of those, is that right?
Yes.
what the state showed you before, and I'll pick up the exhibit number in just a second here. In State's Exhibit 129, we showed you search items, we only showed you a time period between 3/7 and 3/8, is that right?
Yes.
And sir, of all the items here, you had some extensive cross-examination on what was deleted and hair colors and UPS tracking, is that right?
Yes.
As far as the relevant dates in question here, between 3/5 or 3/6/2018 and 3/8/2018, how many items were deleted?
2.
And what was that item that was deleted?
How to get rid of a bruise.
And what were those dates that those items were deleted?
3/7/2018 and 3/8/2018.
And sir, safe to say that we've already gone over this, but all of these boxes were all contained on this one disc, State's Exhibit 125. When you open State's Exhibit 125, the entire download, do you have the ability to manipulate this document without going through page by page?
To go to a specific page, you mean?
Yes, tell us about that.
You can type in the page number.
Specifically on the side, on the left-hand side, how can you manipulate the document that way?
Oh, you can go to the certain location you want to go to, whether it's searched items, SMS messages, calls.
So if you wanted to jump to call log, you could just click on it?
Yes.
Detective, also on cross, you were asked about your statement in the search warrant that the abuse had occurred within 24 hours. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Did you receive any information as to the onset of injuries or onset of symptoms following injury?
I don't understand.
Did you receive any information regarding timing regarding onset of symptoms following injury?
No.
If I can have one moment?
Sure.
Your Honor, at this time I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a point of clarification with him.
Ms. Howard, you may proceed with the recross.
Do you see page 4585 up on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me where on this page it says what time that searched item number 1 was deleted?
It's showing it was deleted on 3/8/2018 at 9:13.
Okay. And in terms of that, where does it say that's the time it was deleted?
It's under deleted item, and that's the only timestamp there is.
Okay. Isn't it accurate that searched item number 1 is the time that was searched? 3/8/18, 9:13:49 p.m.? That's when it was searched?
Yes, I believe so.
It's not when it was deleted, correct?
Yes.
And the same for item 5 on 3/7/2018, 8:48:17 a.m.
Yes.
That's showing the day it was searched.
Yes,
the
it
date
was
and time,
searched, yes.
Not the date it was deleted,
No.
correct? Thank you. No further questions.
Okie dokie, Detective, you are finished. Please launch your step. Is the detective subject to recall possibly?
Hang on.
All right. Detective, again, launch your step. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hiley, next witness.
State calls Paula Smith.
Reapproach, please, Your Honor.
Anticipate will be the final witness of the day. We'll give you just one more 15-minute break while the attorneys do some situating. I believe the attorneys are going to take care of this here on the floor and use whatever. So about 4 o'clock or so, 5 after 4, be congregated out here, leave your notepad, remember your admonitions. We'll finish up the last witness and then probably be in a position to break for the day, okay?
I don't question the process.
Your Honor, I wanted to put on the record, this witness has been under subpoena, the one that the state was calling Paula Smith has been under subpoena for at least several weeks now, and was provided discovery, I think, pursuant to what we discussed. I had a conversation with her prior to the trial beginning, expecting that she wouldn't be necessary, if at all, until sometime this week. We have talked to her, I think, in the past day or two, in preparation mostly for cross-examination, and has since determined that we'd like to call on our case in chief. The reason I wanted to talk to the court right now is because we did have a conversation last evening, and in that conversation, this witness indicated to me that she had seen some things on TV from news clips. And I know that there is a separation of witnesses. I expressed to her that whatever she may have seen may not be accurate, may not be true, and that she's not to do any more of that. But obviously, that may be an issue, and I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention in case the court wanted to address it ahead of time.
Well, I'm not really sure how I would address it ahead of time. I mean, we're not talking about an issue with a juror, we're talking about an issue with a witness. Obviously, if the answers get into that realm, then there's going to be extensive latitude from the defense to cross-examine. I really am not sure how else to address that situation.
I don't believe that it's a technical violation of the court's separation, but I do think that it treads on that line, and that's why I wanted to address it.
Mr. Fagan, what should be heard?
I'd like to look at the rule just quickly before I say anything.
Go ahead. Actually, where are you looking?
6:15. Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is in 615A, the rule specifically says that the exclusion is effective only to require the exclusion of witnesses from the hearing during the testimony of other witnesses. So what I think is highly articulated is not a violation of that. But, so I don't think there's a violation of 615. But I do think, as you point out, it's a fertile ground for cross-examination.
And I'm actually up here reading 615 as well, and I agree with your reading of it. And I do appreciate the state being forthcoming to bring this to everybody's attention. If that does become an issue, and at this point I obviously have no way of knowing it, but like I said, I will allow, obviously, the appropriate cross-examination as necessary on whatever issues this might bring up. So I appreciate the state's proffer of the information. I do not find, and the defense actually agrees, that there is no violation of the separation of witnesses, and we'll proceed accordingly. Otherwise, is everybody ready to get the jury in here and get started?
Yeah, we are.
Very good. Ms. Wilson, would you locate and bring with us?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody, have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, you're back. Any issues with the admin issues I need to know about? Very good. Ms. Heidi, state ready to call us next witness?
Yes, the state calls Paula Smith.
I'm going to ask you to stand right here and face me. Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Yes, I do. Okay, just have a seat here. Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You notice we do have folks here from the media. Do you have any objections to potentially your face being broadcast on the news?
Yes, I do.
All right, so you will all be photographed to review that does not include this. Ms. Hiley, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Paula Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up. We have to be able to hear you. We don't have it, there's a lot of microphones in front of you, but they don't project your voice, so we need to hear you all the way back here and back in that corner, all right? So would you go ahead and state your name again?
Paula Smith.
And would you spell your last name?
Smith.
And where do you live?
39. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
3942 Shank Road.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
3942 Shank Road.
All right, and what is the rest of that address?
Hamilton, Ohio 45013.
Your Honor, if you can just keep it from showing on anybody else's screen. I can't find the paper exhibit. I want to show State's Exhibit 86 first to make sure that she can recognize it. Make sure it's not going up. in front of the jury at this point. Yes, if you can do that.
Yeah, sure.
That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Got to make sure that no other screens can be viewed. Why don't you just hand, if you just hand it to her, it might be an easier way.
All right, if I can have a minute to locate that paper exhibit. So I may approach the witness of State's Exhibit 86, showing it to counsel. Are you able to recognize what's shown in that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it showing?
Where I live and the barn and our neighbors.
In just a moment, it should pop up on the screens. Try it a different way. State's Exhibit 86, can you go ahead and show us where your house is on that? If you could circle it, you can actually touch the screen, just make sure you're pushing hard enough. Do you know the defendant, Lindsay Partin?
I do.
How do you know her?
She married my stepson.
Okay. And your voice is dropping just a little bit, so I'm going to ask you to say that again.
She married my stepson,
And what's his name?
TJ Smith.
Do you know them to be married?
I know they had a wedding.
Did you ever learn that they were not married?
Yes.
Approximately how long after the wedding did you learn that it was not a formal marriage?
Over a year.
And in relation to your home, did Lindsay and her husband TJ, did they live nearby?
Yes, right next door.
Can you go ahead and mark on this map where they live? And the defendant, Lindsay Partin, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you point around and describe what she's wearing?
A blue and pink top.
And go ahead and take a minute. Can you describe how you would get along with the defendant?
Very well.
What type of contact would you have with the defendant?
We were neighbors, friends, family gatherings.
Did you text and call with the defendant?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with Defendant's Exhibit BB.
You may.
This is the call log. If you want to go ahead and look at that first page. Can you tell us if your phone number is identified within that?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
My telephone number?
Yes.
513-315-3694.
And is there a name associated with that telephone number?
Yes.
And what is that name?
Paula Smith?
So your name is with your phone number?
Yes.
How long have you known the defendant?
– 2015.
Are you familiar with Hannah Wesche?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with her?
Her father worked for my husband, and we would go to the zoo and some outings together, Lindsay and I, and she babysat it. Hannah?
You said her father worked for your husband. What's her father's name?
Jason?
And what's your husband's name?
Jay?
I'm sorry?
Jay?
All right, thank you. And you said you would do some outings?
Yes.
Tell me about that. How would those outings occur? What happened?
It was one of Lindsay's daughter's birthday, so we went to the zoo together.
And who all went to the zoo?
Lindsay and I and her 2 daughters, and then Hannah and another little girl that she babysat.
You said another little girl that she babysat. Who are we talking about?
Her name was KK. They called her KK.
I'm sorry, KK?
Yes,
And who would babysit KK?
Lindsay.
You said outings. Was there more than just that zoo outing that you did?
Yes,
Tell me about that. What other outings did you do?
we done some shopping together.
Was that one time or more than one time?
One time,
And tell me about the shopping. Who went shopping?
Lindsay and I both took the kids and went.
And what kids are we talking about?
Her 2, and then the 2 she babysat, which was Hannah and KK.
And I'm going to ask you, I know it's hard, your voice keeps dropping off, so I just want to make sure we can hear you. You said her 2 girls, and what are their names?
Vivian and Savannah.
Would you have occasion to have contact with Hannah within the defendant's home?
Yes,
And how often would that occur?
every other day. Hit and miss.
And for what reason would you have that contact?
I would either just stop in to see the girls or drop something off or pick something up or for whatever reasons of being neighbors and family.
And on those times, did you have contact with Hannah?
Not always, no.
Would the defendant tell you where Hannah was at those times?
Object. How's this relevant to issues?
Were there times that you did see Hannah within Lindsay's home?
Yes,
When you would see Hannah, can you describe her demeanor?
Object. Relevance.
Leading up to March 8th of 2018, would you have seen Hannah within the home of Lindsay Partin?
no,
In the months between January of 2018 all the way up till March of 2018, did you see Hannah within the home?
I don't remember.
When was it that you would see her in the home? What is that time frame?
I would, every morning when I get up and I make coffee, my window is facing their home and I could see Jason taking Lindsay to, or Hannah to Lindsay.
Otherwise, would you have the occasion to be within Lindsay's home and have contact with Hannah?
Object. Asked and answered. She gave the contract.
I'll sustain in the regard that she testified, that at least from January of 18 forward, she did not. So if you want to phrase the question around that answer and go on from there.
Otherwise, prior to January, so between the months of September of 2017, all the way through the end of December of 2017, would you have occasion to see Hannah within the home of the defendant?
Yes,
March 8th, 2018, that morning, were you home?
I was.
Did you receive a call that morning?
Yes,
And who did you receive that call from?
my husband.
And based on that call, what did you do?
I told my daughter that one of the children was hurt, and I looked out the window and there was an ambulance at Lindsay's, and we got in the car and went up there.
And your daughter, what's her name?
Melanie,
Was she at your house that morning? Did she live with you?
she did at the time, she's married now.
And tell me about what you saw when you arrived at the home where the ambulance was. And whose home was that?
Lindsay's and TJ's.
I'm just gonna ask you to speak up a little louder, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You said Lindsay and TJ's?
Yes.
And who was there when you got there?
There was a lot of people there, the police, ambulance, Jason, my husband, TJ.
And what happened then?
We walked in the front door and we just stood there and we was, wondering what had happened, and they said that.
And I'm sorry, you can't say what other people say.
Okay.
Unless you're talking about something that Lindsay Partin, the defendant, told you.
Okay.
When you first walked into the home, did you have any conversation with the defendant?
No.
Did you make contact with somebody?
Yes, my husband and TJ, they were standing there.
What happened next? Without telling me what anybody said, what happened next?
We'd asked what had happened and waited, and the ambulance had taken Hannah to the hospital, and Lindsay came into the living room, and I told her I would watch the kids while she went to the hospital with the ambulance.
All right. And then you said you'd watch the kids. Did anybody stay there at the house while you did that?
My daughter,
I think you said that TJ and Jay had been in the home at that point. Did they stay or did they?
they left.
And what did you and your daughter do then?
We cleaned up the house because it was a mess. I wanted to help out
Wanted to help who?
Lindsay.
Did you know there was a criminal investigation going on?
No,
Why did you clean the house?
because I knew she had been pretty down and going through some things, and the house was a mess, and I wanted to help her.
What time did somebody return to the house, if you recall?
I do not recall the time.
You said you were left, you and your daughter,
Yes.
and was it just Lindsay's two girls, or was KK there as well?
I believe KK was there as well.
Who was the next person that came back to the home?
Lindsay.
And what did Lindsay say at that point?
She was pretty frantic.
And what was she frantic about?
We had cleaned up the house, and there was a toy that she was kept asking about, and told me to. I told her I cleaned it up and put the toys away, and she said to go get it right now and put it right back right now.
And what was that toy?
A toy train, a ride-on train.
Did you continue to stay at the house after that?
For a while, yes.
And who was there while you stayed?
My daughter had already gone, and it was Lindsay and I believe.
Do you know what time you left that day?
I do not. It was shortly after my daughter.
Was anybody else there other than Lindsay and the girls when you left?
I took the girls with me.
Okay. When you left, was Lindsay at the house alone, or was somebody else there?
She left at the same time to go to Children's.
Do you know if it was the morning or the afternoon when you left with the girls?
It was kind of mid-morning.
Do you know where Lindsay had been prior to that?
Children's, or Hamilton, Fort Hamilton Hospital.
Do you know if she'd been anywhere else at that point in time?
No, I do not.
Did she tell you where she had been?
No, she did not.
March 7th, the evening before that. Were you home all night? Did you go somewhere?
I went somewhere.
Where did you go?
Dollar General.
And State's Exhibit 86, I'm going to go ahead and put back up there. Can you draw on the map how you would have gone to go to Dollar General? And the house on the right, as you're coming from your house, right before the bend in the road. Do you know whose house that is?
Jason Weschi.
Can you go ahead and circle that? Do you know what time that you left for Dollar General?
Sometime after 8, shortly after 8.
And when you left, did you notice whether or not Jason's car was home?
No,
No, you didn't notice?
I didn't notice.
And what time did you return?
Around 8:40, 8:45.
And at that point, when you returned, did you notice whether or not Jason's car was home?
Yes, I did.
And was it home?
Yes.
Were you aware of the defendant's arrest after her statements on March 9th of 2018?
Yes.
Following that, did you have a conversation with the defendant about that? Following her arrest?
Yes.
At that point in time, had you received information about what was being said or what was alleged to have been said by the defendant in that interview?
In the interview?
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
When you had that conversation with Lindsay, did you have any idea of what the sheriff's office was saying she had said in that interview?
Yes.
What did Lindsay tell you about that?
That it was all lies. And she did not do anything.
Did you say whether or not she'd said that?
She said she did not say that.
At some point in time, Detective Turner reached out to you to meet with you.
Yes.
Did you meet with him?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
Ma'am, just a moment.
Yes, good point.
You indicated that on March 8th, when Lindsay got home, she was upset about the train.
Yes.
Did she say anything else to you at that point in time?
She said she was in big trouble.
Did you ask her why?
Yes, she just was frantic. I told her it was an accident and we was all praying.
And what was her response to that?
She just seemed very frantic.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Howard, you may cross when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Melissa Cook-Howard. I represent Lindsay. I've never met you, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, do you go to church on Wednesday evenings?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you recall specifically whether you went to church on March 7th of 2018?
No.
How did you remember you went to Dollar General if you can't remember if you went to church on a Wednesday?
Because I remember what was going on at the time of my life.
Okay. Did you write it down anywhere?
No.
Okay. How often do you go to church on Wednesday nights?
Not very often.
And you attend the Pentecostal Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize, I'm going to ask some intrusive questions. I apologize. During this time period, your father was in hospice, is that correct?
Yes.
So in the March of 2018 time period?
Yes.
And he'd been in hospice for some time, is that correct?
Shortly before that, yes.
Okay. And then he passed in, I believe, May of 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Redirect?
No.
Ma'am, thank you very much. You may step down, watch your step. Is she potentially subject to recall?
No.
All right. Ma'am, however, we do order, so to say, you are not permitted to discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses, okay? All right, thank you very much.
Be very careful around the monitor, ma'am.
All right, attorneys, let's have a little conference up here so I can hear what's next. So as I just journalizing what we discussed up here, the state is not intending to call any further witnesses, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
In case in chief is what I meant.
Yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, here's what we're going to do. It is about 10 till 5, about quarter till 5. We are probably in the position where we're getting ready to start the defense case if there's going to be a presentation. And I don't want to get started into that tonight, being the timing that we were dealing with. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go home for the evening, leave your notepads, leave your lanyards. You are still under the same admonitions that you've been under. One little, this really doesn't impact the timing. If you can be here between 8:30 and 8:45, we'll try this. I am going to hopefully take it quickly at 8:30 in the morning. That won't impact our timing, I don't think. If they show up, it won't take you but 10 minutes. If they don't show up, then it'll take you a lot shorter. So you guys are free to leave for the evening, and we will see everybody back here tomorrow between 8:30 and 8:45, and we'll get started as promptly as we get everybody here. Okay? All right, very good. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. All right, everybody have a seat. You're supposed to appear as though you have a lanyard in your hand. So,
Looks like somebody else stuck up with one as well.
no, okay. All right. So this time state is formally resting its case in chief, correct?
That's right.
Any issues to address on behalf of the state or the defense at this time?
Mayor, Rule 29 motion to submit it alone.
And as I likewise.
Yes, although we haven't done the admission of exhibits, I think that's fine. Slightly out of order, but that's fine.
Yeah. Well, and we are
So
going
I'd ask you to consider the exhibits during Rule 29.
and I've been doing my best to keep up with the state's exhibits. We'll have to cash all that here momentarily. But the presentation of the evidence to this point, and looking at the evidence in light is favorable to the state, there certainly are issues that the court feels at this point should be considered by the jury, and so I'm going to deny the Rule 29 motion. That being stated, any other issues before we do jump into the evidence that's been admitted and so on and so forth?
I'd just like an idea of when the court feels it appropriate to evaluate jury instructions, just so that I can do the work probably tonight and be ready tomorrow, I promise.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's going to depend on you folks. Not trying to put the defense on any type of commitments in terms of how many witnesses they're going to call or so forth. I do know that we have the video that'll take approximately 2 hours from the deposition. Estimating it in time-wise,
My part was 2 hours. Melinda has the next part, which would be
Ms. Howard?
3 hours. Right, 5
Yeah,
hours.
sure.
Ms. Howard, do we anticipate that the defense would be in a position to rest tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think we'll rest tomorrow.
Early afternoon, mid-afternoon, late afternoon?
That's on the cross.
Mid-afternoon, I'd say.
Okay. So it sounds like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the parties to start looking at the jury instruction issues. Maybe at lunchtime tomorrow we can sit down.
Okay.
There are some revisions I'm going to make mine this evening as well.
Right.
I'll email those to all the attorneys this evening, and we can compare notes tomorrow at lunchtime. And maybe that'll put us in a position that we'll have it all settled in March.
Okay. All right, I'll work on it tonight.
So, anything else before we tackle the exhibits?
Nothing else I can think of. Thank you.
All right. Well, let me go through my listings with the state's evidence first.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson, are you have your list as well?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So as I go through this, if anybody catches me misspeaking, please correct me. I'm showing the admission of exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I do not show that we admitted either 6 or 7.
Correct.
Ms. Eileen, do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
All right. Looks like we admitted Exhibit 8, which were the Cincinnati Children's records. Did not admit Exhibit 9, which I think are Dr. Carre's records.
And that's because they're all within State's Exhibit 8.
Okay. So when you had her identify Exhibit 9, I'm assuming that
They're excerpted from me.
for the purposes of facilitating your testimony.
Yes.
All right. We did not admit Exhibit 10, which was Dr. Correa's supplemental report, although obviously it was identified and there was testimony surrounding it. Did admit Exhibit 11.
Yes.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. It all appear to be from the slideshow presentation about the CT scans, I believe it was.
Yes.
19, Dr. Young's records from children's records not admitted. Again, I'm presuming those were part incorporated in Exhibit 8.
Yes.
Okay. So 19 is not admitted separately. Dr. Young's CV, Exhibit 20 looks like they did admit. And then these next exhibits that I'm going to identify appear to be retinal images. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
And Your Honor, I want to stop you. 24, 25, and 25, 26, 27, and 28. Those were all identified. We did not go through them. I see no need to submit them because they weren't discussed. They really don't have any meaning behind them. So my request would be to withdraw those.
I have no objection.
Was that 25, 26, and 27?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get caught up.
Actually, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Okay, so you are asking for 25 through 28 to be withdrawn.
Yes.
No objection from defense. So 25, 26, 27, and 28 will be heretofore deemed not admitted pursuant to the request of the state and the agreement of the defense. 29, however, is admitted, correct?
Yes.
And then 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Ms. Wilson, please stop. If any of us, if we get too fast, I wasn't really thinking about you, and I should have. My apologies. 36, 37, 38, all of you.
Yes.
Looks like Exhibit 39, Dr. Makarov's report, at least as it is marked on the sheet, was identified but not admitted. Again, the presumption that that was included in the more comprehensive Exhibit 8, the children's records.
Yes.
That's-
I don't remember if that's
You're
what-
talking about Exhibit 39?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it was just her report that was pulled from Exhibit 8. So it's all in there.
And similarly with Exhibit 4, which I think was her supplemental report.
That was it, yes, the supplemental letter.
But that's not in children's service.
No, that one's not part of that,
That was
children's
not.
records, but yes.
That was her.
But we're not moving to admit.
Yeah, 39 and 40 have not been admitted to this point, and state is not requested.
49's in because it's in through 8.
But individually it's not.
It's not in a separate Exhibit 39. Okay, now the next exhibits I'm going to reference are photographs of Hannah Wesche at Children's. And these have all been admitted. That's 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. That is the end of the photographs that I have. Exhibit 69 was Dr. Makarov's CV. I'm showing that was actually admitted.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Dean's CV, Exhibit 70, admitted.
Yes.
Dr. Dean. Exhibit 71, the coroner's report, I am showing as identified but not admitted.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit that, removing page 1 of that report, which is the opinion, but leaving the postmortem examination of the body. It's both a public record and a business record, as well as that
I don't
upon
mind that
which...
goes, you don't have to argue. I don't mind that
Okay.
goes in, but I don't know, I think it goes in total. I don't know why.
Okay, I'm okay with the opinion page. I just know that the opinion page is typically more objectionable, and what the rule says is the detailed examination comes in, or what the case law says, but not necessarily the opinion page. But if you want it all in, that's fine.
Here's what I'm doing. The parties are agreed to admit it in total.
And the reason I am is because my doctor said that he relied upon it in forming his opinions on this, because he's a psychiatrist.
I figured so. Okay.
All right.
So Exhibit 71 will be admitted then in total.
Yes.
Exhibit 72 was identified, the death record not admitted.
Correct.
73, the death certificate identified but not admitted.
Correct.
Once again, the following exhibits are going to be photographs from the autopsy, I believe, and these have been admitted. 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83.
Correct.
84, I don't believe has been either identified or admitted.
It has not?
Same with 85.
That's correct.
All right. So 84 and 85 are on neither list, Ms. Wilson.
Correct.
86 and 87, both identified and admitted, those are aerial map views.
Yes.
88, 911 call, admitted.
Yes.
89, a CAD report, identified but not admitted.
That's my understanding.
Exhibit 90, the toy train, I'm showing as identified but not admitted.
That's, I guess it's kind of hard, it's kind of published when you put it out there, but yeah, I think, we've got the picture, I don't see any need to send, I know the court would love to just hang on to that train, it's an exhibit, but we don't see any need
Any
to go
boxes,
back.
33,000 pages, correct? Yes. Any commentary on the actual train itself?
I don't think we need to train it.
Okay.
Right, there's a photograph, right, we don't need
So
to-
nobody's requesting then the admission of Exhibit 90?
No.
All right, very good. Exhibit 91, the pediatric records from Forest Hills, I'm showing as admitted. Exhibit 92, Miranda warnings from March of 8th, I'm showing as identified but not admitted. Exhibit 93, the video of the interview from March 8th of defendant, admitted. 94, the Miranda warning for defendant on March 9, identified but not admitted. 95, the video of the March 9th interview of defendant, identified and admitted. Let's see, 96 through 123, I believe, I want to make sure I characterize these correctly, I think all of those are photographs of defendant's residence. I'm showing that 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123 have all been admitted. Exhibit 124, the phone of defendant.
I needed to see something in that. There was a piece of paper within the phone black case I saw yesterday.
All right.
I meant to look at it earlier. I apologize.
It's a OLEG printout.
It was in the pocket of the,
Those parts
whatever
are-
this thing is.
those parts are-
I agree that should come out. Thank you.
Very good. So with removal of that item, Exhibit 124 has otherwise been admitted. 125, list of phone downloads has been admitted. 126, a cover page in reference to the phone downloads admitted. 127, a call log relating to the downloads admitted. 128, a timeline connected to the downloads admitted. 129, a search history regarding the, or related to the downloads admitted. Exhibits 130, 131, both been admitted. Those are each photographs of Hannah Wesche. Let's see here, the next exhibits, 132 through 149, I believe are all photographs of Jason Wesche's residence. 132, 133, 134, 135 admitted. 136, 137, 138 admitted. 139, 140, 141 admitted. 142, 143, 144 admitted. 145, 146, 147 admitted. 148, 149 all admitted. 150 I'm showing were
Identified but not admitted because they're part of State's Exhibit 8.
right, and they were identified through Dr.
Chima.
Chima. Okay. So 150 was not admitted as a separate exhibit. 162 through 168, I've got noted here that they were photographs.
I have do you not have 151, 152, 153, 54, 55?
Yeah, but I have them written down a little later. so
Oh,
I'll
okay,
get back
I'm
to
sorry.
that.
Okay.
I'm going in the order of the state presented.
So 161 is where you are?
162.
161, 162, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. I believe those are all photographs from the autopsy.
Yes.
I'm showing all of those have been admitted.
Yes.
Now getting back to 151, and because I don't have the actual picture, state I'm showing it was admitted, but it was a photograph of.
The trains with the measurement, yeah.
So I'm showing the 151 photograph of the train was admitted.
Yes.
152 through 155, those were those photographs?
Those were the GoFundMe things.
That's right. But I admitted, I think we addressed the sidebar. 156 was identified but not admitted. I think that was a transcript of a statement that Jason Weschi had given.
Yes.
And that was used by both parties for purposes of developing testimony but not admitted.
Yes.
I am not showing any other exhibits admitted by the state.
That's all I have, and luckily Ms. Sheehan has been able to correct
158, or 59 or 60.
There
We
was
did
no-
not get, those were blank spaces available to us if we needed them.
Yeah, so 157 through 160 were not used. Doesn't pick back up at the photographs of 160.
Yeah.
All right, so all parties are in agreement at this point, and then in terms of the state's exhibits.
Yes, from
I
the
mean, what has
defense.
been admitted.
Yes, sir.
Subject obviously to whatever objections and conversations we have. Okay. Now, this one's gonna be a little bit more tricky for me because I don't actually have an updated list
I have my
as
chicken scratch if
a
we want to
running list of
copy.
the defense.
We can move to them after our case.
Or give me a chance to go through tonight and type it up.
Yeah, I think.
I would appreciate that because I was trying my best to keep up.
It's mostly typed.
But once we got to the records, you just kind of lost me, so, all right. If the defense will do that, provide that first thing in the morning, we can either address that first thing in the morning, or, as Mr. Pagan said, at the end of the defense case. Either way, but as long as I'm able to just get back on track with all the little double Qs and triple Rs and so on, okay? All right, so, we have done that. Is there anything else we need to address then for tonight's purposes before we go home?
Your Honor, I believe our discussions, based on what we had before, the court is not expecting that we will go to closing tomorrow? Or should we be prepared to go to closing? No, we'll have 2 hours to testimony.
We'll be done mid-afternoon, and then we'll have to do what we did here and work on jury instructions.
I would love to be able to respond in the affirmative.
Okay.
I don't know that I safely can.
Okay.
What should the attorneys prepare?
So, we'll just have to drag out cross.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a technique.
Well, if for some reason all the stars align and we do get done, like say 1:30 or whatever, I would appreciate the attorneys being in a position where we could get there.
Okay.
I'm not optimistic we will, but I would rather you guys be prepared as opposed to saying I'm only 1:30 and wasting, half an hour.
Yeah.
Judge, can I have a clarifying question? If we were in a position where we could get through maybe states closed, but maybe not have enough time for defense closed, is that something that the court would entertain breaking them up, or would we just?
I would prefer not. I
Right, yeah.
don't know that really is a good idea from either perspective.
Right. And that was kind of my
Yeah,
question.
I'm not a fan of that, so I appreciate the clarifying question, but my anticipation is we jump into one closing, we're gonna do it all. Okay?
Thank you.
Because unfortunately, if I let, the state do its closing, then that gives jury all night to simmer, and so that's a lot of pluses and minuses on both sides. I don't think necessarily it's fair to either side, so. All right, anything else then to address?
Nothing on behalf of the state, thank you.
All right, very good. I'm going to retire and, like I said, work on some revisions to jury instructions. I'll shoot those out to council, hopefully within the half hour, and then we can go forward accordingly tomorrow, okay?
Yeah.
All right, we will go on. Everybody have a good evening. See you everybody back here tomorrow, okay? As I just stated, if I do have to do it, it'll take about 5 minutes.
No, but I just specifically myself, I didn't pull it, I did.
But it'll just take a couple minutes for Ms. Wilson to get it set up.
And I sent an exhibit list to you, to all, okay.
Yes, I got it. I put it on. We can deal with that whenever the parties think it's appropriate. Will everybody have a seat? Our jurors are back in State of Ohio versus Lindsay Partin. Please place your lanyards on, and as we have been doing every day, jurors, do we have any issues that need to be brought to the attention of the court? Very good. To let our jurors know where we are in the case, the State of Ohio has formally rested. We have attended some other housekeeping issues while you guys were not here yesterday, so we are all caught up to speed, ready to go. Defense calling witnesses today.
We are, Your Honor.
Ms. Howard, you may call your first witness whenever you're ready.
The defense calls Lindsay Partin to the stand. I'm sorry.
Stay right here, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat. What's your step, please? Okay.
Ms. Howard, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. morning.
Good morning.
You talk softly.
I do, sorry.
You're going to have to talk loudly.
I will try my best.
Okay. I talk loudly, so try to match my voice.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Lindsay Melissa Partin,
Okay. And Lindsay, what city and state do you live in?
Hamilton, Ohio.
And how old are you?
37.
Are you married?
To me, I'm married.
Okay. And what does that mean?
We had a wedding. We went for a marriage license, but TJ's uncle that married us forgot it the day we got married, and we went on our honeymoon and we got back. It wasn't important to me. A piece of paper is not important to me. Marriage to me is making a commitment to the person and to God. Anybody can walk away with a piece of paper.
Okay.
It just wasn't important.
Are you part of a family?
I am.
You have children?
I do.
And ages and names?
Vivian is now 4, and Savannah is now 3.
Okay. And your husband's name?
TJ.
Do you call him by other names sometimes?
In my phone, it's Baby Daddy. It's kind of our joke.
Okay. Was there a time in your phone that he's called different than Baby Daddy?
Husband, he switched his phone numbers, so I just put in the new number. I didn't merge the contacts.
Okay. So if you see husband, it's TJ Smith?
Yes.
And if you see Baby Daddy, it's TJ Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
I am.
And what do you do?
I do the office work for my dad's business.
And prior to March 8th, or as of March 8th, 2018, were you employed?
I was.
What did you do?
I did the same thing for my dad. I've been doing that since I was 16. It was my after-school job. So I've always worked for him and did his office work and paperwork. And then I started babysitting.
And when did you begin babysitting?
August of 2016.
Okay. And at the time of March 8th of 2018, what children had you babysat?
Kaylin
Okay.
and Hannah.
Okay. And is Kaylin also KK?
KK.
Okay. And did you also sell Mary Kay?
I did. I sold Mary Kay.
Okay. And if we look through the phone extraction records, would you see evidence of that?
Yes. I would always text my customers if I was putting in an order to see if they needed anything. Or they would text me if they needed something.
Lindsay, did you cause harm to Hannah Wesche on March 8th?
I did not.
Did you cause harm to her on March 6th?
I did not.
Did you cause harm to her on March 7th?
I did not.
Why did you tell the police that you did?
Because I wanted to protect everybody.
And what do you mean by I wanted to protect everybody?
In the first interview, I felt like it was all about TJ. I mean, they even asked me if I was an abused wife, if he was abusing me. And I cared about Jason. I didn't want anybody to be in trouble.
When you went into the interview room on March 8th, had you been in an interview room before?
Never.
Okay. As a person other than a victim?
Right.
Okay. You relayed something in your interview that you had previously been in a room with police, correct?
Yeah, I was 11.
Okay. How did you feel about police on that day?
When I was 11?
Nope, on March 8th.
I trusted them. I've always trusted them. I have family and friends that are police officers. They uphold the law.
Your brother's a police officer?
He is.
What's the age difference between you and your brother?
5 years.
Okay. And if we look through the phone extraction, 33,000 pages, how often are you contacting your brother?
A couple times a week.
Okay. Phone calls?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
FaceTime? Do you FaceTime with him?
Yeah, he has 2 little boys, so we would let the kids do that.
He lives in Richmond, Kentucky, is that correct?
He does.
Do you visit him often?
I do.
How would you consider your family? Close?
Yes.
And you indicated that you have close family friends that are police officers.
Yes, ma'am.
What's close to you?
My best friend since I was about 6, our moms are best friends also. Her older brother was always in law enforcement. Even in high school, he did the Explorers program.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 124. Ask that you take that out of the envelope, please. When was the last time you physically held that phone?
The morning of March 9th.
Okay. And is that also the same phone that we saw on the video at the very end of the second interview video with Detective Lambert?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she let you hold that phone at that time?
I don't think so.
And during the period of time that between your first interview and your second interview, was that phone in your custody?
It was.
Okay, so they didn't take it from you on the 8th?
No, ma'am.
On the 8th, when you had your first interview, do you remember telling the police officers or the detectives your passcode?
Yes.
Did you change it from March 8th to March 9th?
No.
When did you become aware that the police had done an extraction on your phone?
I don't quite remember. Maybe on the 8th, I gave them permission, I think.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as Exhibit G as in George. You recognize the document I'm handing you, G as in George?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is a consent to search my phone.
And you see your signature placed on that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember signing that document?
I do.
And what date does it show on?
3/8/18.
Okay. And do you recall where you were when you signed that?
I think in the interview room.
Okay.
It
Do you
may have been
have
at
an
my house.
independent memory of that?
I don't.
Okay, but you do recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
You're honored to ask to publish and admit?
State?
No, Judge.
All right, that's Exhibit D, I believe you said.
It is.
That will be admitted, you may publish.
It's on DVD player, so I'm not sure where else to go from here.
This one.
I'm trying to use the camera. Okay, thank you. You see your signature at the bottom here?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date at the top?
Yes.
Okay. On that same day, do you remember signing another consent to search?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then mark Exhibit W as in Winifred, which is my middle name. Let the record reflect that I'm handing the witness Exhibit W as in Winifred.
All right.
Do you recognize your signature on that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date is that signed?
3/8/18.
And what did you consent to search?
Any item that caused injury to any child.
Okay. And do you recall when you signed that?
I think at my house because they came back to get the train
Okay. And when did they come back to get the train?
after we left Fort Hamilton Hospital.
Okay. So the morning of the 8th, and we're going to go slightly out of order, you were at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
Yes.
You talked to who?
Jason.
Okay. And did you talk to any police officers or detectives?
Yes.
Who?
Deputy Mayor was there.
Okay.
I don't know that we had a conversation, but he was around me and Jason.
Okay.
And then Detective Lambert and Detective Sprague came.
I won't correct you or not. At this point in time, I'm not going to say how it's pronounced.
She got it right.
She did.
Sorry.
Do you remember signing that consent at the hospital?
No.
Okay. Do you remember signing it at the sheriff's department later in the day?
No.
Okay. You remember signing it at the house? Okay. Did you go from Fort Hamilton Hospital straight to your house?
I did.
Okay. And I'd ask to publish W.
State? So it will be admitted, you may publish from everyone.
See your signature on that document?
Yes, ma'am.
You see the date at the top?
I do.
And you see Detective Sprague's name on there. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Okay. You heard some testimony from Paula Smith yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did the police take photographs of your house?
Once
Okay, that you were aware of?
that I was aware of.
Okay. Have you seen different sets of photos?
Now that I've been in court, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what was marked as 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, up to 103. Ask that you look through those, please. Let me know when you're finished with
I'm
that.
finished.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then I'm going to hand you 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123. before I hand you those, the ones that I did hand you already, do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your home at 4050 Shank?
Yes, ma'am.
And now this stack of photographs. Just put those right here.
Okay.
Does that stack of exhibits appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your home?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 107. So it's in the second stack I handed you.
Yes,
Do you recognize that particular photograph?
I do.
And who do you recognize within that photograph?
Myself and KK, Kaylin.
And so if someone previously identified a different child, your own child, in that photograph, that'd be inaccurate, correct?
Inaccurate, it's not my child.
And in terms of that, you heard testimony from Paula Smith yesterday that she had come and cleaned your house in between Fort Hamilton Hospital and before you came back. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
You're looking at those photographs.
Yes.
Is your house cleaned?
No.
What's not clean about your house?
There's still toys all over the floor. My counter has sippy cups and apple juice out. My creamer for coffee is still out. The coffee pot and coffee cup are still sitting there. Stuff on the stove from the night before.
Your beds aren't made?
Beds are not made. There are toys in the living room, blankets on the couch, baby dolls on the floor, a purse they played with, clothes in the guest room piled up on the bed, my makeup and girl stuff on my vanity.
I'm now looking at 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, and 103. What's dirty about those photographs?
There's toys everywhere, like they were left the night before. TJ takes his boots off as soon as he gets in that door from the garage. There's dirt all over one of the rugs. Toys.
And the set of photographs that you're looking at right now, what are those numbers again?
Oh, I think I just got them out of order. 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, and 103.
And in terms of the room that is a picture of, that set of pictures, what room is that?
It's the garage.
Okay. And in terms of the other set, the stack that's on the front, can you tell me what rooms, is that the rest of the house?
It is.
Okay. So 105 all the way to what?
123.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what was previously marked as States Exhibit 2 and 3. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what room are they of?
The garage.
And do the photographs of 2 and 3 appear to be different than the garage photographs that you identified as 97 to 103?
Yes.
And what would you say is different about those two photographs from the prior set of photographs?
The toys are put away and cleaned up.
It's cleaned up?
Yeah.
Do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do.
Were you present?
No.
Paula Smith is your kind of mother-in-law?
I would consider her that.
Is that what you call her?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't certain of that. During the time period that this was going on, was there anything going on in her life that she was busy with?
Her father was slowly passing away. He was in hospice.
Okay. In all the months that Jason lived at 4004 Shank Road, had you ever been inside his house?
I've never been inside that house.
Before he lived there, had you been inside?
Before he lived there, I've never been inside that house.
Okay. And had you ever been up to the door?
Once.
And what was the occasion for that?
It was a Friday night. I was coming home from my parents with my little girls. It was about 7:30, and Caitlin called me and said that Sandy, the other babysitter, was trying to get a hold of Jason. He hadn't picked Hannah up yet. she asked if I'd seen her dad, and I said no, but I'm on my way home. If his car's in the driveway, I'll stop by and knock on the door. So I did.
Okay. And did you get inside the threshold of the home?
No, he came to the door.
Okay.
And kind of opened it, and we talked for a minute, and he said, oh crap, I gotta go get Hannah. I fell asleep on the couch.
Okay.
And then I left.
And so you had never seen the photographs of Jason's home?
No, ma'am.
When did you begin babysitting Hannah?
I think it was the week after Father's Day, so middle of June 2017.
Okay. And what were the circumstances of that?
He had gotten hired on as the mechanic for my husband's company, father-in-law's company. And he was driving far for another babysitter, and TJ had mentioned that I babysit and I stay home with my kids. So TJ asked me, and I said, of course.
And what's the name of the company that is owned by your father-in-law and your husband?
Smith Corp Construction.
Okay. On the first day that you babysat Hannah, did you also have any other children there?
My two and KK.
Okay. And did you mark that particular day by anything special?
Yeah, I posted on Instagram, maybe Facebook too. Welcome, sweet Hannah, with all of them sitting together.
And that's in your phone extraction?
It is.
How did having 4 girls work out for you?
It was fun. It actually worked out better. Nobody was left out. There was 4 of them, so an even number. Vivian and Hannah were kind of a clique, and then Savannah and KK were kind of a clique, but they all played together great.
Okay. Were 4 girls under the age of 3 overwhelming to you?
2 girls under the age of 3 are overwhelming. I mean, parenting's overwhelming, but it was fun and rewarding.
Okay. And what did you do all day with the girls?
It would depend on the season or even the day. In the summer, we would go to the zoo a lot. I have another friend who's a teacher, so she would be off during the summer, so she wouldn't meet us at the zoo. I always had a zoo pass. Our house is a farm, so we have a side-by-side 4-wheeler thing, so we would take rides. We would go to the creek and get rocks and paint rocks. We did lessons. I taught them their letters, their numbers, their shapes, how to spell their name. The summer that I started watching Hannah, I was getting ready to start potty training KK and Vivian, so I potty trained the 3 all together that summer.
And in terms of the 4 girls that you have at the house, tell me the oldest to the youngest.
Vivian is the oldest, only by like a week over Kaylin, KK. And then Hannah, and then my Savannah.
Okay. And what's the difference in age between your youngest daughter and your oldest daughter?
13 months.
Because they're the bookends of that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you again what, I'll actually put it up on the screen, it's already been admitted, 107. Do you recognize these are the 2 people we already talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
You in this blue shirt and a young child, correct?
Yeah.
And is this the outfit that you wore to the police department?
It is.
And when I say police department, I apologize, I also mean the sheriff's department.
Fine.
Okay. Is this the outfit that you put on in the middle of the 911 call?
It is.
Do you see anything particular on the countertop? Can you identify what's on the countertop?
There's sippy cups on the stove, one of the pans that I used to cook spaghetti the night before, paper towels, oranges, my essential oils.
And could you put a circle around the essential oils?
Can I do it?
What do you use those essential oils for?
Everything, coughs, colds, scrapes.
How long have you used essential oils?
For a very long time.
And how do you feel about that type of use?
I try to do things naturally in homeopathic ways.
I'm going to start with a timeline beginning February 26th of 2018 onward, okay? Do you remember that week?
I do.
How do you keep track of the days that you have the girls?
I keep notes in my phone.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as Exhibit CC. CC as in cat. Do you recognize the notes on that document?
I do.
And what pages does CC contain?
Notes for Christina Lewis, KK's mom, and notes for Jason and Hannah.
And are those pages marked on the bottom 4,583 and 4,584?
Yes,
Okay. And you're looking at these, are these what's contained in your phone?
they are.
So if we powered up 124, which is your actual iPhone, you could go to your notes section and see that?
Yes.
You wouldn't need to extract for that?
No.
Okay. Anything inaccurate about what's listed there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So in terms of the couple of weeks, starting back with February 26th, do you see the notation for Jason?
Yeah. Sorry, next page.
And what page is that on?
4,584.
These appear to be true and accurate?
Yes.
And ask to publish.
Great.
No objection.
CC of the admin, make all the language.
Thank you. I flipped it to page 2. Well, it's the second page of this document. You see the page number 4584 at the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see what appears to be the notes for Jason?
I do.
Okay. Are they that large part at the top?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in so that you can actually see some of those words. Do you see? Hold that down there. It's pretty blurry.
Yeah.
It's typed up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you identify?
Focus.
Is there a focus button? Oh, okay. I'm going to press that. I didn't press it on that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Without crossing over the words, can you put a dot next to February 26th? Okay. So that line begins with what?
The price for the day.
Okay.
February 26th, and then the hours I would have had Hannah.
Okay. And did you keep this as the week went on?
I usually did it at the end of the week.
Okay.
Or whenever they paid me, and then I would update things.
Okay. And can you explain why there are no additional notations beyond the last two lines, the no-show Thursday, March 1, and the O's 260?
I just hadn't updated it yet.
Okay. So February 26th, do you know that to be a Monday?
It was.
And $35, what does that mean?
A full day. If it's 12 hours or a full day, it was 35. If it was shorter, it was 30. And if it was a half day, it was 25.
Okay. And in terms of that, do you see a pattern or a specific time that Jason would drop Hannah off?
It would depend on the day, between 6:30 and 7.
Okay. And do you see any pattern in regards to what time he'd pick her up?
6 to 7?
Okay. So specifically February 26th, it says 4:30.
Yes.
Any particular reason for that day?
My best friend's brother was being...
Objection. Did you have without telling me what it was, did you have something that you were going to that night?
We had a family event.
Okay. And in terms of the family event, had you alerted KK's mom and Hannah's dad that the kids need to be picked up early?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that why on that particular day it's 4:30?
Yes.
On Mondays in general, did you do something with the girls?
We went to dance.
Okay. And where did you guys go to dance?
Turning Point Dance Academy. It's where I danced as a little girl.
Okay. And in terms of that, did all 4 girls go to Turning Point?
Yes. Originally, Kaylin was in dance class too, but her mom decided on a different studio. But I was in the Mommy and Me class with my 2 girls and Hannah.
Okay. And in terms of the page we were looking at for CC on 4584, do you see notations about costs for dance contained in there?
Yes.
And how did you bill Jason for that?
Hannah was on my account as my kid with Vivian and Savannah, and I would just pay it monthly and then let Jason know how much it was.
So the week of February 26th, how many days do you have Hannah that week?
3.
Okay. And what days are those?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay. And is there a reason why you didn't have Hannah on Thursday?
It was pouring rain. They didn't work, so Jason had her.
Okay. And I'm going to go back in time. The week prior to that, do you see that notation?
Yes.
And what day is that?
Monday, February 19th.
And can you put another mark next to it without lining it out?
Oops, sorry.
Okay. And what specifically did you note about Monday, the 19th?
It was a holiday, so Caitlin was off school. So when she was off school, she would come to Jason's house and watch Hannah.
Okay. And how many days did you have, excuse me, Hannah that week?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Do you see your notation about Thursday, the 22nd?
Oh, yes, it was a rain day.
So how many days did you have her the week of February 19th?
2.
And the week prior to that? How many days did you have her?
All 4.
And the week prior to that? How many days did you have her?
3. Wednesday was a snow day.
And that's what's noted in your notes?
Yes.
What did you do on Fridays?
I worked for my dad. I would go to his office and take my little girls. He could have grandpa time, and I could get paperwork done.
Does your extraction of your phone further show identifying the 26th of February as a date that to Christina Lewis?
It does.
Okay. And you've seen that page, is that correct?
Yes.
And in terms of that, did you text with Christina Lewis often?
All day long?
And what about Jason Weschi?
No.
When you would go to Monday dance, would anyone else go with you other than the girls?
My mom would meet me there.
Okay. And is that demonstrated in your extractions?
It is.
Why would your mom meet you there?
Because Christina had decided to switch Kaylin to another studio, and I would have to go into the mommy and me class with the other 3 before Christina would get there, and I didn't want Kaylin to be by herself or even have to sit there and watch the other girls dance. So my mom would come and play with Kaylin. If it was nice, she'd go out and they would take little walks before Christina got there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant Exhibit KK. Do you recognize the messages and who you're messaging with on Exhibit KK?
My mom.
And how do you know that's your mom?
Because that's her phone number and it says mom.
Okay. And you see your number also?
Yes.
Is that correct? And directing your attention to line 6 on that particular, do you see notations about the Monday dance?
Yes.
And what day is that from?
March 5th.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of going to dance on March 5th?
Yes.
And that's a Monday?
It is.
Okay. Ask to publish.
They can't be admitted, you may publish them if you wish.
Thank you. Can you, excuse me, put a blue mark or with your finger next to that particular conversation? Okay. And how would you characterize your phone?
It has all my information in it.
Okay. And when you didn't have it with you after the 9th of March, what did you rely upon?
My memory.
Okay. And you hadn't got to touch that phone, 124, until sitting here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what else did you look at?
I didn't really have anything to look at.
Okay. Did you look through any of the extraction pages?
Once you had them, yes.
Okay. Did you look at more than 17 pages?
I did.
Did it appear that all your texts were in there?
Yes.
Do you remember how far back it goes?
I don't erase things, erase my texts, so a long time.
Okay. You told the police in your interview on March 8th that you usually gave baths on Dance Monday. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When was the last time you had given Hannah a bath?
Beginning of February.
Okay. Did you give her a bath on the March date that we just looked at for dance?
I did not.
And why did you not?
Jason said he had given her one Sunday night, and during the day she didn't feel good and she didn't want to dance once we got there.
Okay. And what did Hannah do during dance class that day then?
She sat with my mom on the bench, and they read books. In the studio out in the lobby area, there's books and magazines, and Mom gave her peanut butter crackers.
Okay. And we talked about the Monday prior to that, February 26th.
We did not go to dance.
Okay. So had you given a bath that day?
No.
What about the Monday before that?
I did not have her.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the last time you did give her a bath?
No.
Would you have changed her clothes that week of March?
No.
What about the week prior to that?
No.
What about the week prior to that?
No.
How did she come in the morning generally?
Jeans, a long shirt. It was cold at the time. Her coat, her hood up, and blanket over her.
Okay. Did your text messages or SMS messages with Jason also tell you what days and times he'd come over?
Yes.
With Hannah to have you watch her?
Yes.
And you've now looked through that extraction for that, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show, previously shown it to the prosecutor, exhibit EE as in Edward. Do you recognize the messages contained within EE?
I do.
And what are the page designations at the bottom of that stack?
It starts at 4,608.
Okay. And how many pages is it?
It goes to 4,612.
Okay. All sequentially ordered?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that you look through that briefly.
Okay.
Do you recognize those SMS messages?
Yes.
You've reviewed them. Do they appear to be true and accurate as to what was in your phone?
Yes.
And I'd ask the publisher.
Steve?
No objection.
You'll be admitted, you may publish members.
The first page, which, sorry, is 4608. Do you see any messages with still thinking about it? See any messages with Jason on that day?
No, ma'am.
And in terms of that particular page, the bottom message in box 13 is for what day?
3/8/2018 at 8:36 a.m.
Okay. And if I go to the top of the page, what date is that from?
3/20/2018 at 10:03 a.m.
Is that clear? No, it's not clear. Sorry. Thank you. Come help me. My screen's a lot better than your screen.
Try to zoom it
Ah,
out
that's
here.
good. That works.
Are you sure you don't?
I don't know.
Still needs to be dark images.
Okay.
It's the brightness needs to be turned down.
There you go. There you go.
Does that work?
Well, at this point, Ms. Howard, I'm not really sure exactly.
No, I'm trying to identify the dates right now. I'm going to get to a
Yeah,
different
so
page that I do need the dates for.
You'll focus as appropriate as
I'll move
well.
it. Now that I can see that theirs is. Is that better? A little bit better. Okay. So I'm going to zoom down here and then zoom a little bit.
There you go.
What's the date at the top there?
March 20th, 2018.
You didn't get that message, did you?
I did not.
I'm going to go to the next page, 4609. What's at the top of the page? What date?
3/8/2018 at 8:04 a.m.
Appears to be several different persons texted at that time.
It's a family group chat.
Okay. And at the bottom of that page,
3/7/2018 at 7:51 p.m.
And who is Andrea Corey?
One of my best friends.
And this set of page designations to 4612. What's the last date?
3/1/2018.
Okay. And this indicates all your SMS messages from those dates, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's also a whole other page of text messages?
Yes.
Correct? It's kept separately
Yes.
on your phone according to Detective Ventry?
Yes.
Do you remember the text the morning of the 8th?
I do.
From Jason Weschi?
I do.
And was that a normal text you would receive from him?
Sometimes it said I'll be over in a couple minutes, getting ready, I'll be late. He would let me know when he was getting ready to come over.
And do you see that on page 4609?
Yes.
Can you circle that entry? And that appears to be on what line of that SMS messages?
18.
Okay. And what time did that text come in?
6:52 a.m.
What are the seconds on that?
17 seconds.
Okay. And did you respond?
I did.
And what time, including the seconds, did you respond?
6:52 a.m. and 55 seconds.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing when you received that text?
I was on the couch with Vivian.
Okay. And why were you on the couch with Vivian?
She'd gotten up early with TJ.
Okay. And do you remember what time you got up that day?
6:15, 6:30.
Okay. Had you had coffee yet before this text?
I think I just made the coffee and was sitting down on the couch.
Okay.
I don't know that it was ready yet.
Okay. Do you remember the time frame from that text onward?
Yes.
Is it clear in your mind about what happened that day?
Yes.
How long did it take Jason to come over after you responded on this text?
7 minutes, 8 minutes.
What time, were you looking at your watch?
No.
Were you timing the point of time of text to stopwatch with what time did he arrive?
No.
Do you bill him for the time before he gets there?
No.
Why do you think it's 7 minutes before he gets there?
Because it's usually about that.
Okay, and why do you say that?
Because he gives me time to make sure I'm up and I can go to the bathroom and
Okay.
make sure I
And-
can see him driving by so I can greet them.
Okay. When you say, so you can see him driving by, what do you mean by that?
There's a big picture window in our front living room. I can see him drive by.
I'm going to show you what was previously marked as 109 and 110 that you previously also identified. Do either of those photographs show this big picture window you're talking about?
Yes.
Asked to publish, they're already admitted. Can you put a circle or a dot on the picture window? Okay.
That's only half of it. It's bigger than that.
Okay. And in terms of that window, is that at the front of your house, side of your house? Where is that?
It's at the front of the house.
Okay. Showing you 96. Does that appear to be the front of your house?
It is.
Point to me the picture window we just saw in 109. So where were you sitting that day? Looking back at 109 again?
This is where that's my spot on the couch.
Okay. Why do you know that's your spot on the couch?
That's where I always sit.
Okay. And in terms of that, can you see, which direction on Shank Road can you see?
I can see coming towards my house. I can't quite see the turn, but I can see people going up and down the main road of Shank.
And we've seen the aerial photographs of that, correct?
Yes.
Showing what was previously identified as 87. Okay. Do you recognize 87?
I do.
And can you circle your house? And can you put a square around Jason's house?
Sorry.
Okay. So now I want you to touch with a dot about where your picture window is in your house.
Right there.
Okay. And so where can you see to when your curtains are open?
About right here.
Okay. And the morning of the 8th, do you remember seeing Jason arrive?
I do.
Okay. And tell me what happened.
He drove by the window, and he usually parks right here behind my van.
Well, let me clear that out. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
You see a vehicle in the driveway?
That's my minivan.
Okay. And where would he park generally?
Usually he would kind of pull in and kind of leave his car facing that way.
Okay.
Right behind my van.
And did you see him do so that morning?
I don't.
You don't remember?
I think as soon as I saw him drive by, I got up and went out
Okay.
to the garage to greet him.
It's okay to say you don't remember. There's nothing wrong with that. So you went out to greet him in the garage?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what typically would happen?
Yes.
I believe there was some information in your statement about having converted the garage. When did that garage get converted?
We've never parked cars in there.
Never?
Never.
Okay.
It's always been kind of like a game room. We have a TV out there and cable. Before kids, there was a pool table and a Wii. And then once you have kids, kind of give them what they want. So it turned into a place where they could ride their toys if it was cold. And TJ put a heater in for me, for us.
So if it took him 7 minutes, what time did you guesstimate he was there?
Objection.
Sorry, bad question. You testified that it was 7 minutes before he got there. What time is that then?
6:59.
And how does he come into the garage?
Do you want me to do it on that?
I'm gonna, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay.
Let me clear what's there.
He would come around this way to the back door of the garage.
Okay. And in terms of the garage, I'll show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit, I'm sorry, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Actually, I'm going to use 97. That's the photograph that they took the morning of the 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
You're in the photograph?
I am.
Okay. Is this how you remember the toys being?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You heard Paula Smith talk about the toy train.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that conversation?
Not necessarily. I'm sure I came home and said, "Where's the train? They're coming to get it."
Okay. You talked about the train to the detectives?
Yes.
Okay. And where is the train in this picture?
Right there.
Do you remember where it was when you got home?
I believe right there.
Okay. So, you clear that. This is your garage?
It is.
The door there appears to have a glass in it, is that correct?
It does.
Is that the door that Jason enters?
It is.
And if you could put a spot to where he came, like where did he come all the way into the room? Did he stop?
Right here.
Okay. So at the end of the couch?
Yeah.
Did he get past the couch?
I don't believe so.
Okay. In the morning of the 8th, is that room lit?
It is not.
What lights are on?
Maybe these from the fans, but mostly just daylight, sunlight.
Okay. And you said fans, that's at the top?
Yeah.
How many fans are in that room? Ceiling fans?
Ceiling fans too.
Okay. And the garage, does it have other lights?
It does.
What other lights does it have?
The garage door lights that click on, and like a fluorescent light.
Were those on the morning of the 8th?
They were not.
How do you know that?
I didn't flip the switch for them.
Okay. Do you generally spend a lot of time there in the morning in the garage?
Jason and I have chats.
Okay. What happened this morning?
He walked in, he was carrying her, the blanket over. We talked about the snow and how it's gonna suck to work outside in the snow. We talked about my vapor rub working. She looked a little better. I think that's it.
Okay. Did you talk to Jason?
I did.
Did you look at Hannah?
For a quick second, she had her hood up and the blanket was still kind of around her shoulders.
Okay. Did you inspect her?
I did not.
Did you take her clothes off?
I did not.
Did you move her hair back?
I did not.
After you had that conversation with Jason, then what happened?
When we were having that conversation, he was kind of bent down with his leg up and she was sitting on his leg. So as we were done chit-chatting, She stood up and grabbed my hand, and we walked in the house, and he walked out the door.
And how tall are you?
4'11" and a half.
Okay. And so he's bent down like this,
Mm-hmm.
with Hannah on his leg?
Yeah.
You're not at eye level with Hannah, is that fair to say?
Yes.
After Hannah takes your hand, tell us what happened.
As we were walking in, I asked her if she wanted to go to the couch or if she wanted to go back to sleep. She seemed tired. Sometimes if it was earlier, she would want to go back to sleep, and just depending on what day it was. A lot of times she would just come to the couch and fall asleep next to me until my kids woke her up or Kaylin showed up and woke her up. But she said donut and couch, and as we were stepping into the house, I went to take off my robe and put my phone down, and she collapsed forward.
How long had you had her with your hand in that house in the garage before that happened?
10 seconds.
And then what did you do?
I immediately panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
What did you do?
Trying to assess the situation. Hannah talked to me, what's going on. I thought maybe she was having a seizure. I coached cheerleading, so I've taken CPR. Rolled her on her side, tried to remember how to do the seizure in the mouth thing. Assess the situation just for a few seconds, trying to figure out if she would stand up or if she would be able, talk to me.
And where's Vivian at this time?
Standing right there.
And then what do you do?
I called Jason.
And do you know what time you called him?
I'd have to look at my record.
Your phone records say what time you called him?
Yes.
No doubt?
No doubt.
You called him, and then what happened?
It rang twice and went to voicemail.
Okay. And then what, did you leave a voicemail?
No, I just hung up. I was going to give it a few seconds. I was checking on her. I was kneeling next to her. I was on my knees next to her.
Okay. And then what happened?
He called me back.
How long did it seem like from the time that you called him to the time that he called you back?
Not very long.
Okay. And you've looked at your phone records?
I have.
What were you doing in between the time that you called him, didn't get him, and he calls you back?
Checking on her and then trying to calm Vivian down. She kept telling her, go in the living room, watch cartoons. It'll be okay. Mommy will be there in a minute to check on you. She didn't want to leave. She was upset. Her mom was upset.
Were you upset?
Very.
When Jason called you back, what did you tell him?
I said, Hannah collapsed. I don't know what's going on, but I need you up here right away.
And he arrived?
He did.
Where were you when he arrived?
Inside the house, right in front of the door that leads into the house. I had Hannah on her back on the carpet, and I was kneeling next to her.
Okay. Did you see him enter the garage?
I think I heard him come in the garage, and I can see kind of catty corner.
But you more so heard it?
Yeah.
And what happened from there?
He walked in the house, and I said, I don't know what's going on. He said, me either, and he picked her up and then put her on the couch in the garage.
You didn't put her in the garage?
I did not.
I'm going to show you what's marked as BB, boy. Exhibit BB. Does that appear to be your call log from your phone extractions?
It is.
And directing your attention to, well, first off, let's identify the pages. What page number does it begin on?
94.
And what page number does it go to?
105.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 96. I'm sorry, wrong page. 98.
Okay.
Do you see the date at the top of the page?
I do.
And what date and time is the item on the top?
March 8th, 2018 at 7:59:47 seconds a.m.
And what is the call at the bottom of the page?
March 6th, 2018 at 6:55:26 seconds p.m.
On this particular page, page 98, do you see your telephone call that you've previously testified to that went unanswered by Jason?
I do.
And what line item is it on?
73.
And what time is that call at?
7:47 seconds a.m.
And you recognize Jason Wesche's number there?
Yes.
And Do you see the call where he then called you back?
I do.
And what line item is that?
72,
And what time is that call?
7:01 and 24 seconds a.m.
As to admit and publish?
Steve?
Well, it's already admitted.
Yeah.
So no objection.
All right, you may publish.
I'm moving too fast for you. It's not often said. Now it's just simply not responding to me. I was trying to get a little bit closer so you can see it. It's a little temperamental. Not sure if I'm making it worse or better. Can you put a circle on your outgoing call to Jason? And let's go triangle over the line item for the incoming call from Jason. What do you do after Jason gets there?
Call 911.
Okay. And do you recognize the 911 call on your call log? And what number is that?
My phone number?
No, what number is that?
my 71.
And what time is that 911 call at?
7:02, 51 seconds a.m.
What did you do in between the time that Jason called you back at 7:01:24 and the time that you called 911 at 7:02:51?
Still trying to get her to talk to me, trying to calm Vivian down, trying to be calm for both of them.
How long was it from the time Jason arrived back to the house to the time you hit 911?
Short.
Was she already on the couch?
When I was calling 911?
Yes.
As I was dialing 911, he was moving her to the couch.
Okay. So you weren't keeping a stopwatch of how long he's been in the house?
No.
But your phone records tell us what time you called?
Yes.
The times of this call log, 71, 72, and 73, you've watched your video with the Butler County Sheriff's Department on March 8th?
I did.
And did those times match what you saw on your phone?
Yes.
So if we powered up your phone, are those the times on that?
Yes.
How would you describe how you felt when Sergeant Whitlock told you on March 8th that you'd had Hannah for an hour and 20 minutes before you called 911?
It took me a minute to realize what he was saying, and then it was like at 8:20 I was at Fort Hamilton Hospital. So there's no way that's possible. That's why I said, let me see my phone. I can show you what time I called.
Why did you contest his version?
Because everything happened so fast that morning, there was no way it took an hour and 20 minutes for me to call 911.
You heard Sergeant Whitlock tell you that Hannah was dead on March 8th?
I did.
How did that make you feel?
Well, I didn't know he was lying at the time, but I was devastated. I felt like I was going to throw up. I loved her very much. Hurt.
And when did you learn that she had not died on March 8th?
Not until I was leaving the police station when TJ and I talked about going down to the hospital.
Did Whitlock ever come back into the room with you?
No, ma'am.
Do you know how long you were still at the detectives section before you and TJ left that day?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Bad question. Did you sit in that room for a longer period of time after the video, to your memory?
No.
So The video ends from March 8th, and you leave?
Yes.
And where do you go?
Home.
Okay. How do you go home?
I drive my van and TJ drove his truck.
How did you feel in the first interview?
Fine. I was telling them my truth, telling them what happened. Wanted to help. Trust police.
And is there any difference in how you felt in the second interview?
Very much.
And what was that difference?
They didn't care what I had to say of my truth. They only wanted their own answers. I felt pressured, felt forced. I wanted to protect everybody. I felt bullied.
The makeup of detectives questioning you, did that impact you at all?
Yes.
How so?
I'm more comfortable with women. I was comfortable talking to Lambert, Detective Lambert.
And you see Lambert in the second interview video, correct?
Yes.
Had you seen her before she appears at the end of that video?
No.
Who had come to the house that morning?
Detective Lambert and Detective Hensley.
Did you know Detective Hensley?
I didn't, but he was friendly.
Do you remember them coming the morning of March 9th to your house?
I do.
Tell me how that happened.
I hadn't slept all night, but the girls got up late. Fridays they'll sleep in because there's no other kids arriving to get them up and start playing. I got up and started coffee, and TJ's brother stopped by to give me a hug and show support and see how I was and give the girls a hug. And then as he was leaving, the detectives were pulling in and walking up to the door.
They came in the house?
They did.
Did you invite them in?
Yes.
And what happened from there?
They said, we need you to come back down to the station. We have some questions about Jason, just the timeline of things of that morning. I said, I can't come right now. My mother-in-law is with her father at the nursing home. Everybody else is working, but my mom gets out of her job at school at 2:30. I'd be more than happy to come down in the afternoon, but I don't have a babysitter right now, and I don't want to take my kids.
And what happened?
They told me I needed to come right then, and that they would get my kids breakfast, just to bring them down. They wouldn't separate me from my kids.
And were you guys dressed already for the morning?
No.
About what time was it?
9 o'clock.
Okay. And did you get yourself dressed and the girls dressed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that Detective Lambert had checked over your daughters?
I had no idea she was doing that.
Did you drive by yourself and the two girls in the car?
I did.
I'm sorry, in the van?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to the the Butler County Sheriff's Department, what happened?
Detective Lambert helped me get the girls out of the van, and she actually carried Savannah in, and I walked with Vivian holding her hand.
Okay. And then what happened?
We get inside, and they say they're putting my kids in another room. And Savannah was screaming for me, didn't want to leave me. I mean, strangers. And I was upset. And I wanted to go towards Savannah, but they were kind of like ushering me into the interview room.
And we've seen that the video, does it start where you remember sitting there?
Yes.
I'm gonna go back to the 8th, back at the house. Do you remember the EMT bus or ambulance arriving?
I do.
Okay. You've heard the 911 call?
Yeah.
How long did it seem like it was before they arrived?
Forever.
And what were you and Jason doing during that time period?
Trying to get her to respond to us. I was telling her I loved her and just trying to figure out what was going on.
And we hear that you get dressed during the 911 call, is that correct?
Yes.
Why do you get dressed?
Because strangers were coming to my house. I assumed men. I wanted to get out of my robe and put pants and a t-shirt on.
And what did you have on?
A summer dress from like Walmart underneath, comfy one, and then my robe over it.
And do you remember whether someone went outside to try to help the EMTs arrive at the right location?
I did.
Is that a problem at that Shank Road residence?
Yeah, there's a few houses on that lane and not all of them are numbered and nobody can ever find who's who.
Okay. I'm going to put back up Exhibit 87. Who went outside?
I did.
And do you remember where you went to?
I do.
Could you point that out, please?
To the end of my driveway right here, and the ambulance was right here, and I waved him over.
Was the ambulance stopped?
It was.
And do you have any idea how long it had been stopped at the end of Shank Road?
No idea.
Is Shank Road, is it a continuous Shank Road, or is that a private drive? What is that?
This is up here, that's actually the main road, and then ours is a private driveway.
And do you know the street addresses that go back?
For the most part.
Okay. And what's Jason's?
4004.
What is yours?
4050.
And what is Jay and Paula Smith's?
3992.
And do you know if the business has a street address?
I don't think so.
While the EMT is there, and while Deputy Mayor is there, does anyone else arrive?
TJ.
Anybody else?
Paula and Jay came in through the front door.
How did TJ get in?
He came in through the back.
The same door that we've been talking about entering that morning?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if I asked this, so I'm going to ask it now. What time had TJ been there that day?
In the morning?
Yes.
No.
At all that morning?
He left at 6:30.
Okay. And to your knowledge, he went where in the morning?
Down to the barn.
Which is at the end of that private drive, Shank Road?
Yes.
So if I show you Exhibit 86, oops. Can you circle the business? And square your house. What's the distance between those two properties?
Not very far.
Okay. Did you ever time it?
No, I've never timed it, but it's even a quick walk.
Okay. And in terms of the house that Paula and Jay live in, where's that?
Right there.
Okay. Is this also a turnaround right there?
You can turn around there, yes.
Why did you think the fall on Wednesday had hurt Hannah?
You mean into the next morning?
Yep.
Concussion?
When Jason had picked Hannah up on Wednesday night, the 7th, had you had a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what had you told him?
That when they were playing in the garage, she fell off the train and hit her face. I put ice on her and did the flashlight trick my mom always did. We had falls when we were a kid, made sure her pupils were moving. But that he might want to get her checked out for concussion. You never know when you hit your head.
And do you know specifically what she had hit?
The floor in the garage.
Okay. And what is the substance that the floor in the garage is made of?
It's concrete.
There's been some discussion about the handlebar of the little plastic toy train. Did she hit that?
She could have. I mean, that's what I assumed.
And why did you assume that?
Because she had the little, just a little dot, like I call it, looks like a hickey, but just a little bruise under her eye. So I thought maybe she hit the handlebar. Could have been a rock from TJ's boot in the garage. No, I mean, it's a garage.
And you're demonstrating your right eye. Do you know what eye it was on?
It was the left. I'm right-handed.
Do you have problems with right and left?
Sometimes.
Do you remember going to Fort Hamilton Hospital that morning?
I do.
And who was there?
Jason.
And did you talk with him?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you talk to anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Did you talk to any doctors?
I think I asked one doctor how she was doing.
Okay.
And he said she's very sick, but we don't know.
Okay. And that's where you met the two detectives, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we talked about that?
Yes.
Did anybody else come to the hospital with you?
No, by myself.
You driven your van?
Yes.
In the first interview with Detective Lambert Sprague, thank you, and Sergeant Whitlock at times, did you have any concept of how long you've been there?
No.
How long had you spent at Fort Hamilton Hospital that morning?
Maybe half an hour. It was short because they were air carrying her.
Did you stay at the hospital until the air cared?
Yes.
And then you went home?
Yes.
Do you remember in the interview, the police telling you that it was you or Jason on March 8th?
I do now, after watching it.
How many times have you seen that video?
Twice.
Twice being once here in court? Yeah, gotta answer out loud.
Yes.
And once previously. Is that fair to say?
Yes, when you gave it to me.
And on March 8th, when you left the sheriff's department, you said you went home, correct?
Yes.
With TJ?
Yes.
And then did you and TJ go somewhere else later that day?
We went down to Children's Hospital.
And do you know what time you arrived at Children's Hospital?
About 3:30, my mom had came over after school and she was watching the girls.
And did you and TJ drive together?
We drove in his truck.
And how long did you stay at Children's Hospital?
About 8:30 that night. I texted my mom when we were coming home.
And that text is in your extraction, is that
It is.
correct? When you got down to Children's Hospital and you saw Jason, did you tell him that the detectives said it's Jason or you?
I didn't use those words, but I told him what they were telling me.
Okay, and what did he say to you?
Objection.
Seriously?
They had a member of Forrest and was that Forrest and attention. And wasn't Mr. Big one to turn for something? He was kind of deep.
Somewhere approximating that, we may have to have, myself and the attorneys might have to have some more conversations up here, but we'll get started as close to that time frame as we can, okay? Very good.
Minimum in the defendant's interviews.
Correct.
So realistically, I don't know that it's not worth arguing over in person about.
All right. So that'll be the rulings on the issues, and we'll bring the jury back in, and we'll resume our work.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Good, here, bring mine. All right, everybody have a seat. Any gentlemen of the jury, any issues that need to come to my attention? Very good. Ms. Howard, I believe we were in the middle of your direct, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just so the record is clear, that last objection was sustained to the extent discussed in sidebar, and Ms. Howard, you may proceed according to the remainder of that conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lindsay, let me bring you back where we were. We were talking about being at Children's Hospital. What time did you say you arrived?
About 3:30.
And this is on March 8th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you arrived there with TJ, correct?
I did.
And who do you go and talk to, or who do you talk to while you're there?
Jason was in the downstairs lobby when you first entered Children's Hospital, so I immediately went to him.
And you said you were there till almost 8 o'clock? I'm sorry, almost 9 o'clock?
Somewhere around there between 8 and 9. I would have to look at my text message telling my mom what time we went home, but.
Okay. And did you only talk to Jason while you were at Children's Hospital?
No.
Who else did you talk to?
Caitlin, Rachel, and their mom. It was the first time meeting her, and then that mom's mom, so grandma.
Okay. And did Jason tell you what he believed the medical condition Hannah was suffering from was?
He did.
And what was that?
An aneurysm.
Okay. And did he say anything else about her medical condition to you?
Objection.
Approach.
Yes, Your Honor. So the question I'm asking first is a yes or no?
Okay.
Without explanation, correct? Did Jason tell you how Hannah was doing?
Yes.
And based upon your conversation with him, did you form a belief as to how well or bad or what was going on with Hannah?
Yes.
And what was that belief?
She was going to be okay.
When you were at Children's Hospital, did you have a conversation with Jason about your interview with the police?
I did.
Did you tell him that they told you Hannah was dead?
Yes.
Did you tell him that the police told you it was you or him?
Yes.
And did you tell him about the questions about TJ?
I did.
And what did he say about TJ to you?
That he was asked the same questions.
As to TJ as a suspect?
Yes.
Did you guys just sit and chit chat for these 3 to 4 hours?
For the most part. Okay. I had brought her blanket down, so I gave it to him so he could take it upstairs to her.
Okay. And did you guys pray?
Yes, we did.
After speaking with Jason, did you form a belief as to his view of corporal punishment?
Yes.
And what was your belief?
That disciplining her was okay.
Did you have a conversation with him at all about bruising?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell him that you had been asked about bruising?
I did.
And did you, after talking with him, did you form a belief as to the bruising?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was from falling in the gravel and from the train.
Did you tell him it was you or him?
Yes.
That's what the police told
That's
you?
what the police told me.
When you finished your visit at Children's Hospital, did you think it was you or him?
Yes and no. I don't know that it completely registered with me. I was more worried about her.
Okay.
I mean, but yes, I knew that that was said to me.
Okay. Was it you?
It was not.
Then who was it?
Objection.
Please.
Speculation.
No sustained.
It's speculation as to who it was if it's not you, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Stricken, we'll move on.
During the March 8th and until your second interview on March 9th, are you having telephone calls with Jason?
Yes.
Are you having text messages with Jason?
Yes.
Are you communicating with his daughter, Caitlin?
I am.
Text message?
Yes.
Telephone calls?
Yes.
Showing you again what's, excuse me, marked as Exhibit BB as in boy. Previously identified and admitted. Directing your attention to line 7. Can you
Yes.
identify what's on line 7?
A phone call to Jason Weschi on March 9th at 8:45 and 41 seconds a.m.
And how long is that conversation?
3 minutes and 54 seconds.
An outgoing meaning it's outgoing from your phone?
Yes.
And line 8?
Outgoing from me to Caitlin on 3/9 at 8:43:41 seconds a.m.
And how long is that call?
33 seconds.
Do you remember if you spoke with Caitlin or someone on the end of that line?
I did.
Okay. And I apologize, in regards to line 7, the 3-minute 54-second, did you speak with someone on the line?
I spoke with Jason.
Okay. On the number 8, did you speak with Caitlin?
I did.
Okay. Number 10, what call was that?
His phone was it's to Jason at 3/9 at 7:21 and 41 seconds a.m.
Did you speak with him at that time?
No, his phone was turned off.
Okay. And line 11?
To Jason at 7:02 and 27 seconds a.m. on 3/9.
And did you speak to him then?
I did not.
That shows a duration of what?
0 seconds.
On to the next page. Page 95 of BB. Do you see line 12?
I do.
And what is that?
A phone call from me to Caitlin on 3/9 at 3:38:07 a.m.
And what's the duration of that?
36 seconds.
Did you speak to her?
I did.
Line 15?
Outgoing to Caitlin on 3/8 at 6:36 and 49 seconds p.m.
And what's the duration?
0 seconds.
Did you speak to her?
No.
Why were you calling her at 6:36 and 49 if you were at the hospital?
I think I was trying to find her.
Okay, just so we're all clear, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, okay? So let's look. You see this? All right, let's play this, okay?
The same incident. Tell us about this. Because this is not a smack. I just want to tell you right now, this is not a deep bone contusion from an open-handed smack. Okay? Knowing that.
I didn't.
No, listen. Knowing that we know that, what happened here?
The same thing, it was the same incident.
Tell us, though, what happened,
Wait.
these specific bruises.
When I caught her doing the ketchup, I took it away and I put her on the potty because I figured she had to go pee anyway. I said, Hannah, you can't do the ketchup. I just slapped her on the head and went like that.
Close.
Like that.
How many times? Don't say once. Because the bruise?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he give you permission to?
Okay, so could you guys hear that? I know there's a delay, but can you guys hear? You could. Okay. So it says, Hannah's got to listen to Buddy. And then they say, does she know you? No, she's great. She eats all day. Well, tell us what happened here. Tell us about this. This was not, we know what this is consistent with. A 3-year-old we're sharing pictures about. We know exactly what this is, okay? It's not a fall, and you know what caused this. Just like you knew what caused this, okay? So what caused this? Is this the same incident? Tell us about this, because this is not just a smack. It's a deep bone contusion. This is not a deep bone contusion from an open-handed smack. Okay? Knowing that, it wasn't like that. We know what happened here. Then she describes the ketchup. And I'm going to try to I don't know if I can get in any closer here, but I can't. But she shows what she did. So if you look at my hand like that, she went like that, like under her chin, like that, like this. You know, so Hannah's on the toilet because she took all the ketchup and put it in the toilet, right? So she's saying that she put Hannah on the toilet to pee. And then she told her, you cannot be doing that with ketchup. And she, under her chin like that, like this. See? So she, not an uppercut, but not great. Hold on.
When I caught her doing the ketchup, I took it away and I put her on the potty because I figured she had to go pee anyway. I said, Hannah, you can't do the ketchup. I just slapped her on the head and went like that.
Close.
Yeah, like that.
How many times? Don't say once. Because the bruise?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times? Don't say once. So that's what they said to her. How many times? Don't say once. I don't know why I don't know why. She was in trouble. She took all the ketchup out and squirted it in the toilet. And what else has she done that day? It's like a culmination of things. This week, earlier, was it an open hand smack? Yes. I'm definitely telling you the most positive truth. I did not. This doesn't always get it right, but yes. Well, I don't know, Pamela. He just says she always sits in the front seat because she wants to pretend to drive. And that day, he puts her in the front seat. He goes to get in, and she jumped into the back seat, which he said he didn't know why she did that. So, I don't know. I did go full screen. So you can see again what she does with her hand. It's very clear to me, but...
Yeah. What day was that? This week? This week? Early this week?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't think that hurt her. I really didn't.
Well, they not have. I mean, kids are tough. They're not, they trust me. You know, as well as anybody else does, you're very resilient, and you're not going to know. Tell us what that was. Chin.
I really did not hit her on the chin.
I'm not saying anything.
Right, yeah,
Did she talk back to you?
She says, I really didn't hit her in the chin because she was describing how she fell forward on the gravel, but she did hit her on the chin. She didn't cause that scrape, allegedly, but...
No.
She doesn't?
Not one bit.
Does she not listen to you? Like,
She actually does listen.
If she's watching a show and you tell her to do something, does she not listen?
No, she listens.
How do you get her attention when she doesn't listen?
Hannah, gotta listen to Buddy.
Does she not eat well?
No, she eats great. She eats all day long.
Okay, then tell us what happened here. Tell us about that. This was not a fall in the driveway. It's not. We know what this is consistent with.
Yeah.
Look at me. We do this for a living.
No, I know.
Okay?
I know.
This is not the first 3-year-old that we're staring at pictures about, okay? We know exactly what caused this, okay? Exactly.
So they must be looking at the picture of her chin, right? So they're saying, this is not a fall in the driveway. It's not a fall in the driveway. This isn't the first 3-year-old we've seen like this. We know exactly what this is. We know what it is, right?
It's not a fall. And you know what caused this. Just like you knew what caused this. Okay? So what caused this?
I smacked her on the chin.
for doing the ketchup. That was the same thing.
I smacked her on the chin for doing that with the ketchup.
So this is the same incident. Tell us about this. Because this is not a smack. I just want to tell you right now, this is not a deep bone contusion from an open-handed smack. Okay? Knowing that.
I didn't.
No, listen. Knowing that we know that.
She said, well, yeah, I went like that. First, her hand is completely open, like that. Okay? It's exactly what she just said. I went like that.
What happened here?
The same thing. It was the same incident.
Tell us, though, what happened, these specific bruises.
When I caught her doing the ketchup, I took it away and I put her on the potty because I think she had to go pee anyway. I said, Hannah, you can't do the ketchup. I just slapped her on the side of the head and went like that.
Close?
Yeah, like that.
How many times? Don't say once.
Couple
Because the bruise?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he give you permission to discipline?
Yeah.
I mean, spank and stuff?
I don't really think. I don't even know why I was mad that day.
So these were closed fists like uppercuts?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was.
So these were closed fists. She's like, well, kinda. I know, right? It's a lot. But also, so this is like a week prior, right? To the incident that Hannah's passes away in. So what exactly I don't know, what exactly could it be? It would have had to have been really, really, really rough for all of this to have happened to her. And the most important part to me are the times. Because if you're looking at these times, it's just too quick. She says he always texts her so that she has 5 or 6 minutes or whatever to get up, get her coffee, make sure she's awake, right? So she gets up, she has her coffee, or she's making it. The cream is still on the counter, and she's getting sippy cups ready. What put this woman into a rage where she could have slammed this child off of walls, right? To cause such a horrible incident in 90 seconds. Because keep in mind, the 90 seconds, she's also calling him. So it's more like he drops her off and it's 1 minute later, right? Because she's got to go run to the phone because she goes to the floor with her, okay? So she's on the floor with her all within this 90 seconds because the call comes in 1 minute and 47 seconds later, right? So you've got it's just this is how long it is, okay? This is how long we're talking. So he gets back in the car to leave. She's making her coffee. She says that she's getting ready to take her bathrobe off. That the little girl looks at her and says, donut, coffee, or donut couch, buddy. Hannah's getting ready to take off her coat, and she falls forward. She turns around and tells her, "Get up, get up, what are you doing?" Thinking that she just tripped and fell. Now, he says, gets down on the floor with her, and is trying to get her to respond or to wake up, right? I don't know where the jury is sitting. And then she gets her phone, and now she's calling the dad. Let it time, hangs up, is trying to see the dad. Yeah. It's on there. It's not me. That's fast amount of time. I know music is playing. Can y'all see the screen? I didn't put the music on. That's the music. That's a quick amount of time. And if we're saying, okay, well, yep, Lisbeth, she also said in that same interrogation that we were just watching, first she said that she fell, that Hannah fell. Then she said she and Hannah fell. Oh, you couldn't hear me over the music? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I mean, this is 1 minute and 47 seconds. So in this amount of time, he drops her off. He walks out the door. They both turn around to go in from the garage to go get the coffee. She's getting ready to get her coffee. Hannah says to her, "Donut and couch, buddy." She says, "Okay." You see the sippy cups are set up right there at the table, right? So she's setting up the sippy cups. Then she says Hannah collapses. In that time, she gets on the ground with her. She's trying to figure out, allegedly, what happened to her. And she has to go get her phone and call him right back and say something happened to Hannah. You need to come back here. But Jason doesn't answer the phone, right? It seems like a lot. I don't know, man. It seems like, where did this rage come from? Why was she so angry? I don't know. You can hear me now, right? No. If she doesn't do it, why not push the dad being guilty? They still seem something is, yeah. Yeah, she could have, Miss Mad Hatter. She could have, sure. Why so much rage, though? I don't know. Could be anything. Could be anything, right? Maybe her and her husband weren't getting along. Maybe she's PMSing. But I mean, have you ever split into a rage from standing here talking to Jason to splitting into a rage that with such force you have to slam this child off of walls? Literally. Her punching her didn't do this. Her eye sockets were broken. The back of her head, there was a brain bleed. One part of her brain shifted over into the other part of her brain. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's not just she smacks her and pushes her out of the way. Do you know what I mean? In the blink of an eye, sure. I mean, you can get hit by a truck in a blink of an eye, stuff like that. But is she known for jumping and going off the handle and going crazy in the blink of an eye, right? I mean, people with tempers, usually oh, that person has a fucking really bad temper, right? They have a bad temper. So it seems she hated the baby because she resented the father and that her husband put her in that position. Possibly, yeah. She shoved the baby in the doorway where you have to step up. I believe she'd been beating her all along. Maybe she was already mad thinking about it before he brought her over. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, there's on either side, there's no history of any abuse of the kids. The dad did take Hannah at 3 months and raise her on his own, but it seems like he was very stressed too. He had already just gotten those 2 issues at his job that same week. So he's stressed out. Then you've got to think he's lying. There was a man at the house for 24 hours that was there. He was still there. When he got home from work, they drove him home. Right? They drove him home. So when the police ask you, what were you guys doing last night? You say, oh, I went to Walmart and I bought milk, and then we went home and we were on the couch by 8:30. That's specific. When actually Chris was at your house, his suitcase was still there. They saw Chris's suitcase. We see it in the photos. And you brought him back to his house with Hannah. And then you came back. You never got milk. There's no cereal in the house. And even up till his questioning today. Do you see milk? No. Do you see cereal? No. Well, what did she have for breakfast? Well, it must have been cereal. But there's no cereal there. There's nothing there. Now, people are saying, well, maybe she ate the rest of it. The other side, the prosecution, would mention that. They would say, here's the cereal box in the trash right here. But they don't say that. They don't say any of that. Slapping somebody upside the head and brutally abusing and beating them are 2 different things. There's no past history of her doing anything to her own children who were the same age, or the other lady's baby, who's the same age as well, right? Maybe she was already up before the text. Something pissed her off, maybe. Yeah, true. A lot of maybes for a jail sentence. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I lived in Mississippi, and corporal punishment's a thing there. Hey, they asked me at my daughter's daycare and the formal daycare, and then we went to an in-home daycare. They both asked me if it was okay to physically punish my daughter. No. What? And, the in-home daycare was different. I talked to her about it because she worked for the formal daycare. She ended up quitting and starting her own daycare. But I asked her, do people give permission for that? She said, yeah, they'll use a ruler and spank the baby. Or not the baby, but the child. Smack them on the hand with it and stuff. I was baffled. I said, what is that about? She said, it's corporal punishment. They still use it in a lot of places in the South. And this is one of those places. And I'm asking you, how do you want me to handle it if Alexa gets out of line? I said, you call me. Don't even consider it. Don't let it cross your mind. The hell? It's still legal in Tennessee. Yeah. I mean, in Mississippi, it definitely was 17 years ago. For sure. Because they both asked me, what do you want us to do when she's out of line? Talk to her. She's a child. She's a toddler. But yeah. Yes. So Jason telling Lindsay that he believes it's okay for her to discipline Hannah, it's not out of the norm. Yeah, when I told my sister about that, she said, the fuck? What do you mean? I said, no, yeah, even in the schools, it's no joke. So, 3, well, it would take a lot. It would take a lot. I mean, my daughter and her cousin, we were at one of those bounce places, and it had mazes. oh, it's still legal. And they ran as fast as you could run. He ran directly into her face, right? I mean, he knocked out her tooth. That's how hard. And we took her in to get a scan done. I mean, it was that hard. They both fell backwards. They were out of it. And there was nothing wrong. And I mean, they ran full force into each other, enough to knock the tooth out, and it was hanging by the root. There was no brain damage, nothing like that. So the police said they've seen children fall from 2 stories out of a window and have less damage than Hannah had. 2 stories? They've fallen 2 stories? And it's less damage than what you've seen this little girl have? Then on the other hand, how did Jason do anything to her and she wasn't still crying? Was she lethargic? He said she was laying in the back. She said that she seemed fine. You know, she just wanted to go lay on the couch. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. When did this occur? Yeah, hit by a baseball bat. Yeah, that's one of the things they did mention, Lisbeth. That this took the force of a baseball bat to the back of her head to cause that thing on her head. And they wouldn't have known unless they shaved her hair. So whatever happened to her, the force of her getting struck with a baseball bat. That's a lot, but I don't know. To me, there's a ton of reasonable doubt because the dad lied all the way through. And we can say, sure, he was probably stressed out. Absolutely. But you forget a whole person being at your house until the morning of the trial. There was a whole person at your house, a whole adult male. You completely left that out and said what you went to do. Took her to Walmart. We went, we got milk, we came back, she played. He didn't just say, I think we were at Walmart, I'm not sure. No, I picked her up. We went to the Walmart. I had to go get milk. The next day, that night, she played for 10 minutes and then came and curled up with me on the couch. That's descriptive. That's not, I don't know, I'm stressed. I think we went to the Walmart because I know I needed milk, but I'm not 100% sure. I need a minute to think. No, he told them what he did. Then the day of him coming to testify, he recalls that what he said wasn't true. And he had a person there, and they were up the night before partying. Just in case that's not clear. So they were up the night before, and then the next night he drives them home. So that guy was in his house all day or something. I don't know what the hell happened there. But it is weird. Or a concrete floor. I mean, with such force. But there was no recent issues to her face, so she would have had to go backwards, right? And slam her into that concrete floor in the garage with a hell of a lot of force where there was no fresh blood. I don't know, man. The whole thing's shady. I agree. Let me shut up and we'll get back to the video.
You see line 21?
Yes.
And what is that?
Outgoing to Caitlin on 3/8 at 2:57 and 32 seconds p.m.
Okay. And what's the duration?
8 seconds.
Did you speak to her?
Yes, I was letting her know we were coming to Children's Hospital.
That you were what?
That we were on our way to Children's Hospital.
Okay. Line 22?
Yes.
What is that?
A phone call to Jason.
At what time and what date?
On 3/8 at 2 p.m. 57 minutes and 8 seconds.
And did you speak to him?
I think so.
Line 25. Can you see that? I'm sorry. Can you
A
load up?
little bit. Caitlin, I was calling Caitlin on 3/8 at 2 p.m. 37 minutes and 10 seconds.
And did you speak to her?
Yes.
The next line, 26.
To Jason on
What time and date?
3/8 at 2 p.m. 36 minutes and 47 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I did not.
Line 27.
To Jason on 3/8 at 2 p.m. 36 seconds and 36 minutes and 43 seconds.
And did you speak to him?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Line 28.
To Caitlin on 3/8 at 2 p.m. 36 minutes and 31 seconds.
Did you speak to her?
Yes, I believe I was trying to see if they were there at Children's because we were going to come down. We were coming down.
And line 29.
To Jason on March 8th, 2 p.m. 34 minutes and 41 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I don't know.
Line 30.
To Jason on March 8th at 2 p.m. 34 minutes and 33 seconds.
And duration?
3 seconds.
Do you think you talked to him?
I'm not quite sure. I know I was trying to call them to see if they were still at Children's so that I could come down. And I wanted to make sure that they were there.
On to the next page of Exhibit BB, which is page 96. Top of the page, line 31. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
A phone call to Jason on March 8th, 2 p.m., 34 minutes and 27 seconds.
And line 41, about the middle of the page. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
A phone call to Jason.
I'm sorry, what?
A phone call to Jason.
Are you sure it's to Jason?
Oh, from Jason. Sorry. I'm used to saying that. From Jason.
And what time was that call?
11 a.m., 28 minutes and 53 seconds.
And did you answer that call?
No, I believe I was in my police interview.
Line 43.
From Jason to me.
What time?
March 8th, 11 a.m., 21 minutes and 10 seconds.
And did you receive that call?
No.
It shows missed in your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Directing you to line 47, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Outgoing from me to Jason on March 8th, 11 a.m., 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay. And the duration?
7 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I'm not positive.
Line 48, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
A phone call to Jason on March 8th, 11 a.m., 1 minute and 12 seconds.
And what's the duration?
2 seconds.
Do you know if you spoke to him?
I don't remember.
Page 97 of BB. Line 49, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Me calling Caitlin.
What time and date?
March 8th, 11 a.m. and 8 seconds.
And did you speak to her?
I did, quickly.
Line 50.
May we approach on this?
Yes.
Do you see that?
I do.
What is it?
A phone call to Jason on March 8th, 10 a.m., 58 minutes and 36 seconds.
Duration?
3 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I don't know.
Line 54. What is that?
A phone call to Jason
What time?
on March 8th, 9 a.m., 53 minutes and 36 seconds.
And duration?
1 minute and 49 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
Yes, I believe I was telling him that I was on my way back to the house with the detectives.
Line, 58. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is it?
A phone call to Caitlin,
What time and date?
March 8th, 9 a.m., 23 minutes and 46 seconds.
And duration?
1 minute and 46 seconds.
Did you speak to her?
I did.
Line 61.
From Caitlin to me on March 8th, 9 a.m., 17 minutes and 56 seconds.
What was the duration?
22 seconds.
Do you remember speaking to her?
I do. I don't know what we were talking about.
Okay. Line 65?
A phone call from me to Jason on March 8th, 8 a.m., 8 minutes and 47 seconds.
Duration?
There was 0 seconds.
Okay. Line 66?
To Jason from me at March 8th, 8 a.m., 7 minutes and 46 seconds.
Duration?
19 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I did.
Line 67?
From me to Jason, March 8th, 7 a.m., 59 minutes and 56 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
And where were you when you made that call?
Driving to Fort Hamilton. I was trying to figure out where to go, where he was in the hospital.
And I apologize. Did you speak to him on that call?
I did.
Next page, page 98. Line 68. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is it?
A missed call from Jason.
At what time?
March 8th, 7 a.m., 59 minutes and 47 seconds.
Duration?
0 seconds.
You didn't get that call?
No.
Line 69.
Outgoing from me to Jason on March 8th, 7 a.m., 42 minutes and 28 seconds.
Duration?
31 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I did.
Line 70.
Outgoing to Jason from me on March 8th, 7 a.m., 32 minutes and 15 seconds.
Duration?
37 seconds.
Did you speak to him?
I did.
And then line 71, you identified previously as the 911 call.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you this document that we've already identified as BB. And from the 911 call and the 3 calls you identified from you calling him calling you back, and then the 911 call, which is from line 73 on. I would like you to look at this page, beginning on line 74, all the way to the end of this call pages on line 213, and tell me how many times you had called Jason Weschi prior to that morning or received a call in the days that are inclusive on those pages.
Sorry, you can start at the front or just
No, start from your series of 3 calls that were that morning.
Okay.
So from line 74 downward.
like to the back.
To the back.
Okay.
Do you see any telephone calls between you and Jason Weschi before that morning call at 7 o'clock, 47 seconds?
No, ma'am.
And in terms of the pages in front of you to BB, what's the line 213? What's the date of that?
February 26, 2018.
In that same review, did you see any calls between you and Caitlin during that same period of time?
I don't think so.
Did you repeat to anyone that statement about an aneurysm that Jason had told you?
Yes,
And did you do that in text messages?
I did.
Having shown the state, is it FF? I'll approach you with F. FF as in Frank. Do you recognize page 2114 from your extraction?
Yes.
And is this a page of messages with just a singular person?
Yes.
You and a singular person?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Stephanie Maynard Furia.
I'm sorry?
Stephanie Maynard Furia. She's married now, but Stephanie Maynard under my phone.
Okay. And does that appear to be her phone number on that document?
It's her phone number.
And were you text messaging with her on a particular date on this page?
Yes.
And what date was that?
3/8 and 3/9.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the 4th line, or the 4th set of conversation.
Okay.
And can you read the date and time of that text?
March 9th, 2018, 9 a.m., 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
And is it a text that you sent or that you received?
I sent her.
It's listed as outgoing, is that correct?
Outgoing.
And what did you tell her?
Pretty sure she has an aneurysm.
Other than Jason Weschi, had anybody else told you that?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You hadn't talked to any doctors, right?
No, no doctors.
I move to admit FF.
State?
No objections, or
All right, that would be admitted to be a punch.
I love the speed of this machine, by the way. Miss Wilson, I beg your assistance. It must be a woman.
Yeah, if you do it too much,
It catches hard.
Okay.
All right, it goes faster.
It's not that funny, Josh. It takes time to catch up to your, I'll see if that makes any sense.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. And do you see that on your screen, Lindsay?
I do.
And it appears to be the fourth box on that particular page.
Yes.
And that's a true and accurate statement contained within your text messages?
Yes.
Why didn't you throw Jason to the wolves, to the detectives on March 8th?
Because I care about him. He was my friend. I cared about his daughters, all three of them. We had become friends over the year that I had Hannah.
Why didn't you throw him to the detectives as the person who did it on March 9th?
I wanted to protect everybody. I didn't want anybody to be in trouble.
Why would you want to protect someone who did this to a child?
I always think the best of people. I just didn't.
They showed you the photographs of Hannah in the hospital, right?
Yeah, on my second interview, yes.
Yeah. On March 9th, they showed you these photos. And you wanted to protect the person who did this?
I didn't want anybody to be in trouble. I wanted to protect everybody.
Did you lie to the police?
I told them what they wanted to hear.
What do you mean you told them that what they wanted to hear?
All of their questions, like leading into it's an accident, did she fall, all of those things. I just agreed with them because the day before, for hours, I told them what happened. And even an hour into that second interview, I told them what happened. They didn't want to hear it. They actually told me they didn't want to hear it.
Wouldn't you want them to help find who did that to Hannah?
Yeah.
How did telling them that you didn't do it help find who did?
They told me it was one of two people.
Had you ever heard that Chris had stayed the night until you heard that in testimony here?
No, ma'am.
What's the truth?
objection.
Clarify the question, please.
What's the truth as to what happened to Hannah Wesche in the time frame you had her on March 8th?
What I said in my first interview. We walked in the house and she collapsed. He was gone for 30 seconds at the most.
What's the truth about what happened to Hannah Wesche about the bruise on her chin?
She fell in the rocks with me, or the gravel driveway.
When she fell in the gravel, what day was that?
March 6th, Tuesday.
And you guys were outside, is that correct?
Yes, we were.
I'm gonna put up on the screen 87. Sorry. Discombobulated. Does 87, as it's on here, does it indicate to you the location that you believe this happened in the gravel?
Yes.
And put an X where Hannah was. Was she up on the gravel or was she in the grass?
She had just gotten to the gravel.
Okay. And where were you when this happened?
Walking behind them, somewhere back there. I had Savannah with me, the little one.
And where was Viv?
Up ahead of Hannah running.
Okay. And did you have KK that day?
I did.
And where was KK?
About the same spot Vivian was. I honestly can't. They were all together.
Did you see Hannah fall?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Kind of hurried up to where they were. She'd already stood up. She whimpered a little bit, but she wasn't crying. I checked her cheek, her chin, and we went on about our walk.
Did you notice anything at that time?
She had like a scrape.
Okay. And did you guys go right back inside?
No, we went on our walk around the pond.
Okay. And the pond, where's the pond at?
Right here.
Okay. Do you remember how long you stayed out?
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Do you remember conversing with Christina Lewis about that day?
I do.
About things you had done that day?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit HH, Harry, page 2559. Do you recognize that particular document as who that conversation by text is with?
Yes, Christina Lewis.
And Christina Lewis is who?
Kaylin's mom, KK.
And do you see the date on the top of that page?
I do, March 6, 2018.
Okay. And I'm going to focus you on the first three. Well, ask to publish.
Okay.
No objection.
All right, Alan has already been admitted, but
It's part of the extraction.
I'll admit it as HH and you may publish it.
Thank you. I know better. Do you see the first three conversations there?
Yes.
And this is with Christina Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you tell her?
In which line?
The second section.
Oh, great. They've been playing school and carry around their backpacks all day, or their backpacks laugh out loud, and we went outside for a while earlier.
And the third box there?
Going back out after naps.
After naps?
Yeah.
And these are two outgoing messages of yours?
Yes.
And those two messages you sent to Christina Lewis on what day?
March 6th, 2018.
At what times?
2 p.m., 33 minutes and 24 seconds, and 2 p.m., 33 minutes and 35 seconds.
And did you go outside twice that day?
We did.
What was the weather like that day?
It was like a warm pre-spring day.
Okay. Were the girls clothed in coats?
They had jackets on.
Okay. And was there any snow on the ground?
There was not.
Okay. What did you guys do? I apologize. What time did you first go out?
About 11 a.m. before lunch.
Okay. And can you identify which of those two times she'd fallen in the gravel?
That time.
The morning time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you only saw a scratch on her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you still went out later?
Yeah.
Any girls have any falls during the second trip outside?
No, I parked my van at the end of the driveway and let them do their ride-around toys on a concrete pad in the front.
Okay. No problems? Nobody scraped their knees or anything like that?
No.
Okay. When she left that day, did you notice any bruising?
No.
When she arrived the next day, and when I say she, I mean Hannah.
I know.
When Hannah arrived the next day, did you see any bruising?
That morning, yes.
Okay. And what did you see?
I still saw the abrasion scratch. And then she had bruises on her chin, and then I could just see some above her shirt line.
Okay. And you're pointing to your chest. What do you mean by shirt line?
She had like one of the kid shirts, like
a what?
Like a kid shirt from Walmart, like crew neck, I think is what the style is called.
Okay.
But up here.
And when did you notice that?
Going potty. I try to get them to go potty before we have breakfast. So like first potty of the day.
And how would you describe what you saw on her chin area?
Bruises right here.
And you're pointing to both sides of your face? And any other markings?
Just the top right here.
At the top of her crew neck shirt? Could you see anything on her neck?
I didn't notice anything on her neck.
Okay. And did you lift her shirt up?
No.
When she went potty on that day, did you check her butt cheeks?
I did not.
Did you ask anybody about those bruises?
Jason later on when he picked her up.
That day? So this day is what day?
Wednesday, March 7th.
March 7th. And you ask him about it when he picks up at the end of the day?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Objection.
What's his name?
Did you ask, other than Jason, did you ask anybody else about those bruises?
No.
Based upon your conversation, did you form a belief as to those bruises?
That they were from falling in the driveway.
Did you look at any other part of her body?
No.
What did she come dressed in that day?
Jeans, shirt.
Did she have a coat?
I don't quite remember. Oh, Wednesday morning? Yeah, she had her coat on. It was cold. Again.
You were shown the photograph of the bruising on the chest of, I'll call it the torso of Hannah, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember that photograph?
Yes.
And in terms of that photograph, I'll start with 41. Did you cause those bruises on her chest?
No, I didn't.
Did you see those bruises on her chest?
Just the top part of that.
Okay. And when you say the top part of that, what do you mean?
The group of them, just the top part of it, not all of it.
And you're kind of pointing to where I'd call your collarbone area? And your belief on those is based upon things you heard?
Yes.
Had you given her a bath on Tuesday the 5th?
Monday the 5th?
I'm sorry, Monday the 5th?
No.
Had you given her a bath on Tuesday the 6th?
No.
Did you give Hannah a bath on Wednesday the 7th?
No.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 44. Describe what bruises you saw on her on the 7th.
Just a little part on this side and then the abrasion.
Okay.
And then
I'm gonna
just
publish that, so
a little
I'll
bit.
point to it.
It wasn't like that.
What did you see
Wednesday morning,
Wednesday morning?
the abrasion, a little bit of this, and right about there. No, it wasn't that extensive.
Okay. And as the day went on, did it get more extensive? Did you notice?
I felt like, bruises develop over time. I felt like it was getting a little bit worse.
Okay.
Looking.
And did you do anything about them?
Yeah, I put my essential oils on them, and then when I did my Google search, it said vapor rub helps.
Okay.
And I assumed it probably because it cools it down, but I don't remember the exact science of what I read, but I put a little vapor rub on her.
Okay.
And my oils.
And did you tell Jason that day? How did you describe it to him?
What I did?
Yes.
I said her bruises looked bad, assuming from the fall, and I Googled which one of my oils to use, and I put it on there, and then I said, it said vapor rub works too. Sorry, she smells like vapor rub.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit DD, which was already, I believe, admitted also.
I'm sorry, you said
DD, dog, I believe so. Do you recognize DD?
I do.
And how many, give me the page number that DD begins on.
4,585.
And what page does DD end on?
4,607.
And those pages are sequentially numbered, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does all of those pages include?
Google app searches.
Okay. 702 searches?
Yes.
Okay. And you were present when Detective Ventry was talking about just this first page?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's talk about that. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you. The days of Elmo were so much better. Miss Wilson, can you assist me? Let's go. It's not focused. Focus minus. You have a much nicer touch than me. Just a little. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Do you see line 1 of the searched items and line 5 of the search items?
I do.
Let's start with 5. What time is that search listed as?
March 7th at 8 a.m., 48 minutes and 17 seconds.
Okay, and what is the search?
How to get rid of a bruise.
And do you see the column that says deleted?
I do.
Do you remember deleting that?
I don't.
Line 1, what is that search?
How to get rid of a bruise.
What time and date?
March 8th at 9 p.m., 13 minutes and 49 seconds.
Okay. And do you know when you deleted that?
I don't.
Okay. Let's talk about line 3. What is that?
Is Vapor Rub good for bruises?
And what time was that search performed?
March 7th, 2 p.m., 56 minutes and 51 seconds.
That search wasn't deleted?
No.
Line 4? What's that?
What essential oils is good for bruises?
And what time was that?
March 7th, 2 p.m., 56 minutes and 30 seconds.
Was that search deleted?
No.
You've looked through the entirety of DD?
I have.
And you recognize the over 100 other deletions?
Yeah.
Do you have an independent memory of when you deleted any of the other lines?
No.
Like when you deleted line 438, 10 passenger vans for sale?
No.
361, Houston Woods cabins?
No.
252, USPS tracking?
No.
After 2:56 p.m., well, at 2:56 p.m., what were you doing?
Sitting on the couch.
Why were you sitting on the couch?
All the girls were napping.
And is that a normal thing for the girls to do in the afternoon?
Yes.
And what approximate time do the kids nap?
Between 2 and 4, sometimes 1:30, 3:30.
And after the girls got up from their nap on the 7th, what happened?
We went out into the garage to play on their ride around toys.
On their what toys?
Their ride on toys.
The ones that we've seen in the various photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And what else happened?
I was getting snack together at the coffee table in the back room.
Was the back room also called the deer room?
Yes.
Your husband's a hunter?
He is.
And you were getting snack together?
Yes.
And the girls were outside? What else was going on?
I was getting ready to, I went out there and turned the TV on so their cartoons were playing. They were playing in the garage.
Okay. And did you see something happen?
Vivian jumped up on the train first.
Okay.
And I said, Vivian, get down. You're going to get hurt. You can't be standing on it. And then Hannah did it right after her.
Okay. And then what happened?
As I was telling Hannah to get down, for some reason, I feel like she went to jump off of it, and that may be why it went out from underneath her. And I pushed it. But she fell and hit the floor.
Okay. What did you do?
Went to her immediately.
And what happened from there?
I made everybody come back inside.
Like into the main house?
Back into the main house.
Okay.
I hadn't quite taken snack out, so we were just going to do snack inside. I wanted to make sure she was okay. I got a blue soft ice pack out of the freezer, wrapped it in a washcloth so it wasn't too cold on her face. She sat on the couch and ate snack with me.
Did you check her out?
Yeah.
Could she walk and talk?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I didn't.
Did you continue to eat snack?
We did.
Did you have any problems with eating the snack?
No.
What happened the rest of the day?
I made a skyline chili bake for dinner. And as Jason picked her up at 7, she was eating dinner with my 2 girls.
And tell me about the pickup.
He walked in and had told me about the trailer incident. Can't remember which day was the altercation on the job site or the trailer, but one of the two. We talked about that for a minute. I told him that she had fallen in the garage, and then I put ice on it. And I did check her pupils with a flashlight, like my mom had done with my brother who plays soccer our whole lives. That's what my mom did. I told him that he might want to get her checked out. She might have a concussion. From my mom examination, she seemed okay, but that was my suggestion.
And I'm making an assumption that he and Hannah left?
They did.
And did you watch that occur?
I did.
And what can you tell us about that?
Well, he asked if she had gone potty because they were going somewhere. And I said, yes, she's gone to the potty. So he went out and put her in her car seat and pulled out.
Just pulled out of your particular driveway?
No, pulled out of our private lane and up Shank Road.
Okay. So you saw the car go?
Yes.
And in terms of pickup for Jason, would it be normal for him to go somewhere after pickup?
Sometimes. I mean, wasn't home a lot.
Okay.
If I didn't send home leftovers or something, I'm assuming they probably went out and got something to eat.
And that particular evening, did you have an occasion to look out at 4004 Shank Road?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing Jason's car?
No, it was not home.
What type of car was he driving at the time?
It's a maroon Camry.
Okay. And we've seen photographs of his driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And in terms of that, how would he normally park his car into the driveway?
Front end first.
And in terms of that, there's another car in that driveway in the photographs, is that correct?
I think he was working on it for one of his friends.
When Hannah left on the 7th of March, did you notice any bruising in regards to what you believe was from the fall on the concrete?
Just a little mark under her eye.
Okay.
Under her eye.
I'm sorry?
Was doing the left because I keep using my right hand because it's my dominant hand.
Okay. And in terms of that, you talked to him about that?
I did.
And had you told him that you had put anything on?
Yeah, I told him I used my essential oils and vapor rub, and that's when I said, sorry, she smells like vapor rub.
Okay. And how would you describe the bruising you saw on the chin when she leaves the evening of the 7th?
I'm not sure.
I'm looking at 44, and I'm looking at the bruising on this face. Is that what you saw on?
No.
How would you describe, in comparison to photograph 44, the bruising you saw on the chin the evening of the 7th?
It wasn't so red all over. It just like a tiny bruise on the one side and then closer to this chin, the actual chin area, just the two kind of more dominant bruises right there.
And so would you say that the photograph 44 shows more bruising than you saw?
Yes.
How long did you look at Hannah on the morning of the 8th before calling Jason?
Not even 10 seconds. I wasn't examining her.
Did you pay attention to bruising?
Not so much. I mean, when Jason and I chit-chatted and we talked about the snow, and then I did say, the vapor rub looks like it worked.
Okay.
And
And
he
how
was like,
long
yeah,
did you
that's
look
crazy.
at her?
A second. I mean, it was just like and then I was back to talking to him.
Okay. Is this while he's got her on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And so have you seen a full frontal of her yet?
No, not yet.
When she's lying on the floor in you called it the dining room? What's that room called?
I call it the dead animal room.
Okay.
It's the trophy room, deer
Probably
room. We
not
do have a
appropriate.
dining room
Let's
table
call it
back
the
there.
trophy room.
Yeah,
It has a lot of stuffed animals in it, correct?
It does.
Are you looking at her face?
When we walk into the house?
Nope, when she's lying on the ground.
Oh, yes.
What are you seeing?
Bruising but I was more focused on trying to get her to talk to me.
Okay. And do you lift up her hair?
No.
When was the first time you saw the bruising on the ear?
When I was in my second interview, I believe.
The photograph of the eye that the detective showed you, was that the same bruising you had seen earlier
No.
from what you called as the hickey thing?
No, there was more.
What had you not seen?
The top part.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is it closer to you today than it was in the interview room?
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure.
Did they hand you each of those photographs?
Laid them on the table in front of me.
In an array?
Yes.
I'm going to put 46 up. I apologize. That would be Hannah's left eye, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you circle what you saw as the bruising? Not in the photograph, but as you've personally observed it.
Just this under the eye. There.
Did you see any of the top eye, which would be the eyelid?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What about in the corner of her eye?
No, I didn't.
What about this marking over here where my finger is?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what you were doing the evening of the 7th of March?
I was at home.
Did you leave at all that night?
I did not.
Did TJ come home?
Yes.
Okay. And all of your cell phone is in the record.
It is.
And if the ladies and gentlemen of the jury open up either the disc or the 8 boxes there, what are they going to find out about you and TJ?
Oh, that we fight. We're a normal couple with kids.
And how do you fight?
We fight through text message so that we don't do it in front of our children.
Okay. And are there topics of conversations that are a repeating theme for you and TJ?
Yes.
What are they?
Drinking.
You're drinking?
No.
Who's drinking?
PJ's.
Anything else?
Not really.
The evening of the 7th, were you guys bickering by text?
Yes.
Where were you both at?
He was in the garage with some work guys, and I was in the living room with the girls.
And was that problematic for you?
I didn't like it. I wanted him to come in and be with us. I know he has to work, and I know he has to make sure the guys are okay for the next day. But I think any woman wants to feel important.
Were the work guys inclusive of Jason Weschi that day?
No. There's 2 other ones.
Any other common themes that you and TJ would bicker about?
Kids.
Okay. What type of couple are you? You fight all the time or you fight and make up? What do you do?
I mean, I think we're like any normal couple that has little children, and one works all the time and one is with the kids. We do have a lot in common. We camp. I hunted a lot more before I had kids, but I like when he does that. It's his hobby. That makes me happy when he gets to do that. I mean, we get along and we don't get along. I mean, there's days where we love each other. There's days where we don't really like each other, but that's, I mean, in any relationship, whether it's a roommate or.
On March 7th, did you go to bed mad?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a memory of being mad when you went to bed on the 7th?
Not necessarily. He's usually pretty apologetic and tries to smooth it over with me.
Smooth it over with you how?
Like telling me he loves me and we're a team and.
Tells you he needs you?
Tells me he needs me.
Is that a common theme between the two of you?
Yeah.
Were you mad at him on the 8th, the morning of the 8th?
No. I get over things pretty fast.
Okay. Did you wake up mad on the 8th?
No.
Did you get mad on the 8th?
No.
You didn't take your anger and frustration out on Hannah?
No. Wasn't any.
On March 9th, you said that, I think, Lambert and Hensley came to your house, correct?
Yes.
Do you see Detective Turner in the courtroom today?
I do.
And when was the first time you saw him?
At the beginning of the March 9th interview.
Okay, so when he walks in the door?
Yes.
And that's when the first time you've ever met this man?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to the morning of March 9th, had you met Detective Hensley?
I don't think so, no.
And why would you tell these two gentlemen the things you told them?
just felt like I had no other option. I had been telling him the same thing I told everybody the day before for an hour, and they just kept telling me something happened, something happened. So I just gave them the answers they wanted to hear. I wanted to protect everybody. I didn't want anybody to be in trouble. And I didn't think she was going to pass away.
You heard Detective, excuse me, Lambert come in here, and specifically I want to focus on that statement she testified to and that Detective Turner found had been created recently. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember getting that in discovery?
I do.
And tell me what you felt when you read what she wrote.
I was livid.
Why were you livid?
Because it's not true.
Had you said the things that she wrote in that statement?
No.
Do you remember what I asked you to do?
What you asked me to do?
When that statement came in discovery?
You told me to,
Your Honor.
First. All right, very good. Ms. Howard, you can.
Try to remember the exact question. Do you remember what I asked of you?
Tell me to come into the office right away.
The ketchup. Remember the story you told the detective?
Yes.
Was the ketchup story real?
No.
Why did you say that?
Because Hannah and Vivian always helped me cook. The day before we had mini corn dogs, and they were squirting the ketchup on the plate, and it was something that they had touched, that we had done.
Did you hit Hannah after the ketchup?
No.
Did you take her into the bathroom where she was squirting the ketchup and hit her?
No.
Why did you say you did?
Because I've had a friend, my friend Andrea, tell me that she's slapped her kid before and it's never been an issue. I just thought that would never be an issue. It's discipline. It wouldn't be anything that would get anyone in trouble.
Hepatitis C.
Yeah.
Did you know anything about hepatitis C for Hannah?
I did not.
And the last topic I want to cover is uppercut. Did you say that word?
I did not.
Are you a martial arts person?
No.
I think you said you've done dance. Have you ever taken martial arts classes?
No, ma'am.
How much do you weigh?
110 pounds.
That's about the same size you were back in March of 2018?
Yes.
You've not grown, you've not shrunk?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:07. We're going to use this opportunity to give you an hour lunch break. Please leave your notepads, but keep your lanyards on. Remember your admonitions, so no discussing this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. If anybody else attempts to discuss the case with you need to report to me. No researching and so forth. So we'll see you back about 1:05 outside. We'll start assembling everybody and we'll get started with the cross-examination by the state. Ms. Partin, you are still under oath. You are still admonished. You are not to discuss testimony with any party, person, potential witness, etc. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Counsel, I know we discussed possibly discussing jury instructions. I don't necessarily think we'll have to worry about that at one time. We probably have some time this afternoon to do that. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Officer.
No, okay, thank you though.
I'll lower that so I can see you. Ms. Partin, you've been present for trial and you've heard all the testimony. I want to start with just some real basic questions. You indicated that you started babysitting Hannah back in 2017. Was that approximately June 19th? Does that sound about right?
I think so.
All right. And at that time, she would have been approximately 2.5 years old. Is that fair?
Yes.
And we've already established that you were watching your two kids, Vivian and Savannah. How old would they have been at that time?
Their birthdays are September and October. So 2.5, a little bit over 2.5, and 3.
And you were also watching another little girl, Kaylin or KK?
Yes.
All right. And how old was she at that time?
Same age as Vivian. They're only a week apart.
And Vivian is the younger or the older
The
child?
older, so 3.5, almost.
And you had Kaylin 3 days a week?
Yes, Monday through Wednesday.
And sometimes on Thursdays if dad couldn't pick her up or had to work?
Yeah, sometimes he worked overtime on Thursdays, so I would watch her.
And prior to watching Hannah in June, how long have you had KK at that point?
It was August of 2016.
And TJ Smith, he kind of sprung it on you that you'd be watching Hannah. Is that right?
Yeah, he asked me on a Sunday night.
And he said he had hired a new mechanic and he needed you to watch his kid.
He asked me if I would.
Okay, but that was kind of how it came about. That was the conversation.
Yeah. Yes.
And initially you thought that was just going to be a temporary situation.
I don't know if I necessarily thought it was going to be temporary, but that was my assumption.
And before Hannah was added in the mix in June of 2017, Caitlin was dropped off. Your previous testimony, I think in your interview, was that she was dropped off about 8 a.m. Does that sound right?
7:50, yeah.
And so now when watching Hannah, you'd have to get up an hour earlier.
I was usually up anyway.
But that was kind of the expectation. She's coming an hour earlier. You got to be up for that.
Yes.
And sometimes it was even earlier than that. Is that right?
Yes.
Sometimes as early as 6:10.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you had her 4 days a week.
Yes.
Monday through Thursday. And when Jason moved in, he was already working for Smith Corps. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you weren't really thrilled about the prospect of Jason moving in. Is that right?
No, I thought it was fine.
You weren't afraid that he was going to dump his kids on you?
No, I enjoyed all three of them.
And Jason would always come over and drop off Hannah at your house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was only when it was cold that he met you in the garage?
No,
Is
I
that
think
right?
that was our normal routine.
Okay.
Regardless.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request permission to publish State's Exhibit 157, which is already the admitted phone download of Ms. Partin.
Just double check here. Is this one of the numbers that has already actually been?
No, this is a new number.
Okay, but this is taken as an excerpt from an excerpt that has been.
That's correct.
Ms. Howard,
Nothing other than in addition to what we just discussed.
it will be admitted and you may publish whenever you wish.
Your Honor, I requested thank you. Ms. Partin, I want to direct your attention to an outgoing message that you would have sent on what appears to be July 17th of 2017 at 1:03 p.m. Can you please read that statement for the jury?
Sure.
Starting with So Roger.
So Roger texted Jason last night asking him if he wanted a house next door. First off, not his house to give out to rent. And second, I'm concerned about Jason and the kids moving in there. I just have a feeling he's going to put his kids on me all the time, and that will be here all the time. And I can't handle that. I need space from work stuff. And I'm worried about the pond with kids. Like they can't be down there by themselves or whenever they feel like it. I feel stressed out so bad. It's always something I can't control and I hate it.
Ms. Howard, are State's exhibits up here?
All the ones that were admitted, yes.
Do you have CC?
It should be in that step.
Thank you.
I put all of the blue right there in that step.
Awesome, thank you. Now I want to direct your attention to Defendant's Exhibit CC. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Do you recognize what that exhibit was?
Yes.
Okay. So you went over that with Ms. Howard on direct, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated, Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
You indicated at that time that these are the notes that you would have kept for the times that the children that you were watching were there. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And this first page, this would have been regarding KK.
Yes.
And then the second page is regarding Hannah. Is that right?
Yes.
And it appears that this entry was created on January 22nd of 2018. Does that seem right?
Yes.
Okay. And it says that the title is called O's.
Yeah. Yes.
So these would have been the amount of money, just to orient myself to this document. There's a column, the first column shows numbers. Is that what you would have been owed or what he should have paid you?
Right.
And he being Jason.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then this shows what it's for. So the days either that he washed you or it says here, it says costume.
Yes.
So that would have been if you had bought a costume and he owed you money for that. All right. So looking at this document, what typically was a full day that you would charge 30 for? And what's a full day that you would charge 35 for?
12 hours, 35. Or if it was dinner, 30 if it was underneath that.
Okay.
And then if you got off early in the middle of the day, say it started raining or a similar example, then 25.
It was like a half day then?
Right.
All right. So it also seems that you put down the days that Hannah would be dropped off and the times. Is that right?
Yes.
So looking at this document, it appears, let's see. So starting with January 24th.
It indicates that was a full day. And what were and then what the hours would have been? What are those hours?
7 to 6.
And so you would have charged about 35.
Yes.
And you were pretty fair with your charging, is that right?
I tried to be, yes.
Right. You weren't trying to undercharge or overcharge.
Absolutely not.
And on the next day, January 25th, what are the hours there?
7 to 7.
All right. And what about January 29th?
6:15 a.m. to 6:30 p.m.
All right. So that would have been a little bit of an earlier day, but then he got home a little bit earlier. Is that fair?
Correct.
And then if we move down to January 30th, and what's that? What are the hours there?
6:15 to 7:30.
And what about January 31st?
7:15 to 6.
All right. And then February 1st?
6:45. I probably just didn't remember what time he got there.
But you knew it was a full day, so you wrote down full day. And then what about if we skip ahead, it looks like February 5th. What are the hours there?
6:30 to 4:30.
All right. And what about February 6th?
6:45 to 6:30.
And then it looks like if we skip down to February 12th, what are the hours on that?
6:45 to 5:30.
And then it looks like February 13th and 14th, 6:30 start time.
Yes.
And on February 20th, it's a little, or I'm sorry, February 15th, it's a little bit earlier, 6:20 drop off. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we skip down ahead a little bit towards the bottom. It looks like after dance, February 20th. What are the hours there?
6:45 to 7:30.
And then February 26th and 27th, 6:30 start time. Is that right?
Yes.
And it looks like that notation then ends. It says no show Thursday, March 1st. It was a rain day.
Yes, ma'am.
And what you also kept track of on this is what Jason would owe you as far as payment. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when he would owe you something, if this paper keeps moving, I apologize. When he would owe you something, you would jot that down as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it looks like if we go through that document, you would indicate when he paid. So right here it says paid 140. So I'm trying to find that here. But then owes 320. So you would mark when he paid. Is that right?
And then the balance.
And then the balance of what he owes. So as of February 1st, it looks like he owed you 425. And then it says owes 225. So that would have been the balance because he had paid you. All right. And then looks like as of February 12th, he owed you 190. As of February 15th, 330. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You have no reason to doubt that these numbers are correct.
No.
Okay. And it says there in the final, owes 260 as of February 28th. And that's kind of where you left it. It hadn't been updated since then. And I don't know that you necessarily had a watch on when you were recording these times, but you recorded them pretty close, at least to the 15-minute mark. So if it was 6:35, you say 6:30. Okay. And so you were close enough.
I tried to be.
Fair to say. Because Hannah would get dropped off so early, you would prepare and feed her breakfast. Is that fair?
I fed them all breakfast.
Fed them all. So KK was already there and you would feed them all breakfast?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would prepare and feed her lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that you said in one of your interviews that you would sometimes wash her clothes if they were dirty.
Every once in a while.
More throw them in with the rest of the kids' clothes?
Mainly like her jacket and her blanket.
Okay. Because those got used a lot?
Yeah.
Sometimes you had a bather.
Every once in a while.
And I think you said in one of your interviews that she was kind of finicky about her hair. Is that
She
right?
was.
All right. And you said, I think you said that you would try to fix it, maybe put it in a ponytail, and she was not having any of it.
Any of it. My youngest one's the same way.
All right. She just wanted to, and we've seen pictures,
Pull it out.
but it seems like she has bangs and maybe some long hair, and that it was just kind of a shaggy, and that was it, right? And I think that you've stated before that if Dad was really late picking her up, you would feed her dinner too.
Absolutely.
Right? So I think you said one time you fed her a Skyline chili bake.
Yes, ma'am.
Early on, when you started watching Hannah, were the hours a little bit more consistent, 7 to 5?
Not necessarily. He had gotten a new car. He would work on that after work and make sure that I was okay with that, which I was. He sometimes would run errands and ask me if that was okay. There were times he was in the process of, I think, trying to get a divorce, so he would go run those kinds of errands. And
you would just hold on to Hannah at that point?
Yes.
As time went on, it seemed like you were watching her a little bit more closer to that 12 hours. Isn't that right?
Depended on what day it was. Yeah.
But it wasn't unusual for it to be a 12-hour day.
No, ma'am.
And ma'am, I think you've testified today too, and I know it's a taboo question to ask about height and weight, but I think today that you testified that you're 4'11". I think you have a driver's license, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. On that driver's license, it says that you're 5 foot.
Makes myself feel better.
And would you agree with me that statements that you made at the time of your interview a year ago, I mean, it's been 13 months, so
Yes.
we're probably fresher in your mind at that moment.
Yes.
And in your interview, that first interview, you said you weighed about 115 pounds. Does that sound right?
Yeah. Fluctuate.
I understand. Ma'am, in that, we've heard some testimony on direct that
Sergeant Whitlock was present in, do you know who I'm referring to when I say Sergeant Whitlock?
Yes, ma'am.
He was present for your first interview. And he kind of came in and out.
Yes.
And I mean, he's kind of a big guy.
He is.
Yeah, and he's kind of intimidating, right? Yeah. And he's got a bald head and a booming voice. I mean, is that a fair characterization?
Fair.
And you heard, not only on direct, but I mean, you watched your interview and you know that he came in and he told you during that first interview on March 8th that Hannah had died, right? And you were aware of that. And at some point you became aware that she was not, she was still living. Is that right? The testimony that you heard was that Sergeant Whitlock told you that she was still alive, but that's not your testimony today.
No, ma'am.
Who told you that she was still alive?
TJ, as we were walking out,
He said, she's still
he
alive.
said, let's go to the hospital. And I said, why? And we had that conversation.
When you had that interaction with Sergeant Whitlock and he asked you to take a guess when you called 911, and he said, would it surprise you to know that it was an hour and 20 minutes after? And I think your testimony today was, it took me a second and I realized, wait, no, that's not right. And you told him that, right? Yeah. You said, there's no way that that's right. And you told him that.
Yes.
And because you knew that you had not been with Hannah for an hour and 20 minutes at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you stopped and right in his tracks and you said, no, can I see my phone? I know that's not right. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that first interview, you were also interviewed the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were interviewed twice.
Yes.
And I am going to look for an exhibit.
Judge, I only asked the witness to have trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, permission to approach Ms. Wilson. I think she has an exhibit I'm looking for.
Okay, you're supposed to get that.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 92 and 94. Go ahead and take a look at those. What I've handed you are your Miranda warnings from March 8th and March 9th. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those warnings, those were given to you at the sheriff's office both days. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think the first one was Detective Sprague and Detective Lambert. Do you see one of those signatures or names appearing on that?
It looks like Lambert. So no.
And you would have actually received that card. Is that right? At some point during that interview?
Or just
Not to
sign?
keep, but to
Okay.
sign.
Yes, just, yes.
All right. And your name, I don't know if it's a signature, but your name appears on that document?
Yeah, I printed it in.
You printed it in. And with both States Exhibits 92 and 94, so the Miranda warnings that were given to you on March 8th and March 9th, your name appears on both of those documents?
Yes.
All right. And that would have been your handwriting. Is that right? In the second interview that you were with Detective Turner here and Detective Hensley, they went over those warnings again with you. Is that
Yes.
right? And they read them out loud and you had the opportunity to, you can read, is that right?
Yes.
So they read them out loud and you had the opportunity to read along.
Yes.
Is that fair? Permission to approach and retrieve the exhibits?
You may.
Ma'am, you indicated today that the injuries to Hannah's chin and the injuries to her chest, you believe are from a fall on the gravel driveway. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you were present all throughout trial.
Yes,
You heard Dr. Makaroff testify.
I did.
And you heard her testify that the locations of those bruises aren't consistent with a fall. You heard that testimony?
I did.
And you heard her testify that the areas that are bruised, specifically the chest, these are protected areas of the body. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
When Hannah fell on the gravel driveway on, you said it was Tuesday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When she fell on that gravel driveway, did she scrape up her knees?
I didn't check.
Did she scrape up her hands?
Not that I didn't,
Did she hit her forehead?
I don't know.
When she fell, did her hands go out to catch her?
I don't know. It was a year and a month ago.
So when you were previously interviewed and you said that she walked and she just pushed her hands back and fell flat on her chest, that's not your testimony today, that you don't remember that?
If that's what I said in my interview, then that's the truth. It was closer to the time.
So it's your understanding that Hannah had no survival instincts to put her hands out to catch herself?
Check the characterization.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
You indicated that you went out twice that day for a walk because it was nice.
It was nice, yes.
And you said the first time that you went out is when the fall happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also indicated that I think she was wearing, I think your words were a crew neck shirt from Walmart. I think that was what you
Just a
described it
Walmart
as.
shirt.
Okay. And she had her jacket on.
Yes.
And so your testimony today is that she fell wearing a shirt, wearing a jacket on a gravel driveway And those gravel rocks pierced through her chest with all those layers of clothes?
It could have. It was a light jacket. It was one of my kids' jackets.
And you also said that she fell from, it's your testimony today, that she fell off that train on Wednesday.
Yes.
And I think your testimony today was that she was getting ready to jump off it, or she was jumping off it and getting back on, or about to jump off. Is that your testimony today?
That was, yeah.
And you previously told Detective Turner in your interview on 3-9 that she was standing on that train and she was surfing. I think you actually identified that she was surfing. So not jumping, surfing. Is that right?
Kind of the same motion and jumping off.
Okay. You also described today that that conversation with Detective Lambert regarding the ketchup, that never happened.
It did not.
Absolutely did not happen.
Absolutely not.
Did not tell Detective Sprague.
No.
Did not tell Detective Lambert.
No, ma'am.
The first time, according to your testimony today, that you talked about ketchup in the toilet would have been your interview with Detective Turner. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you've used the word mischievous multiple times to describe Hannah. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think in your interview on 3-8 with Detective Lambert, you used that word. You said Hannah's mischievous. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at one point in your interview with Detective Whitlock was in the room at that time, you were asked, Ms. Partin, I want you to guess what happened to that child. And your response was, I'm sure she did something bad and got in trouble. She's a little mischievous. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you weren't lying about that, right?
All four girls are mischievous, but yes.
Ma'am, we've had some testimony that prior to this, you had a cell phone, State's Exhibit 124.
Yes.
And you would use that cell phone to text Jason.
Yes.
And you would use that, and you in fact used that phone to call Jason on 3/8 of 2018 when Hannah collapsed.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, you used that phone to call 911, is that right?
Yes.
You had that phone that whole week?
Yes.
Right? It was an Apple iPhone?
Yes.
And it was taken in evidence on 3/9 of 18, correct?
Yes.
After your interview or during your interview with the detectives?
Yes.
I know we talked about this. You've used Google before. I don't know that there's a single person that hasn't, but you've used Google before, is that right?
Yes.
And you actually had the Google app on your phone.
I did.
And we talked about this on March 7th. You Googled information about bruises.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were really forthcoming about that. You told detectives in your interview on 3/8, you said, yeah, I Googled bruising.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were very forthcoming on your second interview and you said, yeah, I Googled bruises in that interview too, right? Is that right? In your first interview, and I apologize, I'm looking for the paperwork that I want. It's getting a little congested up here. In your first interview, you told detectives that you Googled how to make a bruise look better. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your second interview, you told detectives that you Googled how to make a bruise feel better. Is that right?
Yes.
But isn't it true that in actuality, and according to Defendant's Exhibit, DD, permission to publish? You didn't Google how to make a bruise look better, how to make a bruise feel better. You Googled how to get rid of a bruise. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would have Googled that the day that Hannah fell off the train, March 7th.
The morning of.
Okay. When Dad came to pick her up, do you remember telling Dad that she fell off the train at 4 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Detective Mayer when he responded to the house on 3 that she had fallen off the train at 4 p.m. the day before?
Yes.
Ms. Partin, can you please look at how to get rid of a bruise on 3/7? Can you tell me the timestamp?
8 a.m., 48 minutes and 17 seconds.
All right. And is 8 a.m. before or after 4 p.m., ma'am?
It's before.
So when you said that you Googled it after she fell off the train, that wouldn't have been correct.
I'm not sure.
And ma'am, you indicated during your first interview, you knew that the police were going to look at your phone at that point, didn't you?
Yes.
And I think you made a comment when you were sitting by yourself, like, they're going to look at my phone. Is that right?
I don't remember that. I'm not sure.
Permission to publish Defendant's Exhibit DD again. And ma'am, we've gone through some other information that you deleted throughout this time. You didn't delete Celebrex, right?
No.
You didn't delete is Vapor Rub, good for bruises.
No, ma'am.
You didn't delete what essential oils is good for bruises.
No, ma'am.
The only one that's showing here that you deleted is how to get rid of a bruise. Is that fair?
Yes.
You heard some testimony yesterday from Paula Smith.
I did.
And you also, I think you started your testimony today talking about that you're not technically married to TJ, right? You had a ceremony. You had a wedding. Were people there?
Yes.
All right. Family showed up. Did you wear a white dress?
I did.
And I think your testimony today is that the marriage license is just a piece of paper.
Me.
But ma'am, you didn't actually tell your family that you weren't married until about a year later, is that right?
No, they all knew.
They all knew, okay. So when Paula testified that she didn't find out until a year later, that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, isn't it true that you didn't get married to TJ? You didn't do a marriage license so you could continue to collect government benefits?
No.
Check this one. Approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you disregard, well, not ask, I'm going to order you to disregard the very last question, the answer that you heard. Could have been rephrased a little differently, and I think it's going to be rephrased, so please disregard that last portion. Initiating.
Thank you, ma'am. Isn't it true that you told Paula Smith that the reason that you didn't have a marriage license is so that you could collect government benefits?
No.
You were pretty good friends with Miss Smith, is that right? You guys exchanged, I think in that box alone, thousands of text messages. Is that fair?
Yes.
You would commiserate about things going on in your life, is that fair? And on 3/8/2018, Paula Smith came over to watch your kids so you could go to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you went to Fort Hamilton Hospital, that first time?
Yes.
And she stayed at your house, is that right?
Yeah, I think she took the girls to her house as well.
And you, I think the testimony today was that you were approximately at Fort Hamilton for about 30 minutes. Does that sound right? That was your testimony
Somewhere
today?
around there.
And ma'am, we've also heard testimony that you were on March 9th of 2018, March 9th of 2018, that you were texting your friend Stephanie that you thought that Hannah had an aneurysm.
Yes.
And this would have been on 3/9. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you said that was, besides Jason and Stephanie, that was the only conversation that you had with anybody regarding aneurysms.
I think Christina had sent me a text that said, sounds like an aneurysm or something like that.
All right. So on 3/8 of 2018, Christina would have sent you a text saying that she thought it sounded like an aneurysm?
I think so, yes, from what I've went back and looked at.
And you would have received this text message around 8:30 a.m., probably while you were still at Fort Hamilton Hospital.
Yes.
After receiving this text message, you went in and spoke to detectives on 3/8, is that right?
I don't know the timing, but I spoke to detectives at Fort Hamilton, yes.
Fair to say that the timeline would have been you went to Fort Hamilton Hospital, you spoke with detectives before going to Children's Hospital, does that sound right?
Yes.
While you were meeting with Detectives Whitlock and Lambert and Sprague, at that point they told you that Hannah had been beat, is that right?
Yes.
And they told you that there was swelling on her brain from a beating?
Yes.
And at that time that she had retinal damage from a beating?
Yes.
And I think that Sergeant Whitlock described her eyeballs as going, and they indicate that was all from a beating.
Yes.
And ma'am, I know this is a sensitive subject, but approximately early mid-February, you had a miscarriage.
I did.
And this would have been your second miscarriage, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to the doctor on February 9th of 2018 and they couldn't find a heartbeat at that time.
Yes.
And I think you said in your interview that you were just waiting to pass it. That was how that process was going to go.
Yes.
Safe to say that you were going through a pretty rough time at that point.
I think any woman would be.
And you feel like you fit in that mold then of going through a hard time?
Yes, it's sad.
Your husband, TJ, he wasn't being extremely supportive though, was he?
He was. He said, we'll try again. But I try not to talk about it too much. I mean, those are kind of intimate women things.
Do you feel like he was pretty compassionate?
Yeah.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Can we approach briefly?
Yeah.
Publish.
You may.
The state's exhibit 158. I'm drawing your attention to a text message that you would have sent on 2/11/2018 at 7:39 a.m. Can you please read that portion aloud?
I have a
There you go.
dead baby in my belly, and there's nothing I can do about it. My husband hates me and has no compassion. Wish I could just off myself, all the pain would go away.
And I think there's been ample testimony that during your interview with Detective Turner and Detective Hensley, it's your position today or your testimony today that you felt like you needed to tell them what they wanted to hear.
Yes.
Is that right? But ma'am, you didn't tell them what they wanted to hear on 3/8, did you?
I didn't feel forced or pressured to do that.
Despite them telling you that
listening
Hannah died.
Let him ask her about it, finish the answer. She was finishing her answer.
Finish the answer, then we'll proceed to the next question.
Sorry. I felt like they were listening to me on Thursday.
Despite them lying to you and saying that Hannah died.
Yes.
And so you didn't tell them what they wanted to hear on 3/8.
They weren't badgering me the way I felt that it was on Friday. It was a different atmosphere.
Ma'am, I understand you want to explain your answer, and you can do so with your attorney, but I just want to know, did you tell them what they wanted to hear on 3/8 of 18?
No.
And you were allowed to leave that day, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You went home.
Yes.
You were with your kids,
Yes.
with your husband,
Well, I went to the hospital, so I wasn't at home with my kids, but
but you were free to go.
yes.
You had your phone on you.
Yes.
And I think at that point you had talked to TJ as well because he was interviewed. Is that right?
Yes.
And he told you that his interview was brief
Yes.
and that he didn't know anything because he wasn't even there. Is that right?
Yes.
And you go back to the sheriff's office on 3/9 of 18. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you met with Detective Turner and Detective Hensley.
Yes.
And at that time, they had pictures of Hannah at this time.
Yes.
And they were going through those pictures with you and the different bruises. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think at the time they gave you some coffee. I think you commented that they give you flavored creamer.
Yeah.
Right. And if you had to use the restroom, they let you use the restroom.
Yes.
And according to you, it's only at that time that you told them what they wanted to hear. Is that your testimony today?
About an hour into it, 45 minutes.
So you said about an hour into it, you felt obligated to tell them what they wanted to hear. And in fact, not only did you tell them what they wanted to hear, you gave a description of exactly what you did, right? You went into detail. Didn't you, Ms. Partin?
They went into detail.
Did they suggest the ketchup? Or did you suggest the ketchup?
They asked if there was something else or that she got in trouble for, from what I remember.
So you just made that up. This whole ketchup thing you just made up off the top of your head.
Yes, ma'am.
So you wanted to tell them what they wanted to hear, but they never even brought up anything about ketchup. They didn't say to you, did Hannah dump ketchup in the toilet? Did they?
They didn't, no.
So you're not just telling them what you're hearing. You're giving them detailed descriptions of what you did.
Wanted to hear something else.
The day before, Sergeant Whitlock wanted you to admit that you called 911 at 8:20, and you didn't do that, did you?
It took me a minute to realize what he was saying.
But then you didn't admit to doing that, did you?
No, because I knew exactly how long it had been that I was with Hannah.
Ma'am, we've already been through this, but you've obviously been present and listened to all the testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've met with your attorneys prior to this trial. Is that fair?
Yes.
A couple times?
Yes.
Maybe more than a couple?
Maybe more than a couple.
And you've indicated that you've watched your interview.
Yes.
Both interviews?
Yes.
How many times approximately have you done that?
Once when they gave me the disc, and then once here.
How many times have you read the transcript of your interview?
Twice.
And when you met with your attorneys, you went through all the evidence in the case that the state had?
What went on between the attorneys?
Unless there's an argument somehow this is not subject to attorney-client privilege and no sustained objection. Disregard the question, ladies and gentlemen.
After looking through discovery, listening to testimony of witnesses, watching your interview multiple times, reading the transcript multiple times, the story that you've now come up with today is that you never heard Hannah.
That's not a story, that's the truth.
So you're saying that on 3/9, the statements that you made it all up because you wanted to protect everyone. Is that your statement today?
I don't know that I made it all up. I was letting them lead me into questions and giving them the answers according to what they wanted.
So your testimony today is that you just agreed with whatever they said. Is that right?
That's what they wanted. They kept telling me something else happened, something else happened. Somebody in that house did something.
Did they ever tell you that she fell on the concrete step?
They said, is it an accidental fall?
But did they ever lead you that she fell on a concrete step?
No, but we were walking in the house.
Did they ever lead you and tell you that she fell on a concrete step and hit her eye?
No.
Did they ever lead you to say that you picked her up and slipped on her blanket and dropped her?
No, but they said, was it an accidental drop or an accidental fall?
But ma'am, what I'm asking you is you're saying that they led you to what they wanted you to say. But my question is, did they specifically give you those details? Did they give you the detail about the ketchup?
Well, no.
Did they give you the detail about the concrete step?
No.
Did they give you the detail about the metal part on the concrete step?
No.
You indicated that your testimony today is that you told them what they wanted to hear because you wanted to protect everyone. Is that right?
I did.
And one of those people was DJ?
Yes.
And I think in your interview, your first interview, you said that TJ and you have a good relationship. Is that right?
Yeah, to me it's good. I mean, it's good. Not everything's perfect, but
that's how you described it. We have a good relationship. Yeah. And you said you were together for about 5 years at that point?
Yes.
He's the father of your babies.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we've discussed this already, but he's baby daddy in your phone.
Yes.
All right. At some point, he used to be husband in your phone.
Yes.
All right. When did that change?
When he got a new phone number.
October 2017, sound right?
Yes.
So either he or his dad, Jay, hired Jason?
I think Jay did. I'm not really sure.
And then at some point, we determined in July, Jason moves in next door.
Yes.
And I think Jason and you were friends. I think you said that in your interview. And you said sometimes when he would come to pick Hannah up at the end of the night, he would stay and you would kind of chat.
Yeah, we'll chat.
But this bothered TJ, didn't it? When he would do that?
I think a little bit.
He got a little jealous, maybe?
Maybe a little bit.
You indicated that in your first interview that you and TJ bicker about normal stuff, kids, and I think you said money.
Normal stuff.
Is that fair?
Fair.
Any other things that any other married couple had a wedding, but didn't get a marriage license, and would have? Okay. And you would also fight about his family, the Smiths, a lot.
Yeah.
You felt like he always sided with his family over you.
They're a big family.
But you felt that way. You felt like he was always kind of siding with them.
Yes.
And you would fight about his drinking.
Yes.
And you would fight that he was being unfaithful.
Yeah. I don't know that he was, but
But that was a topic of some of your fights.
Yes.
And you said that you felt bullied by police.
Yes.
But your husband bullies you all the time, doesn't he? And I think it was your statement in your first interview that you watched the kids all by yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
It's just you. TJ's not there. He's
Every once in
working.
a while he'll come in and out. But...
TJ works for Smith Corp.
Corp. Yes.
Oh, it's pronounced Corp?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
It's his dad's company.
Yes.
Family business.
Yes.
He works long hours.
Yes.
It looks like on the day of March 8th, he left about 6:15. Is that a pretty reasonable start date for him?
Start time, yes.
And when does he, yes, thank you, start time. And typically he gets home pretty late. Is that fair?
Around the same time, Jason would pick up Hannah.
They're on similar schedules. They work for the same company. And I think you testified on direct that he's not home a lot. You wish he could be home a little bit more.
Yeah. Yes.
And you said that he doesn't make a lot of time for you.
No, he doesn't have a lot of time.
I think you've already alluded to this, but TJ drinks.
Yes.
And sometimes he would hit a bar after work and leave you home.
Yes.
And sometimes you would catch him drinking in the garage with his buddies instead of paying attention to you.
Yes.
And this actually happened the evening of March 6th of 2018.
Yes.
And you and TJ were fighting about that.
Over text message, yes.
Because he's off drinking and you're home with the kids.
Yes.
And I think there's been some testimony about this, but you were fighting with TJ, amongst other things that we've already discussed, on March 6th. Is that right, over text message?
Yes.
Was it always over text message, or did it ever be in front of kids?
I'm sure there were some in front of the kids. We tried not to.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Ma'am, isn't it true that on 3/6 of 2018 at 8:29 p.m., you told TJ, good luck ever seeing the girls when all is gone because you work too much and pick everyone else, and we aren't waiting for you anymore? I didn't even know people were in the garage, of course, but I don't matter. FUCK, the shop moving, your people are unbelievable. Can't even trust you to behave in front of me at a banquet, let alone off at a shop done by a piece of SHIT bar. I'm sure I'll find you in. Is that right?
Object to relevance, object to character. Approach.
Justine, you may continue to report our counsel.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
What page are you on, publish? 29. And ma'am, fair to say that you were looking at State's Exhibit 158. Let's see if I can actually zoom out. But you were having conversations back and forth with TJ the week of March 5th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And on March 6th, you had conversations with him via text message?
That was not, yes.
Or just away. And at the bottom of the page, March 6, 2018 at 8:29 p.m., that's the text message that I just read out loud?
Yes.
And then you continue to fight with TJ on March 6th. Sorry, I'm actually going to take this out of the book. On page 530 from Ms. Howard.
You continue to fight with him throughout the night? Is that fair?
Yes.
And on 3/6/2018 at 8:30 p.m., you say you will always pick hanging out and drinking with whoever over us. The only reason you got to see Vivian is because I let her out there. Otherwise, you wouldn't pick them. And then you turn her against me by being a fake or instead of telling her the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
And then later in the night, in that text message around 9:41 on the same date, we no longer have a relationship. Have fun at your new shop. We will see you when you make time for us, wherever we are. Is that right?
I've said that before. Yes.
And then 3 minutes later, you tell them we're done, go work and manipulate. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's on 3/6. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
And you continue fighting with TJ on 3/7, do you not?
I believe so, yes.
Page 532. 3/7/2018 at 6:52 a.m. You tell TJ it's all about you and you know everything. So effing sick of it. Is that right?
Yes.
You tell him about a half hour later, have a good day worrying about your employees and Smiths, only people who matter.
Yes.
So you would have been sending these text messages while you're watching your children. Is that right?
Hannah would have been there. KK wouldn't have been there. And my two kids would have been up.
And it continues on throughout that morning, 7:27.
Yes.
You're always sorry and blah, blah, nothing changes. If you really cared and really sorry, you would stop drinking and pick us. No reason to be drinking in the garage last night. Ridiculous. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And then it continues on into noon, 12:29 p.m. on that same day. The simple fact is we will never make it with the shop being moved. I'm not sitting here waiting for you any longer. Seriously, over it's selfish, all of you. Is that right?
Yes.
And it looks like you continue to fight at 8:21 p.m. on 3/7 with TJ. LOL, when you neglected them for years at the bar, get out of here. You no longer have control over me and the way I feel. We're going to bed. It's after 8. Sorry you work late every night. Is that what you said?
Yes.
The last text message that you would have sent to him would have been at 8:21 p.m. on 3/7 where you said delusional. Is that right?
Yes.
Your testimony today that you were trying to protect everyone and you included Jason in that mix.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jason paid you $30, $35 a day. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And he was behind on paying you.
That was normal.
So that was normal. He was normally late on paying you.
Yeah, which was fine. I think that was even in my text messages. I'd rather you pay rent and do stuff for your girls than pay me.
And he would send Hannah to your house in dirty clothes sometimes.
Every once in a while.
Sometimes she was dirty, needed a bath.
More in the summer.
And Jason, who made you get up an hour earlier than you had to.
Didn't bother me.
But it's your testimony today, ma'am, that on 3/9, that you were willing to lose everything, your girls, your freedom, all to protect a deadbeat dad like Jason? That's your testimony
I
today.
didn't think he was a deadbeat dad. We were friends.
That's not my question, though. You were willing to lose everything.
No, I wasn't. I never thought I would be in trouble.
So it's your testimony today that you admitted to hurting Hannah and you didn't think you would be in trouble.
No, I didn't. I was under the assumption that he would back me up.
So it was your thought process on 3/9/2018 that you could admit to poking Hannah in the chest and you wouldn't be in trouble.
Yes.
And that you could admit to squeezing her and her middle and you wouldn't be in trouble. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And that you could admit to hitting her with a closed fist multiple times under the chin and you wouldn't be in trouble.
Yes.
And then you could admit to shaking her until she lost consciousness and you wouldn't be in trouble. Objection. That's a mischaracterization of that statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, my last question is the court has sustained objection to you to disregard that question. Rashida, if you'd like to rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor, ma'am. It's your testimony that on 3/9/2018 that you didn't know that admitting to shaking Hannah would get you in trouble.
No, I didn't think it would.
It's your testimony that on 3/9/2018 that you didn't know that shaking Hannah and that you didn't even know if she lost consciousness wouldn't get you in trouble.
No, I didn't think so.
You showed a bruise on your hand to Detective Hensley, did you not?
I did?
You claimed that when you fell with Hannah, you had a bruise.
Yes.
But it's your testimony today that that never happened. Why would you show them your hand?
Seemed logical at the time.
Well, walk me through that logic, Ms. Partin, because you said after about an hour, you stopped telling the truth, right?
Yes.
So what was the last truthful statement you said?
I don't remember the.
So at that point, ma'am, you are now telling the detectives what they want to hear. That's been your testimony.
Yes.
And one of the things that you told the detectives was that while you were carrying Hannah, you tripped and fell. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you tripped and fell, and I think you made some comment that you tripped over her blanket or your robe, is that right?
Yes.
Those weren't details supplied by Detective Turner, right?
No.
He didn't ask you if you tripped over a blanket, right?
No.
He didn't ask you if you tripped over a robe.
No.
So your testimony, your statement to Detective Turner was that you tripped and fell while carrying Hannah and she smacked her face on that concrete step. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, in fact, I injured my hand trying to catch myself. I managed to catch my weight, but I injured my hand. And then you showed Detective Hensley your hand to show him the bruise that you had on your hand.
Yes.
But you were just making all that up.
Making it up?
You never fell with Hannah.
No.
You never carried Hannah.
No.
You never fell and had to grab your weight, right?
No.
You never had a bruise on your hand.
There was a little one there, but it wasn't from that.
Okay, so you were showing Detective Hensley a bruise on your hand from something else?
Earlier in the week, I was in the barn feeding the dog.
So you told Detective
She
Hensley,
needs to be able to finish her answers.
go ahead and finish your answer.
I was in the barn.
So you injured your hand in the barn, shed, and then you told Detective Hensley, look, this is the bruise that I have from falling when I was holding Hannah.
I did.
You indicated that it was your belief you could physically discipline Hannah.
Yes.
Was it your belief, or did you think, Ms. Partin, that you could poke her chest?
I don't know if.
Ms. Partin, did you
There's an
think
answer
that
to
you could slap her across the face?
I have known other moms to do that.
That's not
So
what
I
I'm
didn't
asking.
think that it was an issue as a type of discipline.
That wasn't my question. My question was, it was your belief that you could physically discipline Hannah. Was it your belief that you could slap her across the face to discipline her?
That's an answer.
It wasn't mentioned.
Yes.
Did you think then, was it your belief that you could squeeze her middle?
That's an answer. I've already been through this one time. I know this. Not squeezing.
Well, let's approach. Sheena, if you repeat the question.
Ma'am, was it your belief that you could squeeze her middle?
Yes.
Was it your belief that you could hit her on the face with an open hand?
Yes.
And was it your belief that you could hit her on the chin with a closed fist?
Yes.
And was it your belief that you could shake her?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:33. I know we've only been going out for about an hour and a half. You probably have another 15 to 30 minutes in you, but the redirect, I really don't like interrupting the flow of when the attorneys are doing what they're doing. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you take your 15-minute bathroom break. Just get your notepads and remember your admonitions. We'll be back at 2:45 outside. We'll come get you. We'll do the redirect at that point. And Ms. Partin, please remember you're also under admonition to discuss your testimony of the case, and you are still under, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. Moving along, the state of office is Lindsay Partin. Jurors are back. Ladies and gentlemen, any issues to address? Very good. Ms. Howard, you may proceed to redirect, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lindsay, State's Exhibit 158. Is this every conversation you've ever had with your husband, TJ Smith?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you talk to him?
Constantly.
Okay. So you would agree with me that these text messages that Ms. Sheehan has pointed out aren't supplemented by videos of you and your husband kissing and hugging, correct?
No.
Or supplemented with the intimacy of a husband and wife, correct?
No.
And I'm going to ask the question because she presented it that way.
Okay.
From March 5th to March 8th, are you kissing your husband?
Yes.
Are you having intimate relationships with your husband?
Yes.
Do these text messages fairly depict what's going on between you and TJ?
No.
Do you guys text about that? I mean, did you keep a record of, hey, we had sex today?
No.
going to point out a couple different things. I'm going to hand you back 158. Ms. Sheehan asked you about your miscarriage in February. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Bad time?
of course.
Would you expect not to feel bad about it?
I wouldn't expect anyone not to feel bad about it.
Page 517. In the middle of the page, she pointed to and had you, I don't know if she read it or you read it, that I have a dead baby on my belly.
Yeah.
That's a hard text to write, right?
Yes.
Do you see the text that you send to him on February 12th at 8:35 a.m., which is 5 from the bottom? Starts with the word started bleeding.
Yes.
What does that say?
Started bleeding and in pain. I'm going to have to stay off Facebook because 5 people have announced their pregnancies in the last 2 days. Sucks.
And what was TJ's response on that same day at 8:37 a.m.?
I'm sorry, baby. I'll be home soon as I can. Call if you need me.
And what did you say to him? I'm sorry, he responds again to you, is that correct?
Call you in 2 seconds.
So you must have had a conversation at some point?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 529.
Okay.
About halfway in the page, 7, which is 2 down from the one with attachments. Do you see that? At 3/5/2018 at 9:02:11 p.m.
Yes.
What's he say to you?
I totally get you, but you intensify it.
Is that something that you and he would argue about? I'm going to be mean. You would bitch at him.
Yes.
And he would sweet talk you.
Yes.
Page 530.
Yes.
I believe it's the second one down from the top from TJ. Starts with I touched.
Yep.
What day is that on?
3/6/2018 at 8:34 and 12 seconds p.m.
And what did he say to you?
You touched a lot of good points, which is good. Help me do both instead of bitching. You always demand I do. You always demand I do. You help me do us.
Sweet talking you. Yes. And towards the bottom on that same page, 3 from the bottom.
Yes.
You see his text to you?
Yes.
What's it say?
I wish I could send a documentary of our text to a psychologist. Want to start a new business doing that? Then we could write off our help, smiley face. Grow up, I love you and us, and I do best I can. I hope you see that. Come hang out.
And then what does he say right after that at 9:53:33 p.m.?
Relationship help on Everybody Loves Raymond right now. ... Please, question mark.
Page 532.
Yes.
In the middle, there's an attachment. So the text message right before that.
Yes.
What's he say to you?
You make that pick. Get it? Question mark. I love you, sweet dreams.
And the next text from him, right below that,
With the picture?
below the picture.
I love you, though.
Do you see the text 2 down from there that you send to him?
Yes.
You're complaining about the toilet paper roll.
Yes.
Typical fight there?
Yes.
Your husband came down to the police station, Butler County Sheriff's Department on March 8th, didn't he?
Yes.
Tried to get you, didn't know why you were there, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Sheehan asked you a question about something Paula Smith allegedly said that she didn't testify to. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Was Paula Smith telling the truth that you were on some type of benefits and that's why you didn't get married?
No.
What was the problem with getting married? With the certificate in the state of Ohio?
His uncle forgot it on our ceremony day, and then we left on a cruise for a week. And when we got back, it just wasn't something that was important, and we just didn't do it.
Did you have fights about a prenup?
In the beginning, way before.
And was Paula Smith telling the truth about cleaning your house when you were at Fort Hamilton Hospital?
No.
We saw those pictures?
Yes.
You stated, and I'm going to use a quote, "I was under the assumption he'd back me up." Do you remember that
Yes.
answer you gave?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Howard, repeat the question.
Lindsay, on cross-examination, you made the statement, "I was under the assumption he'd back me up."
Yes,
What did you mean by that?
Jason would back me up
And why did you think Jason was going to back you up?
because at the hospital, Children's Hospital, we had a conversation.
And he told you what?
Objection.
That's correct. All right, pursuant to the second order, the objection will be sustained. Ms. Howard, do you wish to rephrase the question?
Yes. Ms. Sheehan asked you about your belief that you could physically discipline Hannah. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
And you said you had such a belief. Is that correct?
yes,
Without telling me who said it. What was your belief based upon?
that I was allowed to.
And who did you talk to?
Objection asked and answered. She's already given an answer.
No, she did give an answer. She specifically didn't.
Can we approach her?
Ms. Howard, proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Sheehan asked you about your belief that you could physically discipline Hannah. Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes,
And you had a conversation with Jason Weschi
yes,
at Children's Hospital?
yes,
And without saying what he told you, is that what your belief is based upon, that you could poke her in the chest?
yes.
Objection leading.
Sorry, I'll rephrase
It
it.
is leading.
I apologize. I'll rephrase. Based upon your conversation with Jason, what did you believe you could tell the detectives?
Discipline.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Discipline, I'm gonna discipline her.
Did TJ's drinking have anything to do with the charges that are made here today?
No, ma'am.
Did TJ's drinking and your fighting by text have anything to do with the charges that you have here today?
No, ma'am.
Did Smith Corp possibly moving to another location have anything to do with the charges here today?
No,
And did you commit these offenses?
no,
The prosecutor asked you about shaking. Do you remember that question? Why did you believe that that was okay?
I didn't say that I shook her heart, I don't believe, but I'm shaking like, it'll be okay. I didn't think that that was anything wrong.
No further questions?
Recross, Ms. Sheehan? And you take, if you need a moment, take your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, you were in this room when we watched your interview, correct? The second interview?
Yes,
Safe to say that was a 4-hour interview,
very long.
2 hours probably where there was actual content,
Yes,
and 2 hours where you were sitting there.
yes,
And at some point they came in and told you that you were going to be charged criminally.
yes,
And then you sat for quite some time after that.
yes,
And ma'am, when you were, I think it was Detective Turner came to you and said, you know, you ready to go? And you said, not really. Is that right?
yes,
That entire time you were sitting in that room, and when detectives came to get you, not once did you say, hey, wait a second, Jason told me to say this. Did you, ma'am?
no, I didn't think that I could say anything else.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ma'am, you may step down and sit there with your attorney.
Do you have this?
Yes, I'm sorry, I mixed that up for a second. Ms. Howard or Mr. Pagan, next witness?
The next witness is the videotape deposition of Dr. Spitz.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, I know we just come back from the restroom break. If you won't need to stand up, stretch, whatever, This next testimony is about 2 hours and 5 minutes long. It's the video deposition. Ms. Wilson is going to need to step this up on our computer here. I will tell you in advance, there's maybe 2 or 3 portions where, because of some evidentiary rulings, it'll kind of mute out. You won't hear sound, you might see lips moving. This is going to be subject to the same instructions that you're going to get in general. There are just certain things that maybe I can't let you hear. You are not to wonder why. You're not to wonder what that might have been. So if you see that, first of all, please don't assume it's a technological issue. Not that we ever have those, but and second, you're not to wonder and ask and think and what's going on here, whatever. Okay. So with that, if you guys want to take a few minutes, stretch, talk, whatever, Ms. Wilson, if you would hook this up, please. Not only admitted as an exhibit, but identified for appellate purposes.
Okay. And what's the number?
This is defense property.
You're on SS, no, TT. Oh, okay.
We asked that the court play Defense Exhibit TT, which is the flash drive, which contains the videoed deposition of Dr. Spitz. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Wilson, after you hit play, I need you to keep the arrow down there towards the cursor down towards the bottom, because that is going to keep the video clock on, because I need to be able to see that to make my meetings. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so everybody's ready. We're going to hit play. Okay, we'll need you to adjust the volume.
We are located at 23001 Greater Rats, St. Louis, Michigan. We're here in the matter of people of the state of Ohio versus Lindsay Partin. This is, I'm sorry, my name is Steve.
I'm sorry.
Attorney Chris Pagan for the defense.
Attorney Lindsay Partin for the defense. Attorney Kelly Hiley for the Butler County Prosecutor's Office, State of Ohio.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you say your name and spell it, please?
My name is Werner Spitz. W-E-R-N-E-R. Last name S-P-I-T-Z.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a medical doctor and I'm a forensic pathologist.
Okay. To obtain that station in life, you had to be educated, correct?
Yes.
All right. Where were you educated?
Well, I went to medical school in Switzerland at the University of Geneva School of Medicine. And that was for 4 years. And then I transferred to the Hebrew University Hadassah Medical School in Jerusalem, Israel, and graduated from medical school in 1953.
After medical school, did you move on to a residency program?
I did.
And what were your residency
I
programs?
did a residency at in pathology at the Hebrew University, and I then continued residency in pathology and forensic pathology at what was called the Leopold Greenberg Institute of Legal Medicine. And I worked there for a total of somewhere between 7 and 9 years. And then I immigrated to the United States.
Upon your immigration to the United States, did you do any fellowships or residency programs?
I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the State of Maryland. I had a grant from the University of Maryland School of Medicine. And I worked there for a total of around 12 years. First I was a fellow, then I was an assistant medical examiner, then I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and then I moved to Michigan to assume the position of chief medical examiner for the county of Wayne in Detroit. I held that position from 1959 to 1961. In 1961, and somewhere around August, I think it was, I moved to West Berlin, Germany, to work at the Institute of Legal Medicine at the West Berlin School of Medicine. The reason I went there was because I had come to the United States on the wrong kind of visa. That is, I did not come here as an immigrant, but as a visitor. And to become an immigrant, I had to leave the country pursuant to American laws for 2 years, and then apply for an immigration visa. So I did that, and after 2 years and 3 months, I came back to Baltimore and worked there for a while until 1972, when I came to Michigan. While I was in Michigan for only a few days, I was offered the position of medical examiner for the county of Macomb, which is the county we are now, where I'm now giving this position. Actually, I was not the medical examiner at that time, but I was appointed by the county of Macomb as their county pathologist. And after a while, when at that time, medical examiner, who was not a pathologist, when that person died, I was asked to be the chief medical examiner for this county as well, the county of Macomb. I held that position until 2004, when I went into the private practice of forensic pathology. That's where I'm now. I'm also associate professor, not associate, I'm full professor of pathology, teaching forensic pathology at Wayne State University School of Medicine. I've testified in all states, including Alaska and Hawaii. I have testified before the U.S. Congress in the matter of the assassination of President Kennedy. I have testified in all level courts, federal courts, state courts, and all level courts.
Let me ask you this. How long have you practiced forensic pathology?
After, if you include the training, which is 4 years of pathology residency, and then I did 7 years training in pathology, and then 1 year in forensic pathology, and I did a lot more than that. A total of 65 years.
And do you hold a medical license from the state of Michigan presently?
I have a license to practice medicine in Michigan, Virginia, the District of Columbia, that is Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Michigan. I said Michigan, I think I did.
You did, yes. Do you currently hold board certifications?
Yes. I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
I think you did.
Those are 2 boards.
Thank you. I think you did offer up the fact that you've testified as an expert before in many courts, correct?
I'm sorry?
You have testified as an expert before in the 65 years of practice?
Yes.
Okay.
Many times.
In Michigan state courts?
Michigan, all states of this union.
Including Ohio?
Including many times in Ohio and in courts in Cincinnati.
I think you identified some prominent cases that you've been involved in. So one of those would be that you were asked to testify as an expert pathologist before Congress in the investigation of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
That's correct.
And when did you do that work?
I did that twice. I did that once for the Vice President, Nelson Rockefeller, who put together a committee that testified for the Vice President and a number of members that he had that he assembled. Most of those people were other experts, a total of 5, I think it was, and I was a forensic pathologist among them. And lawyers, various lawyers. And then a year later, I was asked by the House of Representatives to testify before them. And that was in 1970.